In an era marked by the decline of the Starry Dynasty, the emergence of a new continent has become a paradise for various races, filled with adventure and rivalry. The sprawling mountains shield the frail alliance of human lords. The dwarves guard the gates to the lands of wealth. The elves tirelessly expand their forests, striving to recreate the glory of the Silver Moon era. Beyond the mountains, dragons reign in the skies, orcs dominate the ground, and other malevolent forces stir beneath the earth. Amidst these tumultuous times, Siegel is merely an orphan, discovered within a squid-catching cage. Accompanied by a 20-sided die, he dreams of adventure and becoming a hero, yet remains uncertain of how to fulfill these aspirations. He has worked as a sailor, retainer, knight, and lord, but it is the allure of magic that captivates him. However, maintaining his true self amidst the enchantment proves to be his greatest challenge. Chapter 1. Prologue. Upon the azure waves, a three-masted merchant vessel cleaves through the sea, heading westward toward the new continent. Departing from the iron water port of the old continent, the journey requires a grueling 9 months to complete a round trip to the town of Zimmick on the new land. Along the way, there are only 2 islands for resupply, yet to evade pirates. Each stop is limited to less than a day, compelling the crew to hasten their voyage. Thus, this ship is perpetually engaged in arduous journeys. The grand vessel, named the Lucky Sauce, has been in service for 16 years, qualifying it as an old ship, though it is well maintained. It has weathered numerous maritime calamities, yet has miraculously emerged unscathed. The sailors are superstitious, believing the ship is under the protection of a sea god, and thus willingly seek employment aboard. The shipowner relishes this belief, exploiting the sauce's auspicious reputation to pay lower wages, resulting in the crew earning less than their counterparts on other vessels. Consequently, the crew on board has frequently changed, with few remaining for long. Only 2 individuals have steadfastly remained with the Lucky Sauce: Captain Siegel, respected by all crew members, and the beloved little Siegel. These 2 are not related, they merely share a name, albeit with different surnames. Captain Siegel Marin is a rugged old sailor, devoted to the storm god, the rootless Tempest, and has adhered to a vow of celibacy, never marrying or fathering children. Little Siegel was discovered in the ship's cabin during its maiden voyage, swaddled and abandoned in a water tank used for catching squids. That time, the infant emanated a foul odor, nearly suffocated by a pool of thick, dark ink. The sailors reported the finding to the first mate, who then informed the captain. Upon descending to the cabin, the captain beheld the child. Despite his disheveled state and gnawing hunger, the infant smiled at the captain, ensuring his survival. The child possessed rare black hair and dark eyes, which the crew speculated were tainted by the squid's ink. The old captain offered a different theory. The storm god has a squid saint. This must be a gift from him. We cannot cast him into the sea. That would be a desecration of the divine offering, inviting calamity. For the sake of our collective welfare, I shall raise him. The crew nodded in agreement, believing the old captain's words as they did his predictions about storms. Thus the child was named Siegel Squid. Until the age of 6, Siegel had never set foot on stable ground. He inhaled the sea breeze, drank seawater, frolicked in the waves, and fought for sustenance amidst storms, a life he has led ever since. Now, at 16, he sits at the bow of the ship, swaying with the vessel's undulations as it navigates the tumultuous waters. The sun and sea air have rendered his skin dark, and glossy years of labor and a diet of fish have sculpted his physique into one of vitality and strength. Passengers often remark that his movements are akin to a lithe leopard. Most captivating are his lively black eyes, through which few events escape his keen observation. This innate talent has become increasingly pronounced with age and experience, and at times he can predict incoming storms even sooner than the old captain. He is responsible for keeping watch atop the mast, and few pirate ships can approach the sauce without his notice. The crew has informally dubbed him First Mate, although this title has not received official sanction from the shipowner. Earlier, due to these legends, Siegel was welcomed ashore with open arms at shops and taverns, where people clamored to catch a glimpse of the child from the squid's belly. Siegel had no desire to correct these various versions of the legend, nor did he wish to fan the flames of their exaggerations, that he often found himself in a peculiar dream, too absurd to share with others. A world forged of steel and lightning, where people savored toxic foods, daily offering their souls to. A luminous idol in their hands, he wandered through this realm, only to be captured by a firebird and whisked into a vortex of the void. Each time he awoke from such dreams, drenched in sweat and panic, he would pray to the storm god or the squid saint, seeking insight into their meaning. Yet no answers ever came. Life as a sailor is arduous and monotonous. Siegel can endure the hardships, but the monotony is unbearable. He yearns for adventure, to battle the elements and conquer the sea. He has learned to hoist sails, steer the ship, dive, and navigate by the stars. Everyone believes he will become an exceptional sailor, and the old captain holds him in high regard. Yet, Siegel harbors other thoughts. He envies the powerful warriors, the noble knights, and the enigmatic yet benevolent priests. Deep down, he feels he is destined for more than an ordinary sailor's life. He yearns to seek his fortune in the new continent. This aspiration he has never shared with others, fearing ridicule for his fanciful dreams. Only when seated at the ship's bow, gazing towards the horizon, has he dared to whisper his desires to the divine. Today, the squid feels particularly despondent, listlessly gazing at the horizon where the sea meets the sky, his legs swinging unconsciously. The loathsome first mate on deck is regaling the passengers with his inaccurate tales of Siegel's origins, and Siegel can hardly muster the energy to correct him. On other days, he would have sought revenge by either kicking the first mate or spitting in his lunch. The two have never seen eye to eye. Siegel believes the first mate purely dislikes him, as he is always assigning him excessively laborious tasks in front of others. "Squid, come down. The old captain wants to see you." Chef Deville, with his rotund belly, finally squeezed through the cabin door and staggered onto the deck, resembling a boiled egg. He called out loudly, "Don't forget to come help me after you meet with the captain. There's lunch to prepare." Several passengers clapped enthusiastically, hoping to witness more of this comedic spectacle. Siegel forced a smile, exaggeratedly doffing an imaginary hat and waving to the applauding passengers, then squeezed past the plump chef and made his way to the captain's quarters. "The storm will dissipate," the old Siegel explained to young Siegel about life and death. "Until a new tempest is born, I do not wish to see you die." The squid replied quietly, sitting opposite the captain, gently placing the old man's hand on his own head. His black hair was straight and coarse, yet the captain's rough hand felt as smooth as silk upon it. "Once you are gone, I shall no longer love this ship." "You will not," the squid dismissed. "He is adept at giving orders. I am different." "You deserve better, my child." The old captain endeavored to sit up, ultimately succeeding with the assistance of the octopus. Young Siegel had anticipated that the captain would once again mention the treasure, for ever since he had learned to speak and listen, the old captain had incessantly dwelled upon this matter. The captain recounted how, in his early days as a sailor, a saint of the storm god had unveiled the secrets of the world to him, granting him the ability to foresee the omens of tempestuous seas. Subsequently, this divine messenger foretold the captain's future and compelled him to pledge allegiance to the storm god, vowing to remain celibate and forsake progeny for life. Yet he was also informed of a secret concerning the world's wealth, one that could only be passed down to his son, to be realized by him. The old captain had never comprehended this mystery until he discovered young Siegel within the octopus chest. From that moment forth, the captain imparted this knowledge to the young octopus, urging him to hold it dear. Initially, the child had dreamt of traversing the entirety of the new world to reach its westernmost edge, acquiring boundless treasures and leading a life befitting a king. Even after learning of the myriad dangers that plagued the new world, and that only a select few legendary heroes had ventured there, the young sailor remained resolute in his belief that he could achieve this dream, provided he found the opportunity to hone his skills and expand his knowledge and strength. However, today the captain recognized that his time was limited, and thus he refrained from reiterating that oft-told tale. He trembled as he retrieved a small box from a hidden compartment of the wall cupboard. Unlocking it with a key he removed from around his neck, and then handed its contents to Siegel. Curiously, Siegel accepted the box, discovering within it but a single Itima pendant adorned with 20-sided dice. The dice, no larger than a thumbnail, were entirely black, engraved with deep crimson dragon language numerals ranging from 1 to 19. Strikingly, the face that should have borne the numeral 20 was devoid of any number, replaced instead by a scarlet symbol. The old captain had secretly inquired of many, yet none could decipher the inscription. Siegel cast a brief glance and immediately comprehended the symbol's meaning. "It was Phoenix that I promise you, but I fear I may not succeed," he said. "Trust me, child, Just as I trust the storm god, you shall fulfill your destiny." The old man's face flushed with excitement, momentarily reverting to youth. His eyes widened, staring fixedly through the porthole at the outside world, where he beheld the storm wall receding at the edge of the realm, revealing a divine kingdom. A colossal giant emerged from this celestial domain, surrounded by ceaseless thunder, his feet buoyed by the gales. Though the giant's lips moved soundlessly, the captain easily understood his words. A look of joy illuminated the old man's face, as if he had unraveled the greatest riddle of his life. Chapter 2. The Goblin Camp. The goblins are despicable, cold-blooded creatures, prone to bullying the weak and delighting in the torment of their prey. Standing at a mere meter tall, they are frail, trailing behind them long, sharp tails reminiscent of a rat's. Their canine-like faces, adorned with horn-like protrusions atop their heads, have earned them the moniker goblins from other races. Are you frightened? These are merely goblins, declared Tiger Beale to his combat companion. We are merely warming up. Are you not feeling overwhelmed, little one? I find it quite a bother for someone of your stature to engage in the extermination of goblin brigands. It seems rather beneath you, the young companion retorted, oblivious to the tightening fists of his superior behind him. With the brigands vanquished, there was no need to squander more time. Tiger Beale positioned himself before Siegel, casting a shadow that obscured the last rays of the setting sun. He kicked over the bewildered Siegel, watching him tumble onto the corpse of a goblin, his face splattered with the almost congealed black blood. What do you understand, little one? I did not appoint you as a squire to be a jester. Mind your tongue and perform your duties well. Otherwise, when I possess a castle and lands, and find myself in need of a fool, you shall be the first to come to mind. As Siegel busied himself with the spoils of battle, he could not deny that Tiger Beale exuded an air of nobility. Though thin, he radiated strength. Standing tall as he mounted the impressive black steed that had accompanied him across the sea, with an elegant demeanor, he towered over others. A long sword hung diagonally at his waist, a longbow rested at his back, and 2 daggers were tucked into his ankle. Clad entirely in black, leather boots, trousers, gloves, and studded armor, he cut a striking figure. Several woven sacks filled with loot hung from hooks behind the saddle, balancing the weight on either side without hindering their combat or profits. Sir Beale hailed from a genuine, noble lineage. Although the youngest of 5 boys and lacking the qualifications to inherit titles, he had triumphed in a tournament through his exceptional swordsmanship, earning the honor of knighthood. Regrettably, thereafter, misfortune shadowed him. He fell afoul of his superiors during a noble civil war, losing battlefield honors and the prospect of acquiring lands as a knight. Subsequently, he succumbed to a life of debauchery, becoming a mercenary, perpetually traversing between the new world and the old. Little one, have you forgotten something? Sir Beale inquired from his mount, gesturing towards the goblin's remains. If you recall, I shall reward you. Rewards are a rarity, prompting Siegel to meticulously search the corpses again, ensuring not a single copper coin was left behind. Fortunately, the goblins were diminutive, akin to the height of a 4-year-old child, making the search manageable. Each goblin's ears are worth 2 silver coins. I remember now, Siegel exclaimed, smacking his forehead before clutching it tightly. But why engage in such practices? I have heard that only the barbaric folk of the north partake in ear-cutting. This is the new world, not the land of stars. Spare me the trifles. Tiger Beale replied, his gaze fixed upon the encroaching twilight as he soothed his increasingly restless steed. I noticed a light crossbow hanging on the wall of the general store. It would serve you well as a weapon. Your sailor friend mentioned your exceptional skill in throwing ropes, and your eyesight is remarkable. I hope that with the crossbow, you may find more utility. Thank you, my lord. I am sincere in my gratitude, Siegel responded. However, you shall bear the cost of the bolts, deducted from your earnings. Beale stated before riding off, his purpose unknown. Neither of them was affluent, so their repast consisted solely of a meager meat soup with noodles, a concoction of ground jerky, pumpkin flour, and potato starch, which could be prepared with beer or boiled in water. Once prepared, it appeared sticky and had a similarly unappealing aroma, tasting just as one might expect. Fortunately, a few cloves of garlic were available for seasoning. They had encountered 12 goblins, vanquishing 11, while 1 had managed to escape. This matched the town's account. However, you cannot merely observe this, remarked Sir Beale. There are no younglings among these goblins, nor any small cooking pots, and precious little food, let alone the spoils they would have taken from the roads. Therefore, there must be a camp or a cave nearby. Is that why you intentionally let one escape? My lord? Siegel questioned, perplexed. But we cannot track it by night? Light a fire, prepare a meal, and maintain a vigilant watch, little one. Tomorrow. We have much to accomplish, Sir Beale instructed. I have already scouted their trail. We shall root them out by morning. On this day, their battle would delve deeper into the forest. Thus Siegel's task was to tend to the horses. After departing the valley, they encountered thickets entwined with brambles, requiring considerable effort to carve a path with their blades, which would severely deplete their strength for the battles ahead. Should they choose to circumvent these areas, they would instead have to navigate the treacherous terrain between massive tree roots. By divine providence, they did not traverse far before Sir Beale led the party up the slope. He snapped a twig to fashion a makeshift staff and pointed to a puddle of exposed water. Little one, look, there is a handprint here. The goblins have drunk from this puddle before continuing onward. Siegel stood upon the hillside, following the direction indicated by the knight, his dark eyes scanning the horizon. Beneath the verdant leaves, a dense canopy of trees stretched from the slope into the distance, obscuring all that lay ahead. Only the vague silhouettes of woodland creatures, such as a large troop of monkeys and a few nests of squirrels, could be discerned. Beyond the forest, a clearing shimmered in the morning sun, casting a faint golden glow, with several small dark mounds beside it. Siegel concentrated intently, eventually discerning that the glimmer was a reflection from a small lake. Chapter 3. The Knoll Camp 2. Sir Bill led the way, with his squire guiding the horses as they began their descent. However, the sky soon darkened with ominous clouds, and a heavy rain commenced. This was merely a summer shower, expected to be brief. Sir Bill remarked, "Now we can safely clear away the obstructing bushes without fear of being overheard by the gnolls." Siegel nodded and drew forth his sickle to assist. The thorns were both resilient and tough, and with the ground slick from the rain, Siegel struggled to sever them. It was crucial to find the right point of leverage rather than relying solely on brute strength. Sir Bill demonstrated with his longsword. One must unleash their strength precisely at the point of impact, or slightly beyond it. Additionally, he advised on grip technique to protect the wrist, utilizing the elbow for support and engaging the shoulder for power. When chopping, one must align the blade with the direction of the swing. Only by adjusting these subtle angles can one ensure their weapon does not slip. "Foolish boy," Bill chided. "Do you think these plants are immobile? The wind, the rain, and the vibrations from your steps will cause the thorns to sway. If your shoulders, arms, and fingers do not correctly apply force, your strikes will inevitably be off target. What grievance do these plants have against you that requires such force? Mastery lies in precise control. One must envelop the opponent's retreat or deflection with intention. Calm yourself, take a deep breath, and do not fret about whether the gnolls will flee. Do not assume you are hindering our progress. Patience is key to your learning." Observing the young man, Bill noted Siegel's remarkable aptitude with the weapon. Unlike most children who waver between right and wrong, suffering greatly before they improve, Siegel learned from his mistakes. Once he executed a technique correctly, he would remember it completely, building upon that foundation with increasing proficiency. To be fair, the tasks assigned to a squire in their first month are simply fetching water, cooking, making beds, and starting fires. Caring for horses and maintaining equipment typically come only after 6 months. Yet, in just 2 months, Siegel had excelled, surpassing expectations and beginning to learn basic weapon techniques, leaving Sir Bill thoroughly impressed. Siegel's skill with the weapon was rapidly advancing beyond that of an apprentice, increasingly resembling the knight himself, a promising candidate for martial training. Sir Bill noticed Siegel's fingers trembled and his wrist twitched, indicating fatigue, though the youth remained oblivious. The capacity to learn does not equate to the application of strength. True warriors must gradually hone their awareness, skills, and power. Siegel's awareness and technique seemed almost divinely blessed, showcasing extraordinary talent, yet he still required physical conditioning. "Let us pause for a moment, Siegel," Sir Bill instructed. "I am weary and in need of some wine." Siegel grimaced but complied, tethering the horse to a tree root and retrieving a wineskin from his pack. Sir Bill casually settled on the ground, accepting the wineskin and sipping it slowly. Finding Siegel's standing presence bothersome, he commanded him to lie on the ground, pretending to be a dead fish. "Position your limbs. This fish should not be entirely lifeless." The wine, purchased from Creekwood Town, was of poor quality and inexpensive, turning to vinegar if left too long. Sir Bill's mind was not on the wine, but rather on strategizing the next steps in training the young Siegel. He practiced a family sword technique, primarily using a two-handed sword suitable for heavily armored warriors. However, his mercenary experiences, often entangled in narrow and chaotic terrains with foes approaching from all angles, had prompted a shift to a one-handed longsword. The most fitting combat technique for Siegel's physique would be the elven curved blade, allowing him to fully exploit agile movements and swift strikes. Sir Bill possessed only a rudimentary understanding of this swordsmanship. His good friend, the elf Anastasia, was the true master of this style. Reflecting on this, Sir Bill began to assess their dwindling resources. To amass substantial wealth, they must venture deeper into the new world, where opportunities abound. Creekwood Town, being near the coast and a renowned port, had seen many people come and go, making it challenging to find decent work. Sir Bill was acutely aware of his old friends' intentions. The great lunar eclipse occurred every 3 years, allowing them to circumvent the statue guards of the mine and delve into the depths of Dragon Lion Cliff for adventure. Last time, they had nearly succeeded, only to be thwarted by time, unable to remove the treasures within reach, and had to retreat hastily. They had agreed to reconvene in 3 years, ready to secure their fortunes. This commitment was one Sir Bill would honor, as he longed to reunite with the hospitable dwarves, particularly for their beer and roasted lizards. Given Siegel's current training progress, they could expedite their journey westward to join the dwarves of Moradin's forge. Master, listen. It seems something approaches. Both men quickly became alert, drawing their weapons and concealing themselves behind the trees, carefully observing the source of the sound. The warhorse had untied itself and slowly crept behind Siegel for cover. Sir Bill unstrapped his longbow from his back, knocked an arrow, and aimed, only to shake his head. The forest was too dense, and the gnolls were darting about erratically, making archery exceedingly difficult. He gestured for Siegel to remain still and then switched to his longsword, lowering his body to stealthily advance. Obedience was a virtue that a knight's squire must uphold, so Siegel suppressed his combative instincts and patiently remained in place. Concealed by the rain, they had drawn near to the lakeside gnoll camp, leading Siegel to speculate that Sir Bill would likely charge and once the two hunters were dealt with, swiftly concluding the skirmish. As expected, loud gnoll cries soon erupted from the direction the warriors had departed. Sir Bill wielded his longsword, diving into the tent clusters, treading through the slick, foul mud in pursuit of the fleeing gnolls, akin to a farmer bursting into a chicken coop in search of dinner. 2 valiant warriors brandishing short spears charged at him, screaming, but Sir Bill deftly dispatched them with 2 swift strikes. The remaining warriors, abandoning their spears, dared not approach, resorting instead to hurling mud and stones in a feeble attempt to resist. The black stallion leaned in to nuzzle Siegel's cheek, licking him as it often did when seeking treats. "I still have to serve you, foolish horse," Siegel mused as he bent down to retrieve a feed sack. At that moment, a bright flash illuminated behind Siegel, striking the tree trunk before him with a resounding crack. A small hole, the width of an arrow shaft and a finger deep, ignited with flame. The fortunate lad. The assailant pointed a finger at Siegel, murmuring incantations. A swirling mist, shimmering with starlight, erupted from his sleeve, enveloping Siegel and the horse. The mist was warm and humid, offering a pleasant caress against their faces. The horse sneezed and slumped against a tree, dozing off. The mist dissipated in an instant, revealing Siegel unscathed. The caster, astonished by the outcome, had intended to render the boy unconscious to seize the horse and its burden. "Go, kill him, falcon!" The robed man brandished his staff, and the falcon soared into the air, wings spread wide as it charged toward Siegel. The boy, barely awakening and realizing he faced an ambush, instantly shifted into battle mode. Siegel focused on the falcon's trajectory, swinging his arm to grasp the rope, and hurled the sack of black beans forcefully upward. The feed bag enveloped the falcon, striking it forcefully, and the ropes untied, scattering the beans like raindrops upon the ground. The falcon let out a mournful cry, ensnared within the bag, crashing heavily to the earth. Siegel stepped down with force, feeling his foot sink into a soft object, only for it to vanish with a sudden pop. This unexpected occurrence caused Siegel to slip. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have undoubtedly fallen immediately. However, for a seasoned sailor accustomed to the capriciousness of the sea, Mr. Octopus merely swayed slightly before regaining his balance. The robed figure intoned an incantation while forcefully waving his left hand, sending a luminous orb hurtling towards Siegel like a released arrow. The young man leaped sideways with all his might, attempting to evade the trajectory of the orb. Yet, it seemed to possess a will of its own, curving through the air and striking Siegel squarely in the chest. Accompanied by a thunderous thud, a tremendous force erupted from the orb. As if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, Siegel tumbled through the air, howling in agony, helplessly collapsing to the ground. He felt as though several ribs had snapped, and his internal organs had been dislodged from their rightful places. Chapter 4. The Knoll Camp without any assistance. Siegel would meet his demise in the woods adjacent to the Knoll Camp, much like the previous knightly retainer of Sir Bill, who had perished before his time. However, the 20 dice hanging from Siegel's chest emitted a faint glow, life energy long stored within them coursing through his body, seeping into the wounds inflicted by the force field missiles. This power held Siegel in a rigid state, leaving him motionless on the ground, unable to utter a word, silently enduring the agony of his flesh being seared by intense heat. The scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, yet remarkably, the wounds began to heal, leaving no trace behind. He ambled past Siegel's corpse, clutching a pouch of enchanting powder, feeling assured of his victory. At that moment, the lifeless body twitched, prompting the spellcaster to glance down and discover a pair of black eyes fixated on him. Astonished, the robed figure could only utter half a sentence before discarding his staff. Bringing his palms together, fingers splayed in a fan-like manner, aimed at the prostrate Siegel. He muttered incantations, and a vivid red flame blossom emerged in his palm. Once he completed the spell, this bloom would fully unfold, transforming into a cone of flame to incinerate the adversary before him. In combat, life and death are decided in an instant, as Sir Bill had taught his retainer. Brandishing a scythe, Siegel sprang to his feet and charged at the robed figure. There was only time for a single spell. The robed figure weighed the merits of offense against defense and opted for a spell. The rope in his grasp writhed, morphing into a long, thick serpent adorned with scales. The serpent lifted its head, its triangular head and almond-yellow eyes glaring menacingly at Siegel, hissing as venom dripped from its fangs. With his hands freed, the robed figure rose and continued his incantation. As Siegel swung the scythe, he anxiously shut his eyes. This was his first true struggle for survival, and the benevolent aspect of his humanity recoiled at the thought of extinguishing another's life. With a soft splatter, a warm liquid splashed across his face, startling him into opening his eyes. He beheld the spellcaster kneeling on the ground, a scythe embedded in his neck, blood streaming down his chin and shoulders, life energy ebbing away with it. The man struggled momentarily, coughing up blood before collapsing to the earth. His wrists remained bound by the rope, and no serpent lingered nearby. Siegel yearned to collapse on the ground, gasping for breath. But fear of the robed figure reviving and seeking his life kept him on edge. "Come on, Siegel, you must act swiftly," he urged himself, suppressing his trembling legs, and picked up a branch to hurl at the corpse. Who was this man? A child's curiosity was piqued, momentarily overshadowing his fear. He withdrew the scythe from the corpse's neck and cautiously pulled back the hood, revealing the youthful visage of a human male. The man appeared to be around 20, strikingly handsome, yet the baldness marred his overall appearance. Had he sported long flowing locks, he could easily enchant young maidens, Siegel mused. Upon his bald head was a tattoo, a swirling red vortex. Behind the robed figure lay a backpack, filled with an assortment of oddities, the remains of several birds, a box containing various plant roots, suspicious vials containing liquids of assorted colors, a few days' worth of rations and water, large rolls of parchment, ink, quills, and a few thin books, one of which was locked. In the sleeves of the robe, one side housed a pouch of powder, while the other concealed a dagger, though tragically, the man had not the time to wield it before meeting his end. Siegel discovered a finely crafted, beautifully adorned wallet on the man's belt, containing 21 gold coins, 8 silver coins, and 2 rubies. Siegel could not appraise the gems, but surmised they held considerable value. According to the agreement with Sir Bill, as a knightly retainer, he was entitled to 1/20th of the knight's total earnings. Thus, at least one of these gold coins would become Siegel's possession. The young man felt himself drawing closer to the crossbow he had longed for, excitement welling within him. He set aside the spoils and then noticed the soft boots adorning the spellcaster's feet. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to observe the young man further, curious to see his next actions. "Why do you conceal a key here? Doesn't it make walking uncomfortable?" He placed the items aside and gently closed the deceased's eyelids. He had only witnessed sailors' burials, where they were bound to stones and cast into the sea, to be claimed by the sea god. This place was far too distant from the ocean, and he doubted the sea god would welcome him. Having spoken, he rose, preparing to rummage through the backpack for a shovel. At that moment, he spotted Sir Bill standing beside his warhorse, arms crossed, his expression peculiar as he regarded Siegel. This man suddenly attacked me, and I had no choice but to defend myself, Siegel hastily explained. Go retrieve that staff from the ground. I wish to discern whence this fellow hails. Siegel hurried to the side, picking up the wooden staff from amidst the leaves and black beans. The staff was stout at its base, over a meter in length, surprisingly light, fashioned from many twisted roots, fitting comfortably in his grip. Siegel swung the staff, astonished by its weight, suspecting it might merely be a layer of bark, potentially hollow within. Mimicking the robed figure's actions, he thrust the staff forcefully into the ground, waved his left hand, lowering his voice to affect a comedic tone, and chuckled softly. A surge of warmth coursed from his body through his arm and into the staff. Siegel's legs buckled, and he struggled to steady himself against the staff, an overwhelming fatigue enveloping him, akin to having scrubbed a deck repeatedly. A red orb of light floated from the staff, gently hovering in the air, casting a soft glow reminiscent of a burning candle. The knight and his retainer gazed in astonishment at the orb, as though witnessing a specter. The orb swayed gently, always maintaining a height of a finger's breadth above the staff. Siegel instinctively sensed no threat from the orb, reaching out to touch it. His finger passed through the orb without encountering substance or warmth. Thus, the two began to gather their belongings. Siegel was responsible for collecting ears, transporting goods hidden by the knoll bandits, gathering the black beans scattered on the ground, digging a pit to bury the robed figure, and using a large sack to carry everything away. Sir Bill roused his warhorse, soothing the temperamental steed, and polished his sword. Their tasks delineated, they set forth on their return journey before noon. Along the way, Siegel utilized the flame staff as a walking aid. He harbored a persistent feeling that the flame emanating from it was unrelated to the staff itself, as if it had drawn power from within him. Moreover, after sustaining a severe blow in battle, his wounds had inexplicably healed, like a dream from his childhood. He found himself at a loss as to how to explain these peculiar occurrences to Sir Bill, merely scratching his head in gratitude for the squid goddess' protection, hoping his troubles would soon dissipate. The 20 dice upon his chest swayed slightly, the once deep crimson one transforming into a gleaming gold. Chapter 5. Creekwood Town. Creekwood Town is perched upon the lofty cliffs of Guangdong, divided into two distinct levels. The inns, way stations, and residences predominantly occupy the upper tier, while the harbor naturally rests at the base of the cliffs, with winding staircases and interlaced cranes connecting the two realms. As a bustling port city, the streets of Creekwood are perpetually alive with the ebb and flow of human activity. Conversations echo loudly, laughter resounds, and goods from both the old and new continents are exchanged here. There is always something to occupy everyone. Laborers hauling cargo up and down, merchants exchanging information and negotiating prices, and the local ruffians assessing who among the populace might be easy prey. In a shadowy corner of the harbor, an unknown corpse lies naked in a drainage ditch, being gnawed upon by a horde of rats. The townsfolk remain indifferent to such occurrences, believing that if no one reports it, it is not worthy of concern. While traversing the crowded tavern street, one frequently encounters a few patrol guards, clad in bright yellow leather armor and wielding clubs and small wooden shields. These individuals are the patrolmen of Creekwood, organized by the Merchants Association to uphold lawful commercial order, and they are colloquially referred to as weasels by the local residents. In the event of a pirate attack or a bandit incursion, another group, motivated by gold, would take up arms. These are the mercenaries. Merchants harbor a disdain for mercenaries, who often seize the opportunity to exploit chaos and inflate prices. The townsfolk also dislike them, as they tend to stir trouble and bully the weak. Even the weasels have little fondness for mercenaries due to their brutish and aggressive demeanor. And tavern owners share similar sentiments, particularly when the mercenaries engage in drunken brawls. It is likely that the only entity in the entire town that holds any affection for the mercenaries is the local tavern maid. Yet even this is diminished by the mercenaries' imposing physiques. The innkeeper, Timothy, is a former mercenary and sailor who, with his earnings, established this very inn in Creekwood. He shares a familiarity with the old captain, having sailed together in the past, though it must have been long before the fateful voyage of the Lucky Sauce. Each day, the innkeeper prepares a large pot of stew, ready to serve his guests. This hearty stew consists of generous chunks of meat, liver, fresh vegetables, and the occasional apple or pear, ingredients not easily found at sea. The beds here are soft and comfortable, with several hammock rooms featuring fireplaces. Despite the higher prices, the boisterous sailors are quite fond of this establishment. On this particular morning, aside from two inebriated patrons slumbering soundly, Siegel is the sole guest. Timothy, his nose a bright shade of crimson from the effects of alcohol, wipes his hands on his greasy apron and places a bowl of freshly made stew before the young man. "Where is your lordship, the noble sir? Taking a holiday?" he inquires. "Indeed, I have the day off. Sir Bill has matters of his own to attend to," Siegel replies, shoveling spoonfuls of stew into his mouth. For he is quite famished after recent exertions. "Chew slowly, lest you choke. No one is here to compete with you," the innkeeper admonishes, sending a young lad to fetch a large jug of ale for Siegel. "How are you faring on land? Have you encountered any dangers?" "Rest assured, I have kept my secrets well. During my time as a mercenary, I learned to hide my gold, which allowed me to retire safely and open this inn. This inn is the finest." A drunken customer bellows, his belly gurgling audibly, prompting the keen-eared innkeeper to recognize the sound as a sign that the man requires a swift trip to the outdoors. Timothy strides over, grabbing the collar of one patron and, with deftness, heaves both men out onto the street before their stomachs can betray them. Who would have thought that those noble knights are less agile than mercenaries? A merchant quips, justifying his actions. "Had I known, I would have spent some gold to hire a crew for such a purpose," allowing the guild to lower vegetable prices in a show of goodwill. Siegel quickly finishes the bowl of stew, feeling considerably better. Life spent outdoors can be quite challenging, but he bears no grievances for the sake of earning a living. This time, he accompanied Sir Bill on a mission to eradicate goblin bandits, reaping a small profit, and after selling a staff topped with a glowing orb, he found himself with a total of 6 gold coins. Sir Bill instructed him to set aside 1 coin for sustenance, while the remaining 5 were his share for acquiring suitable equipment. Feeling quite affluent, Siegel discreetly placed a silver coin beneath the bowl as payment for the stew. "I shall take care of the crossbow and weaponry. You should procure other essentials," Sir Bill had advised him before parting ways. "Think wisely about what you can afford and what is necessary. We shall reconvene at the Storm Night Inn in 3 days." Siegel rummaged through his pack, which still had ample space, as it currently contained only a few books, spoils taken from a spellcaster's bag. These tomes held little monetary value, as the weapon shop owner had scant interest in literature, thus leaving them for Siegel. Using a key discovered within the handsome bald man's boot, he unlocked the sole book that had been secured. It was a spell book, filled with perplexing symbols and arcane phrases. The old captain had once regaled him with tales of pirates communicating through secret languages, sharing which merchant vessels were ripe for plunder and their navigational routes. Siegel surmised that this book, too, was written in code. In his leisure moments, he would read these texts, attempting to decipher the hidden meanings as a form of amusement. The old captain had imparted many tales, including those of treasures in the West and the secrets of the world. Yet, an abundance of unknowns still cloaked Siegel's existence, including the enigma of his own lineage. Each time he glimpsed his reflection in a basin or polished mirror, he pondered the origins of his natural black hair and dark eyes. What sort of parents could have birthed such a child? Siegel had never encountered nor heard of anyone bearing similar features. The old captain attributed all mysteries to the divine, which indeed could explain many things. Yet the gods had never alleviated Siegel-esque queries. Only the 20-sided die incessantly reminded him of this conundrum. Upon arriving in Creekwood, he noted a change in the die. The color of the numeral 1 had shifted. When he caressed it with his fingers, an extraordinary sensation washed over him, revealing his newfound spell resistance. Siegel delighted in this ability, as it provided an additional layer of protection. He also contemplated the possibility that with so many sides to the die, he might acquire even more extraordinary powers. The only lamentation was his ignorance of how to activate this potential, speculating that life-threatening situations might be one of the triggering conditions. While Siegel relished the life of adventure, he did not wish to court death. Thus, he meticulously prepared various supplies before embarking on any venture. He dared not emulate the protagonists of tales who recklessly leapt from cliffs or ventured into dragon lairs without preparation. He wished to remain alive and not become a mere verse in a bard's song. Not far from Storm Night, there lay a general store, a place where an assortment of goods could be procured. In his days as a sailor, Siegel frequently visited this establishment for ropes, fishing rods, and hammocks. Now, as a knight squire, it was his first return. Pushing open the wooden gate, he triggered a tinkling bell. The store brimmed with an array of items. Stacked from floor to ceiling, armor, weapons, various containers, tools, and bottles of liquor, some of which were covered in dust. A gnome, alerted by the bell, leapt from the clutter and approached with outstretched arms. He stood merely half Siegel's height, but possessed 4 times his age. Nevertheless, he was still quite young among his kind. In an effort to appear more mature and less susceptible to bullying, the dwarf adorned his lips with a thick false beard and sported a few short iron rods tucked into his waist. "Ah, welcome, child of the octopus," exclaimed the dwarf, embracing Siegel with great vigor. "You've grown taller and become stronger. I truly envy your dark hair. How I wish I had such a gift." "Very well." Ding Baotu ran. "I have some items for you to inspect, and perhaps you could purchase a few odds and ends." Oh, my heart aches." The dwarf's mouth gaped wide, feigning indignation. "We are so familiar with one another, and yet you address me by my full name. Oh, it feels so distant, so foreign. My chest is in agony. Do you think the nickname Paya is so dreadful? I love it, and I'll give you a discount for it." The dwarf swayed his hips and snapped his fingers. "All right, Paya, show me the gemstone," Siegel replied, his voice lacking energy. "I need a rope with a grappling hook, a new flint, some torches, and a canvas. If you have a sturdy fishing net, I would like one capable of catching tuna. Are you setting sail once more? I heard you've taken to land living. Hasn't Theseus already departed? Good luck with that. I wish you success." The dwarf clapped his hands, setting aside a fishing net and turning to walk deeper into the shop. What Siegel sought was actually a capture net, favored by gladiators and barbarians. Ordinary fishing nets could not withstand vigorous tearing, making it difficult to control an adversary. Capture nets, designed specifically for ensnaring slaves or hunting large quadrupeds, were significantly more expensive than fishing nets, but Paya would never disclose such details. "Child of the octopus, do you require anything else?" "I have no further thoughts," Siegel replied, having already gathered half a bag of items, mindful of his burden. "Do you have any recommendations? Why not equip yourself with some armor?" the dwarf suggested. "It's always wise to have an extra layer of protection. That's because they do not have a dwarf friend named Paya. Remember, don't tell anyone." After saying this, the grocer grabbed the young man with black hair and led him to the storeroom at the back of the shop, where items were piled high. Several other dwarves were sorting and cataloging these goods. Upon seeing Siegel enter, they looked up and waved in greeting. "You must be the child of the octopus, indeed. You possess an intriguing and peculiar appearance. Welcome. So, will you give me a discount?" "No, I'm merely offering you an opportunity to test your luck." Paya replied with a smug grin. "You give me 2 gold coins, and I shall allow you to stay here for an entire day to sift through this pile of items. When the sun sets, you may leave with a full suit of armor if you can gather enough. If you cannot afford the armor, do not blame me." Chapter 6. The Town of Creekwood, 2 Deal. Siegel slipped 2 gold coins into the hands of the gnome and immediately set to work. The items here numbered in the hundreds, most of which had been ravaged in battle, their surfaces marred by countless cuts, stabs, and hammer strikes. Many pieces of armor were still stained with blood, some dark red, others black, and a few even a deep green. However, the majority of the armor here offered minimal protection, making it a futile endeavor to seek out a set of exquisite armor among them. For instance, a knight's full suit of armor was a custom luxury item, costing around 1,500 gold coins. A half armor was slightly less expensive, yet even a standard breastplate would exceed 400 gold coins. Such high-quality goods would never find their way into a general store. Any adventurer fortunate enough to discover them would cautiously present breastplates and above to a trusted blacksmith, gritting their teeth to spend a small fortune to have them tailored to their needs. Siegel meticulously observed the bustling gnomes, stroking his chin as he contemplated. After surveying the current stock, he decided to focus on a chain shirt. A chain shirt is a protective garment made of interlocking metal rings, typically worn between clothing and leather armor. This type of armor provides decent protection for the upper body against slashing weapons like swords. However, it has 3 notable drawbacks. It is ineffective against blunt weapons like hammers, it produces noise when the wearer moves, and it requires meticulous rust maintenance. The price of a chain shirt hovers around 50 gold coins, comparable to that of scale armor, and is generally regarded as a tier above leather armor, as it is indeed metal armor. Moreover, there is an undeniable advantage. As long as one can dismantle and reassemble various metal rings, one can create a functional piece of armor. This is certainly simpler than modifying leather armor as a tailor or blacksmith would. Siegel gathered pliers, metal scissors, and a hammer, settling next to the gnome to begin his work. He learned quickly, his hands strong, and within half a day he had grasped the technique. Eventually, he could close his eyes and discern by touch alone whether a metal ring was crafted by human hands or by a gnome's skilled craftsmanship. He could identify which parts needed replacing and which components bore the brunt of impact. He understood the sequence in which each ring should be arranged to ensure the balance of the entire armor piece. He worked tirelessly, even skipping lunch, remaining beside the pile of armor. By afternoon, he had assembled the entirety of the chain shirt, including the padding and outer layer. Distillation, a new technique, quite promising, isn't it? The gnome seized the opportunity to promote his wares. I've tested it. This water can be stored in a skin for 2 weeks. Far superior to flat beer. Adventurers will pay for such safe water. For just a silver coin, you can fill a large water skin. Wishing you prosperous business. The squid returned the cup to the gnome. Your water is better than the finest spring in town. You're bound to make a profit. Indeed, this was true. The duck's beak curled upward in intrigue as it weighed Siegel's chain shirt. Quite impressive armor, far better than I had anticipated. Perhaps you possess the potential to become a fine blacksmith, it concluded. I must thank you for revealing the secrets of the general store, Siegel replied. I truly hadn't expected such a sizable business opportunity here. What are your plans next? Shall we pay a visit to the weapons shop? No. The gentleman will select the weapons. He mentioned he would find suitable equipment based on my training. He is a formidable swordsman, and his judgment is impeccable. Thus, I have no further purchases to make. I intend to remain here until sunset, practicing with your armor. Perhaps I might manage to repair several sets. You're truly kind. Does that mean I've struck gold? The gnome exclaimed joyfully, bouncing in delight. Before the sun set, Siegel remained engrossed in the task of repairing armor. His speed increased, drawing admiration even from the skilled gnome artisans nearby. During that afternoon, he repaired 2 chain shirts and assisted in organizing a small pile of leather armor rivets. The gnome craftsman shared with him the secrets of disassembling and repairing scale armor, and even helped install a breastplate in Siegel's chain shirt. Absolutely comparable to gnome craftsmanship. The gnome proclaimed proudly. Upon returning to the inn, it was already bustling with patrons. Many sailors gathered, singing boisterously. The proprietor, Timothy, a former sailor and skilled first mate, had turned this place into a sanctuary for sailors, a vessel that would never sink, eternally filled with joy. When you're hungry, have some meat. When you're thirsty, drink some ale. When you're happy, have some meat. When you're hurt, drink some ale. The sailors sang loudly, the brisk and powerful lyrics resembling a battle hymn, proclaiming, avoid the pirates, have some meat. Brave the storms, drink some ale. When you meet a brother, meat and ale. When you meet a beauty, her up. Siegel navigated through the throng, continually yielding to robust muscles and bulging bellies. He noticed the sailors casting appraising glances his way, particularly drawn to his dark hair. A few sailors whispered, look, isn't that the child of the legendary squid? Years had passed, and the issue of the buck-toothed sailor had worsened. Now, his 2 prominent front teeth had begun to shift from rabbit-like to beaver-like. He sat with 2 fellow sailors, feasting and drinking. The table littered with gnawed chicken bones and large bowls of ale. Come, make room for the sailors. Janus nudged his companion. A drunken sailor toppled from his chair, collapsing onto the messy floor, snoring loudly. The others merely scoffed at him, indifferent to his plight. Bucktooth, when did you dock? How have you been lately? Siegel nonchalantly sat down, nodding to Janus's friend. Bucktooth had always been a heavy drinker, and his remaining companion was nearing his limit, his head bobbing in his bowl. His eyes barely open. Not long ago, just arrived. You wouldn't believe it. This journey was perilous. Bucktooth spoke animatedly, as if still haunted by the experience. After downing a bowl of ale, he continued, we encountered orc pirates at sea. You know orcs can see in total darkness. So they cunningly chose to pursue us on a night shrouded in cloud until our lookout finally spotted their ship, and by then, we were less than 2 miles apart. We desperately fled, tossing everything we could overboard. You can imagine the chaos. Indeed, I can imagine, Siegel replied, having seen orc pirate ships in the distance. Their hulls adorned with gruesome trophies that sent chills down his spine. It was said that orcs would consume all provisions aboard, seize every piece of cargo, and then proceed to devour deceased crew members and the remaining living ones, all while indulging in torture, violation, and dismemberment. Fortunately, the squid's keen eyes had kept the fortunate ship, the Soth, from ever falling prey to the orcs. The orcs hurled anchors with iron chains at us. One snagged our rudder, slowing our escape. The captain ordered everyone to arm themselves, either kill the enemy or themselves, but we could not perish at the hands of our tormentors. My duty was to watch over the women on board, to assist them in their escape should things turn dire. You know, a few ignorant women pleaded with me to let them jump overboard, thinking it would grant them a glimmer of hope. They had never seen the sharks and krakens that follow orc ships. How did you escape? A magnificent golden ship came to our rescue. Bucktooth shouted, raising his cup. To the invincible golden ship, and drank deeply once more. I had been preoccupied with the Orcish pirates behind me, thus oblivious to the arrival of a magnificent golden warship. The vessel was extraordinarily beautiful, boasting 5 sails and an impressive speed that made it seem as though it were soaring above the waves. As the grand ship approached, I beheld numerous fully armed warriors on its deck, wielding long spears that measured nearly 3 meters in length, resembling a dense forest. Upon sighting this superior vessel, the orcs released their long chains, their excitement shifting their focus, providing us with a precious opportunity to flee. What became of that grand ship? After witnessing the 2 vessels part ways, I observed a brilliant flash erupting from the golden ship, followed by the Orcish vessel engulfed in flames, billowing thick black smoke. The golden ship had undoubtedly triumphed. How I wished to personally express my gratitude to its captain. I would gladly offer a year of service aboard that ship for the chance to do so. My buck-toothed companion, still groggy, could not help but chuckle at this. You? With that splendid ship, they have no need for an extra buck-toothed fellow. Spare me the jest, you ugly fiend. When the old captain departed, I chose to disembark as well. A venerable gentleman indeed. The buck-toothed one and Siegel raised their cups in honor of the old captain. The 2 exchanged stories of their experiences apart, and soon joined the sailors in song. A few boisterous sailors shouted for Timothy to enhance the taverness service with more barmaids, eliciting a chorus of approval from the crowd. The tavern owner banged on the table, loudly inquiring about the whereabouts of the families of these sailors, insisting that a ship be dispatched to summon them. The patrons responded with even louder cheers, unafraid of escalating the situation. The sailors adhered to the custom that the drunken ones remained to pay the bill, while those who stayed upright earned the right to rest in a woman's embrace. The buck-toothed one, still preoccupied with thoughts of women, downed 3 more bowls before bidding farewell to Siegel and strolling lightly towards the back alley. Could it be any better? Siegel mused. He washed his face, lit an oil lamp, and settled at his writing desk. Before surrendering to slumber, he opened the book he had taken from the man in the robe and resumed his meticulous reading. Chapter 7. Creekwood Town. On the following day, having dispelled the effects of beer from his system, Siegel dedicated the morning to practicing swordplay, spending the entire afternoon and evening engrossed in captivating literature. Such tranquil days were a rare delight for him, akin to the joy of sailing on a calm sea under fair skies. Thus, by the 3rd day, the octopus rose early, invigorated after a hearty meal, requiring little sleep. Hearing the sound of wood being chopped in the backyard, he seized the opportunity to exercise. "Hey, octopus, you're up so early," Timothy exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms as he wielded a massive axe, splitting firewood with great vigor. "Why aren't you at the port? What business is there at the port? Have you not heard?" Timothy explained, "A splendid golden warship has docked, flying the banner of the Starry royal family. I suspect it is the prince on an outing, or at the very least, a royal duke. What brings royalty to this place? Aren't they all anchored in the deep water city to the north? Who can fathom the thoughts of the gentry?" The innkeeper shook his head. "Their greatest pleasure seems to be to claim a piece of land, stroll over, point, and declare, 'This is mine,' thus making everything upon it theirs. If the land already has an owner, all the better. They can brawl for it, and the impoverished are the ones who suffer." "Are you suggesting they have set their sights on Creekwood Town?" "Well, no noble has overseen this place for quite some time. We've enjoyed our freedom from the lord's taxes and have been content with our lot. Perhaps that prince or duke thinks his coffers insufficiently filled and seeks the sweet clink of coin, hence his arrival by ship." Timothy swung the axe down forcefully, as if severing the head of a pirate. "In any case, I can do nothing but watch." Siegel felt a surge of curiosity. He longed to behold the golden ship. After 16 years at sea, he had encountered vessels of all kinds, human, elven, orcish, and even the rare stout craft of the dwarves, who detest water, let alone sailing. Yet, he had never laid eyes on a golden warship. Bidding farewell to the innkeeper and gathering his belongings, he set forth for the docks. The golden warship was a 5-masted vessel, occupying a solitary berth in the harbor. Its massive hull emanated an aura of inviolability, adorned with the figurehead of a starry angel. Its eyes serenely closed, indifferent to the beings kneeling beneath it. The angel held a massive sword, its blade pointed towards the sea, marking the ship's prow. In comparison, other vessels appeared like forlorn children, relegated to playing in the mud at the side. A flag, unfamiliar to all, fluttered above, a simple design of a red background with a white double spiral. Through the towering portholes, the morning sun poured its radiance over the harbor, casting a golden halo upon this rare moment of tranquility. The seasoned sailors, aware of the significance of the golden warship, awaited its movements before deciding the course of their day. In the eyes of Prince Andrew, this was a chaotic and lowly city in need of order and noble governance. Yet, he would not be that ruler. A small town needed but a baron and a sufficiently loyal tax collector. Merely docking his ship would be enough to instill fear in the entire town, negating the need for the prince to personally oversee affairs. Is this truly Creekwood Town? Are you certain this is the place you desire? The you referred to by the prince was a group of robed individuals. They bore staffs and had removed their hoods, revealing their bald heads marked with swirling tattoos. One among them stepped forward, clearly the leader. This individual approached the prince with deference, bowing low to kiss the prince's signet ring, and then stated, "Your Highness, the Order of Nox is eager to serve you." The Knights of Dawn, stationed nearby, scrutinized the approaching figure. Tasked with the protection of royal members, they remained armored even on the ship. They held the right to participate in all royal events, but abstained from political matters, refraining from voicing opinions on policies. Only when assassins, demons, or other malevolent forces sought to harm the royal body or mind would the knights intervene. The Order of Nox acted with fervor, having rapidly expanded in recent years, gathering a multitude of talents. The Dawn Church was also monitoring this rising influence, dispatching several star-eyed spies. From the reports received, there was no evidence to suggest the Order engaged in nefarious activities. Thus, the Knights of Dawn would not impede their engagement with the royal family. Prince Andrew sat in a high-backed chair, observing the seemingly humble mages before him. Their intentions were difficult to discern. The prince mused that these individuals from the Order of Nox must harbor ulterior motives, or they would not seek to construct a mage tower in this harbor city. Who can provide me with answers? He reminisced about the advisors in the capital of Starry Kingdom, who were always at hand to clarify his doubts. While in this new land, he had to rely solely on himself. Are you certain you wish to erect a mage tower here? Though it is a harbor with convenient transportation, the population is sparse, and the order is chaotic. This endeavor will demand considerable effort. Yes, Your Highness. We shall endeavor to ensure your satisfaction. We abide by your will, Your Highness. Andrew waved his hand dismissively, urging them to depart. He took a goblet of wine from a maid and drank deeply. Turning to his steward, Count Todd, a stalwart warrior of over 60 years, who had served as a knightly retainer in battles alongside his grandfather, then assisted his father in ruling the kingdom, and now guided Andrew in his learning. With him by Andrew's side, all courtiers and nobles would understand who would be the future king. Count, have matters on the ship been settled? Can we disembark? There is one more thing, Your Highness, the Count replied, that letter. Master Leal had instructed it to be opened only after docking and before disembarking. Oh, indeed. The wise Master Leal did say so. I recall entrusting you with the box containing the letter, did I not, Count? I have brought it for you. The prince received the box, its wax seal intact, the intricate pattern unmarred, just as Master Leal had delivered it to him. Andrew dismissed everyone, leaving only himself, the Count, and the Knights of Dawn in the cabin. Except for Prince Andrew, the others turned their backs in a protective circle, hands resting on their swords, vigilant against any prying eyes. Once they were settled, the prince took a deep breath, crushed the wax seal, and used his signet ring to unlock the box, retrieving the letter within. The Order of Nox is a keen sword. Wield it with care, ensuring it harms only enemies. The Dawn Church is a sturdy shield. Examine it patiently, ensuring no cracks remain. Let the dragon assist, moving with shadow. As the stars endure, the king shall inherit. After reading, the prince ignited the letter with a spark, reducing it to ashes. Meanwhile, the departing mages of the Order of Nox gathered within their cabin, forming a protective circle. Ordinary mages cast various protective spells, ensuring no one could spy on their meeting, while their leader, Grandmaster Casper, who had been in negotiation with the prince, was safeguarded in the center. Before him lay a basin of mercury, and the Grand Master's delicate hands moved gracefully over it. The magical energy rendering the mercury into a perfect mirror that displayed images. What materialized was the scene of the prince opening Master Leal's letter in another cabin. Within the basin, the contents of the letter were vividly visible. Beware the crimson shadow tower. Chaos spreads from there. The golden dragon and black phoenix have emerged. Possessing them ensures the dynasty's peace. Retreat in the face of plague. Advance in darkness. Cast into death. Rebirth shall follow. Once the prince burned the letter, the image in the mercury basin vanished. The mages of Nox gathered closer, awaiting their leader's command. The seers of the academy have indeed earned their reputation, having discerned a portion of our plans. However, their insight remains shallow. Otherwise, they would have already communicated with the Dawn Church. Master Casper remarked, in the New World, neither the academy nor the Dawn Church possesses any true power. Their deity cannot exert full force. This presents us with an opportunity, the finest in 5 centuries. We must guard our hard-won strength with utmost caution, concealing it, biding our time, almost forgotten by the world. Yet, to be forgotten was never our intention. May the crimson flame illuminate the universe. The others echoed softly in agreement. Let us deal with the greedy and ignorant merchants, compelling them to relinquish Creekwood Town, and expedite this tedious negotiation process, the master instructed. I shall cast a spell upon the signet ring. The prince will only perceive what I permit him to see, which is advantageous for us. Inform the little cat from Starry City that the intelligence she provided is invaluable. Reward her, elevate her, and ensure she continues to serve us swiftly. A mage suggested, since the little cat has already arrived in the New World, why not assign her some treasure-hunting tasks as a reward? The compensation she can receive should match her courage. This is not a bad idea. Furthermore, contact the sparks already present in the New World and require them to report on the tasks assigned to them. It is time to test their capabilities. I command the swift construction of the Red Flame Magic Tower without delay in resources or materials. As the directives continued to flow, the mages began to act independently. Eventually, only 2 individuals remained in the cabin. Master Casper spoke to the other. You need not concern yourself with the mundane affairs of the guild. I have other tasks for you. Yes, Master, the individual replied, bowing his head in respect, awaiting the master's instructions. I am intrigued by the golden dragon and the black phoenix mentioned in the letter from Master Liar. Seek them out and ascertain whether they can be of use to me. You may also continue to practice your transformation spells, striving to become the foremost in this discipline. Thereafter, the master exited the cabin, intending to accompany the prince in negotiations with the merchant guild. As they disembarked, a band arranged by the guild began to play a welcoming tune, while ribbons and petals cascaded down from the cliffs, showering the gathered residents. The prince waved to the people, perfectly embodying the magnanimity and grandeur of royalty. On the shore, Siegel watched from a distance, enviously admiring the finely equipped warriors and their disciplined formation. The prince was indeed a sight to behold. It is rare to encounter members of the royal family, who, in legend, often appear ethereal and otherworldly. When the mages of the Nox Guild disembarked, the octopus clearly observed the swirling tattoos on their bald heads. After contemplating, he decided to slip away unnoticed, as this matter must be reported to Sir Bill. Chapter 8. Creekwood Town 4. Upon returning to the inn, Siegel spotted Sir Bill's ebony steed leisurely munching on fodder in the paddock. The warhorse acknowledged the squid with a couple of snorts and a nod of its head. Hearing the horse's call, Sir Bill opened his window and waved to Siegel, beckoning him to come up. Come on, little brat, see what I have prepared for you. As Siegel rushed into the room, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. In place of the oil lamp that had previously occupied the table, 3 weapons now lay before him: a light crossbow, a curved dagger, and a long whip. He quickly examined each weapon, then picked them up one by one to scrutinize them closely. The light crossbow, crafted from a single piece of pear wood, was remarkably sturdy. Its bowstring, made from oil-soaked water buffalo sinew, was both easy to maintain and possessed commendable elasticity. The string was tightened using a movable lever that gradually pulled the bowstring taut. This light crossbow was standard military equipment, and although it was not new, it was still a rare find. Siegel was well acquainted with the design of the curved dagger, favored by many sailors and pirates. Its blade was lightweight, easily gripped between the teeth, allowing for hands-free climbing. The curvature of the blade was ideal for both hacking at foes and severing ropes. The fine point at the tip could effortlessly pierce an adversary's heart or lungs. The weapon's center of balance was uniquely positioned a palm's breadth in front of the guard, requiring some adaptation for use. I intended to buy you a compact hand crossbow, but upon seeing this one, I changed my mind, Sir Bill remarked. This crossbow delivers greater power in combat and allows for more accurate aiming with both hands. However, as your strength increases, you should learn to wield a longbow. Mastering archery is a skill that will serve you for a lifetime. Thank you, my lord. You deserve it. After all, the spoils from this outing far exceeded expectations, and your contributions were significant. Ah, my lord, there is something I must tell you. Upon mentioning unexpected gains, Siegel suddenly recalled an important matter and briefly described the situation he had witnessed at the harbor, the warships, the prince, the Knights of Dawn, and the Baldies. Sir Bill listened in silence, contemplating quietly in his chair. After a moment, he said, "Do not concern yourself with those mages. There are far too many skirmishes in the wilderness for anyone to investigate. It is best not to bring up this matter again. As both an adventurer and a knight, you must be brave, just, humble, and prudent. Hone your skills to protect the weak, and do not forget to safeguard yourself. You have done nothing wrong. There is no need for worry." Sir Bill paused for a moment before continuing. "You are still young, merely a novice. What is there to fret about? When I was your age, I did nothing but train with my sword, just like my stronger brothers. I had only this path to follow, and so do you. Living as an adventurer may seem glamorous, but it is fraught with challenges. Killing a horse thief in the wild is but a trivial matter. Do not dwell on such small things. You remain my squire. I am your knight, and you must consult me before acting. Familiarize yourself with your new weapons here. Then go purchase some crossbow bolts to practice. Just do not damage the inn's property, little brat." Sir Bill stood, straightening his attire and smoothing out the wrinkles. "We shall not stay here long. We will soon set out westward. I will now see if there are any jobs along the way. Have there not been reports of ogres on the trade routes? The prices may be just right. What kind of creatures are ogres? Are they formidable?" Siegel asked curiously. "Somewhat troublesome, but as long as they are not in large numbers, it should not pose a significant problem," Sir Bill replied. "Remember, little brat, if you practice running well, you will have fewer worries." With that, the knight grasped his weapon and exited. As a seasoned adventurer, Tiger Bill had his own networks. He knew where to gather the latest information and which avenues could safeguard a mercenary's interests. Not all employers were timely with their payments. Siegel picked up his new possessions, feeling as joyful as a lark, and ventured out to locate the gnome. Just the day before, he had seen various types of crossbow bolts for sale at the general store. Additionally, several straw dummies stood in the back of the duck pond shop, perfect for practice. With these 3 new treasures, Siegel had ample entertainment ahead. For the next 3 days, Sir Bill was elusive, rarely seen whether by day or night. Siegel noticed that the knight had taken to grooming his hair and beard, purchased a new set of undergarments, and occasionally wafted a peculiar fragrance. Siegel was wise enough not to inquire about Sir Bill's whereabouts. Instead, he gleefully improved his shooting accuracy with the free and unlimited supply of crossbow bolts and straw dummies. "There is a splendid opportunity to seize," the knight exclaimed excitedly, slapping Siegel on the shoulder. "You have never attended a royal banquet, have you? You are in for a treat, accompanying me, a nobleman. Come, try on these clothes and see if they fit." "How do I wear these clothes?" Siegel asked, holding up a nearly translucent shirt, hesitant to exert any force. "Can I even go out in these? I fear a gust of wind would tear them apart. Of course, these are not made of canvas, you foolish boy. Moreover, they are not meant for outdoor wear." Sir Bill tapped the squid's head playfully. "The banquet will be held indoors tonight, so do not fret about the wind. As my squire, your task is to focus on enjoying the food and avoid causing any trouble. Oh, and find a hat to wear. Your black hair is too conspicuous. It is better to remain low-key." Sir Bill chuckled quietly at the sight of the squid awkwardly holding the garments. These almost transparent clothes were certainly not the daily attire of the upper class. They resembled some special-purpose collection, designed with the purpose of being easily torn. The only merits of these garments were their aesthetic appeal and their affordability. Nightfall arrived swiftly, and Sir Bill was already dressed to the nines, poised at the inn's entrance to depart. After much hesitation, Siegel finally donned a chainmail shirt over his shirt and jacket. Without this layer of metal armor, he felt utterly insecure, as if he were more exposed than completely naked. He also purchased a round leather hat from the duck pond for 5 copper coins, which perfectly concealed his dark hair, rendering it unnoticeable. The squid led the horse forward, following Sir Bill's instructions toward the banquet hall. This gathering was organized to celebrate the signing of the agreement between the Nox Consortium and the Merchant Guild regarding the transfer of rights concerning Creekwood Town. The mere mention of this title took Siegel several attempts to fully comprehend. Under the scrutiny of Prince Andrew and the oversight of the Dawn Church, the two parties had completed negotiations at a remarkable pace. The Nox Consortium could purchase any land in Creekwood Town at a price of 3,000 gold coins per acre, up to a total of 50 acres. All required building materials had to be sourced from the Merchant Guild. In exchange, 6 of the 11 seats originally held by the Guild in the Creekwood Town Council were transferred to the Nox Consortium. The prince remained silent upon reviewing the agreement, finding the terms relatively fair, though he was astonished by the speed at which the accord was finalized. Under the hopeful gazes of the merchants, the prince endorsed the agreement and handed a copy to Count Todd for archiving. In a swift turn, the merchants had already sold 30 acres of land at the Creekwood Town port and the cliffs above, while another agreement for the procurement of stone and timber was rapidly concluded. Prince Andrew also witnessed this transaction in the Creekwood Town Council chamber, which served as the Merchant Guild's auction house. As the mages were tightly embraced by the wealthy merchants, he felt a sense of unreality surrounding the whole event, though he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. The chair beneath him was somewhat uncomfortable, and no matter how he adjusted his position, it offered no relief. He directed his gaze towards the Earl, hoping to extract some answers from the elderly gentleman. "Patience, Your Highness," whispered Earl Todd, leaning closer to the prince's ear. Both the Merchants Guild and the Nox Coalition remained shrouded beneath the veil of stars. "Has the word of the western winds been disseminated?" "Indeed, Your Highness. The hub fortress is prepared, and I trust that Deepwater City has received the tidings. The New World is dreadfully backward, populated by an abundance of beggars, fugitives, and lowly folk, lacking in both royal patronage and education. It is said that to journey westward leads one either to vast, desolate wastelands or to steep, craggy mountains. This forsaken land shall never rival the grandeur of the capital." Earl Todd shook his head, cautioning the prince a sovereign should not disdain any parcel of land. "I am aware, my lord." The prince nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand my responsibilities. However, I can surely choose to avoid mingling with these mercenary traders all day, cannot I? I would rather train with Evan, exhausting myself to the brink. I fear you must endure a few more days. Yet, while Evan is your brother, he is not the son of a king. You must be mindful of your conduct." Just as the Earl was about to continue his counsel, he noticed the prince furrowing his brow, displaying signs of displeasure. A wise man knows not only what to say, but also when to say it. Thus, he altered his approach. "Your Highness, it appears that the spokesperson for the town council, Lady Elvis of the Merchants Guild, has something to convey." Lady Elvis, widow of the late Viscount Peter Elvis, had devoted herself to managing her estate after passing the title to her son, quickly rising to become one of the respected leaders within the commercial alliance. In her 50s, with graying hair, she consistently donned a long black dress, which had become her daily attire. The weariness in her spirit was evident, and no amount of makeup could conceal the fatigue etched upon her brow. She approached slowly, curtsying gracefully, and then spoke softly. "Noble prince, the town of Streamwood is profoundly honored to host a member of the illustrious Starry Dynasty, particularly to behold the royal heir. Despite our remote and underdeveloped circumstances, we wholeheartedly extend an invitation for you to attend a banquet at our humble abode." The news of the banquet at Creekwood Town spread swiftly, with only noble lords and significant figures permitted to attend. However, all those who rushed from surrounding towns to seek an audience with His Highness were filled with excitement. Some landless knights, like Sir Bill, upon hearing the news of the prince's imminent westward journey, hastily presented their credentials. Joining the prince's retinue as a guide might present a promising opportunity. Thus, on the day of the banquet, notable figures from near Creekwood Town, as well as those who believed they met the standards, congregated at Elvish Manor, creating a lively atmosphere. As an attendant, Siegel was not allowed in the main banquet hall and could only move about in the corners of the manor, which suited him just fine. The Merchant Alliance, eager to capture the prince's attention and having recently profited from a lucrative contract, prepared an abundance of food, filling even the servants' quarters with exquisite dishes. Siegel, deftly navigating through the crowd with a plate in hand, approached his target, a 5-meter-long table laden with an array of culinary delights. The aroma of warm roasted meats and freshly baked bread wafting through the air. A massive roasted boar stared menacingly at Siegel, challenging the young man's appetite. The hall was alive with energy, and the arrival of the prince elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Cheers rang out for the king's health and the prince's valor, as attendees rushed towards his highness as if charging into battle. The Dawn's guardians, familiar with such scenes, invoked a holy aura that radiated a gentle light, swiftly calming the surrounding excitement and creating a safe space. Unbidden, the crowd parted to make way for the prince, falling silent to heed his words. "Let the banquet commence," the prince declared, holding Lady Elvish's hand aloft. In an instant, music and cheers erupted once more, with goblets clinking and laughter echoing throughout. However, Siegel could not hear the prince's proclamation. He had already embarked on his own feast outside. He devoured food voraciously, quickly appeasing his hunger. Before long, someone approached the table, carrying a platter of assorted seafood, taking a seat across from Siegel. Looking up, Siegel recognized the familiar shrimp, crabs, and shellfish from the seas of the New World, which he had grown weary of. "Hey, friend, do you know how to eat these?" the newcomer inquired, lifting a giant rock crab with curiosity. With his mouth still full of ham, Siegel could not respond, but he set down the pig's trotter and swiftly snatched the crab, deftly locating the seams of the shell. With a few skilled motions, he cracked it open, revealing the tender, succulent meat within, faster than any specialized crab-eating tool could manage. "Thank you," the man expressed gratefully. "You're welcome," Siegel replied, his plate now holding only the final morsel of meat. He stood up, surveyed the area, and found no larger vessel than his greasy plate. After downing a couple of swigs of sweet wine, he continued to make his way to the long table, thinking, "Help others to the end." He set his plate aside and reached into the man's dish. In a blink, all the seafood was neatly disassembled, ready to be savored. "You must be visiting the New World for the first time," Siegel remarked, clapping his hands. "These delicacies can only be found here. You must be new to this place." "Indeed. Thank you," the man replied, extending his hand in friendship. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Evan Goldenbloom." "Siegel, octopus," he responded, their hands clasping firmly. They both noted the strength and vitality in each other's grip, indicative of youth and vigor. Evan was taller than Siegel, with broader shoulders and a muscular build. His flowing golden hair and bright, light golden eyes, complemented by a strong, noble nose, rendered him strikingly handsome. A hint of stubble suggested he was slightly older than Siegel. Dressed in a gray tunic and trousers, with a golden belt and black boots, he exuded a polished and spirited appearance. Despite his heavy accent and dialect from the eastern lake territory of the Starry Kingdom, their conversation flowed seamlessly as they discussed the local cuisine, boasting and bantering like ordinary young men. "Forgive my ignorance, but what does your surname, Octopus, signify?" Evan inquired. "I was born on a ship, right in a tank filled with octopuses, hence the name," Siegel explained before asking. "And what does your surname, Goldenbloom, mean?" "Ah, I see. You're a bastard," Siegel remarked. "But that's not too bad. At least you know who your parents are. Try this roasted pig trotter. It's truly delightful." Evan paused, taken aback. He had never encountered someone so indifferent to matters of lineage. In the Starry Kingdom, a rigid hierarchy dictated social standing, with bloodlines and origins largely determining one's potential. Commoners were acutely aware of this system, diligently maintaining it, and patiently seeking opportunities to ascend the social ladder. In contrast, nobles often engaged in licentious behavior, producing bastards who existed outside the established order. Even without a surname, these noble bastards received superior education and resources, broadening their horizons. However, lacking inheritance rights, they seldom experienced the warmth of family, particularly maternal affection, enduring their own unique suffering. Their surnames would perpetuate through generations, influencing their descendants. The higher the noble rank, the more one regarded bastards as a stain upon the family name. Ironically, no adult ever considered this while engaging in the act of procreation. "Siegel, do you have a penchant for meat?" Evan asked. "Indeed, I've never enjoyed it so thoroughly," Siegel replied. "Wait here. I know a place with exquisite offerings," Evan declared, rising and slipping into the hall. Siegel intended to stop him, knowing the hall was not a space for just anyone. The servants of Elvish Manor would summon the merchant guards to expel those of lesser status. Siegel had initially followed Sir Bill, hoping to sneak into the hall, but the keen-eyed servants halted him at the entrance, thwarting his plan. Anxiously, Siegel hunched down, keenly observing, his dark eyes fixating on every potential threat that might attract the guards and result in their expulsion. Fortunately, at that moment, loud shouts erupted from the hall. "Your Highness!" Another tune, drawing everyone's attention away. Come, this is honey-glazed meat. I know the host must have prepared this dish. Evan exclaimed with delight. In the Starry Kingdom, all bees belong to the lords, rendering honey-based sweets unequivocally luxurious, enjoyed solely by the nobility. Commoners could only acquire a small amount of honey by spending exorbitantly to procure it from beekeepers. The Dawn Church was the only organization, aside from the nobility, permitted to cultivate bees. Sometimes, they distributed honey-infused cookies to the public on feast days. The fortunate Sauce had once smuggled a jar of honey aboard, and Siegel had surreptitiously tasted a fingertip's worth under the captain's watchful eye, only to be caught by the first mate and subsequently punished for breaking ship rules. Now, a whole pot of honey-glazed meat lay before Siegel, leaving him utterly astonished. Evan relished watching his new friend's astonishment, chuckling heartily. Siegel glanced around, pushed a chair aside, and sat on the floor, cradling the pot as he concealed himself behind the table. He gestured for Evan to join him, allowing them to relish the feast in peace. Evan paused for a moment, then seized a spoon from the table, settling down cross-legged with excitement. The two young men wielded their spoons with enthusiasm, not out of hunger, but purely from a sense of joy. The gathering remained as vibrant as ever, with the prince still the center of attention. How delightful it was! Never did he anticipate savoring such exquisite food. Siegel lay on the ground, feebly burping, utterly stuffed to the point where even a single bean could not find room within him. Yet, they had eaten, while others had not. What did it matter? It was a banquet for the crown prince. Losing a single dish was of little consequence. Besides, it wasn't even the most delectable fare. Let me tell you, in the capital of Starfall, there exists a fairy pastry shop named Moonlit Dew, where the starry cakes are far superior to this. You are indeed fortunate to be privy to so many wonders. I have traversed but a few places, Siegel remarked with a smile. However, I too have begun to embrace adventure, accompanying the knight on his journeys, and I shall witness a plethora of novel experiences. By the way, I have just acquired my own weapon, and I suspect it won't be long before my earnings increase. Once I save enough, I shall host a banquet of my own. You must invite me. I will make a name for myself, and you shall surely hear of it. Evan exuded confidence. The two continued to converse until the late hours of the night. Evan insisted that Siegel promised to engage in a swordsmanship duel. I am merely a knight esquire. You truly know how to pick your opponents. Siegel expressed his profound discontent. Whenever you deem it appropriate, for my swordsmanship shall always surpass yours, now and forever. Do you believe it? Evan challenged. I do not. I still have ample time to improve. Siegel laughed, striving to sit up straighter, wishing to present himself as more robust and vibrant. He felt the seams of his shirt straining and his trousers nearing their limit, which made him a bit anxious, fearful of embarrassing himself in front of his friend. Just then, a splendid opportunity arose to divert attention. Look, my knight approaches. I must take my leave. Chapter 10. The town of Creekwood's sixth Sir Bill, having indulged quite a bit, exhibited a ruddy complexion and staggered as he walked. Nevertheless, he adeptly located Siegel in the corner of the courtyard. Seizing the opportunity, Evan bid farewell and discreetly slipped away amidst the shadows cast by the courtyard trees. His movements were sprightly and nimble, drawing Sir Bill's gaze for a moment longer. Sir Bill and his entourage found their equally satiated steeds, and thus the three creatures stumbled back along the path they had come. What did you think of the banquet? The Sir inquired. The food was quite delightful, and I made a friend named Evan. He is quite the conversationalist, and I found him enjoyable company. The Crown Prince Aaron, merely a year older than Evan, had grown up alongside him, an unusual occurrence in the annals of illegitimate lineage. It was said that the prince possessed a heart of compassion and kindness, capable of treating his half-brother with the benevolence befitting an elder sibling, and would extend the same trust to his future subjects. Conversely, Evan held no interest in politics, dedicating himself solely to the practice of swordsmanship. It was rumored that he began challenging the palace guards at an early age, triumphing over them one by the age of 14. He later sought out the Dawn Guards, unexpectedly achieving several victories, showcasing his exceptional prowess. Good sir, I shall prepare my belongings, said the steed, shaking its head as if oblivious to the young man's words. Siegel grasped the reins and turned to depart. Hey lad, someone called out, and Siegel turned to see a mage from the Nox Confederation standing at the street corner, his shadow elongated and dark, seemingly capable of twisting on its own. The glistening bald head reflected the silvery moonlight, and the red vortex tattoo appeared to swirl slowly. Siegel rubbed his eyes. ensuring these were not mere figments of his imagination. The figure stood with his back to the light, rendering his features indistinct, but he had his hands clasped before him. His voice was slow and frigid as he inquired, "Do you know where I might find the leap fish grocer?" Siegel shook his head. "I am unfamiliar with this area as well." "What a pity. I shall have to ask others then." The mage sighed and continued, "Young man, do you know where the finest gems in Creekwood can be purchased?" As he spoke, he produced a gold coin, which danced between his fingers, leaping into the air before gliding gently down to rest before Siegel. This was a prestigious Academy gold coin, larger and heavier than ordinary ones, worth 2 regular coins. Siegel hesitated for a moment before responding. At the grocer, one can only procure barrels, baskets, ropes, and fishing nets. For gems, one must visit the pawnshop. I am also aware that across from the 3rd dock at the port, there lies an iron gate frequented by smugglers and adventurers hoping for fortune. Upon finishing his words, the octopus spread his right hand, and the coin settled smoothly into his palm. He weighed it briefly before pocketing it. When he looked up again, the mage had vanished. In the distance, the sounds of music and joyous laughter wafted through the air, and even at midnight, the revelry showed no signs of abating. Siegel scratched his head, glancing in every direction illuminated by the moonlight. Only 2 stray dogs chased a rat, leaving no other shadows in sight. Doubt began to creep into his mind, questioning whether he had truly conversed with a Nox mage, just as he could not ascertain if those merry sounds originated from Elvis Manor or the adjacent 2-story villa. Siegel rummaged in his pocket, his fingers brushing against a distinctly large and heavy coin, sending a shiver down his spine. The innkeeper methodically sifted through the drunken patron's coin pouches, settling their tab while they were too incapacitated to protest. He never took more than was due, for to do so would invite the wrath of the sea god. He merely adhered to the figures recorded in his ledger. Over time, the patrons had come to understand this, and thus refrained from futilely attempting to stop him. Timothy's rationale stemmed from the numerous sailors who, upon awakening the following morning, discovered their companions had squandered their funds during their drunken revelries, leading to outrage over the bill, as they concocted various excuses to evade payment. Timothy empathized with their plight, yet he refused to incur such losses. "Hey, Octopus, did you enjoy yourself tonight?" The innkeeper yawned widely, straightening his back as he inquired. "I am utterly exhausted here, but I still have some stew and sour soup left. Would you care for a bit?" "Oh, you are setting off again? Shall I prepare some bread and provisions for you?" At that moment, a drunken patron toppled from his chair, suddenly gesturing like a commander as he shouted, "Ah, gems! Go fetch me the gems." Siegel jumped in surprise. These drunken fellows were still dreaming of riches. The innkeeper chuckled. "The mages from Nox are looking to build a lighthouse and are offering a handsome price for various gems. In particular, they are willing to pay 500 gold coins for a ruby. But sailors may only have a few pearls. Gems are indeed a rarity." Siegel's thoughts drifted back to the shadow beneath the moonlight, and the chilling atmosphere of the street resurfaced, causing his bones to tremble. He sensed an ominous premonition, as if shadows of fishing nets were tightening their grip around the unfortunate little fish nearby. Thus, he dashed from the inn, vigorously knocking on the grocer's door until a gnome clad in nightclothes sprang out of the open window. He clutched an oil lamp in one hand and a short stick in the other, irate as he shouted, "Damn it, who is disturbing my sleep? Baya, what happened to the ruby I sold you? You didn't sell it to that bald mage from Nox, did you?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, the gnome finally opened his eyes fully. He gazed up at the moonlight, tucked his stick behind his belt, and asked in confusion, "What? Speak slowly." "The gem is gone. Completely gone." "Well, that's good." Siegel sighed in relief, feeling somewhat lighter in his stomach. "Wait, I need to tell you something. I require some jerky, arrows, sweet wine, and fodder, 2 blankets, a pair of horseshoes, a new whetstone, and a flint box." The octopus grinned mischievously. "Damn it, when are you leaving?" The gnome pressed, forcing himself to stay alert. "Tomorrow noon. Now the supplies will be at triple the price. Come morning they'll be at a discount of 20%. The gnome nearly shouted. "I merely came to leave a deposit." Siegel produced a coin, certain it was not the Academy gold. "Go back to sleep. I shall return in the morning." Chapter 11. Cloak Avenue. The following noon, Siegel set forth alongside Sir Bill, departing from the western gate of Creekwood town. Here, they joined 10 members of a coin merchant caravan, escorting 3 large carts towards Hub Fortress. The caravan's members appeared to be honest, simple folk, bearing the marks of long toil upon their shoulders and palms, their coarse garments frayed from the ropes. They conversed amongst themselves, yet were reluctant to engage Sir Bill in dialogue. Each time the knight passed on horseback, they would cautiously lower their heads, hastily returning to their tasks. Only the accountant, McCate, ventured to converse with the knight, actively seeking to initiate discussions. This man, in his 30s, was at the peak of ambition, exuding a shrewdness in both speech and demeanor, frequently licking his lips as though perpetually parched. He divulged little information but incessantly posed questions, drawing forth endless chatter the moment one engaged him. Siegel found listening to his incessant prattle quite exhausting and thus had little desire to converse. After loading the goods onto the carts, the training commenced. Utilizing a handkerchief as a prop, the knight would ride past Siegel, instructing him to begin running, then to walk while wielding his sword. Thus, the handkerchief became a symbol marking the commencement of Siegel's training. Under the warm, gentle sun of May, the group embarked upon Cloak Avenue, a sprawling, smooth trade route stretching westward through hills and valleys. Flanking the road were vast swathes of verdant farmland, where a few farmers leaned against great trees, praying for fair weather. Upon seeing the caravan pass, they would approach to inquire about the contents of the carts. The accountant would amiably lift the canvas for their inspection, declaring, "Behold, splendid apple saplings and rich soil." Sir Bill galloped along the road, ensuring the safety of the caravan's flanks. The most perilous moments were just after leaving the town, as many farmers here served as eyes for bandits and robbers, eager to share in any spoils or earn a few silver coins for information. However, the cargo of the coin caravan held little allure. Only Hub Fortress required extensive planting of fruit trees to mitigate food shortages, and the bandits lacked the skills of farmers, showing no interest in cultivation. The journey proceeded in tranquility, the drivers engrossed in their own thoughts. It was only during their occasional meal breaks that they would share a few jovial exchanges over their food. To reach their destination swiftly, they halted for dinner just once a day, setting off after breakfast. Thus, the absence of lunch was utterly intolerable. This daily regimen proved immensely beneficial, as Siegel's physique grew more lithe, and his stamina markedly improved. His shoulder and leg muscles swelled, and his back began to display defined lines. Initially, they traveled through populated areas, but soon the caravan ventured into more desolate regions. Such areas in the New World were often devoid of reliable water sources and unsuitable for settlement, collectively referred to as the wilderness. Here, no inhabitants resided, and inns were non-existent. The road conditions deteriorated significantly, with parts of Cloak Avenue becoming overgrown with weeds, leaving only faint traces visible, necessitating cautious navigation. The woods here were foreboding, shrouded in decaying leaves and twisted vines, making passage difficult. Numerous creatures inhabited this undisturbed woodland, often heard singing songs of wild freedom. At times, as the road ascended the hilltops, Siegel could gaze out over the vast wilderness. To their west and north loomed the undulating peaks of the Wall Mountains, the boundary between civilization and savagery. The cliffs were steep and treacherous, the summits perpetually blanketed in a layer of glistening white snow, hidden beneath dense clouds. To the southwest lay a stagnant marsh, perpetually cloaked in a veil of black mist, even on the hottest, sunniest days of the year. Legends spoke of malevolent spirits haunting the marsh, transforming living beings into terrifying undead, forever wandering in the black fog, never finding peace. Ahead lay the remnants of a cart, stripped of cargo and bodies, only the short arrows of goblins remaining. This sight heightened everyone's vigilance, prompting them to grip their clubs and forks firmly as they hastened past. Siegel was granted a reprieve from training and finally sat atop the cart, clutching a crossbow, wholly alert. Soon, they beheld the cart by the roadside, its wheels dismantled, the body shattered, and several broken barrels toppled nearby, their sides marred with deep gashes, the iron bands rusted. Sir Bill discovered an arrowhead lodged in the base of one of the broken barrels, identifiable by its goblin craftsmanship. No other signs of life were visible. It was evident the bandits had left no trace. As they departed from the crime scene, an oppressive gloom began to envelop the surroundings, the woods on either side exuding a sinister atmosphere that did not escape the caravan's notice. Sir Bill continued to lead the caravan forward, no longer riding ahead but remaining close to the carts. The tension persisted into the night, when they were compelled to camp. A light rain began to fall, the droplets fine and dense, swirling in the wind like mist, filling the woods with a cacophony of sound, rendering the road slippery and treacherous. The caravan sought a slightly elevated area to pitch a simple tent for shelter. May rains in the New World rarely lasted long, and stars would still twinkle by nightfall. Surely, the bandits would not venture out in such weather. The drivers huddled beneath the canvas, murmuring opinions. No one would dare to emerge in the rain. Sir Bill, however, held a differing view, guided by a battlefield intuition. He remarked to Siegel, "Before the rain began, I caught a whiff of goblin stench, indicating they are not far off. The only advantage we possess is that tonight is a full moon. We shall not be forced to fight in utter darkness." Indeed, as he predicted, once the rain ceased, the clouds swiftly dispersed, bathing the camp in the moon's silvery glow. Under Sir Bill's insistence, the reluctant drivers encircled the 3 carts into a rudimentary triangle, securing the mules within. The accountant begrudgingly contributed 2 saplings, having kept them sheltered beneath the canvas, thus remaining dry. The campfire struggled to ignite, yet when it finally blazed, its warmth brought relief to all. Siegel busied himself, tirelessly drying wet wood and fashioning makeshift torches. The knight directed some to rest while others remained with him to keep watch, hiding behind the cargo to minimize their silhouettes. Initially, the surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the crackling of wood in the fire. As midnight approached, a rustling sound echoed through the woods, reminiscent of rain returning. The knight, alert, recognized it as something moving, branches swaying and shaking off raindrops. He roused everyone, insisting that regardless of their fear-induced tremors, they must take up wooden sticks or iron pots and stand behind the carts, ready to fight for their lives. Sure enough, moments later, a dozen glimmering green eyes emerged from the dense forest. A small band of goblin raiders had finally tracked down the caravan. Goblins are hunchbacked, grotesque, and diminutive creatures, bearing faces akin to wild boars, crowned with bat-like ears. They are loathsome beings, perpetually causing trouble for farmers and hunters alike. If only a few goblins were present, the gathered villagers could easily drive them away. However, these creatures breed prolifically and consume anything, so a moment's inattention may spawn a considerable horde. These goblins stealthily approached the caravan but did not emerge from the thicket. They seemed to be observing. This was highly unusual, as goblins typically charged en masse, overwhelming their opponents with sheer numbers, as was their nature. This band of goblins evidently harbored ulterior motives. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a sudden outburst of exclamations erupted from another direction of the caravan, followed by a deep, resonant roar. Siegel rose to investigate, only to be yanked down sharply by the knight. An arrow from a goblin whizzed past, narrowly missing him. Realizing his folly, Siegel felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face. Yet, he quickly recognized that he had more pressing matters to report. A moment prior, he had caught a glimpse of a robust goblin mounted on a wild boar, preparing to charge forth. Sir Bill gestured towards the underside of the wagon, for he had already discerned the presence of the boar rider from that vantage point, causing Siegel's face to redden even further. The knight declared, "You little rascal. Assist in fending off the goblins. I shall deal with that bear goblin." The boar rider initiated its charge, the hefty beast advancing with powerful strides, tusks bared as it barreled towards the formation of wagons. Meanwhile, the goblins on the opposite side also surged forward, leaping excitedly from the dense thicket, brandishing their spiked clubs and emitting a cacophony of shrill cries. Chapter 13. Cloak Avenue 2. Stay calm. Siegel raised his crossbow, repeatedly reminding himself to eliminate the archers first. An arrow whizzed by, narrowly missing the accountant's hat and embedding itself in the cart, startling the man. Siegel discerned the direction from which the arrow had come and sidled to the edge of the wagon to take aim. Bathed in moonlight, 2 goblins wielding short bows stood at the forest's edge, targeting the caravan. Assessing the distance, Siegel slightly elevated his crossbow and fired. The iron bolt soared across the battlefield with a swift whoosh, piercing the archer's throat and disappearing within. The goblin clutched its neck and collapsed, its bow clattering into the mud. Seizing the moment as another goblin shot went astray, Siegel swiftly reloaded and dispatched it as well. At that moment, a tremendous crash erupted from behind him. Turning around, he saw a massive wild boar smashing into the cart, toppling bags of rich soil overboard. A bear goblin, towering at nearly 2 meters, leaped from the pig's back onto the cart's roof, brandishing a shield in one hand and a cleaver in the other, emitting a savage roar. The drivers, paralyzed by fear, dropped their wooden clubs. The goblin seized the opportunity and charged from another direction, darting towards the central aisle of the cart. A surprise attack. The bear goblin spun around, swinging its shield like a door. The knight had nowhere to evade and was sent sprawling, rolling to regain his footing. The bear goblin excitedly waved its cleaver, extending its massive tongue and bellowing. It charged forward, muscles rippling, brimming with hidden power. As the goblin surged ahead, Siegel discarded his crossbow. He drew his curved dagger and yanked at the rope prepared on the cart. The rope tightened between the wheels, forming a web-like barrier through the gaps of the carriages, akin to a tripwire. The goblin's charge faltered as it sought a foothold among the ropes. Siegel hastily tightened the ropes and, with a flourish of his dagger, lunged at the nearest goblin. Slash, slash, kick. Siegel muttered as he toppled the first goblin. Before he could deliver a finishing blow, another creature leapt down from above. He swiftly crouched, evading the swinging mace, then sprang up. His training bore fruit as he delivered a powerful punch that struck the goblin squarely on the nose, knocking it unconscious. The downed goblin attempted to rise, but was toppled by a descending figure, causing a chaotic tangle. Siegel quickly stabbed a few times. Indifferent to whether he struck the heart or the belly, as long as his foe screamed, he had no time to aim precisely. 3 drivers had already perished, and 3 more were frantically fleeing. The panicked individuals drew the goblin's pursuit, yet they would not last long before being struck down. Siegel could not save everyone. He had to carve a path to survival first. He bravely charged at the goblins, deflecting their weapon strikes, and spotted an unguarded chest. With a swift motion, he distracted the goblin with an empty hand, seizing the moment of its diverted attention to plunge his dagger into its neck. A foul liquid splattered across his face, and he disregarded the mess as he hurried to rescue the nearest driver. Having felled 3 goblins, Siegel attracted the attention of 5 more malevolent beings, who lined up to charge. "Come on, you foul creatures!" Siegel exulted, reminiscing about his days surfing the ocean, and shouted, "Let the mighty waves come forth." He used his dagger as a shield, crashing into the first goblin. The robust shoulder creaked, yet he bore the creature onward into the second. The goblin, taken aback by the youth's valor, faltered, unsure of how to respond. A cacophony of clashing bodies ensued, as the goblins became entangled, crying out and cursing, embracing one another before collapsing in a heap. The topmost goblin, the first to be rammed, remained dazed, swinging its mace erratically. Siegel seized the weapon, lifting it high and striking down upon the heads of the 5 goblins in succession, akin to splitting wood. With 5 resounding thuds, the chaos swiftly subsided, and the mace shattered into splinters. Breathless, Siegel retrieved his fallen dagger, seeking his next opponent. The knight's battle with the bear goblin intensified, one skilled in combat, the other immensely strong. The shield fashioned from a door blocked most of the knight's offensive avenues, while the enemy's towering frame afforded a broader range of attack. With both hands on his sword, he positioned the hilt against his side, the blade angled upward as he circled the bear goblin. This stance had already left 3 wounds on the goblin's arm, blood flowing profusely. Enraged, the bear goblin grunted but refrained from carelessly swinging its weapon. Its dark, beady eyes suddenly sparked with a malicious idea. With a loud bellow, it raised its cleaver once more and took a large step forward. Then, unexpectedly, it hurled the cleaver at Sir Bill, who barely managed to deflect it with his sword, the impact numbing his arm. When the shield barreled toward him like a wall, he could only roll aside, narrowly avoiding the charge. However, before he could regain his footing, the bear goblin kicked his longsword away. "You foul creature, I shall crush you," it roared, lifting its iron boot again. Sir Bill curled his legs, attempting to reach for his boot sheath. Just then, a flaming torch hurtled from the direction of the cart, striking the bear goblin's nape with a loud thwack, sparks flying. The tough-skinned monster merely let out a cry. Staggering slightly, it remained largely unharmed. Having thrown the torch, Siegel turned to confront the last few goblins. The bear goblin, disoriented and unable to see, swayed unsteadily. It withdrew a dagger from its eye socket, yet could not staunch the flow of blood. In agony, the bear goblin wailed, aware that death was imminent. Sir Bill stood majestically before the bear goblin, his longsword reflecting a silvery sheen in the moonlight. "Repent, foul creature." The bear goblin attempted to raise its shield in defense, but it was too late. Its head flew skyward before thudding to the ground. "Flee!" the goblins cried, seizing whatever was at hand, be it a blanket or a broken pot, and darting into the forest. They understood that humans could see nothing in the dark and would never dare pursue them into the woods. Once they escaped within, they would be safe. Siegel raised his crossbow again, firing 2 arrows, but only one found its mark in a goblin. The crossbow had become caked in mud and had been operating in the damp environment for too long, resulting in his final shot missing its target. The remaining 3 goblins fled into the forest, and pursuit was futile. Accountant McKay had fainted from the fear of the incoming arrows when the battle commenced. And all the goblins, mistaking him for a corpse, ignored him. Fortuitously, he emerged as the least injured member of the caravan. Now, he was forced to stand prominently by the campfire, wielding a long stick to keep watch. After burying the dead and comforting the living, the group discovered that the cart laden with rich soil had been destroyed, the wheels splintered into 3 pieces, beyond the repair of even the finest carpenter. McKay promised each driver would receive an additional 2 gold coins, and the deceased would be compensated with 10 gold coins for their families. The morale of the drivers lifted slightly. But then McKay oddly requested that everyone discard a full cart of apple saplings and transfer the bags of rich soil to the now empty cart, causing a significant delay. "What is in those bags?" Sir Bill furrowed his brow. The accountant's unusual actions aroused his suspicion. He reached out and grabbed a bag, tossing it in front of McKay. The bag arced through the air, landing with a thud on the slick, muddy ground. "You nearly crushed me, you mercenary," the accountant exclaimed, startled, realizing his outburst was inappropriate. Especially as he noticed Sir Bill's right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, he quickly adopted a more conciliatory tone. "Don't be alarmed. It merely contains soil." The knight scoffed, drawing a dagger and crouching down to slit open the bag. With a vigorous tug, he revealed a mixture of black-yellow earth, interspersed with decaying grass stems and fragments of leaves, emanating a pungent odor of rotting mud. He, clad in leather gloves, dug his hand into the contents, discovering the bag was filled entirely with such material. "Is this soil sufficient to satisfy your inquiry?" The accountant rushed forward to seal the bag. Though it was soil, it was nonetheless an essential cargo for the employer. "You accepted the contract. Surely you cannot seek to evade payment simply because someone has perished?" The knight pondered over the handful of soil, which felt soft and yielded under his grip, and its scent appeared unremarkable. He reflected quietly for a moment, sensing something amiss. He glanced at the equally puzzled Siegel and then at the accountant, whose eyes darted nervously, suddenly struck by a thought. He clasped his hands together, enclosing the black earth between his palms, and began to rub vigorously. Impurities oozed from his fingers and the base of his palms, the odor intensifying as he rubbed faster, as though smoke were rising between his hands. Everyone watched intently as he finally spread his hands apart. To their astonishment, numerous scratches marred his once intact leather gloves, with some areas showing signs of wear. At a particular tear, an extremely fine yellow sand, even finer than dust, clung to the fabric. The knight gently blew on it, and the sand transformed color, shifting from yellow to black, appearing quite ordinary. Siegel, too, discerned the anomaly. He recognized that the knight's gloves, while seemingly unremarkable, were indeed of exceptional quality, durable and slip-resistant. Only a sharp blade could breach such gloves. Mere fertile soil could never achieve that. Chapter 14. Cloak Road 3. Sir Bill gazed at the accountant, seemingly suppressing his anger. He spoke slowly. "How much do you know about this?" "Damn it, 200 gold coins. I could give you and your entourage an additional 200 gold coins." The accountant clutched the bag tightly, exclaiming, "Delivering the soil to Hub Fortress means there's only half the journey left. Don't give up now. I despise your worthless coins." Sir Bill kicked the accountant over and explained to everyone else, "This is not soil for fertilizer. It is ore. A skilled master can extract the strongest metal from this earth. What use is it to tell them that? To them, it is merely dirt." The accountant struggled to sit up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The black, yellow, and red mud was indistinguishable. Just a series of bags that could earn money, nothing more. Do not let him prattle on. Siegel, keep an eye on him. With that, the octopus swiftly approached, unsheathing a long whip from his waist and cracking it with great force. The whip struck the ground beside the accountant with a loud crack, splattering mud and creating a small crater. "Do not make me practice whipping with your mouth," Siegel threatened. "Very well," Sir Bill praised, then turned to address the others. "Refined gold is extremely rare and highly valuable. Just a few grams can augment a dagger, making it capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. You are transporting a shipment of immeasurable worth, not just simple dirt. But what good does that knowledge do us?" A coachman, clutching his injured head, summoned the courage to speak. "We can only transport these goods. Without work, we would starve." Compared to goblin bandits and those formidable foes, this was but a minor inconvenience. Sir Bill grasped the accountant's chin, lifting him from the ground. "I will not seek your extra reward. But I demand that the gold be distributed to every coachman. Those who are alive now shall receive it immediately, and the deceased shall have their share sent to their families. Does your master wish to employ sleight of hand? To save money while imposing risks on these innocent coachmen? Such thoughts are fanciful. I will fulfill my promise to deliver this shipment, but afterward, I will settle accounts with him. The accountant, tongue-tied, nodded vigorously, terrified that he might be crushed like a tiny insect. Sir Bill released him. Although the accountant was the employer of this caravan, there were figures above him. Perhaps even a lord involved. Sir Bill, respecting his own status, would only seek trouble with those higher up and deemed it unnecessary to continue tormenting this pawn. Accountant McCate hastily retrieved gold coins from his inner pocket and distributed them to the living coachmen. Grateful, they quickly concealed the coins in what they deemed safe places. The accountant, with a sycophantic smile, cautiously asked Sir Bill, "My lord, shall we set off?" A promise is a promise, and the journey must continue. The caravan, formed by 2 wagons, resumed its course along the winding path. After 2 more days of arduous travel, they traversed dense forests and entered a vast expanse of hills. Here, there were no low, twisted ghost trees. Instead, towering giants reached toward the sky. The road became smooth and clear once more, and instead of treading through soil mixed with decaying leaves, they walked upon fragrant green grass. This vibrant place lifted the somber spirits of the group, and at a stream, Sir Bill ordered the caravan to halt for a brief respite and lunch, which elicited cheers from everyone. Siegel, however, would eat last as he had tasks to attend to. After inspecting the injuries of each coachman, he was dispatched to fill all the water skins. McCade attempted to lend a hand, but Siegel handed him 3 large skins. "Thank you for your assistance," Siegel said with a smile, sending the accountant to fetch water, thus minimizing his incessant chatter. The cool stream water washed away their fatigue, and the octopus skillfully caught several large fish with a net, promising a delightful evening meal, to the applause of the coachman. Only Sir Bill frowned, his gaze fixed on the southwestern horizon. Behind the tall trees of the hills lay the endless ghost mist marshes. A stark boundary separated it from the golden forest, as distinct as 2 different worlds. Yet, Sir Bill knew that it would take but a gentle step to cross that line, where threat and tranquility coexisted so closely. As they pressed onward, the temperature gradually rose, and a stifling air enveloped the caravan. This was the ghost mist marsh expelling the sun's warmth, leaving the marshes significantly more humid and oppressive than elsewhere. Fortunately, everyone had drunk enough water, and the donkeys were well hydrated, allowing them to endure. They climbed several low hills when suddenly, a peculiar howl echoed from the ghost mist marsh. Tension gripped them all as they hastily urged the mules onward. The accountant proactively discarded saplings from one of the wagons to lighten the load, then arranged for 2 coachmen per wagon to take turns driving, focusing solely on preserving the refined gold. Siegel inquired about the nature of the danger, but Sir Bill remained silent. "If we are pursued, escape will be impossible. We can only fight to the death," Sir Bill inquired. "Are you afraid to die, boy?" "Yes." Siegel nodded, "but one must fight before one dies." "Good lad. You shall make a fine night." Soon, the scorching sun disappeared, and mist enveloped them, damp and cold. It was uncertain whether it was the mist that soaked them or the sweat of anxiety. Each person's hair clung to their foreheads. The intermittent sound of horns echoed from behind, persistently following the caravan. Siegel glanced back, sensing the mist swirling and twisting as if a monster were about to emerge. A profound unease surged within him, prompting him to instinctively reach for his curved blade, feeling the coldness of the metal against his skin, which slowly steadied his nerves. They did not pause for a moment, pressing on from noon until dusk. The mules were nearing exhaustion, barely managing to take another step, as if they might collapse at any moment. No one in the caravan spoke. They all understood that they might be facing the most perilous moment yet. The injured coachman retrieved the gold coins allocated to him by the accountant and handed them to a familiar companion. McCate sighed, shedding his backpack and leaving behind everything, preparing to run with the lightest of burdens. "Do not speak," Sir Bill commanded in a low voice. "I hear hoofbeats ahead." They abruptly halted. There could be no more unfortunate situation. The shadows of night had already descended, and the tall trees on either side appeared transformed in the darkness, resembling fingers that curled downward from all around, closing in on the hapless caravan. The horn sound from behind quickly faded, mingled with anger, regret, and helpless sighs. A group of knights approached from the front, gradually slowing their pace. illuminated by the moonlight and starlight that shone upon their shoulders. They rode upon silver-white steeds, adorned in light green armor. Silken hair and pointed ears peeked from beneath their eagle-headed helms, and their bright, piercing eyes sparkled like stars. This was a company of elves. The cavalry surrounded the caravan, their horses gliding like flowing water, breezing past them like a gentle wind. Sir Bill removed his helmet and raised his hand in greeting. "We are a caravan headed for Hub Fortress. May I inquire which elven company stands before us?" "Bill?" A voice rang out, and one of the knights dismounted, halting before Sir Bill's horse. The elf removed his helmet, revealing a pair of smiling eyes and a strikingly beautiful face, indescribably lovely. "It is a pleasure to see you again, old friend." "Leah, it has been too long," Sir Bill replied with joy. Two individuals dismounted their horses, extending their right hands to gently pat each other's palms in a gesture of greeting. The gentleman remarked, "Your arrival is most fortuitous. We were on the brink of despair." The group relaxed, mustering their final reserves of strength to forge ahead. Soon, they veered off the path and entered a towering forest. Although this woodland appeared inhospitable, the approaching vehicle discovered the ground remained remarkably level, with ample space between the trees. Siegel gazed around in disbelief, convinced that his eyes and common sense were being mocked. The moonlight consistently illuminated their path, and the elves remained silent, yet there was no cause for concern among them. Before long, they reached the summit of a hill, where no trees grew, only an expanse of grassy meadow adorned with wildflowers swaying gently under the starlight, exuding a delicate fragrance. Atop the hill lay two large, white stones. One reclined on the ground, smooth and flat as a table. The other stood beside it, polished to a sheen, resembling a silver mirror. From the center of the table-like stone, a flame flickered into existence, emanating a gentle glow and a comforting warmth. "Come," beckoned the elf, "rest here." Chapter 15. Cloak Avenue. For the gathering paused, and the elven knights dismounted gracefully. The majestic steeds then galloped freely, some frolicking into the woods, while others settled on the grass, lowering their heads to graze. The elves removed their helmets, revealing strikingly handsome faces, as if the very essence of beauty was crafted solely for their kind. The merchants, feeling overshadowed, quietly withdrew, unpacking their provisions and huddling together like isolated islands. "How could we allow our guests to feel disappointed?" a voice inquired. Siegel turned to the source, witnessing a figure emerging from the smooth, mirror-like stone. An elder elven man stepped forth, clad in a simple emerald robe, devoid of any adornments except for the sacred emblem of the elven deity hanging from his waist. With a gentle wave of his hand, a swirl of starlight danced around the flickering flame, transforming into an exquisite feast. The other elves placed their hands on their hearts in respectful acknowledgement. Leah introduced him to the humans. "This is Salifer Hamillion, the priest of the Temple of Starlight." "How splendid!" exclaimed Siegel, springing to his feet. He hurried to the table, eagerly seizing bread and jam, calling out, "My lord, look, here lies genuine fruit wine." "Who is this young man?" Leah whispered to Bill, standing beside him. "Is he like you?" Leah shot a teasing glance at Bill. "Far superior," Bill replied. Feeling a bit awkward after witnessing the elves' expressions, he decided to change the subject. "What brings you to Cloak Avenue?" "Recently, malevolent forces have been stirring. I foresee the emergence of a new power, though the details remain obscure," the priest replied. "We have come to this land upon hearing tales of ogres. The Dawn Knights have allied with us to identify these ogres, and I suspect the malevolent force I foresaw is indeed them." "What manner of creatures are these ogres?" "It remains unclear where they have arisen from. All that is known is that one among them is a priest of the god of murder, making them particularly perilous." Bill gasped. He had encountered ogres on the battlefield. They were mercenaries of the enemy. These colossal, fearsome beings, when equipped with suitable weaponry and armor, often became decisive forces in battle. Ogres possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, healing from wounds in mere minutes, and could consume flesh and blood to restore their strength, even growing stronger and more resilient in the process. While most of these creatures were of low intelligence, relying heavily on instinct, they would yield to stronger kin, transforming into formidable warriors. If one were to ascend to the role of a priest, especially of the god of murder, their capacity for slaughter would be amplified immensely. Bill could hardly fathom how such terrifying war machines could be vanquished. There were omens indicating that these ogres were systematically gathering their minions. An evil force was assembling, their whereabouts and intentions cloaked in layers of fog. "Is there anything we can assist you with?" "Oh, Do not rush, valiant warrior. The time is not yet ripe. The priest smiled gently, then spoke solemnly. I merely wish for this news to reach humanity, enabling the townsfolk to prepare defenses. We fail to comprehend why the Dawn Church has not fortified the village's defenses. That duty belongs to the Lord, Bill explained. The church is solely responsible for spiritual matters. Ah, I see, the priest acknowledged. So it is the Night Lord who is tasked with erecting fortifications. Yet those fortresses are seldom intended for the common folk. Bill nearly voiced, but he refrained, aware that such remarks would only deepen the elves' disdain. It was not that the elves bore malice, rather, their long-lived nature had forged a more harmonious and sustainable culture, while human civilization appeared to them as a nascent, chaotic, and contradictory endeavor. Humans possessed ample capacity to learn from various civilizations and strive for change, yet to the elves, they lacked patience and had not grasped the essence, merely engaging in superficial mimicry. You know, Leah once spoke of you, describing you as a human of honor and cunning. I find it hard to imagine how these two qualities could coexist within a single soul. Perhaps only humans can achieve that, the priest continued. Viscount Kyra of Hub Fortress is not particularly amiable toward us elves. He forbids elven parties exceeding 3 in number from entering his domain, a rule we can only regret and respect. Guided by the divine, ogres currently hide within the Viscount's territory, secretly amassing strength. We need someone to inform him, and fortuitously, we have encountered you. I shall compose a letter detailing this matter. It would be my pleasure to serve you, my lord, Bill replied. Very well. Do not mind this old man any longer. I shall join them at their banquet over there. With that, he left Bill and Leah, striding towards the stone table. Siegel sat down contentedly, indulging in the feast before him. He had never anticipated such a lavish meal during his travels. Perhaps this was indeed a reward for his adventurous spirit. The food prepared by the elves was incredibly fresh and delicious, surpassing description, whether it be fruits, vegetables, or desserts. Each morsel became a delightful experience. In contrast to the merchants, who appeared reserved under the watchful gaze of the elegant elves, the carefree Siegel received a warmer welcome. Young man with black hair, share your tale with us, one elf encouraged. Thus, Siegel recounted his origins, particularly emphasizing his life at sea. Strangely, the arduous labor and terrifying ordeals morphed into exhilarating narratives, while joyful moments and feelings were distilled and elevated. Overall, Siegel was enveloped in a sense of happiness. Priest Salifer approached him, attentively listening to his story. The young man, unshy, treated everyone as an equal audience and even began to sing a sailor's song. Coincidentally, one of the elven knights had once served as a lookout on an elven ship and recognized the tune, joining in harmony. The elves' melodious voices intertwined beautifully with Siegel's resonant tones, creating a unique style in their duet. As the song concluded, applause erupted, and Siegel bashfully scratched his head, yet felt a swell of pride for having shone in that moment. Oh, child, your song resonates from the depths of your soul, echoing with the spirit of harmony. You shall become a remarkable individual, the priest remarked. Will I become a good knight? Siegel inquired. That I cannot ascertain. After all, knighthood is but a path, a facet of life. You ought to understand that strength emanates from the soul, from the heart's steadfastness to faith. As a priest of starlight, we focus more on the aspirations and conditions of elves rather than involving ourselves in the destinies of humans or other beings of the world. However, from your song, I perceive the same joy and confidence as that of the elves, which prompted me to speak further. Perhaps I have said too much, or perhaps this is merely the hand of fate. I don't quite follow, Siegel replied frankly. I shall share a secret with you, amusing child. Salifer chuckled. When it comes to prophecies, I, too, sometimes find it difficult to comprehend. The workings of the divine possess their own mysteries. After their discussion, everyone continued to savor their meal until weariness crept in, leading them to gradually succumb to sleep. On the blessed grass, tranquility enveloped the scene, the earth warm and soft, the gentle breeze caressing, and soon everyone drifted into slumber. The following morning, Siegel awoke feeling refreshed, only to find that the elves had departed, leaving behind only Leah, who was familiar with Sir Bill. She stood between the two men, who seemed on the verge of a heated argument. You are being untrustworthy. The nobleman, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Do you possess no sense of shame? Which aspect of my conduct do you deem inappropriate? The accountant, striving to appear unassailable, retorted, I have transferred the expenses for the guards to you. thereby absolving you of your responsibilities and obligations. You are now free to undertake other tasks. What is amiss with that? To which the nobleman countered, then why did you alter the route and direct the cargo northwards towards New Forest? What benefits did the elves bestow upon you last night to incite such actions? Leah, her expression tinged with embarrassment, was aware of the unfolding events the previous night. An elven knight had discovered the rare soil within the bags, prompting the priest to express a desire to purchase the goods. After a brief contemplation, the accountant stipulated the need for a secure hiding place and a steep price of 5,000 gold coins. The elves acquiesced, leading to the cargo's journey towards New Forest, where an elven outpost awaited. In a bid to regain control of the caravan, McCate resolved to dismiss Sir Bill from his employment contract, thereby eliminating any justification for interference. This occurred after your departure and does not concern you, the accountant stated. Let us part ways. Jeff, the esteemed goldman from your merchant guild, will be utterly furious. McCate concluded. This matter is beyond your concern. Sir, do you have any further inquiries? I am about to lead the caravan towards the elves' New Forest. You wouldn't obstruct us, would you? Sir Bill, though incensed, was not a brigand. Elves, alas. He sighed deeply. According to the knight's code of honor and conduct, he could only apprehend the individual with the permission of the goods owner or the territory's overseer. The caravan swiftly turned northward, traversing the elves' domain, where safety was presumably assured. The remaining trio, Sir Bill, the elf Leah, and Siegel, continued westward towards Hub Fortress. Sir Bill pondered the unfolding circumstances. The group was not overly hasty, allowing them to ride at a leisurely pace. Siegel, meanwhile, was required to engage in rigorous training, his efforts nearly doubled. Leah observed the young man with keen interest, closely monitoring his progress. After 3 days of travel, the elf discerned Siegel's exceptional qualities. Your flexibility and rate of growth are unparalleled among humans. Only a handful of elven swordmasters could rival your potential in youth. Contemplating for a moment, Leah then inquired, would you be interested in learning the art of the curved blade? With that, she dismounted, drew the curved blade from her waist, and made Siegel her target, demonstrating the elven martial prowess. Her movements embodied the grace of a hummingbird, the elegance of a butterfly, and the swiftness of a cheetah, flowing seamlessly with the wind. Despite wielding only a single curved blade, Siegel felt as if he were ensconced in a veritable storm of blades, with light flashing all around him, rendering him hesitant to move. Though only a few breaths had passed, the duration felt interminable to Siegel. Upon Leah's sheathing of her blade, he sprang up eagerly, exclaiming, I wish to learn. I wish to learn. I was just contemplating instructing you, Sir Bill concurred. This lad is not yet fully formed. He is ill-suited for my dual-handed sword style. Then we must not linger on the road. The elven blade techniques cannot be practiced while in transit. Let us hasten to Hub Fortress, Leah suggested. We shall rest there for a few days, during which I will impart the foundational elements to him. Thus, Leah allowed Siegel to mount her horse, significantly increasing the speed of their journey. Along the way, she took the opportunity to elucidate the intricacies of the martial art. As a ranger, she moved effortlessly through dense forests and vast plains, possessing a profound affinity for animals, along with commendable archery and curved blade skills. These techniques stemmed from the elves' long-standing endeavors and refinements, merging their understanding of natural and magical forces while adapting to their agile, yet delicate physiques. Despite Siegel's remarkable flexibility, it was improbable that he could wield such martial prowess with the perfection of an elf. Leah's foremost aspiration was for the young man to draw inspiration from this art and integrate it into his own martial repertoire. You must also learn the elven tongue, Leah remarked. Many of the techniques and maneuvers are conveyed through elven poetry, which cannot be articulated in human language. Since you possess a foundation, it will be less arduous. Now, I can begin teaching you the fundamental structure of elven poetry. Thus, despite their journey, learning never ceased. Each evening while camping, Leah would instruct Siegel in the elven language while encouraging him to adopt peculiar postures to stretch and enhance his muscles. Each movement transitioned slowly, yet each pose required the exertion of specific muscles to their limits. Siegel had never anticipated that contorting on the ground could prove so daunting. He found himself drenched in sweat, every part of his body creaking under the strain. Fortunately, his constitution surpassed that of ordinary men, and after several days, he only experienced severe soreness without injury. After each training session, Leah would procure fresh spring water and cast a blessing spell, transforming it into a viscous ointment, which she would apply to Siegel's muscles while assisting him in massage. The young man would blush and fidget uncomfortably during these moments. "I shall manage this myself, Master Leah," he said, having secured Sir Bill's approval to address her as master. "I can apply the ointment myself." "Relax, young man," the elf gently replied. "Once this ointment is in your hands, it will revert to water. It effectively alleviates the fatigue accumulated in your muscles during training, so do not fret. Tension will diminish its efficacy." "Very well. I shall refrain from overthinking," Siegel reassured himself, though he was still tickled by the sensation of the ointment, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. Even the longest of roads must reach an end, and finally, after nearly a month since departing from Creekwood Town, they beheld the walls of Hub Fortress. Chapter 16. The Hub Fortress. The Hub Fortress stands as the heart of human habitation in this region, being one of the earliest castles established following the discovery of the new continent. The intrepid Count Stad, accompanied by his knights, traversed the seas, overcoming numerous obstacles to construct the Hub Fortress in what was once a desolate wasteland. The Stat family envisioned channeling river waters, cultivating fertile lands, and mining the mountains, aspiring to transform this realm into a legacy to endure through the ages. However, the wild and untamed nature of the new continent surpassed the Count's expectations, concealing dangers at every turn. When an unexpected illness claimed the life of the Count in the prime of his years, the fortress had merely completed the inner citadel, and only half of the arable lands had been cultivated, with the mining and waterways being the sole projects to reach completion. Following the Count's demise, his knights abandoned the stronghold, dispersing to their surrounding fiefs to manage their own enterprises. Though they remained loyal to the Count's heir, their cohesion waned significantly. Consequently, the construction of the Hub Fortress stagnated, and after 2 centuries, the Count's title had devolved into that of a Viscount, with the castle still confined to its original inner walls and the partially constructed outer ramparts. Beyond the confines of the Hub Fortress, several villages exist, serving as sentinels to protect the incomplete castle at its center. The residents here are fiercely independent, preoccupied with their own affairs, indifferent to the happenings beyond their borders. The events within the fortress and its nearby villages comprise their entire world. They toiled diligently, reluctant to abandon their land, and even less inclined to venture into the unknown. As the locals say, that would be courting death. Due to its unique geographical position, complemented by good waterways and an inland dock, the Hub Fortress frequently encounters travelers from afar. These visitors bring news from distant lands, with tales from the old continent being particularly cherished. The residents of the Hub Fortress warmly welcome these travelers, eager to hear their historical or legendary narratives, showering them with applause. However, the inhabitants never forged deep connections with these outsiders. Currently, the fortress is governed by Viscount Kira Stad, a diminutive man in his 40s, who is listening to envoys from Norlawn Town and East Ting Town engaged in a heated dispute over agricultural boundaries. At this moment, his attendant announces that a knight bearing important news requests an audience. "Let him enter," Kira commanded, gesturing for the envoy to come forth. Before addressing the others, "I shall dispatch my officer to investigate the boundary issue, and no actions are to be taken by either party until a conclusion is reached." Sir Bill and Lady Leah, the elf, entered the council chamber, where they found the Viscount seated upon an elevated chair, with others standing on either side of the steps. They appraised the newcomers with sidelong glances, gauging their identities through their gait, attire, and demeanor. "Ah, it is Sir Bill. Who else could it be but the messenger knight?" mused Viscount Kira, resting his chin on his hand with keen interest. "You have left here to take up such a role. I never imagined delivering messages could be so lucrative." Sir Bill chose to ignore the remark, producing the letter and handing it to the Viscount's attendant who obstructed his path. "Oh, let me see what this is, a letter from the elves? Surely, it is not a plea for mercy?" The Viscount tore open the envelope, glancing over its contents before setting it aside. As expected, nothing novel, the same old story. Why are the elves so intrigued by the affairs within my territory? Yet, they should not have appointed you, a knight, to deliver such tidings. Everyone knows you to be a rigid, antiquated, and impoverished knight, lacking in eloquence. But I am curious, if these messages were conveyed through the gentle lips of your companion, would they not sound more enchanting? "Mind your tongue, my Lord Viscount," Sir Bill interjected, grasping Leah's wrist and frowning. "Heeding the counsel of the amiable would serve you well. An unyielding old spectre, curses upon them. All I desire is love." Yet I am met with curses, such as the guise of the amiable, the Viscount retorted, casting the letter aside in frustration. The hub fortress is here. I will not retreat elsewhere. If they wish to test me, let them come. I have nothing to hide. However, dear knight, you ought to be wary. These elves are cunning, always plotting. Sir Bill, realizing he could not sway the Viscount's views, given the deep-rooted enmity between the fortress and the elves, chose to take his leave. Departing the council chamber with Leah. Outside, Siegel awaited them with the horses, finding himself intrigued by the fortress. In stark contrast to its representation on maps, the town's appearance was far more vibrant. Hundreds of stone and wooden structures lined the winding streets, most of which were part of the original castle's outer plans. Arranged in a haphazard manner, over 1,000 inhabitants resided in this area, far exceeding its intended capacity. Consequently, the drainage ditches and culverts often became clogged, leading to foul-smelling wastewater flooding the streets. The Cloak Avenue traversed the outer district from east to west, flanked by the largest taverns, inns, and shops. Unlike the bustling market of Creekwood Town, the hub fortress was not experiencing a peak trading day. Only during the weekly deliveries from the mountain mines did the area become crowded and noisy. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the thriving business of inns and taverns for two reasons. The hub fortress cultivated an abundance of apple trees, producing exquisite fruit wines, and the innkeepers' guild paid for information, gathering various news and secrets. Observing the somber moods of the knight and the elf, Siegel endeavored to serve them more dutifully. The trio arrived at the main street and chose the quietest inn, leading their horses inside. Welcome to the Sunlight Inn of Old Barrel. A chubby boy of 7 or 8 greeted them with a bow. How may I assist you? We require 2 adjacent rooms, one with 2 beds, Sir Bill instructed. Ensure our horses are well cared for, with beans and eggs mixed into their feed. We serve meals and drinks at all times. Should you need anything else, seek me out. I shall be at the entrance or in the first small room by the staircase on the 2nd floor, labeled Doorman. Excellent. Young lad, could you inform me if the Great Hammer Blacksmith shop is still in operation? Sir Bill nodded, ensuring everyone in the party was settled. He instructed Siegel to diligently practice his skills with the elf before heading off to the Great Hammer Blacksmith shop alone. Welcome, welcome. The sound of cracking bones accompanied Siegel as he struggled to rise from the floor, extending his hand in a firm handshake with the coins. Are you also aspiring to become a knight? Sir Bill is a fine master. Oh, not at all, the man chuckled. I merely filed for bankruptcy protection. What does that mean? It is a commercial term indicating that I have gone bankrupt and require protection, Jeff explained, continuing, I brought over unsold goods from my shop. Feel free to take what you desire. Go on, little rascal, he added. He speaks the truth. Sir Bill nodded. There is also a pony outside for you. From now on, you shall learn to ride and drive. With a cheer, Siegel dashed outside, and after both had left the room, Leah furrowed her brow and asked, what transpired? Why bring this Jeff along? His goods were taken away by his partner, resulting in losses that led him to lose his shop and left him unable to make a living here. However, that is not a justification for taking him along, is it? I am responsible for safeguarding the truck, yet that convoy ultimately ventured into the realm of the elves. I find it difficult to convince myself that this does not concern me. The gentleman shook his head and reassured the elf, stating, I explained the dangers to him, only promising to protect his life and assist him in finding a new place to the best of my abilities. But what about the summons from Island? Are you also planning to take him along? Don't jest. The dwarves would surely toss me into a barrel and drown me. Bill pondered for a moment before chuckling. At that time, I shall trouble you once more to fish me out. Island is not that tall. As long as you don't take the opportunity to pull me down with you, for the scent would linger for a week. Leah, do me a favor and train Siegel diligently, striving to ensure he meets Island standards, so he can participate as a member in the endeavor. If he is merely an attendant, his share will significantly diminish. You know well how serious and obstinate dwarves can be. You truly care for him, Leah remarked. But why do you rarely speak to him properly? The educational customs of humans are indeed peculiar. Leah shook her head. Rest assured, Siegel is progressing swiftly. He has already met the basic requirements to practice the scimitar dance. By the time he meets the dwarves, he will undoubtedly be up to standard. So soon? It has only been a few days. The gentleman was astonished, recalling that you mentioned elves require a year to achieve such basic criteria. The growth and recovery of elves are considerably slower. Leah's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained. I must concede that humans have indeed been blessed to evolve from savagery to civilization. Perhaps he is the only one truly blessed. Chapter 17. The Hub Fortress 2. The proprietor of the establishment concluded his midday respite and hurriedly attended to the guests, additionally accommodating an extra room. The group first sought to cleanse themselves, thoroughly washing away the fatigue from their journey, before comfortably settling in the dining area on the ground floor to indulge in refreshing goblets of fruit wine. Thanks to the guidance of Jeff, a local resident, they managed to procure a delightful dinner at minimal expense. The table was adorned with hot soup, fruit salad, and apple pie, while roasted quail and rabbit were soon to be served, accompanied by several loaves of steaming fresh bread. Given their pleasant stay and the ample time before their departure to Dragon Lion Cliff, the group resolved to linger a few more days. Sir Bill and Leah planned to explore the surrounding villages, hoping to uncover traces of the ogres. Jeff, under the protection of the Sir, still had some debt-related matters to settle. Meanwhile, Siegel diligently practiced his martial skills. Despite his high aptitude, Siegel remained steadfastly focused, not wishing to incur Sir Bill's disapproval. The Sir was a discerning individual with a keen eye for detail, capable of spotting even the slightest oversight or error. Thus, Siegel recited elven poetry and practiced his sword dance repeatedly. Along the road, a variety of people could be observed, having concluded their day's toil and now relishing their leisure time. There were humans engaged in hushed conversations, several dwarves laughing boisterously, and gnomes exhaling plumes of smoke. In the corner of an alley, a few indistinct figures sat quietly. Siegel, a robust young man wielding a curved blade, projected an air of unapproachability. Although the pony he led seemed healthy and attractive, and was of the Trekner breed capable of becoming a warhorse, those with ill intentions would weigh the risks before acting rashly. He led the pony out of town to a clearing beside the valley. Here, the riverbank constructed during the era of Count Stat was present, alongside a well-maintained post road. Siegel mounted his steed, allowing the pony to walk slowly. He refrained from exerting too much force, while gradually acclimatizing the young horse to carrying weight. The pony was still young and lacked a saddle, so Leah instructed him in elven war dance, while simultaneously teaching him the art of riding without a saddle. The cool breeze of a summer evening enveloped him, mingling the earthy fragrance of soil with the scent of firewood, instilling a profound sense of tranquility within Siegel. He relished this sensation, closing his eyes and allowing the horse to guide him forward along the path to the countryside. Suddenly, the pony emitted a terrified whinny and leapt into the air. Siegel tightened his grip around the horse's neck, hastily opening his eyes. He beheld a carriage speeding past, the driver cracking a whip in the air. The young pony, startled, veered off the path and galloped wildly through the fields. Fear not, fear not. I am here with you, it's all right. Siegel endeavored to soothe the pony's frayed nerves, skillfully steering it away from treacherous areas that could lead to falls or broken bones. As he rounded the corner of a building, Siegel suddenly glimpsed a shadow crouching against the wall, resembling a child. He exerted effort to turn the horse away, but was unceremoniously thrown off. The well's depth was approximately 10 meters, and at that moment, a figure emerged from above, calling downwards. The voice echoed within the well, barely distinguishable. Are you all right? Are you unharmed? Thank you, but I have no rope. Let me think of a way. Siegel assessed the situation. The well was narrow, and he could reach both walls with outstretched arms, contemplating the possibility of climbing up. Although the walls were damp and slippery, they were not entirely smooth, with some protrusions he could grasp. Siegel cautiously began his ascent, using his muscles to secure his position. Suddenly, the wall to his left caved in, revealing a passageway nearly as tall as a person. Unaware, Siegel fell again with a thud. Are you okay? What happened now? The anxious voice called from above. Let me find a rope. The figure vanished from the well's opening, presumably to search for something. Siegel resumed climbing, avoiding the narrow passage of the dark door, solely focused on ascending. Utilizing the light filtering down from the well, he managed to glimpse the dark door. The opened crevice led to a sloping corridor, with steep steps descending into the unknown. At the end of the steps, Siegel discerned a stone door, adorned with carvings of arrows. Emerging from the well, Siegel found his pony standing quietly aside, casting an apologetic glance at its owner. Beside the horse stood a ragged, emaciated boy, struggling to pull a rope used for tying up a fence. The boy appeared to be around 15 or 16, wearing an oversized tattered robe that hung loosely on his thin frame. A ragged scarf adorned his head, and his face was smeared with mud and grime. No wonder only a dark silhouette was visible earlier. His appearance had gone unnoticed. "Well, you managed to climb up by yourself. That is impressive," the boy exclaimed, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "Quick, help me pull a rope. I want to go down and search for treasure." Observing the boy's vagabond appearance, Siegel felt a surge of doubt. "You're not a thief, are you?" "You're utterly unreasonable," the boy retorted angrily. "My father said before he died that treasures are hidden beneath our house, and after his passing, I could take them out and spend them. I'm looking for the entrance and almost got killed because of you, and now you accuse me of being a thief. Apologies for nearly colliding with you." My pony was startled and bolted. I barely managed to regain control. Siegel scratched his head sheepishly. "As long as you're not a thief, that's all that matters. But you're so thin. How could you possibly climb down?" "Hey, I'm about to get angry. Not only do you accuse me, but you also make snide remarks." The boy picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it. "Get lost. Get lost." The stone was no match for Siegel, who effortlessly dodged it. The pony, witnessing its owner being attacked, expressed its discontent by nudging the boy from behind, causing him to stumble. "Even the horse is bullying me," the boy exclaimed, feeling increasingly embarrassed. Siegel whistled for the pony to come to him, then said, "Let me assist you, shall I?" The boy paused. Irritation etched on his face. "You must be trying to steal our family treasure. Don't pretend to be a good person." Siegel, with a clear conscience, remained unperturbed by the boy's accusations. He explained, "Descending into the well is perilous. You're too frail and could get hurt. Besides, you'll need someone to help you bring things back up. I have no intention of taking your belongings. I merely wish to make amends for having startled you." The boy pondered for a moment, and seeing Siegel's sincerity, he smiled. "All right." Siegel secured the pony to the corner, dismantled the fence, and retrieved the rope. The boy emerged from the building with an oil lamp, a hatchet, and a large bag. They secured the rope and descended in succession. The small oil lamp cast a faint glow, illuminating only a short distance before them. The sloping passage was damp and slick, overgrown with moss and small mushrooms. Siegel held the boy's hand as they advanced effortlessly. "By the way, what is your name? I can't just keep calling you Hey, you," the young man inquired. "Yeah, but you can call me Little Finger," the boy replied. "I'm Siegel, Octopus. Do you know what an octopus is?" "No. Is it a formidable creature?" Little Finger asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. In a sense, yes. I've heard sailors say that the octopus in the deep sea can be as large as a hill. However, typical octopuses are merely the length of an arm." "Well, then, greetings, Mr. Octopus," the boy said earnestly. "Greetings, Mr. Malt." The two individuals paused before the grand door, and this time, illuminated by light, they finally discerned the intricate carvings and inscriptions upon it. A colossal statue of a taut bow and arrow adorned the entrance, resembling a formidable latch, encircled by elegant lines of text that subtly glimmered with a silvery sheen. This door was not ancient. Every pattern upon it was distinctly visible. Siegel reached out to touch it. Though it was carved from stone, it possessed a texture reminiscent of wood. "Oh, the bow resembles a full moon. The arrow like a star," whispered Little Finger in the elvish tongue. "How did you come to know how to open this door?" Siegel inquired. "This is my family's domain. How could I be unaware?" "Then why are you still searching for the entrance?" "That is a question I too wish to pose." Little Finger began to fume again. He hasn't made it clear at all. Siegel naturally assumed that he referred to Little Finger's father. Beyond the door lay a courtyard, adorned with luminescent flora. The underground orchid emitted a milky glow, the firefly moss shone in yellow, the lizard grass glimmered red, and the guiding mushroom radiated green. At the center of this courtyard stood a marble circular pavilion, furnished with a small stone table and two diminutive stone stools. Scattered upon the pavilion's floor was a tea set. Little Finger picked it up, dusting off the surface, only to discover it was an exquisite crystal tea set, embellished with beautiful elvish inscriptions. Siegel leaned in inquisitively, reading aloud, "To my beloved in this life, may all be as enduring as the moon." "Hey, don't recite that. It's from my home," Little Finger retorted, rudely tossing the item into a sack before resuming his search. The courtyard soared high and straight, surrounded by smooth walls that allowed for a sweeping gaze. Siegel scratched his head, perplexed, and remarked, "Is this truly your family's treasure chamber? An underground pavilion housing merely a tea set for you? Fool, do you think anyone would climb up from a well just to sip tea here?" Little Finger replied, as he felt along the walls. "Surely there must be a secret door." There must be, indeed. He soon discovered a cluster of false shriek grass cleverly concealed beside the guiding mushroom, masterfully crafted to mimic the real thing. With a firm tug, He heard a slight rustling sound, and a narrow seam appeared in the wall, revealing a winding path beyond. Chapter 18. The Hub Fortress 3. Siegel plucked a cluster of underground orchids, using them as a torch as he ventured forth, with Littlefinger closely trailing behind. The narrow path, paved with cobblestones, twisted its way through the subterranean depths. The two were oblivious to how far they had descended, as no roots from trees emerged through the soil, leading them to believe they were quite deep underground. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, the path finally reached its terminus, revealing a large door that barred their way, emanating a soft yellow light from beyond. At that moment, their oil lamp extinguished, leaving only the few underground orchids in Siegel's grasp. They each took a handful and approached the door, scrutinizing it closely, only to discover it was the back panel of a wardrobe, with the light filtering in from beneath it. Holding their breath, they pressed their ears against the wardrobe, hearing voices from the other side. The sounds were rife with nasal tones and explosive consonants, interspersed with the harsh grating of teeth, which Siegel could not comprehend. However, Littlefinger's complexion paled as he gripped the orchids tightly. Fortunately, after a while, the voices receded, and the light vanished along with them. It was only then that Littlefinger dared to act. He felt around the wooden panel, inadvertently triggering a mechanism that caused it to creak open, forming a small door. Inside the wardrobe, there was not a single garment. The door stood partially ajar, filled with thick cobwebs. Siegel brushed aside the webs and leapt inside. The space was once a bedroom, inexplicably situated underground, surrounded by cold stone walls. Apart from a decaying wooden door, there were no other exits. Fragments on the floor indicated the presence of a large bed, a primary reason for their assumption of this being a bedroom. Beside the wardrobe stood a vanity with only one remaining leg. The copper mirror was rusted and utterly non-reflective. The chandelier overhead lay shattered on the ground, with wax drippings forming a pool. The entire room was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, with two massive footprints visible on the floor. The vanity's drawer contained only a solitary pair of pearl earrings, which naturally found their way into Littlefinger's pocket. Outside the door lay a long corridor. The carpet that once adorned the floor now bunched up and discarded like refuse. Wall-mounted candle holders adorned the walls, yet no light illuminated the space. Holding their glowing orchids aloft, Siegel and Littlefinger tread carefully upon the footprints as they ventured out. At the corridor's end was a room connected by a hidden door, and astonishingly, this corridor, measuring over 20 meters in length, contained but this solitary room. The walls were etched with numerous admonitions, such as anger only brings harm and compassion and mercy are the greatest virtues. At the corridor's terminus stood a spiral staircase leading upward into the unknown. One side of the wall had collapsed, revealing a large hole. Malt pointed out the staircase to Siegel, noting its pristine condition, while the footprints extended toward the gaping hole. "Where should we go next?" Siegel inquired. "The treasure lies above," Malt replied, and thus they swiftly determined their course. The room was empty, yet everything appeared meticulously arranged, as if someone had been responsible for its upkeep. The floor was covered with thick woolen carpets, accompanied by soft, plush cushions. Each side of the walls boasted 3 large floor-to-ceiling windows adorned with translucent stained glass. On the wall devoid of windows stood a large bookshelf, alongside cabinets housing exquisite items. A grand black desk occupied the space in front of a statue, one of its legs painted red. Littlefinger crawled beneath the desk, fiddling for a while until he finally uncovered a hidden compartment. Inside lay a large roll of parchment, which Littlefinger unfurled with glee, exclaiming, "I found it." The squid then seized Littlefinger, inquiring, "This isn't merely your family's treasure chamber, is it?" Unperturbed, Littlefinger waved the scroll in his hand, revealing its contents to the squid. "Come, see what this says." Siegel tilted his head in reading, discovering it to be a certificate of lineage, affirming the heritage and inheritance rights of a certain Mr. Lamian Stott. Following the certificate were portraits, a family tree, and a will. They hurriedly tucked their glowing orchids beneath their clothing, holding them tightly. Siegel felt a surge of tension. His instincts warned him of impending danger, prompting him to rest his hand upon the hilt of his curved dagger. The shadow loomed larger, and the footsteps grew clearer. Soon, the shadow's owner emerged from the breach, a towering giant, over 2 meters tall, with a bald head covered in grotesque protrusions, yellowish-brown skin adorned with bristle-like hair, and muscular arms nearly grazing the ground. This creature had pronounced fangs, and its mouth stretched wide, perpetually emitting peculiar, irksome sounds. Thankfully, It had yet to lift its gaze. "Do you know what kind of monster that is?" Siegel queried. "It's a man-eater," Littlefinger responded stiffly, his demeanor betraying his unease. Siegel assumed he was merely frightened and pressed on, escorting him from the secret passage and back up to the well's mouth. Malt urged Siegel to maintain discretion, gifting him one of the earrings. Siegel, reluctant to accept it, reminded Malt of his promise not to divide their treasure. "Well, this isn't a division of treasure. It's a gift for you," Littlefinger insisted, pressing the earring into Siegel's hand before asking, "Do you consider me a friend?" I suppose so." Siegel scratched his head, replying, "If you can forgive me for nearly colliding with you, then we are indeed friends. I think sometimes you can be rather stingy." Malt waved his hand, bidding farewell while carrying a sack containing a teapot. "Remember, regarding the certificate of lineage and such matters, speak of nothing." He originally intended to report his findings to Viscount Kira, but struggled to articulate the discovery of the man-eater. Coincidentally, no one was available for counsel, leaving Siegel to toss and turn, unable to sleep for nearly the entire night. At dawn the following day, the young man resolved to take action. He left a letter on the table, detailing the location and circumstances of the man-eater's discovery, then donned his armor, preparing to revisit the cave. He knew he could not rest easy until he uncovered the man-eater's true intentions. Retracing his steps through the secret passage, he re-entered the castle's underground chamber, the oppressive atmosphere rendering him breathless, with the constant possibility of an encounter with the man-eater heightening his anxiety. He advanced stealthily, adhering to the wall's edge, relying on the bioluminescent moss strapped to his wrist for illumination. Among the available luminescent flora, the firefly moss was the dimmest. Upon entering the large hole in the wall, he discovered a natural cavern, with an underground river winding through it. The river spanned over 2 meters in width, devoid of fish or aquatic plants. Its swift current shallow enough to reach only his knees. Concerned that leaping across might create too much noise, he removed his shoes and rolled up his pant legs, wading through the frigid water. After crossing the stream, the cave descended further, and an overpowering stench became increasingly pronounced. Scattered about the pit were discarded remnants, primarily food scraps and other refuse. Small mice darted amidst the garbage, their yellow eyes glimmering as they regarded the uninvited guest. The naturally formed cavern eventually transitioned back into stone walls at a bend ahead, where a faint light emanated. Peeking around the corner, Siegel felt a gust of wind carrying an even more potent odor. In the center of the room lay a nearly extinguished campfire, with a pot perched above it, releasing a burnt stench. 2 colossal man-eaters lay sleeping nearby, and the ground was strewn with debris, leaving little space to set foot. Siegel observed remnants of chicken feathers, crushed tomatoes, and potatoes scattered across the floor, alongside a heap of empty, toppled wine bottles. The walls of the room were adorned with numerous wooden shields, beneath which lay several large barrels emblazoned with the emblem of Job's household. A few colossal two-handed swords were carelessly tossed beside the barrels. Though the swords were poorly maintained and marred by rust, the ogres were indifferent, relying more on brute strength than martial finesse. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted from above, causing one of the shields on the wall to be dislodged, revealing a slanted passage behind it. A sack tumbled and slid out from the passage, suggesting it contained a living creature, thrashing and emitting a series of clucking sounds. The mouth of the sack was tightly bound, preventing whatever was inside from escaping. The ogres, disturbed by the noise, turned over and, with their enormous palms, struck the sack forcefully, once, twice. Silence soon enveloped the sack, save for the trickle of fresh blood seeping through the fabric. Satisfied with having silenced the ruckus, the ogres resumed their slumber. The squid sensed that this letter would prove invaluable and desired to retrieve it. However, the ogre lay adjacent to the pile of debris, making any sudden movement perilous. Siegel hesitated momentarily before resolutely deciding to hold his breath, cover his mouth, and cautiously approach. Chapter 19. The hub fortress for the flickering light of the campfire cast a dancing shadow upon the wall, startling Siegler. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely his own silhouette. What is there to be anxious about? It's just a shadow, Siegler muttered, cursing under his breath as he steadied his nerves, relaxed his breathing, and attuned his senses to the surrounding environment. He stealthily approached the small package, inching closer. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted overhead, accompanied by desperate cries for help echoing through the corridor. The ogres were awakened, sneezing, and began to rub their noses as their eyes slowly opened. The 2 ogres sat upright, their grotesque, oversized eyes fixated on the fallen man. And they exchanged murmurs in their guttural tongue. The bound man trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear, as he lost control of his bodily functions. "Well, what good deed did you do?" one ogre inquired in a rudimentary version of the common tongue, still heavily laced with nasal tones and grinding sounds, yet understandable enough for Siegel. I stole my lady's silver ornaments to exchange for money, and I got caught," the man stammered, his voice quaking. "That's a dreary tale. Let us feast upon him," one ogre declared. "Hold on. Let me interrogate him further. Surely, he has committed more than this," the other retorted, turning his head menacingly. "Is this all the mischief you've engaged in? This story is hardly satisfying." I also." The man, immobilized, writhed on the ground like a worm. An ogre placed a massive foot atop him, rendering him incapable of resistance. "Tell us your tale," the ogre commanded. Overwhelmed by the fear of death, the bound man began to ramble incoherently. "Of course, there is more to the story. Indeed, there is. Let me think. I was the lady's stableman, but I was always distracted at work, constantly making blunders. What a little mistake. This story is dull. And no. There is something interesting. The reason for my errors was my infatuation with the lady. I harbored many inappropriate thoughts about her, and not only thoughts, but I acted upon them." The man began to weave a tale. Intrigued, the two ogres settled in, clutching their enormous goblets, tilting their heads back to gulp down frothy ale as they listened to his narrative. The story grew increasingly absurd, transforming the stableman into a villain of the highest order. He allegedly assaulted the lady who had shown him kindness, slaughtered her entire family before her eyes, took hostages to confront the town guards, and then massacred the hostages' kin. "How did you come to be captured?" one ogre asked, curiosity piqued. "Of course, I was ambushed." The storyteller hastily filled in the gap. "It was the lady who struck me from behind. That wretched wench hit me on the head. Look, I have a wound here." Indeed, there was a large patch of baldness on the stableman's head, but it was not a wound. It was merely a case of alopecia. All right. I wish to join you," the man exclaimed loudly. "I am eager to become your companion. Then I shall take him for the initiation. You tend to the chickens in the bag, and we shall all gather for breakfast." The other ogre winked, rising to his feet, his flesh quivering in tandem. "At least we can enjoy a change of flavor today." Saying this, he hoisted the bound man, who was shouting his gratitude and eagerness to join them, and exited the room. Siegel witnessed the entire scene, his nerves fraying. "Hurry and leave, you fool. You cannot save him," he admonished himself. "There's nothing to see here. You are no match for the ogres." Even as he drew his crossbow, he thought so. However, when he unsheathed his curved blade, his resolve shifted. "I shall give it a try." He cautiously observed the ogres within the room. The moment was ripe. The massive humanoid creature had its back turned to Siegel, positioned before the campfire. It emitted guttural noises, plucking feathers from the chicken with its enormous fingers, utterly oblivious to the hidden assailant behind it. Siegel raised his crossbow, then reconsidered, realizing the short bolt might not penetrate the ogre's thick hide. He lowered the crossbow, gripping the curved blade with both hands, and approached stealthily from behind. The creature remained unaware, which was fortunate for Siegel. He aimed for what he surmised to be the heart, located on the left side of the ogre's back, and swung down with force. To his astonishment, the blade struck bone, bouncing off and only grazing the ogre's back, causing it to bleed a yellowish-brown fluid. The ogre roared in fury, turning to confront its attacker. Anger surged as it prepared to rise and retaliate. Siegel, unprepared for such a response, remained composed. "One strike, one tea suffice. Let me try again." He lifted his curved blade once more, this time delivering a fierce blow to the ogre's waist. Bypassing the shoulder and ribs, the blade sliced through the ogre's skin, plunging into its innards. Even for a creature as resilient as the ogre, this wound was unbearable. It raised its elbow and swung back, attempting to swat the little thief away. Though it failed to sever Siegel's right foot, it disrupted the ogre's balance. The creature struggled to rise, pivoting on its intact leg, fists clenched and ready to deliver a fatal blow to its assailant. But Siegel pressed on, moving like a leaf caught in a gust, maintaining his position behind the beast. He seized the opportunity, striking the ogre's thigh, knee, and back with several swift cuts. The ogre, enraged, spun left and right, yet Siegel remained ever elusive, evading its grasp. After numerous strikes, even the most resilient of creatures began to falter. The ogre's strength waned. As the battle neared its climax, the ogre ceased its spinning, lunging towards the wall, pressing itself against it. In an instant, Siegel grasped its intent. Once it turned against the wall, there would be no hiding behind it any longer. Recognizing this, he swiftly retreated, retrieving his crossbow from the ground. He finally caught sight of his assailant, a robust young human. Suddenly, a blinding flash pierced his vision, followed by excruciating pain as one of his eyes was shot out by a crossbow bolt. "Oh!" the ogre screamed, disregarding its bleeding wound, clawing and roaring in rage as it charged forward. Siegel had no time to reload. Instead, he raised the crossbow in a feigned aim. "I'll blind the other eye," he shouted, and the ogre, believing him, covered its remaining eye with a hand, blindly charging ahead. Siegel hurled the crossbow at the ogre's head, rolled on the ground, and seized his curved blade once more, delivering a slash to the ogre's groin. The ogre, consumed by rage, disregarded its wounds and pain, relying on its innate resilience to lash out desperately. Siegel knew that in a battle of endurance, he would surely fall to the ogre's might. Fatigue enveloped him, while the beast still brimmed with strength. If this continued, Siegel would soon be unable to maintain his agile movements. A human body could scarcely withstand the onslaught of a hammer-like fist. After a couple of rotations, the ogre had grown accustomed to the thief's incessant assaults from behind. Yet it did not anticipate Siegler's sudden shift to the front. With the ogre focused on its rear, its front was left utterly unguarded, a gaping opening. Seizing this rare opportunity, Siegel struck fiercely at the monster's neck. The blade severed its arteries and trachea. The ogre seized Siegel, its arms tightening around the boy's frame, lifting him off the ground. The weapon in Siegel's grasp clattered to the ground, his bones creaking under immense pressure, and the air within his lungs was nearly expelled. Blood from the ogre's neck wound splattered across Siegel's face, choking him further. Despite its grievous injuries, the ogre's formidable vitality enabled it to move slowly, its grotesque, foul-smelling maw gaping wide, poised to devour flesh to mend its wounds. However, with its neck severely damaged and its head nearly severed, it was unable to lower itself to strike. Siegel, overwhelmed by the noxious stench potent enough to suffocate a man, struggled with all his might. "What other options do I have?" he thought, his vision darkening and breath escaping him. The instinct for survival bolstered his body, while his indomitable spirit squeezed forth all the latent strength within him. At that moment, a small orb of light floated from Siegel's forehead, resembling the flicker of a tiny candle flame. This orb drifted before the ogre's remaining eye and then exploded with a sudden brilliance. The ogre's last eye was obliterated, the shock sending its head snapping backward, tearing its neck wound even wider. The creature lost all control of its body and perished. The flames, sensing this malevolent being, immediately surged with energy to purify it. The fire leaped high, quickly reducing the ogre's head to ashes. The fallen beast's body soon shriveled, resembling decayed wood, and was likewise cast into the flames by Siegel. Chapter 20. The Hub Fortress 5. Adjacent to the storeroom lies a row of vacant small rooms, furnished with numerous bunk beds. In the past, this area may have served as an underground barracks, providing a place for the guards to rest. At the end of these resting quarters, a heavy door stands as a barrier, while a conspicuous sign on the adjacent wall reads cafeteria. The cafeteria has since been transformed into a kitchen by the ogres. As Siegel gently pushed open the door, he witnessed one of the ogres wielding a massive sword, chopping meat. The individual sent down the slide had already been dismembered. Arms and legs lay in a wooden barrel, while the torso and head rested upon the ogre's cutting board. Beneath the board, a special bucket awaited to catch the flowing blood. Siegel's stomach churned violently, and he could no longer contain himself, retching violently. Gripping the doorframe, he barely managed to withstand the gruesome sight. The ogre, spotting Siegel, chuckled with delight. "Extra meal? And no need to clean the entrails." This monster hurled the massive sword intended for humans, as if it were an ordinary throwing knife. Feeling threatened, Siegel quickly leapt back and hastily closed the heavy door. The sword crashed against the thick door, penetrating halfway through, while the other half remained lodged outside. Through the gaping hole in the door, Siegel glimpsed the ogre charging at him. Abandoning the door, he began to flee, racing towards the fire-lit room. With a resounding crash, the cafeteria door shattered into fragments, causing the entire underground barracks to tremble. The ogre shouted from behind, "I want to hear a story. I want to devour you." These iron balls were procured by Master Leah for Jeff to train Siegel's balance, yet now they were all directed at the ogre. The immensely strong beast lacked agility and dared not turn or move swiftly, lest it topple over. The ogre's eyes widened, remaining still, as blood from its latest wound had nearly ceased flowing, drained away in battle. Siegel, dragging the massive sword, positioned himself beside the ogre's shoulder, striving to raise the sword high enough to sever the creature's head. At the moment the blade descended, the ogre suddenly moved. Seizing a shard of the wine bottle nearby, it thrust the jagged edge towards Siegel's ribs. The pain jolted through Siegel's body, yet he gritted his teeth and swung the massive sword down. The ogre's head rolled away, while blood drenched the area beneath Siegel's right armpit. On the second floor of the inn, Siegel had fallen into a deep slumber. The elf inspected his wounds and utilized ranger magic to tend to his injuries. Siegel was utterly exhausted. His strength and vitality had reached their limits, and sleep now served as his best remedy. "How is Siegel? Will he be all right?" The knight inquired anxiously. "Rest assured, he is fine now. A good night's sleep will suffice," Leah reassured him, driven by a sense of justice. "You certainly found yourself a fine apprentice." "No, he is not my apprentice, but a knight squire. He is to inherit the title of knight from me," Sir Bill replied to the elf. "Are you also plotting against the dwarves and that big oaf?" Leah thought of her other two friends and couldn't help but smile. The big oaf doesn't require scheming. A simple meal invitation suffices. The dwarf, however, is quite steadfast and won't easily heed your words. Yet, I can provoke him. He falls for it every time. Sir Bill maintained a stoic expression, his thoughts distant from the elf's musings. Leah noticed this and stepped forward to pick up a letter. The correspondence was brief, yet it harbored a nefarious scheme. This plot was initiated by the Viscount Kyra of the Hub Fortress, executed by the ogres, and was connected to the life of His Highness the Prince. "This makes no sense." Leah furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "The Stutt family hails from the Star Kingdom, and Viscount Kyra has long sought to restore his countship, eager to curry favor with the prince. How could he possibly wish to assassinate him?" This reasoning was far too tenuous, yet it was merely a part of a larger conspiracy. Sir Bill spoke slowly. "It is precisely because the matter is so bizarre that it fuels speculation. Regardless of whether this plan succeeds or fails, Viscount Kyra will undoubtedly find himself in the eye of the storm. Who among us is Kyra's enemy? Yes, I understand, I know you all. However, the people of Hub City do not comprehend. Even if war does not break out, the relationship between the elves and this place will become severely strained." Sir Bill analyzed. "If the prince were to perish, the Hub Fortress would surely be overturned, and your elven New Forest would not escape the flames of war if the prince survives. Viscount Kyra will march towards the New Forest to avoid suspicion. In both scenarios, only one place stands to gain, Deepwater City." "What does Deepwater City have to do with this?" Leah was perplexed. "Your human conspiracies are far too convoluted. Indeed, I too find this matter overly intricate." Bordering on the surreal, Sir Bill rubbed his forehead, speaking softly. "I am but a straightforward knight, unaccustomed to the treachery of the nobility. My intellect can only grasp this much. Moreover, there is one aspect of this affair that remains inexplicable. Why are the ogres beneath the Viscount's castle? What role does Kyra Stutt play? Let me catch my breath. This is utterly confounding." Leah slumped into a chair, exhausted. "Now I understand why the errant dwarf always finds you troublesome. I now share that sentiment." After a prolonged silence, Sir Bill declared, "Currently, there is but one feasible course of action. I must seek the Dawn Guards to ensure the prince's safety." With that, Sir Bill rose, carefully stowing the letter in his pocket. He gathered his weapons and all necessary combat gear, bidding farewell to the elf, preparing to set forth immediately. Siegel felt as though he were in a splendid dream. He lay upon the ocean's surface without a vessel, simply reclining effortlessly on the water, assured that he would not sink. The sky twinkled with stars, the moon shone brightly, and a gentle breeze stirred the clouds as they drifted across the horizon. After a while, the moon began to set, and the sun ascended. The sun traversed the sky, casting down warm rays. The sea sparkled like diamonds, with waves gently undulating. Then, as the sunset bathed the sky and ocean in fiery hues, Siegel sat up on the water, gazing southward. A magnificent red firebird soared from the horizon. Suddenly, he jolted awake. Siegel recognized it as Jeff's four-wheeled cart, its bed lined with straw to cushion the ride. Master Leah was driving, with 3 docile mules pulling the cart forward. Her horse and Siegel's pony trotted obediently behind the cart. "Master Leah, where are we headed?" Chapter 21. The summit of Morris Siegel's resilience was astonishing. The wound beneath his rib healed completely in just 3 days, leaving Leah greatly surprised. Siegel attributed his swift recovery to the masterful magical abilities of the elven mage, yet deep down, the elf understood that such miraculous results could not merely stem from divine intervention. Until his injury was fully healed, Siegel was unable to exercise and could only recline in the cart, immersed in reading. He persistently endeavored to decipher the cryptic tome, finding joy in the process. The seemingly erratic lines and symbols danced before his eyes, hinting that the solution was imminent. This piqued Leah's curiosity. She too attempted to peruse the book, but soon relinquished her efforts. The elf deemed the chaotic markings a sheer waste of time, thus forbidding Siegel from further reading once his wound had mended, insisting he focus solely on training. In addition to honing her martial skills, Leah began instructing him in battlefield coordination and combat command to prepare for their forthcoming adventure. Their destination was the summit of Mora, a sprawling dwarven city and the epicenter of dwarven habitation on the new continent. Historical accounts recount that when the storm wall receded, revealing the entirety of the new land, the resolute dwarves were summoned. They ventured here aboard their unsinkable stone ships. The original 7 clans dispatched their finest warriors, uniting at the foot of the mountains. They discovered the Citadel Mountains, ascended to the highest peak, and named it the summit of Mora. Subsequently, the dwarves carved out a kingdom of stone, establishing their residence and thriving there. The dwarven guardian deity watches over his subjects closely, prompting the dwarves to embark on expeditions prior to the elves, humans, and all other races, even before the dragons. However, due to the dragon's wings, they could soar directly across the ocean separating the 2 continents, arriving well ahead of the seafaring stone ships. The entrance to the dwarven city lies above the snow line, necessitating that the 2 prepare ample warm clothing. Fortunately, several villages catering to the dwarven kingdom nestled below the summit of Mora, where countless farmers cultivated oats and potatoes, baked bread, brewed beer, and traded with the dwarves. There, an abundance of winter apparel was always available for purchase or rental. The road from Hub Fortress to the summit of Mora is generally regarded as safe. It is a vast plain devoid of any hiding spots for monstrous creatures. Scattered across this expanse are numerous stone watchtowers. Dwarven trainee warriors keep vigil here, guarding against threats from all directions. Their watchtowers, like all dwarven structures, are robust and efficient, capable of swiftly relaying messages through the lighting of signal fires. The dwarves maintain a long-standing bounty for those who assist the watchtowers in a timely manner, whether they be guards of passing caravans, simple adventurers, or even local inhabitants. Many are willing to lend a hand. Consequently, this plain has become a cherished land, populated by numerous farmers engaged in agriculture and husbandry. The journey would lead them through many small villages, most of which are warm and welcoming. The residents have grown accustomed to the passing caravans and are unafraid of the fierce-looking mercenaries. Under the protection of the mighty dwarven kingdom, the inhabitants are fortunate to enjoy a peaceful existence. The dwarves are inclined towards digging beneath the earth and the immense mountains of the summit of Mora, along with the endless veins of or beneath, satisfy their proclivities, which is why this formidable kingdom has never sought external expansion, much to the relief of surrounding powers. Leah recounted that over 100 years ago, a faction of dwarves expressed a desire to explore the vast unknown lands west of the summit of Mora. Yet their fate remains a mystery. If one perceives Sir Bill as a serious and rigid individual, one might reconsider upon encountering the dwarf island. The elf informed Siegel that island's surname is Diamond, a name steeped in the rich history of a dwarven lineage known for their unwavering tenacity, even by dwarven standards. Master Leah, how did you come to meet him? I mean, a human, an elf, and a dwarf? Siegel inquired curiously. 30 years ago, Bill was not yet a knight. He had just begun to distinguish himself in swordsmanship, arriving in the new continent to participate in the nightly martial arts tournament at Hub Fortress. The victor of that tournament stood a chance of receiving the title of knight, and as you know, he became the champion, the elf recounted slowly. Afterward, he became a summoned knight of the Stutt family, obliged to serve for at least 20 years before being granted a fief. Coincidentally, at that time, a horde of orcs descended from the northern highlands, pillaging villages and even threatening Deepwater City. Dwarves, elves, and humans united to teach those green-skinned monsters a profound lesson. That is where we first crossed paths. That battle must have been exhilarating. Why couldn't they resolve their misunderstandings and have a good discussion? Siegel questioned. The elf had no answer to this query. In truth, not only were there divides among different races, But even within the elves, numerous factions existed. To outsiders, elves are perceived as long-lived beings, possessing a high culture and immense power, serving as embodiments of elegance and civilization. Yet Leah understood that beneath this polished veneer, the elves faced internal schisms and conflicts. Many elven branches had begun to operate independently, ceasing to regard one another as kin or compatriots, reducing their interactions to mere cold political exchanges. Noticing his master's somber mood, Siegel obediently moved aside to practice archery. His training schedule once again advanced. Since his crossbow had been damaged in battle, he seized the opportunity to gradually familiarize himself with the bow. As Sir Bill had previously stated, archery is a skill one can cultivate for a lifetime. Currently, he was using Leah's longbow, which initially thrilled him greatly. A genuine elven longbow. I have longed to touch one for ages, Siegel exclaimed. The bow, crafted from walnut wood, was adorned with white silver threads, while the bowstring was made from beast sinew, bamboo pulp, and sheep horn. It felt lightweight in his hands, yet drawing it proved to be a considerable challenge. Siegel had witnessed Leah draw the bow with grace and precision, never conceiving it could be so difficult to wield. Without sufficient strength, how could the arrows possess any power? Leah explained, avoiding eye contact with Siegel, fearing he might catch a glimpse of her amusement. All elven weapons are specifically tailored for elven use. This not only pertains to the harmony between weapon and technique, but also necessitates a matching lineage. Individuals from other races often find it exceedingly difficult to wield elven weapons, experiencing awkwardness and an inability to unleash their full potential. Few are aware of this truth. Many elven weapons that circulate outside, while genuinely crafted by elves, are typically mere elven-styled replicas, modified and weakened, falling short of the true power of authentic elven artifacts. Do not fret. Once we reach the upcoming town, I shall see if there is a suitable longbow for you, Leah, the elf, assured him. Alternatively, if appropriate materials are available, I could craft one for you. Master Leah, you are also a bow craftsman? Time is eternal, yet it can swiftly elapse. That evening, the sky became shrouded in dark clouds, signaling the impending deluge. Alas, they missed the opportunity to find an inn for rest, as there were no villages in either direction along the road, leaving only a dwarven outpost in the distance. They had no choice but to drive their cart there in hopes of good fortune. The watchtower stood at a modest height of approximately 8 meters, yet it was divided into 3 levels. Humans and elves would have to stoop upon entering, making movement quite cumbersome. However, this height posed no difficulty for the dwarves. The watchtower lacked a conventional door. Access was granted through a nearby yard via a downward flipping door, leading through an underground corridor to the interior of the tower. Certainly, another method would be to ascend the tower's exterior wall, transitioning from the slender base to the robust top, and then enter from above. As Siegel approached the vicinity, he caught a glimpse of flickering yellow flames through the sentry's peephole. The wind outside carried the prelude to rain's chill, amplifying Siegel's yearning for the warmth and comfort of that bonfire. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the tower, and Siegel beheld a formidable silhouette scaling the wall, bellowing, "Halt! Do not advance any further. State your purpose." The elf rose from the cart, bowed, and spoke. "We are mere travelers passing through, intending to reach the summit of Mora. With the tempest approaching, we seek refuge for the night." "You may not enter the watchtower," replied the dwarf. "Please, show us some leniency," Leo implored. "We are friends of Erranth Diamond, summoned here at his behest. He has mentioned that we are his kin, with whom he can share a drink." Inside the watchtower, a fervent and hurried discussion among the dwarves ensued, followed by another dwarf ascending to the tower's apex. As darkness enveloped the land, Siegel and his mentor could not discern the features of this dwarf, yet it did not hinder the dwarf's ability to scrutinize them in the shadows. "You still cannot enter the outpost. However, you claim to be friends of Erranth Diamond, and I happen to know that stubborn fellow, so I shall offer you some assistance." With that, he cast down a substantial bundle. "This is a simple tent. It will shield you from the storm. But I have one stipulation. You must remain more than 200 paces from the outpost." Expressing gratitude for the dwarf's kindness, Siegel then retrieved the tent. Upon handling it, he realized its considerable weight. It was crafted from several layers of distinct fabrics, meticulously stitched together, with impeccable attention to detail at the seams and corners. The exterior felt smooth and even, while the interior was plush and soft. "This tent is quite extraordinary," Leah commented. "Take good care of it. We must return it by morning." A resounding thunderclap illuminated the sky, and torrential rain cascaded from above. The raindrops struck the tent, transforming into large beads that rolled off without dampening the surface fabric. This tent was ingeniously designed, with a roof and seating integrated. Once inside and the curtain drawn, it became a secluded space. The relentless downpour outside had no effect on the interior, which maintained a pleasantly comfortable temperature. Yet, two aspects left Siegel with a sense of dissatisfaction: the tent's height and the absence of illumination within. The dwarves' eyes had long acclimatized to the subterranean darkness. The tent, entirely covered in fabric that could not ignite, posed no hindrance to them. The elf explained, "Well then, it is just for tonight. Let us retire early." Chapter 22. The summit of Mora 2. Rain persisted until the latter half of the night, gradually diminishing to a gentle drizzle. Elves require only 4 hours of slumber each day. Thus Leah had completed her rest and stepped out of the tent. The moon, veiled by layers of clouds, cast a feeble glow, under which the elf stood, tending to the horses and organizing the rain-soaked cargo wagon. At that moment, an unusual rustling emerged from the fields, accompanied by the sounds of countless small creatures scurrying about. The elf's instincts heightened, and she rapped on the tent, rousing Siegel within. Drawing her longbow, she remained vigilant. What puzzled her was the apparent indifference of the warhorses to the disturbance. Even the 2 mules grazed leisurely. Generally, these herbivorous creatures possess acute senses, particularly regarding impending danger. "What is happening?" Leah squinted, noticing the barley stalks in the field swaying slightly, surmising that some animal must be burrowing beneath. Siegel emerged from the tent, whip in hand, hastily donned without armor. The young man scanned the surroundings anxiously, detecting no anomalies, and thus inquired, "Master Leah, what is amiss?" "Hush! Remain silent," the elf gestured. The pair stood cautiously by the tent, awaiting further developments. After a considerable duration, the commotion subsided, and even Leah could no longer discern the sounds of the creatures. However, Siegel found it impossible to resume slumber. He laid down his weapon, donned his attire properly, and commenced his tasks. They secured a substantial amount of firewood beneath the cargo wagon, shielded from the rain, which could now be retrieved to kindle a fire for cooking. The elf's palate was rather discerning. Thus, she prepared a simple breakfast of rice porridge, augmented with a sprinkle of dried apple and a few fragrant herb leaves. Following this, Siegel utilized the remaining porridge to concoct a meat paste, which he consumed alongside pickled vegetables. While partaking of this modest meal, Siegel's mind was filled with the tales recounted by Sir Bill. The hospitality of the dwarves was unparalleled, featuring lavish portions of roasted meat and refreshing ale daily. The meat was skewered on thick iron rods, as robust as one's thumb, with chunks the size of a fist. The dwarves would suspend the meat over magma, the intense heat searing the exterior rapidly while retaining the juiciness within. The ale, brewed from seasonal oats and the icy springs of the earth, served to alleviate the heat of the magma. I shall never forget that flavor. Each time he recalled this, Siegel was filled with longing, yearning to reach the summit of Mora. The highest snow-capped mountain still loomed in the horizon, visible every day. They drew closer with each passing day, yet it was estimated they would require another month to arrive. Nevertheless, with such imaginings, breakfast became considerably more enjoyable. Leah ventured to the barley field to investigate the disturbances from the previous night. She detected a faint, acrid odor and noted some charred stalks. The torrential rain had muddied the earth, obliterating many traces, and apart from a few minute prints resembling those of a mouse, even Leah, an elite ranger, could uncover no further clues. That day, they learned a valuable lesson. In the afternoon, they halted at a village known as Strawstead. Here, they encountered a caravan that had recently departed from the summit of Mora, en route to the hub fortress. Their cargo wagons were laden with dwarven treasures, large barrels of spirits, the horns of subterranean creatures, refined steel ingots, combustible powders, and several exquisite suits of armor. "Beautiful lady, what a fortune it is to meet you." The caravan leader, a boisterous fellow, approached with enthusiasm. "Pray tell, from whence do you hail? Might you share tales of what lies ahead?" Travelers often exchange information upon meeting, significantly reducing the likelihood of stumbling into misfortune. This exchange is imbued with various techniques, such as methods of self-protection or, more beneficially, how to enhance one's journey through the sharing of knowledge. It remains unclear how Leah engaged in dialogue with the caravan members. Perhaps it was simply due to her extraordinary charm. That evening, the caravan invited the two to dine and recounted tales of the summit of Mora. Why do you not stay and witness it? Siegel inquired. I must provide for my family, young lad, the man chuckled. When you have a son and 3 daughters, you can no longer travel as freely as you do now. To become a knight? Or perhaps one day earn a title? Siegel mused. What a splendid notion. When you become a noble lord, do not forget us poor folk. If you could reduce the tolls, I would sing your praises. I can assure you of that. I too despise those tax collectors, Siegel replied. Every time our great ship docks, we are required to pay 100 gold coins in taxes. By the heavens! It would take me 10 years aboard to earn such an amount. Fortunately, on this adventure, I am spared such expenses. Yet there are still gate taxes, lodging fees, bridge tolls, and even a tax for producing refuse. Have you not been harassed by the Lord's tax collectors? He is a squire, having previously served a noble lord. The elf explained. And now with me, elves do not pay taxes. Such actions are beyond our comprehension. The caravan members erupted in laughter. Let us toast to the tax-exempt lords. A sudden clamor of hooves echoed from outside the village, accompanied by the clattering of metal armor. Several individuals peered outside, spotting a contingent of 20 fully armored dwarven warriors riding ferocious hounds, approaching from the direction of the hub fortress. They halted before the caravan, exuding an air of strict vigilance. A few of the ferocious hounds sniffed intently, barking fiercely at Siegel and Leah. The dwarves brandished their war hammers and threw axes, encircling the two. You are under arrest for suspected assault on a sentry, a dwarf with an exceedingly bushy brow and beard proclaimed loudly, obscuring his expression. Do not forget to resist. We are more than willing to engage in combat. Upon hearing this, the caravan members promptly retreated, unwilling to involve themselves in such matters. Siegel, bewildered, could not grasp what had transpired. The dwarves, brandishing weapons forged by their master blacksmiths, closed in, leaving the two with no choice but to surrender. Siegel found himself confined within an iron cage, shackled with chains and tethered to a heavy stone ball. The cage was cramped and low, forcing him to hunch while seated inside. The cart was drawn by 2 large hounds, with 4 vigilant dwarven warriors stationed nearby. He spotted Leah in a similar predicament in another cart, separated by a considerable distance, with communication strictly forbidden. Fortunately, the dwarves did not indulge in the maltreatment of prisoners. As long as they refrained from attempting to escape and remained compliant within their cages, the dwarves proved to be amicable. The heavily bearded dwarf was named Gerard Buman, the captain of this dwarven detachment. Aside from him, none of the other dwarves were permitted to converse with the prisoners. Only the captain had the authority to manage all matters concerning them, including the distribution of food and water, determining rest locations, and arranging for bodily necessities. The dwarves confiscated all of their belongings, inevitably discovering Leah's elven weapons. Being skilled forgers themselves, the dwarves recognized these weapons as originating from the New Forest, designated for the border rangers, which piqued Gerard's interest. Keep an eye on that elf. Be wary of her escape. These delicate creatures have a tendency to vanish. For the first time, Siegel experienced imprisonment, a novel sensation. However, after a few hours, boredom began to set in. A few days later, his legs ached. His posterior was completely numb, and both wrists were chafed and swollen. Yet, compared to the physical torment he endured, the unbearable monotony of being unable to practice martial arts, shoot arrows, or even ride a horse rendered him truly miserable. The iron cage constrained his free spirit. One day, unable to bear it any longer, he summoned Gerard. What is it, lad? The dwarf's entire visage trembled as he spoke. Dinner cannot possibly include meat. I have told you countless times. I am not asking for meat. Siegel replied. Could you fetch me those books? I am dreadfully bored in this prison cart. What purpose do those books serve? The dwarf inquired. Just wait a moment. The belongings of the prisoners were all stored together, and the books were quickly retrieved. The dwarf opened them, finding nothing amiss, and tossed them back to Siegel. Do not attempt any tricks. Even if you are a mage, escaping from this cart is impossible. I aspire to become a knight, Siegel declared. A knight? What merit do human knights possess? The dwarf laughed heartily. Aside from a few who are somewhat valiant, the rest fled in disgrace during the North River campaign against the orc invasion. They even caused the orcs to scatter the elven lines. What incompetence! Had we not intervened, I dare say Waterdeep would now reek of orc stench. Siegel merely shrugged. Having never experienced the North River campaign himself, he had little to contribute to the conversation. However, now that he had the cipher book in hand, he found himself with a task to occupy his time. Chapter 23. Summit of Mora 3. They traveled almost incessantly. barely pausing for rest even at night. Siegel felt as though his body might fall apart in the swaying wagon, which only deepened his admiration for the resolute dwarves. Fortunately, at each dwarven outpost they passed, they were able to procure supplies such as food and water. However, in the following days, they also faced the scorn and curses of the dwarven sentinels. So, these two scoundrels attacked the eastern outpost, more detestable than the worms of orcs. The dwarves were exceedingly agitated. The matter was still under investigation. They were to await the results. At that moment, Gerard stepped forward to explain and soothe the others' tempers. The Forge Hall would impartially adjudicate the matter in the town of Leto. So, Leto is our destination, Siegel noted. The caravan continued westward along the Cloak Road and paused in a small town. We have arrived early, Gerard announced. Let us park under the shade of the trees. I will notify the people of the Forge Hall. Siegel and Leah adjusted their attire, striving to appear more presentable despite their fatigue. They had repeatedly clarified to the dwarven guards that they were not the so-called culprits. Yet these obstinate beings, as unyielding as stone, paid no heed and pressed on. Now that they had reached their destination, they hoped for an opportunity to explain themselves. 3 dwarves clad in gray robes emerged from the town alongside Gerard, their expressions grave and silent. Siegel nearly laughed at the sight, which resembled a tuft of fur with 3 sacks of potatoes. He reminded himself that these were the individuals who could determine their fate and stifled his amusement, sitting upright in the prison wagon. Each potato sack bore the holy emblem of the dwarven guardian, a palm-sized stone slab inscribed with the mark of a hammer. They approached the wagon, scrutinizing the 2 suspects. After exchanging a few words in dwarven, they announced, "This elf is innocent. Release her." Gerard leaped onto the wagon and, retrieving a key, unlocked the iron cage. The 3 venerable robed dwarves, no longer appearing as mere sacks of potatoes, approached another prison wagon and began their incantations. Siegel felt a warm energy wash over him, reminiscent of his first encounter with the mages of Nox, leading him to suspect that the dwarves were casting a spell. Then one of the dwarves declared, "This individual's identity is uncertain. The suspicion is grave. Imprison him in the dungeon at once." "Hey, you potato sack, why won't you release me? We did not attack the outpost," Siegel shouted. Leah, the elf, stepped forward to explain, but to no avail, as several dwarven warriors separated her from him. Gerard reassured Leah that this was not the final outcome, merely a preliminary screening, and that there would be an opportunity for defense. Shortly thereafter, 4 dwarves approached and hoisted the prison cage, including Siegel, to a stone building. The door of the room closed. Yet they could still hear the voice of the elf Leah outside. The obstinate dwarves were not easily swayed. They rigidly adhered to every rule. Siegel, feeling no guilt, was only concerned for the health of his elven master and lamented the squandered time of his training. The room contained nothing but the cage confining him and a pile of straw in the corner. A solitary window allowed light to enter, providing a moment to read. Siegel picked up the coded book and noticed a change. The cover, which had once read Jockin's daily notes in the common tongue, now bore the title Dragon City in Elvish. Upon opening it, the chaotic lines and intricate markings on the pages began to rearrange themselves into a map adorned with labels, mountains, rivers, and directions to forests, with brown denoting caves and light gray indicating tunnels. Adjacent text recorded the passphrase and commands that Jockin had discovered during his explorations. Siegel was astounded and quickly turned to the second page. This time, rather than a map, it detailed a spell. According to its description, the spell could unlock a bloodline limitation or deceive items that relied on bloodline recognition, allowing them to be used by others. The spell was profoundly complex, requiring not only incantations and gestures, but also potion preparation and ritual arrangements. Though not a mage himself, Siegel found the content captivating, having already perused the previous material. Even the cryptic text now conjured answers in Siegel's mind. After a while, relying on his keen intellect, he discerned the key to unraveling the mystery. The book had lost its protective charm. This must be related to the spell cast by the potato sack. I must admit, magic is truly convenient. Siegel mused as he continued to study. He scrutinized the book not for its content, but purely for the joy of solving a riddle, akin to a child playing with a puzzle or a youth twisting a Rubik's Cube. However, this reading was immensely taxing, and before the evening meal arrived, he succumbed to slumber. The following day, Gerard brought food along with news of the elf. According to the dwarfs, the Forge Hall had largely accepted the elf's account of the outpost incident, pending only the completion of formalities for his release. Yet this waiting extended for 3 interminable days, and Siegel felt as though he were rusting in his cage. He had unraveled the secrets within the book, yet boredom had led him to memorize several tomes. Consequently, he found himself devoid of any pursuits, left only to ponder. That evening, under the brilliance of a full moon, the night sky glowed luminously. Siegel, disturbed by the moonlight, awoke in the middle of the night. A refreshing breeze wafted through the window, a rare delight in the sweltering summer, perfect for daydreaming. How I wish I could cast spells, he mused. If only I could utter an incantation, and the lock would yield. How delightful that would be. Siegel contemplated attempting to concentrate his will to employ magic. However, he soon realized that magic was not so easily grasped. He was far from mastering its nuances. Moreover, he feared that tampering with the lock of the cage might render him an escapee, transforming him from an innocent into a criminal. With such worries, Siegel settled once more, suppressing his magical aspirations, and lay down to resume his quest for sleep. Yet, magic soon found him. First, a writhing shadow slithered beneath the door, gradually making its way toward the straw pile in the corner of the cell. The straw was imbued with life, intertwining and rising to form a creature with limbs and a head, devoid of eyes yet capable of sight, without ears yet able to hear, lacking a mouth yet capable of incantation. The straw golem gazed at the slumbering Siegel, raised an arm, and pointed at him with a stalk of straw. A beam of blue-green light pierced Siegel's body, instantly draining his life force. His heartbeat ceased, his breath vanished, and he could not even muster a final struggle. The straw creature then approached the cage and reached in to retrieve several books. Suddenly, Siegel's lifeless form stirred. He opened his eyes wide, gasping in a cacophony of cries, his body convulsing like a marionette. Then, a black mist in the shape of a skull emanated from his heart, its hollow eyes devoid of light, its mouth opening and closing. Siegel foamed at the mouth, one hand gripping the bars of the cage while the other flailed, fortuitously grasping the straw creature. The black skull immediately shifted its focus, pouring forth from Siegel and diving into the body of the straw golem. The straw being, merely a puppet animated by magic, executed the will of its conjurer without volition. Thus, the curse and necromantic spells cast upon the scarecrow directly affected the operator. The agony of being harmed by one's own sorcery was excruciating, prompting the hidden individual within the town to emit a hoarse scream that roused the slumbering residents nearby. Simultaneously, the scarecrow adjacent to the cell echoed this cry, shrieking in unison. Siegel narrowly escaped death. The concealed spellcaster struggled to concentrate his power, barely repelling the lethal spell's force. Time was of the essence. He promptly commanded the scarecrow to seize the books and make a hasty exit. The scarecrow, agile and impervious to physical harm, though crafted from straw, harnessed the strength of the black mist to incapacitate one dwarf guard and injure another at the entrance. As the operator's shouts revealed his position, the stationed dwarves bravely charged forward. Siegel glimpsed the chaotic brilliance of the battle through the window. Flames and lightning wreaked havoc, igniting the town as structures. Grotesque summoned entities confronted the dwarves atop the buildings. The tempest fanned the flames, swiftly engulfing several adjacent houses. Amidst the tumult of combat, rescue efforts, and firefighting, the scarecrow seized the opportunity to flee the village. Leah and Gerald soon arrived, their worries alleviated upon seeing Siegel unharmed within the cage. The elf employed divine magic to heal the injured guard before rushing to assist in the fray. It wasn't until dawn that the turmoil subsided. The assailant managed to evade capture, his visage remaining unseen. The only certainty was that he was a wizard, well-versed in illusions and mind-affecting enchantments, possessing substantial combat experience. Adept at seizing fleeting opportunities on the battlefield, his spells wielded formidable power, influencing numerous dwarf warriors' thoughts, even seizing their very minds. Ultimately, the wizard utilized a scroll for teleportation, escaping the battlefield before the priests of the Forge Hall could arrive. It was a short-range teleport. He hadn't fled far. The great potato bag bellowed on the battlefield. Form a 5-man team, spread out and search. Report immediately upon discovering the enemy. Do not engage alone. Chapter 24. The pinnacle of Mora, for it became evident that the short legs of the dwarves were ill-suited for pursuing foes. The mage had long since fled. Aside from the prison cells, Siegel and Leah's cart had also been attacked, their belongings thoroughly rummaged. Simultaneously, the dwarven storeroom was breached, and many precious materials, which had not yet been transported, were stolen. The sacks of potatoes were irate, perceiving this as a shameless affront to the dwarven kingdom. This incident significantly expedited the dwarf's proceedings, leading to Siegel's official release 2 days later. Upon shedding his burdens, the dwarf opened a large parcel containing warm clothing. He remarked, "I understand you are journeying to the pinnacle of Mora, traversing the icy mountain paths. Here are some garments to keep you warm, including cloaks, gloves, and boots, all of fine quality. Please accept them as a token of reconciliation." Leah pondered for a moment, realizing that these items had actually been procured from Gerard's own purse. The furnace hall would never exhibit such amicable conduct. Aware that further conflict with the dwarf was unnecessary, she feigned ignorance and gratefully accepted the gifts. "Dwarf, your name is Gerard, correct?" Leah reconfirmed, then added, "I have encountered many dwarves, but you are the most adaptable of them all. I hope we may meet again and have the opportunity to learn more about you." The dwarf smiled, finally revealing his mouth beneath his beard. He gestured cheerfully, shook hands with Leah and Siegel, and then mounted his savage hound to depart. The two continued westward, directly opposite the dwarf's direction, resuming their training and travel. Leah suddenly noticed that Siegel seemed distracted during his archery practice, prompting her to call him over. "What troubles you? Is something weighing on your mind?" The elf inquired with concern. "Is it the matter of being imprisoned that still affects you?" "Not at all," Siegel replied, somewhat glumly. After a brief pause, he summoned the courage to ask, "Master Leah, may I learn magic?" "I am uncertain, Siegel," Leah responded. "You may possess an aptitude for magic, much like your martial training. To me, magic is a peculiar and potent force, and only a select few who master it can be deemed legendary. However, magic, like other powers such as natural forces, divine gifts, and martial skills, is merely one form of strength in this world. If you wish to pursue magic, that is commendable. Both Sir Bill and I shall support you. Yet, the conditions for doing so are not currently favorable. What must one do to become a mage?" Leah pondered for a moment before replying. "I believe your inquiry is really about how to become a powerful individual." Siegel chuckled and nodded. "Let us discuss the matter of becoming a mage, lest it linger in your thoughts. There are 3 pathways. The first is to join the mage tower, starting as an apprentice and gradually accumulating knowledge. This method incurs the least expense, but it only admits children, and you are too old for that. The second is to find a willing teacher who can provide systematic education, but this is typically reserved for the affluent nobility or mage families. Commoners cannot afford tutors. The third option is to spend considerable sums to audit the lessons of mages and learn independently. Must it cost so much?" Siegel exclaimed, astonished. "How much are we talking about?" "Learning and researching magic is perhaps the most financially demanding endeavor in the world. I have heard that the Free Mage Association in Waterdeep charges 100 gold pieces per day for auditing courses, which generally requires half a year of classes and 2 years of study to potentially become a formal mage, merely a low-level mage at that. Good heavens, how exorbitant!" Siegel exclaimed, nearly stunned by the figure. "Does that mean I have no avenue to learn magic?" "Not necessarily," Leah smiled, lowering her voice to share with Siegel. "Our journey to the pinnacle of Mora is in pursuit of a significant fortune. The Ailent dwarves have discovered an ancient dragon's lair, which was claimed by some individual after slaying the dragon. That individual may have perished while away, and now the treasures there await a new master. No wonder there is such urgency to reach the pinnacle of Mora," Siegel remarked. "What of Sir Bill? Will he be able to catch up after finishing his tasks?" "Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Let us focus on your matters," the elf suggested. "My thought is this: you currently lack the means to learn magic, and you are unsure if you are suited to become a mage or how far you could progress. However, you undeniably possess a talent for martial arts. Do not squander that gift." Siegel nodded, clenching his fists as he motivated himself. "You are right, master. I have been overthinking, and it has hindered my training. I shall strive to become a knight first. Once I have acquired the wealth to support my magical studies, I will pursue that path. In addition to wine and minerals, this region is renowned for another product, slop-fed pork. The immense waste generated by breweries has fostered a thriving pig farming industry, conveniently consumed by the dwarves. The pig farming village is situated over 5 miles from the breweries to avoid the odor of the pigsties affecting the tavern's business. Unfortunately, the cloak road leading from Hub Fortress must pass through Pig Village, providing Siegel with ample opportunity to practice holding his breath. The town at the mountain's base boasts 2 grand gates, one facing the expansive plains and the other ascending the mountain. Although this town is nominally managed by its residents, Everyone knows that the dwarves wield true influence. They vigilantly guard the gates leading to the pinnacle of Mora, meticulously inspecting every traveler and their wagons. This practice has been in place since the dwarves arrived and continues to this day. When Siegel approached the town with his cart, it became clear that it was impossible to ascend the mountain with their load in the short term. The two had nearly exhausted their funds on the journey, leaving them with barely a dozen gold pieces for travel expenses. At this juncture, the dwarves' promise to treat them favorably became exceedingly important for their livelihood. Siegel, let us store the cart and proceed on foot up the mountain, Leah contemplated and resolved. Siegel inquired at several inns, but they were all fully booked, and there was no space available in the stables. An influx of merchants had pushed the town's capacity to its limits, making it impossible to find suitable accommodations. Unless you are willing to pay a high price, your only option is to chance it with a resident, an innkeeper informed them. But even then, the pig farmers cannot tend to your horses, especially the colts. Those who know how to care for horses have already found work at the inns and are exceedingly busy. You must consider your options carefully. With no means to care for the horses, they had no choice but to bring them along up the mountain. The elf thought for a moment and asked, given the multitude of merchant caravans transporting goods, surely the cart should fetch a good price? Indeed, both carts and lodging had become hot commodities. Typically, a two-wheeled cart would sell for a little over 10 gold pieces, but now it could command 20, provided they could sell it immediately. The two sold off their remaining mule and cleared out some items they could not carry. Thus, they managed to gather a total of 40 gold pieces. Yet, this sum was still insufficient for even a single day's worth of mage classes in Waterdeep. Items such as tents, provisions, and feed were loaded onto the horses, while Siegel shouldered the remaining bundles. Fortunately, after training, Siegel was now as robust as a young bull. The elf, Leah, remained lightly burdened, prepared to maintain her readiness for combat. Travelers without cargo need not queue. They simply squeezed through the crowded passageways. The human scribe at the gate called out, one elf and his servant, 2 horses. Please pay 45 gold pieces. What does 45 gold pieces signify? Leah's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. The summit of Mora has never imposed a gate tax. No, it is not as it seems. Allow me to clarify. The clerk hastily interjected. Currently, there are 45 freight wagons queued for passage, and these 45 gold coins are intended for them. This way, the merchant caravans can secure their earnings and remain compliant. Shouldn't this payment be the responsibility of the dwarves, given that this is their territory? If chaos ensues, it would only be to their detriment. The dwarves are quite protective of their gold. This route may not be viable. The clerk wore an expression of utter exasperation. Or, you may choose to take a number here and register, gradually moving forward with the caravans. The fewer wagons ahead of you, the lesser the fee you will incur. Chapter 25. The Summit of Mora 5. These greedy, obstinate, and narrow-minded dwarves. Leah exclaimed in Elvish, her voice laced with irritation. Fortunately, only Siegel was able to comprehend her hurried and exasperated words, preventing any further complications. The two found themselves in a predicament, reluctant to expend their last coins in such a place. Hence they reluctantly registered for a ticket and joined the end of the queue. Leah was well aware of the unproductive mercenaries' true nature. The more one engaged them, the more they thrived on the attention. Thus, she averted her gaze, resting her hand on the hilt of her blade, portraying an air of intimidation. In contrast, Siegel appeared youthful and impetuous, easily provoked. A few mercenaries began to share crude jokes, mocking the relationship between Siegel and the elf. They believed Siegel's robust physique was only of use in bed, remarking on his thick fingers as a rarity. Leah grasped his arm, advising, pay no heed to such filth, it would only sully your hands. However, Siegel lamented, but we must endure this queue for a long time, and this group will continue to harass us. Leah blinked, recognizing the validity in his words. She then released her hold, unfastened the young man's pack, and encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. Fight well. With each gentle tap, Leah discreetly cast a blessing of nature, enhancing Siegel's strength. Siegel sensed the surge of power and felt emboldened. He stepped forward, gesturing provocatively to the mercenaries. Who among you boasts the foulest tongue? A large crowd encircled them, self-organizing into a ring. The mercenaries were astute. They would not risk injury merely for the sake of verbal satisfaction. Only gold could incite their actions. Thus, the entire affair transformed into a betting game, wherein they wagered on outcomes, time, and even the first garment to be torn, gambling on anything conceivable. The victor would take all, the loser would pay dearly. and the house would collect its share, a well-established protocol. Siegel shed his shirt, revealing his sculpted muscles, which slightly decreased his odds. His opponent, a tall, dark figure, furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback by the young man's impressive physique. He leaped into the circle, feigning small talk, but instead lunged forward to seize the initiative. Oh damn. The bets aren't even settled. Someone shouted nearby. Siegel had anticipated this maneuver. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward. The swift action caught his opponent off guard, and before he could reach his intended striking position, Siegel's fist connected with his nose, blood gushing forth as stars danced before his eyes. The man crumpled to the ground, his eyes rolling back in defeat. The surrounding bettors erupted in noise, jeering. Where did this novice come from? Who would hire such a buffoon? Before the house could finish registering the bets, more money was exchanged. If anyone had the sharpest eyes and the quickest hands in the venue, it was certainly these onlookers. Just now, you were so foul-mouthed. Don't hide at the back, Siegel declared, pointing at the next challenger. Everyone is waiting. The crowd echoed in unison, waiting. Leah was taken aback. It was her first time witnessing such a spectacle, and she found it thrilling. Previously, she had primarily served in the elven patrols, seldom mingling among human mercenaries. In the rare instances she ventured out for adventure, it was under the auspices of Sir Bill. She had heard tales of how the knight would often team up with dwarves to teach a lesson to insolent ruffians and sometimes engage in brawls at the gambling halls. Perhaps the scene before her mirrored those tales of Sir Bill. The second contender was tall and dark, though not particularly strong, which inflated his odds. However, the house offered favorable bets on the young man's victory, drawing the attention of the bettors. No one expected the lanky figure to launch a swift kick as an initial assault, striking quickly and from a distance. Siegel attempted to close the gap several times, but was kept at bay by the long legs. The spectators cheered loudly, especially those who had wagered on Siegel's high punch count or the possibility of an upset by the tall man. Another kick came flying in. Siegel took a deep breath and braced himself to absorb the blow, quickly trapping the leg with his arm. Seizing the opportunity to close in on his foe, he spun and delivered a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. Enhanced by the elven master's magic, his fist struck like a hammer, proving too much for the adversary to withstand. The tall man, after receiving just a few blows, cried out in surrender. Yet Siegel did not relent, continuing to threaten with his fists until the man offered an apology to the elf. Thus, he secured victory in the second bout. With two foul-mouthed opponents remaining, Siegel fixed his gaze upon them. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, they hesitated to enter the fray, particularly since the defeated fighter would receive no share of the winnings unless he relied on the generosity of the victorious bettors. Under these circumstances, they were unwilling to endure a beating. As the two remained reluctant to step forward, the bettors grew impatient, hurling insults and spitting, labeling them cowards and weaklings in an attempt to provoke them. Ultimately, the fight did not transpire. The two men realized their predicament and hurriedly emerged to offer their apologies. Initially, the bettors had hoped Siegel would persist in his youthful bravado, allowing them the chance to draw out the skilled fighters from their mercenary band. However, Siegel, handling the matter with the grace of a knight, concluded the affair after accepting their apologies. He also successfully pocketed 6 gold coins as his share. Well done. You performed admirably, Leah praised. Beyond your martial prowess, your manner of handling affairs reflects the teachings of Sir Bill, which will undoubtedly serve you well in the future. After a bout of revelry, the bored mercenaries found new topics of conversation, allowing for a moment of tranquility. Siegel and Leah gradually advanced through the long queue, finally passing through the gates after 5 hours. They surrendered their tickets and mounted their horses, commencing their ascent. The summit of Mora stands as the second highest mountain in the new continent. Legend holds that a soul plummeted from its peak, with the body rolling down to the foot of the mountain 2 days later. To conquer this imposing peak, countless dwarven craftsmen toiled for a century to carve the mountain road and construct the gates, followed by 200 years dedicated to building the outer caverns, thus establishing the initial framework. It is said that the construction of Mora's summit has never ceased, as they continue to dig deeper into the earth. It is rumored that even the dwarves themselves are unaware of the vastness of the undertaking. The path grew increasingly steep, and the winds began to howl. During a brief respite, Leah remarked to Siegel that they were fortunate it was still summer, as blizzards could make the ascent perilous in winter. But what if the dwarves need to trade goods during winter? What do they eat? Siegel inquired. You may be mistaken. Dwarves have always managed to find sustenance within their caverns. Even when snow blankets the mountains, the clans atop Mora will not starve due to impassable roads. The entire mountain may well be hollowed out, extending deep into the earth. Dwarves cultivate mushrooms, gather moss, raise chickens and pigs, and even tend to lizards and breed fierce hounds. Additionally, they stockpile provisions in the autumn, particularly various allure. Their lives are quite comfortable. Perhaps, in another few millennia, the dwarves may even learn to hibernate. Chapter 26. The pinnacle of Mora 6. Siegel's interest in the dwarven kingdom intensified, his eager spirit propelling him onward as he ascended the stone steps. Above the snow line, the steps lay perpetually cloaked in snow, and under the relentless weight of snowfall. Some areas had transformed into ice. The entire staircase gleamed like crystal, smooth and rounded, making the climb exceedingly arduous. Siegel carefully pressed his body against the steep rock face, occasionally using his chin as a fulcrum to maintain balance. His scythe became an extension of his arm, aiding him in breaking through the icy crust. As he moved slowly and cautiously, pausing with each step, this sensation became even more pronounced as he crossed the cloud boundary. Snowflakes swirled around him, while the next few steps ahead marked the limit of his vision. The icy wind howled along the narrow stone path, often shifting direction, as if many great hands were pulling him outward. Here, the warm breath he exhaled quickly froze on his face, leaving his skin aching and swollen. Despite wrapping his head in a black veil, Siegel felt his eyes were on the verge of freezing. He frequently stopped to tightly shut his eyes or rubbed his eyelids through the veil to generate warmth, just to maintain a semblance of vision. The biting cold was nothing short of formidable. Had he not smeared his body with grease earlier, he would have succumbed to frostbite and lost his life. At times, he felt an overwhelming numbness, his muscles trembling incessantly. Whenever this sensation arose, he would draw a flask of strong liquor from his pocket, taking a hearty swig to reignite the flame within his chest and abdomen, thus sustaining his stamina. This was a grueling trial, yet retreat was not an option. He could only grit his teeth and persevere. In moments of fatigue, Siegel felt as though his lungs were rendered incapable of functioning. No matter how forcefully he inhaled, air remained elusive. He even experienced the illusion of becoming one with the mountain, destined to be eternally trapped here. The most perilous moments brought forth another hallucination. Siegel once believed he was still climbing, his limbs laboriously moving, while in truth, he remained stationary. The repetition of the same motion for an extended period distorted his perception, and his fatigued mind, yearning for respite, indulged this deception. He was on the brink of collapsing onto the mountain path in slumber. Fortunately, the howling wind jolted him awake, preventing him from succumbing to death's embrace. Once he ascended beyond the clouds, the wind and snow diminished significantly, yet the chill intensified. Snowflakes were blown up from beneath his feet, making balance precarious, and Siegel felt as though he were swaying. Without the cloud's concealment, the sunlight reflecting off the snow-capped peaks was blindingly brilliant, rendering him reluctant to gaze around. Siegel nearly pressed his nose against the mountainside, his eyes fixated on the nearest step, moving upward with labored breaths, extracting every last ounce of strength from his being. Many times he believed he would perish on this treacherous path. At long last, he reached the platform at the entrance to the dwarven kingdom atop Mora. This was a natural cavern within the mountain, the entrance towering over 50 meters and spanning more than 200 meters wide, resembling a great mouth of the snow mountain. The dwarves utilized this site as the gateway to their kingdom, building walls from the eternal stone and crafting an indomitable gate from precious gold. Outside the gate lay a platform paved with solid rock, one side reserved for the storage of goods, while the other side remained entirely clear, forbidding any cargo or travelers from approaching. In the center of the open space stood an alloyed column, its base supported by 7 feet, each intricately engraved with the emblems of one of the 7 great clans that had arrived there over the years. Atop the column rested a diamond the size of a fist, flawlessly cut into 80 facets, radiating a dazzling brilliance that captivated all who beheld it. This was one of the prides of the pinnacle of Mora, and at all times, 3 dwarven guards stood vigilant, clad in black full-plate armor adorned with mithril, gemstones, and mysterious runes, easily distinguishable. One guard surveyed the sky beyond the platform, another watched the path leading to the kingdom's gate, while the last remained ever watchful over the diamond itself. Each held a flag symbolizing the 3 great clans, while their other hand wielded a dwarven sword shield, a unique weapon of both offense and defense. Aside from shift changes, they remained as immovable as the rocks, indifferent to the happenings on the platform. Their sole purpose was to welcome the brave souls who dared to ascend the sacred steps. It would take several years before a soul would succeed in reaching the summit. As Siegel climbed, he was nearly overcome with exhaustion, failing to notice the 3 dwarven sentinels. All he desired was to collapse onto the ground and stretch his weary limbs. His eyes, pained and strained, remained tightly shut. Thus, when he finally opened them and beheld the 3 figures clad in pure black armor, their helmets adorned with beards that could touch the ground, particularly their 6 piercing eyes aglow with intensity, he was indeed taken aback. "Congratulations, brave one. Through the genuine diamond. We have witnessed your arduous ascent. You shall be hailed as the summit conqueror." The dwarves lifted him up, inquiring his name, adorning him with a wide golden belt, and fastening 3 great flags to his back. The surrounding dwarves erupted in cheers. The news of the new summit conqueror would soon spread throughout the realm. His name, visage, and accomplishments would become known to every denizen of the pinnacle of Mora. At last, Siegel had the opportunity to gaze upon the mountain's summit. From the base, the peak had been obscured, only vaguely visible amidst the mist. Now, looking down from the heights, the vista was transformed. Sunlight bathed the pristine snow clouds, momentarily giving Siegel the illusion of sailing upon the sea. Through the gaps in the clouds, he glimpsed the vast expanse of the earth, spotting villages and towns that appeared as mere specks. If he raised his gaze, the pinnacle of Mora stood not far off, a majestic giant towering above. A gust of wind swept through, sending snowflakes dancing from the peak like a billowing white banner. The grandeur of the mountains mirrored the vast majesty of the sea, both embodying a wondrous spectacle. Siegel stood at the edge of the cavern, his back against the towering mountains, facing the infinite sky and the boundless earth, and shouted with all his might, expressing the elation within his heart. The pinnacle of Mora echoed his exultation, unleashing a deafening roar that triggered an avalanche. Siegel scratched his head, nervously glancing at the dwarves. "Is everything all right?" "Fear not," the dwarves reassured him. "The areas prone to avalanches have been fortified with tunnels. No passerby shall be harmed. Have any of you seen an elf lady named Anastasia? She is my master, and we are here to seek the dwarven, the indomitable Diamond of Island." A thunderous voice boomed nearby. Siegel turned to see his elven master standing behind a massive dwarf. This dwarf was described as having a physique akin to a barrel, significantly bulkier than the average dwarf. Yet, this was not a dwarf made rotund by a fondness for ale. Rather, he was robust, his arms thicker than Siegel's thighs, and his legs resembled stone pillars. The dwarf was bald, his head coated in frost oil, glistening in the sunlight. Perhaps all his hair had grown upon his face, as his thick, vibrant red beard was braided into 7 plaits, cascading down to his belt. Dressed in a bearskin coat, he immediately enveloped Siegel in a warm embrace. Siegel felt as though he were tightly ensnared, finding it harder to escape than during his encounter with the troll, pain radiating from various parts of his body. Once the dwarf had his fill of affection, he pulled Siegel toward the kingdom's golden gate, accompanied by Island's boisterous exclamations. "This is my friend, Siegel the octopus, the summit conqueror." The dwarves erupted in another round of cheers, while Leah smiled and clapped nearby. Island resided on the 3rd tier of the pinnacle of Mora, a designated area for the 3 great summit clans. The Gem clan had established a sprawling network of caverns here, transforming them into beautiful abodes. Sturdy marble columns supported the ceiling, while thick stone walls partitioned the room into areas of varied function. The walls were adorned with numerous raw gemstones, and a roaring furnace filled the space with a kaleidoscope of vibrant light. At the center of the room stood a magnificent table made of tiger-striped wood, stretching an impressive 20 meters, capable of accommodating 50 guests. Here, Elent was fulfilling his promise, generously hosting his closest friends. Most of the attendees were his kin, while his apprentices assisted nearby. Excited little dwarves scurried about, bumping into their elders, evoking a memory in Siegel of a game of bumpkin played by sailors. Every dwarf sought to greet him, enthusiastically patting him on the back and exclaiming champion of the summit in heartfelt congratulations. Many dwarven faces were obscured by thick hair, making it difficult to discern their features. For outsiders, particularly Siegel, distinguishing one dwarf from another relied solely on their beards. The table was laden with delectable dishes. Mountains of sausages piled high, large blocks of cheese, and a cauldron of simmering bone broth wafting savory aromas. 5 roasted sheep, golden and crispy, bit into apples while defiantly eyeing the dwarves around them. The dwarf children, ever eager to reach for the mouth-watering delicacies, were swiftly admonished by nearby adults, who would scoop up the mischievous youngsters and toss them aside. Dwarves were remarkably resilient, their tough skin and robust build allowing the discarded children to tumble and then giggle as they resumed their playful antics. In another chamber, Siegel was changing clothes with the assistance of the dwarves, left with only his outer robe to wear. During his ascent, his chainmail had caused considerable discomfort, and upon removing it, he discovered multiple frostbite injuries, with patches of skin and muscle having shrunk and even adhered to the armor. Fortunately, the dwarves had a healer on hand to provide initial treatment, preventing further deterioration of his condition. Siegel, my boy, you truly are relentless. For outsiders, that staircase is a trial of life and death. Thankfully, we possess ample experience in treating frostbite. Your injuries will mend and will not hinder your prowess as a warrior. Elent then lifted a golden belt, adding, "This is the Dwarven Honor Belt, which grants the wearer the strength and resilience akin to the dwarves atop Mora. Wearing it will aid your recovery from frostbite." Siegel donned the belt and embraced Elent sincerely, reveling in the warmth of being surrounded by the enthusiastic, amiable, and forthright dwarves. The old captain shared this same disposition, and thus Siegel felt a familiar sense of home. As he opened the door and entered the banquet hall, the enticing aroma enveloped him, causing his mouth to water. Elent stood at the head of the table, raising a goblet, with Siegel and Leah by his side. He proclaimed a toast to the arrival of friends, urging everyone to celebrate, before downing his drink in one gulp. The feast commenced, with dwarves wielding knives in one hand and goblets in the other, as if engaging in battle with sword and shield. The brazen sheep were swiftly torn apart, vanishing into the dwarves' bellies, though the lamb at the head of the table was spared, reserved exclusively for guests. At Elent's beckoning, Siegel took up a knife, the first to carve the meat. The crisp skin crackled under the blade, hot juices cascading down. Remembering the customs of the sea, he selected a leaner piece and placed it on the plate of the elven master. "You must eat," Elent called out with exuberance, more animated than ever, urging, "Hurry, eat." Leah elegantly sliced a small piece with her knife and fork, savoring it before sipping a bit of brandy, dabbing her mouth with a handkerchief as she slowly remarked, "Surely, you don't believe I am a vegetarian?" Elent disregarded her comment, thumping the table for Siegel to serve himself a piece. "Take as much as you can, do not hesitate." Upon hearing this, Siegel beamed with joy. With a swift motion, he showcased the precision and sharpness of elven knife techniques, expertly separating the sheep's head and front legs from its body. Amidst the dwarves' raucous cheers, he found himself with a plate of still steaming roasted lamb. Inside the cavern of the mountain, it was challenging to gauge the passage of time, only that the banquet continued for quite a while. New dishes of meat kept arriving, and fresh guests kept appearing. Laughter, singing, and revelry filled the air as everyone indulged in simple joys. The elf Leah did not linger for long. She understood her presence might inhibit the dwarves from fully celebrating. As she departed, she cast a glance at Siegel, signaling him to be cautious. However, engrossed in the battle with roasted meat, Siegel failed to comprehend her warning, resulting in him being merrily intoxicated by the dwarves on 3 separate occasions. Chapter 27. The summit of Mora 7. He approached and settled beside the dwarf, letting out a hearty belch. The dwarf, upon noticing him, erupted into joyful laughter. A long, resonating belch after a meal is the highest form of praise to the host. Elent waved his hand, and naturally, a servant filled their goblets with wine. He handed the cup to Siegel and inquired, "Your martial skills were honed under Leah, correct?" "Indeed, Mr. Elent," Siegel replied. "Do refrain from calling me Mr. Just address me by my name," Elent said. The dwarf took a generous gulp of cool ale, cleared his throat, and continued, "You are Bill's knightly retainer, trained in combat by Leah, and now you have emerged as a valiant summit climber. That alone entitles you to a share in our adventures. The only question remains, what can you contribute?" "I can offer assistance in battle," Siegel responded. "I recognize your enthusiasm, but we are not in need of additional fighters." Elent elaborated. "Bill is a seasoned warrior, Leah a master archer and ranger, and like myself, she possesses healing abilities. Dio, whom you have yet to meet, is another member of our team, renowned for his immense strength and ability to face dire situations head-on. We are all veterans of the battlefield, and our synergy is well established. What can you truly offer?" "I knew I had not misjudged you," Elent exclaimed, draining the remaining wine in his cup. pointing excitedly at Siegel. I adore your spirit. Do you know? Deep down, you are a dwarf. Anyone who can traverse the path to the summit possesses the heart of a dwarven warrior. The great guardian never errs. Thank you, Siegel replied. I now have a perfect task for you. Alint beckoned Siegel closer and whispered, the lands surrounding Dragon Lion Cliff belong to the Gem clan and are currently managed by our Diamond clan. We have discovered the entrance to a cave and have conducted preliminary explorations, but many secrets remain concealed within. Gathering information will greatly aid our endeavors. As one of the first races to arrive on this new continent, we dwarves have recorded a wealth of historical data, and Dragon Lion Cliff is no exception. This information is stored in the stone carving hall, but I must attend to clan affairs and lack the time to investigate. As a summit climber, you are perfectly qualified to access that place, and I have heard from Leah that your grasp of the dwarven tongue is quite proficient. So, lad, before your frostbite heals, delve into the depths of Dragon Lion Cliff's records for me. What specific information should I seek? Siegel inquired. I do not know. I leave it entirely to you, Alint stated. I once shared some speculations about Dragon Lion Cliff with Leah and Bill, but the true circumstances have been obscured by history. Perhaps you might uncover some clues within the books. If it aids our adventure, that would be splendid. Thus, the following day, Siegel commenced his work, busily scouring the dwarven library. This library chronicles nearly a millennium of events on the new continent, at least the aspects that have captured dwarven interest. It serves as a repository of first-hand historical data, drawing many seekers of secrets to search for clues, yet it is not an open library. Approximately 70% of the tomes are restricted from foreign access, as they primarily document internal dwarven history, geographical features of the wastelands, untapped precious mines, and rune forging manuals, elements of utmost importance to the dwarves, safeguarding their legacy for future generations. These books are stored in a designated area off-limits to outsiders. The remaining sections can be freely accessed by dwarves from the summit of Mora or invited scholars. Today, the library was graced by an unusual guest, the human Siegel. As the latest summit climber, having earned his honorable title through the trials of the Sky Ladder, he enjoyed the same rights as the local residents. Regarded as a dwarf, his status even surpassing that of certain impoverished dwarves. This was indeed a rarity, for dwarven society is distinctly hierarchical. At the pinnacle are the core members of the three dwarf clans that first conquered the Sky Ladder, wielding significant influence in kingdom management. They are obliged to fulfill various duties, the most crucial being the responsibility for warfare and the protection of their kingdom and its denizens. Beneath them are the general nobility from the 7 major clans, tasked with handling internal affairs to maintain the kingdom's operation, while also managing external trade. Below them lies the artisan class, comprising skilled craftsmen, veteran miners, and master brewers. The remaining populace consists of commoners, relegated to lesser roles. Siegel quickly discovered the immense convenience afforded by his golden belt, far surpassing the practicality of carrying proof of lineage or noble ribbons. He arrived early at the library, and upon seeing the belt, several dwarves greeted him enthusiastically, completing a brief registration before granting him entry. They kindly reminded him of the lighting issue, which Siegel had not considered. Dwarves possess dark vision, allowing them to see in complete darkness. Thus, the library, built within a cavern, had no illumination. Furthermore, due to the vast number of books, candles and oil lamps were prohibited inside. Siegel had to exit the library to purchase a light staff, such as the everlasting flame from the Dwarven Rune Shop, which cost a staggering 120 gold coins. How could I possibly afford such an expense? Siegel mused. Thankfully, due to the prestige of his golden belt, the shopkeeper graciously allowed him to borrow the everlasting flame for free. Trusting in the credit of the Gem clan and the summit climbers, with the only condition being its return before leaving the Dwarven city. Siegel expressed his gratitude repeatedly, carefully stowing away the light staff, the most expensive item he had ever encountered, growing increasingly fond of this warm and welcoming place. The library was exceptionally quiet. Aside from a few dwarven attendants, Siegel was utterly alone, as if the world had forgotten him. Were it not for the shelves brimming with books, he might have mistaken his surroundings for a desolate tomb. He sought information on Dragon Lion Cliff, yet the materials were organized chronologically, implying that he might have to sift through the entire library. It was then he understood why Alint had chosen not to undertake this task himself. This will undoubtedly consume an immense amount of my time and energy. Siegel lamented, I shall surely be swallowed by these books in the torrent of time. He devised a plan to spend 2 full days immersed in the library, relying on his patience and memory, ultimately perusing the catalog of the collection. He then compared titles and examined dozens of books, gradually deciphering the naming conventions of dwarven literature. Closing the hefty catalog, which spanned over 1,000 pages, he felt as though he had weathered a storm that raged for weeks, even more terrifying than traversing a tempest at sea. Siegel discovered that the Dwarven Chronicles were woven from 2 primary narrative threads: significant wartime events on the continent and various records concerning mineral deposits. Notably, an ancient ruby vein once resided near Dragon Lion Cliff, a site of many conflicts among dwarves and humans alike, wherein battles erupted over the precious resource. Using this gemstone mine as a focal point, he estimated a reading volume of approximately 300 books, which included biographies, local histories of towns, and various travelogues and observations. Following his line of thought, he dedicated another day to organizing his reading notes and formulating a rough research plan. Upon reviewing this plan, Alent praised it as a monumental achievement. Even the elves nodded in agreement, acknowledging Siegel's possession of the most vital quality for a mage, even without innate magical talent. He could excel as an exceptional scribe or research assistant. "Well, I must express my satisfaction in witnessing the emergence of a scholar among us," the dwarf remarked. "Moreover, this scholar possesses a hardy constitution and a fondness for meat, making this a day worthy of celebration." Initially, the dwarf harbored little hope. His primary aim was merely to test Siegel's patience and capacity for learning. He stubbornly believed that humans are inherently fickle beings, easily swayed and transformed by temptation. Most humans resemble water, indeed capable of adapting to various environments and performing a multitude of tasks, yet only a select few can solidify into resilient ice, embodying a noble spirit. Elves, akin to flora, such as a grand tree, continuously grow, enduring tempests and bearing wondrous fruit. However, they often lack focus and humility, squandering their talents on trivial pursuits, frequently forgetting that they can only take root in specific soils. Only dwarves, akin to rocks and gems, are steadfast and enduring, their treasures concealed, allowing them to withstand the trials of time, survive, thrive, and carry the weight of history. After several days of observation, Eilent discerned that Siegel indeed possessed the qualities of a dwarf, thus embracing and accepting him, regarding Siegel as a child of the dwarves. With this notion in mind, as the young man diligently sought clues, the dwarf hummed a merry tune and cheerfully made his way to the forge, having not felt the thrill of the fire for quite some time, and today his spirits were high. Chapter 28. The Summit of Mora 8. Let us redirect our focus to Siegel, who has spent a full 15 days within the library's embrace. Under the diligent strokes of his quill, he has amassed a substantial collection of documents. He has uncovered intriguing clues regarding the dragon perched upon the precipice and a subsequent sorcerer. These tales, initially mentioned by Elenet, are indeed supported by a wealth of evidence, dispelling the notion that they are mere fabrications. Furthermore, he has stumbled upon local ballads that describe the monsters inhabiting the vicinity of Dragon Lion Cliff. While the songs undoubtedly contain exaggerations intended to frighten disobedient children, they repeatedly allude to shadowy creatures impervious to blades, capable of traversing walls and devouring the souls of the living. This piqued Siegel's curiosity, prompting him to delve deeper into his research. The dwarves working in the library had long been aware of this human who frequented the premises daily, a rarity that quickly became the subject of gossip among the librarians, eventually reaching the ears of the director. Even by dwarven standards, Director Moncapetti was considered quite aged. Throughout his long life, he had seldom encountered such a phenomenon, a young human so engrossed in study. Thus, he resolved to investigate personally. The library was his domain, and with the aid of certain enchanted artifacts, he could approach each reader silently, undetected. As he perused a recorded note, he became increasingly astonished. Through the written words, he discerned a hidden thread woven from bold imagination and sound reasoning. A proficient researcher can draw reasonable conclusions from history, but the finest among them dare to entertain audacious ideas. Intrigued, the director revealed himself, taking a seat across from Siegel. Seizing the opportunity while the young man paused, he addressed him. "Child, may I have a word?" Siegel lifted his gaze, illuminated by the eternal flame, and noticed the dwarf before him, a kind elder whose visage bore the marks of countless years. His skin was wrinkled, speckled with age spots, and his nose and cheeks sagged, revealing a scalp devoid of hair. Despite a life steeped in ale, he retained only sparse stubble on his chin. Though such descriptions may seem disrespectful to Siegel, he appeared the oldest of potatoes. Time had etched many scars upon this elder, yet it had also bestowed upon him an irreplaceable quality, eyes brimming with insight and vitality. "What brings you here, esteemed elder?" Siegel inquired. The old dwarf placed a finger upon his lips, signaling for silence, and gestured for Siegel to gather his notes and follow him to the director's office. Once the door was closed, ensuring the tranquility of the library remained undisturbed, the elder indicated for Siegel to take a seat before reclining comfortably in a plush chair with a contented sigh. A servant soon arrived, pouring 2 goblets of wine to facilitate their continued discourse. "I see you are compiling research on Dragon Lion Cliff, my boy," the elder remarked. "It must be that troublesome little imp from the Diamond family who led you here. Do not regard me with such strange eyes. It is my duty to document all that transpires around me, an instinct cultivated over a lifetime. Though I may be aged and unable to pen many words, my eyes remain sharp and my hearing keen. Ever since you became a summit adventurer, your exploits have been etched into history, making it unsurprising that I am aware of your close ties with the Diamond family." Siegel regarded him with a perplexed expression, responding, "I had no idea I garnered such attention." "Ah, a clever lad. It seems you can restrain your tongue. May I rely on you to maintain this quality? I have a task in need of a young individual such as yourself." "Elder, I have already pledged to assist in gathering certain information, and my current assignment remains unfinished. This matter will greatly benefit you, and I assure you it will not impede Elinette's quest." The director shook his head, his expression devoid of disappointment. Rising, he personally opened the door, standing at the threshold as he said, "Very well, young man, do not let an old fool like me delay your pursuits. Go along with your business." As Siegel exited the room, the director grasped his arm, gently advising, "Do not forget to visit me when you find the time." That evening, Siegel recounted the encounter to Elinette, who listened in astonishment. After meticulously inquiring about the details and replaying each dialogue in her mind, she expressed, "It was wise of you not to agree to his proposal. The elder Monka is a member of the Petty clan, an influential figure within the summit of Mora. Although the Petty dwarves did not ascend the pinnacle ladder, they have long aspired to lead their clan. Rumors suggest Monka is investigating how to empower dwarves with sorcery to enhance their clan's influence, a radical idea that has stirred concern among many dwarves. It is prudent that you have steered clear of entanglement with them. He appears to be a good man." "I have that impression," Siegel replied. "Indeed," Elinette nodded. "The director is genuinely benevolent. He once saved my life on the battlefield. I recall during the Great Northern River campaign, the Petty dwarves fought alongside our gem clan, tasked with covering the flank. They faced the onslaught of hill giants, suffering tremendous losses. Bound by military orders, we were unable to extend support, forcing them to sacrifice themselves while bravely pushing forward. Elder Monka remained at the heart of the battle, stabilizing our lines and ensuring our flank held firm. Yet, he lost a son and 2 grandsons in the conflict. Although the battle ended in victory, it left a rift between our clans. They have harbored suspicions that our gem clan seeks to undermine their strength, a conspiracy to dominate the clan. I assure you that is not our intention. Alas, history offers no what-ifs, and wounds are not easily mended. Could misunderstandings not be resolved? We are all dwarves, living within the same realm," Siegel pondered, somewhat bewildered. His eyes brightened as he recalled the healing of his frostbite, yearning to stretch his limbs. "Is it the dwarven martial arts I shall learn? Master Liao once advised me to train my strength through their techniques. This is far beyond mere strength training, lad. You shall understand this by the afternoon." The following afternoon, as Siegel entered the training grounds, he was taken aback. He had anticipated a one-on-one training session with Elinette, yet he found himself surrounded by a dozen dwarven children. Clad in iron armor and helmets, they wielded wooden shields, their other hands raised high with sticks, each adorned with a fabric pouch that scattered white dust with every swing of their arms. Elinette stood by the training field, holding Siegel's equipment, exclaiming with excitement, "Come now. Child, this is your training. You must topple all 12 of these little rascals. Should any white marks mar your face or groin, consider it a defeat. If you bear more than 5 white marks upon your body and limbs, you will also be deemed unsuccessful." The dwarves cast down a wooden shield and a wooden curved blade, declaring, "Pick up your gear, and let me witness the foundation you learned from Bill and the swordplay and footwork you acquired from the elves." As Siegel secured the shield to his arm, the 12 young dwarves charged at him with wild cries, brandishing their sticks like a dozen frenzied boars. The dwarves regarded this as the most entertaining game, usually engaging in playful skirmishes among themselves, but this time they united to confront an outsider. Thus, the little fellows rallied together, each eager to take the lead. Siegel quickly retreated, deftly evading several perilous attacks with his nimble steps. He attempted to stretch their formation, aiming for a one-on-one engagement, yet the training ground lacked sufficient space. After merely 5 steps back, he discovered himself pressed against the wall. With a flash of inspiration, Siegel pushed off the wall, leaping into action, utilizing his elven swordsmanship and height to topple the first dwarf, followed by a well-placed kick to the second opponent. However, the dwarves were inherently sturdy and resilient. The little dwarf merely swayed slightly, while Siegel found himself losing his balance. Subsequently, a wooden stick struck heavily against his nose, showering him with a cloud of white dust that coated his head and face. Quite an impressive first defeat, indeed, for he managed to bring one down. "You have truly opened my eyes," the dwarf exclaimed, hands on hips, his beard quivering with indignation. Siegel felt a wave of shame wash over him, never anticipating such an outcome. He wiped his face clean and quickly composed himself, requesting another round. Chapter 29. Summit of Mora 9. Your objective is to vanquish them, not to engage in a dance. Summon your ferocity. Just as Siegler was about to inquire what ferocity meant, he heard the dwarf issue a command, and 12 adversaries lunged at him once more. With courage, Siegler charged forward and swiftly toppled 2 of them. However, he soon found himself ensnared, unable to evade the flurry of strikes, leading to yet another defeat. What is this? From a dancer to a fool? Yet your foolishness has allowed you to dispatch one more than during your dance. What was the purpose of the martial skills you previously acquired? There are 12 of them, and only one of me. This is not equitable, Siegler protested. Let me enlighten you, lad. Remember this well. On the battlefield, notions of fairness are irrelevant. Goblins, orcs, and kobolds will not entertain discussions of fairness, nor will the wolf packs in the wild. The only ones who will question whether the situation is fair are the enemies you have bested. Only they will raise such a query. You must comprehend that adversaries will always swarm. We naturally aspire to be on the advantageous side, or to engage in one-on-one combat. But those are predicated on our survival in the face of adversity. Elves possess their superior archery skills, and humans boast cavalry charges. These are advantageous units. However, it is only us dwarves who dare confront disadvantage head-on, relying solely on our solid martial prowess. Do you understand why we forge the sturdiest armor? Because we cannot run swiftly, we are often surrounded, and we never retreat. The front line of battle is where dwarves stand, with comrades at their backs, and one must fight with all their might. I do not expect you to deliver a fatal blow, nor do I demand that you emerge unscathed. I only ask that before you suffer unbearable harm, you strive to eliminate as many foes as possible, or at the very least, delay them. This is the honor of a warrior. You must endeavor towards this goal. Now, reflect on this, and then try again. Siegler had 5 minutes to ponder. He circled the training ground twice with his shield in hand, meticulously contemplating the errors he had just made. It was impossible to simultaneously fend off the attacks of 12 opponents. No one could manage that, even employing footwork. At least 3 or 4 would attack him from various angles at the same time. Furthermore, the space was quite limited. Sustaining footwork was unfeasible. He needed to achieve a perfect dynamic balance among attacking, blocking, and moving. What should he do? He stretched his fatigued body, envisioning a combat plan in his mind. Minutes later, he successfully took down 4 opponents and perished while defeating the 5th. He conceived of combining sudden charges with abrupt retreats and learned to use one enemy's body to shield himself from another's attack angle. He actively struck his opponent's weapon with his shield and learned to create advantages using his feet. That afternoon, he achieved a personal best of defeating 6 foes. Throughout the first day, Aelent did not provide specific guidance, but allowed Siegler to repeatedly experiment. This was to enable him to personally experience the myriad situations a warrior would encounter in a melee. In the evening, the elf Leah healed his body and alleviated his fatigue with divine magic. The training was exceedingly grueling. Even using practice weapons, Siegler bore numerous bruises. Fortunately, the young man remained intensely focused on his training, perceiving the hardships as mere trifles. "It's nothing. I can adapt," Siegler said. "If you were faced with such a situation, what would you do?" "Oh, I have 2 options. One is to create distance and resolve them with a longbow, utilizing penetrating arrows or rapid-fire shots. The other is to engage in close combat, treating the enemy as a shield, employing short weapons like daggers and swords to swiftly eliminate foes. Neither of these methods suits you. It would take us about 30 years to master such martial skills, and humans do not have that much time to spare. Frankly, I am already astonished that you have grasped the elven footwork to this extent in such a short time. Leah pondered for a moment before reassuring him. Do not overthink. Remember that Aelent will instruct you well. They are the finest infantry and possess their own methodology. In confined spaces like caves, they excel further. The next day, Siegel prepared himself to endure more punishment, but upon arriving at the training grounds, he was perplexed to find no dwarf children available for sparring. Aelent awaited him alone, with an array of various weapons displayed in the adjacent area, some human, some elven, some dwarven, some orcish, and even the heavy war hammer of a giant. Today, our task is clear, to familiarize you with the weaknesses of various weapons. Each weapon has its unique usage, corresponding physique, strength, and martial techniques. Do you understand why we dwarves are the finest weapon craftsmen? Because we engage in battle with these weapons daily, our familiarity with them permeates our very blood, and vice versa. When we see a sword, we immediately discern its attack range. Upon seeing a hammer, we can gauge its weight and power. Thus, we have developed our distinctive martial techniques. All of these weapons. How exactly should I proceed? Siegel scratched his head, perplexed. The reasoning is straightforward. The weapon that harms you is your adversary. Martial skills must be expressed through the extension of the weapon. The elf remarked that you possess a sharp mind and have already grasped elven agility, demonstrating commendable coordination during yesterday's battle. Therefore, today I shall teach you two combat techniques. One is disarming an opponent, and the other is deflecting a weapon. Thus, a month passed. Through diligent training, Siegel became adept at facing the onslaught of the dwarf children, even achieving several victories. Increasing the number of opponents bore little significance, as this already represented the maximum number he could confront in solitary combat. He then transitioned into one-on-one advanced training, with opponents now being seasoned dwarf warriors. Each one was significantly stronger, possessing greater power, patience, and experience than the sum of 12 dwarf children. Siegel lived a repetitive yet fulfilling life, continuously honing his martial skills. Aelent, as a noble, provided ample nutrition, allowing Siegel to build his physique and grow stronger without sacrificing agility. What do you mean? Sir Bill isn't coming. Is he all right? Did something happen? Siegel inquired anxiously upon hearing the news. The dwarf handed him a letter, urging him to read it, and then said, "A few days ago, I heard reports that the prince's caravan from the Starry Kingdom was ambushed. The guards suffered heavy casualties, and the prince was gravely injured. However, intelligence suggests that this ambush was merely a ruse. The prince was not actually in the caravan, and the rumors of his injuries are false. Strangely, no one knows what became of the caravan afterward. Yet the letter states that the knight is with the prince, merely occupied with a significant mission in a certain location, thus unable to return. He doesn't disclose where he is going. It seems rather mysterious. I can surmise what they are up to. Rest assured, lad. The knight is currently unharmed. He has his reasons for not returning, as aiding the prince represents a golden opportunity to restore his status." The old dwarf remarked. "He formally requested that you take his place in the expedition. Do you believe you can handle it?" "I can," Siegel nodded, his expression resolute. "In our past adventures, we had a rule. New members must receive the collective approval of all existing members to become true comrades. The knight has vouched for you. Your elven mentor agrees, and if you maintain your commendable performance, I too shall cast my vote in your favor. However, our team has one more member. Gaining his approval will not be an easy feat," Leah added. "He is a barbarian from the Western Highlands, and his thoughts are difficult to anticipate. Therefore, one cannot foresee the challenging questions he may pose at that time. Be prepared mentally." Chapter 30. The summit of Mora 10. The barbarians, as described by the elves, finally arrived 2 days before the celebration, bringing immense joy to everyone. Siegel had the pleasure of meeting the final member of the group, a strikingly tall and robust individual. He climbed the snowy mountain with his bare torso, unfazed by the biting cold. Adorned with tattoos on his chest, the black emblem of the wild god was embellished with thorns, skulls, and blood. His short, tawny hair framed a face marked by resolute features. His deep-set eyes, thick brows, and prominent nose exuded a mature charm, distinctly different from Siegel's preconceived notions of barbarism. He had imagined barbarians as primitive tribesmen, akin to half-orcs. living as hunters or fishermen, strong yet unrefined, weathered by the elements. How could such a handsome visage emerge from such a background? The barbarian carried a large bundle of various animal pelts, gifts for the dwarves, showcasing the unique products of his homeland. The dwarves prepared a feast to welcome their friends and introduced Siegel to him. "This is the apprentice of the night. Bill recommended him to join our party. What do you think of him? Quite a sturdy lad. But why are your hair and eyes both black? Did you dye them? By the wild god, I have never encountered such an odd appearance. I was born this way. They say I am darkened by the ink of the octopus," Siegel replied, sharing his origins. The listeners were captivated, hanging on his every word. "Your extraordinary appearance must be a divine indication, urging you to undertake remarkable deeds, just as I have." The barbarian blessed him. At that moment, he glanced at his two companions and discerned their unspoken agreement. "Ah, I see you all have consented to his joining. Leaving only me, right? That is absolutely fine." He stood, clapped his hands, and wiped the grease from his leather trousers, seemingly preparing for a fight. Siegel readied himself for a challenge, only to discover the barbarian was merely thirsty. He dashed to the other end of the table and gulped down a bowl of soup. After wiping his mouth and exhaling, he remarked, "One must eat before addressing anything else. Climbing mountains is truly exhausting, and I haven't eaten in 3 days to make room for this. Don't rush me. By the way, lad, come down and join me for a meal. I want to see how much you can consume first." The dwarves, fearing a lack of excitement, interjected loudly. "He not only eats a lot, but also drinks well. Don't indulge too much in alcohol. There are important matters to attend to after the meal." "I already have a splendid idea," the barbarian declared. Curiosity piqued. Everyone awaited the barbarian's plan, but he remained tight-lipped during dinner. After devouring 2 roasted sheep, he cryptically announced, "How can one measure whether a man is truly a man? Only on the battlefield. I trust the dwarves' judgment. Your skills must be up to par, so it will be effortless. However, there is another battlefield you must conquer. Come with me." With that, the barbarian seized the protagonist and gestured for Alint to follow. Leah, intrigued, wished to join but was halted by the barbarian, who stated, "This is not a place for you. It concerns men." Leah quickly grasped their intentions and retorted, "You never have any serious ideas." As suspected by the elves, the group was headed to a gentleman's establishment. Unlike other locales, this dwarven city facility was not designed for dwarves. A male dwarf, enjoying a stable life, remained loyal to his wife and cherished family, avoiding such places for cheap entertainment. Female dwarves, with their bearded appearances, were not welcomed by outsiders and thus could not work there. Consequently, it was rare to see dwarves frequenting such establishments. They preferred ordinary taverns for merriment or brawls. Only those homeless and without families were regarded as the lowest and most worthless among dwarves and would come here. Thus, in the summit of Mora, the primary clientele were local outsiders, along with traders, mercenaries, and travelers from other races. For them, the sight of numerous stout, bearded dwarves was a torturous ordeal for the eyes. They sought solace for their spirits, particularly desiring to behold graceful curves and beauty once more. Therefore, with the dwarven clan's consent, some human residents opened taverns to provide exclusive services for men. These places were typically expensive, explaining why the barbarian had called Alint out. "If my kin knew I visited such a place, I would rather die." Upon realizing the situation, the dwarf tossed a bag of coins to the barbarian. "You two go ahead. It's his loss for not coming. We must have our fun. Just right for some post-meal exercise." The barbarian replied. The entire establishment was spotless, devoid of any signs, save for a large red lantern hanging at the entrance, silently beckoning customers. Siegel was pulled through the door by the barbarian. The next day, Siegel, sporting dark circles under his eyes, languidly slumped over the breakfast table. Despite the enticing aroma of mushroom meatball soup and jam bread before him, he lacked the energy to lift a finger. Across from him, the Highland barbarian Dio joyfully tore into a whole ham. "This time, you must learn restraint, a quality sorely lacking in your kind," the elf remarked. "Today's training ends here." Dio chuckled as he approached, effortlessly hoisting Siegel onto his shoulder and striding toward the dining hall. The young man, unable to resist, rolled about like a sack of potatoes on the barbarian's strong shoulder. Chapter 31. Dragon Lion Cliff. As the sun ascended from the horizon, casting its warm glow upon his face, Siegel experienced a peculiar sensation. Standing on the platform at the entrance of the Mora Summit Cave, he recalled how, 2 months prior, he had ventured from this very spot into the Dwarven Kingdom, emerging as a valiant climber. Now, he was set to depart once more, accompanied by Master Leah, the dwarf Elent, and the barbarian Dio from the western plateau, embarking on the long-awaited adventure to Dragon Lion Cliff. To maintain his nimble strides, Siegel donned no armor below his waist, opting instead for thick, insulated trousers. His new anti-slip leather boots and fur gloves complemented his attire, while a golden belt adorned his waist. Standing tall against the sea of clouds, he exuded an air of elegance and charm. His hair, dyed a rich brown and gleaming with a lustrous sheen, was a technique he had acquired from the enchanting Elsa at the gentleman's tavern. Apart from the dagger bestowed upon him by Sir Byre, which he concealed within his boot, Siegel's arsenal was entirely new. As a warrior taking on the role of a knight, he needed to be equipped to face various combat scenarios. Thus, he carried a longbow, a broadsword, a curved blade, a war hammer, throwing axes, a shield, and over 20 arrows. Altogether, these items weighed more than 60 pounds, a burden that would be insufferable for an ordinary individual. Only his well-trained physique allowed him to bear such weight, which would otherwise incapacitate the average person, especially during prolonged journeys or sudden combat. Leah remained clad in her elven ranger gear, albeit with a new outer coat and replenished arrows. Under the persuasion of his companions, Dio finally agreed to wear a small jacket over his bare torso, which only enhanced his imposing and attractive presence. The barbarian carried a massive wooden staff blessed by his tribe, adorned with 8 throwing axes at his waist, and was enamored with the new curved sword gifted to him by the dwarves. Elent, donning his ancestral full-plate armor, appeared even bulkier, resembling a mobile iron mass. Each dent on his armor bore a tale from past battles, a history he had recounted to Siegel more than once. Following their group was a retinue of 4 loyal attendants. Elent had meticulously organized every aspect of this expedition, from planning to procuring supplies, including hiring personnel such as drivers, camp guards, messengers, and a cook. These 4 attendants hailed from the Gem clan and had long served Elent, earning their trust. Their descent was swift, and halfway down the mountain, they acquired a cart, 2 mules to pull it, and a horse. The driver proved invaluable, allowing the adventurers to rest comfortably. The messenger rode ahead, scouting the path and arranging resting stations. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they veered north, following the mountain's edge, where towering peaks loomed to their west, casting shadows over the terrain by afternoon. At times, they had to carry torches to illuminate their way, as the lofty mountains obscured sunlight, creating a harsh environment for the flora. Many areas were barren, devoid of vegetation, while some low-lying spots were covered in moss, typically found in caves. There were no farmlands or bustling communities, though some mining operations existed here. Miners toiled to extract stones for construction materials, leading monotonous lives that barely sustained them, their heads bent in labor, indifferent to Siegel and his companions as they passed. Before entering this desolate wilderness, the servants and driver had filled the cart with easily storable provisions, prioritizing perishable vegetables and carefully calculating their water supply. The barbarian Dio, dwarf Elent, and Siegel were all hearty eaters, necessitating strict control over their rations to consume only the bare minimum. "You cannot afford to be careless on an adventure," Elent remarked. After 2 days of travel beyond the mining area, they found themselves far from the main road, where transportation was difficult, making mining unsustainable. The once navigable paths for carts had shrunk to narrow trails. Occasionally, hunters and herbal gatherers traversed these barren lands, creating pathways. Wild animals began to appear, with mountain foxes being the most common, adept at ambushing prey and opportunistically scavenging when hungry. Clever and cautious, these foxes avoided the caravan, and Leah the elf paid them no mind. As they continued, the journey uphill began, either along a parched mountain river valley or the base of a debris-laden slope. They all disembarked to assist in pushing the cart. Leah, light-footed, swiftly ascended to higher ground to survey the surroundings, serving as a sentinel for the caravan. That evening, they made camp on a flat expanse. The cook prepared their meal, while the messenger and guard set up tents, and the driver tended to the livestock. 3 robust warriors gathered firewood, which was tough and resilient, as the trees took a long time to grow, resulting in exceptionally sturdy timber that ignited fiercely. The night sky was half obscured by the majestic Mora Mountains, casting shadows that veiled the moon, while the other half sparkled with stars. Wind howled through the valley, yet could not drown out the barbarian's snores. Disturbed by the noise, Siegel rose to stretch, noticing that 2 others were awake, the guard and dwarf Elent. They had taken on the first watch until Leah finished her meditation. "Would you care for a drink, lad?" Ellen called from beside the fire. "Have some hot tea to ward off the chill." "I'll be there shortly," Siegel waved back, removing his leather armor to don his breastplate and readying his weapons. This was a habit instilled in him by Sir Byre. Whenever he rose in the wild, he was to be fully armed, prepared for any unforeseen events. The tea had a bitter taste, difficult to swallow. It hardly qualified as true tea, rather. It was made from specific herbs meant to purify water for safe consumption in the wilderness. "Indeed, my boy, you're correct. I have not left the cave in quite some time, you know? When the cold wind blows from outside, I suddenly feel youthful again. A sensation nearly forgotten over the past 3 years. It's not homesickness, just a bit of nostalgia." Ellen patted Siegel's shoulder and smiled. "Do not let us old fools dampen your spirits, my child. I've simply spent too long in that cave without exercising, and it has been ages since I forged a weapon. I actually failed twice assembling this breastplate. That would have been unimaginable in my prime. Do you know what I used to be called? Ellen the Hammer Press. Now, I find myself hammering not in the forge, but on endless documents and letters. You are still young, Siegel. You have ample time ahead to enjoy adventures, battles, and the thrill of life, the finest moments of your existence." Ellen, when I was at sea, I was truly happy. It felt like that joy would last forever. But when the old captain departed, I knew that happiness had ended. Now, amidst this adventure with you, I feel a similar joy, yet it seems like it too cannot last. Do not be so melancholic. You are not yet at that age. Wait until you marry and have a brood of lively children causing you trouble. It will be only when an arrow strikes your knee, preventing you from adventuring, leaving you to sit by the hearth, that you will have the right to be sentimental. I can hardly imagine such a life. Indeed, dear child, it is only through the passage of time that one can witness all things. There exists no other shortcut. Prior to that, you might indulge in thoughts of treasures, an abundance of riches. Siegel, how do you perceive my existence? How do you regard my fortune? Comparable to that of a king. Siegel pondered for a moment before responding. Occasionally, I listen to the bard's verses about kings in the tavern. Their lives mirror yours. Once this adventure reaches its conclusion, you too may revel in such a life. I speak with utmost sincerity. Dragon Lion Cliff is our collective fortune. The dwarf's eyes narrowed, his beard quivering with mirth. How were these treasures unearthed? I have never heard that tale. 15 years ago, I became the third spokesperson for my family and simultaneously acquired the estate of Dragon Lion Cliff. At that time, I paid it little heed, never contemplating the management of this territory, and so I cast it aside. It was not until 4 years ago that Dio learned of this matter and urged us to investigate. The elf discovered the staircase leading to the cave. Sir Bill engaged in battle with the guardian golem, allowing me to rush into the cave. I gleaned some understanding of the interior. Thus I sought the wisdom of the long-lived dwarf Monka to devise a safe method for ingress and egress, which you are already aware of. Subsequently, we pooled our resources to construct a watchtower along the path to the peak, ensuring that our wealth remains undisturbed. The Moira family guards that place. In just one day, you shall behold that watchtower. Chapter 32. Long Lion Cliff 2. As they conversed, a low growl resonated from outside the camp, instantly alerting the two men. Soon, they heard the sound of footsteps drawing nearer, accompanied by heavy breathing. Aelent took up his weapon and whispered to Siegel, "Rouse the others. It seems a beast approaches." Siegel lifted the tent flap and kicked fiercely at a companion's foot, a signal to awaken fellow adventurers swiftly while camping in the wild. Just as he did this, a massive shadow lunged into the camp, colliding with the dwarf's blazing warhammer. The shadow and the dwarf tumbled together, crashing against a cart, creating a cacophony and shattering the cart's wheel. By the light of the campfire, Siegel discerned that it was a gigantic black bear, akin to a moving mountain. Its hind legs were thicker than Siegel's waist, and its claws resembled daggers, capable of easily etching scratches into the ground. The bear opened its wide mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp, robust teeth, a foul odor wafting through the air. The bear's thick hide showed no signs of harm from the collision, as it shook its head and roared loudly in the center of the camp. "You foolish bear, do you dare to feast upon me, a dwarf? Come here. Let me shatter your teeth," Aelent declared, brandishing his hammer with imposing bravado. Siegel's throwing knife flew through the air, embedding itself in the bear's fur. Yet not a drop of blood was shed. Observing this, he drew his broadsword and picked up a burning stick from the ground. The bear paid no heed to Siegel, fixating its gaze on Aelent, its eyes gradually reddening, saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. The bear rose on its hind legs, charging at the dwarf with an overwhelming force. Aelent retreated, curling into a ball like a steel sphere, and crashed heavily into the bear's soft underbelly. His powerful thighs surged with strength, leveraging the bear's massive form. Siegel raised his long sword and charged forward, delivering a heavy blow to the bear's head. The elf burst from the tent, swiftly knocking an arrow and accurately piercing the beast's throat. The bear struggled to rise, only to be ensnared by the approaching barbarian, who constricted its neck with a fierce roar, his muscular arms taut like steel chains. Aelent relentlessly struck the creature's limbs with his hammer, while Siegel seized the opportunity to slice open the bear's belly with his broadsword. After a brief struggle, the beast succumbed. "This is peculiar," Aelent remarked. "In all my years, I have never heard of a black bear attacking a camp with such ferocity." The barbarian circled the bear, suddenly squatting to retrieve a damp, circular object from the carcass. He wiped it on his jerkin and called Aelent over, inquiring, "This seems to belong to your kin, dwarf." "Indeed. To dare consume a dwarf, especially on our territory, I shall eradicate them in vengeance for my brethren." Everyone was roused, yet not all were eager to confront the bear. The cart driver needed to remain behind to attempt repairing the wheel damaged by the bear, while the cook assisted him in clearing the cart and tending to the camp. The remaining two kept watch, guarding against any further animal approach. The four adventurers, fully armed, set forth, with Siegel, lacking dark vision, carrying flint and a torch, though unlit, trailing closely behind Aelent. Leah melded into the shadows, leading the way and communicating with the group through whistles. The bear's den was not far, nestled within a rocky valley. Leah discovered the cave and summoned the others. Inside lay bones and remnants of dwarven armor. "Does this mean these dwarves were slain and discarded here?" Aelent seethed with fury. "Cursed be the wretches. They deserve 1,000 hells. Elf, can you track their trail?" The elf shook her head. "This must have occurred days ago. The bear's movements have obscured the surrounding traces. It is still dark. I can try again once the sun rises." The young man tossed her a whetstone. "Use this. Ordinary stones are of little use and may damage your blade. You certainly come prepared, much like Sir Bill," the barbarian chuckled. "Just wait and see. We shall set off shortly. Does not Master Leah need to wait until dawn to track the enemy? Fool, I merely got carried away in my excitement and forgot the simplest matter. The only dwarf presence is at the watchtower. There must be more clues there. The good lads of the Moira family cannot have perished in vain." Aelent, accompanied by the elf Leah, the barbarian Dio, and Siegel, fully armed and carrying provisions sufficient for 5 days, commenced their trek. They proceeded cautiously, remaining in the shadows of the rocks and mountains, concealing their forms. Freed from the burden of the cart, their pace quickened. They journeyed from the pre-dawn hours without pause, consuming only simple rations as they traveled. By midday, the sun blazed overhead, and they could find no substantial shade to conceal their movements, prompting a halt for rest. At that moment, the watchtower came into view. Designed with optimal observation in mind, the tower was built atop a small hill, directly above the four adventurers. Despite the glaring sun, they noticed wisps of smoke curling from the tower's window. The Moira lads must have met their fate. The tower had no chimney, forbidding fire within. Speed was of the essence. Regardless of circumstances, they could not afford to halt, concluded the dwarf. "But do not make excessive noise," Leah glared at Dio. "Especially you. Refrain from battle cries. Do you recall the foolishness you committed at the chemo mines? I can bite my throwing axe. Is that not sufficient?" The barbarian grinned, pleased with his clever idea. They shed unnecessary weight from their battle gear, carrying only weapons and armor. Aelent wrapped cloth around his feet to muffle sound, while the elf Leah crouched low, surveying the pathway mentioned by the dwarf, scanning every inch of the terrain. Though Aelent claimed no traps were laid there, who could say whether the occupants of the watchtower had devised any tricks? "Leave one alive," the dwarf hissed. "I must uncover who is behind this." Chapter 33. Dragon Lion Cliff 3. The sun moved sluggishly like a snail, under the eager anticipation of the crowd, compelling everyone to await patiently. As the peaks finally obscured the sunlight, shadows stretched across the landscape, revealing a scene in the valley that was half in darkness and half in daylight. The elf Leah advanced swiftly and silently up the slope, her light footsteps stirring not a speck of dust. Dio followed closely behind, his teeth clenched tightly around a flying axe, his body low as he took long strides. Occasionally, he would support himself with his robust arms, propelling himself forward with each exertion. Siegel tugged at the dwarf, exerting his strength to assist Aelent in quickening their pace. The The dwarf, clad in his full armor, was astonishingly heavy. Though the cloth bags on his feet were soundless, they stirred up more dust. Siegel endeavored to share the burden, minimizing the impact of the dwarf's weight. Listening to the dwarf's labored breathing beside him, Siegel tightened his grip. The dwarf's body was beginning to lag behind his indomitable spirit, though Ellen himself would not admit it. As Leah ran, she deftly unstrung her longbow from her back. With a swift whoosh, a white feathered arrow shot through the window. Just as the watchtower echoed with startled cries of enemy attack, the barbarian burst through the wooden door, crashing into the tower amidst a shower of splintered debris. Finally able to release the flying axe from his mouth, Dio felt he could breathe again. Blessed by the god of wilderness, the death bull's might. Kill! The watchtower resonated with a thunderous battle cry. Hurry, Siegel! The dwarf urged, breathless. When that barbarian goes wild, he forgets everything. Go capture a couple of live ones. Understood. Siegel replied, releasing the dwarf and surging forth with astonishing speed. With a curved blade in his right hand and a net in his left, he strode purposefully toward the watchtower. A figure tumbled out from the shattered wooden door, clad in unremarkable studded leather, weaponless. Siegel's momentary distraction revealed that the individual's skull had been crushed by a massive wooden club, leaving no hope for survival. Leah stood outside the window, drawing her bow to shield the barbarian fighting inside. Upon seeing Siegel approach, she called out urgently, "There's a skeleton warrior inside. Do not destroy it." Siegel, perplexed by her warning, charged into the watchtower. Inside lay two bodies, one pierced through the throat by an arrow, the other cleaved in two by a curved blade. 3 individuals were attacking Dio, a pair of agile humans and a frenzied dwarf. Siegel noticed a moving skeleton soldier in the corner, brandishing a spear, attempting to join the fray but impeded by the 3 assailants. Seizing the opportunity, Siegel swiftly threw the net, ensnaring the human who had circled behind Dio. The man rolled and twisted on the ground, struggling to free himself. Siegel would not permit him to succeed. He stepped forward and struck the man's temple with the hilt of his curved blade, rendering him unconscious. A flying dagger whizzed toward Siegel's side, but was deflected by Leah's arrow. The man, undeterred, produced 3 more daggers and maneuvered toward the wooden door. Unable to aim through the window, Siegel, poised with his blades, feigned tension as he cautiously monitored the 3 daggers. "You little brat, you dare oppose me? You'll see the might of the Dagger King." His words were cut short as a battering ram slammed into his side. The Dagger King crashed against the wall, dust billowing around him as he bounced twice on the ground, blood spewing forth, reduced to mere spasms of life. The battering ram blocked the entire door, booming. "Who killed my brother?" The last dwarf assailant, seemingly unfazed by being surrounded, attacked Dio with reckless abandon, emitting strange guttural sounds, ignoring his wounds. Solely focused on delivering powerful blows, Dio, stirred by a primal fury, clashed his massive wooden club against the enemy's spiked mace, producing a deep, resounding echo. The barbarian, wielding his club, observed the enemies falling before him and felt an insatiable thirst for battle. His gaze fell upon the skeleton soldier in the corner, licking his lips. He bellowed, "Lucky there's one left," and prepared to pounce. Siegel recalled the words of his elven master and hastily grasped Dio's waist. Though he stumbled a few steps, he successfully halted the barbarian, urging, "Do not destroy the skeleton. Something is amiss." As the barbarian paused, his ferocity gradually subsided, and his mind began to clear. He too discerned that despite the skeleton's attempts to attack the intruders, it never ventured more than a meter from the wall. Leah entered, addressing everyone. "Do not eliminate that skeleton. Its master will sense it." This revelation suggested that an evil spellcaster was orchestrating these events from the shadows. Ellen glanced at the dwarf's lifeless arm on the ground, marked with the imprint of a shattered warhammer. Disgust etched on his face, he spat on the ground. "Bah? Indeed. A banished dwarf, the scum from the old continent. Let us interrogate this fellow in the net," Leah suggested, shaking her head. "You two are too impulsive, letting your excitement cloud your judgment. Only Siegel remembers what needs to be done. Otherwise, we won't capture even a tongue." "Indeed, we have become somewhat overzealous," the dwarf mused, stepping on the captive in the net and gently stomping a few times. The man gradually regained consciousness, realizing a flaming hammer was but a finger's breadth from his nose. Feeling the heat curling his sweat, I surrender," he implored hastily. After a moment, the dwarf emerged, his expression grave. He called everyone together and stated, "The situation is rather complex. These ruffians are hired to undertake some menial tasks here. I suspect our treasure may be targeted. Who could it be? Leah inquired. What shall we do next? Leah asked. Spellcasters are not to be trifled with. The barbarian, naturally unafraid of any battle, was about to speak when the dwarf interrupted. Elent grasped Siegel's wrists, looking intently at him. Child, ahead lies great danger. This is no longer a simple treasure hunt. You have only just embarked on this journey and should not face such peril abruptly. My counsel is that you remain here to guard this captive. I have promised him life in exchange for cooperation, but I worry he might escape and reveal our whereabouts, so we need someone here. After contemplating, Siegel nodded. He lowered his head and silently stepped back into the room. Elent spread his hands, helplessly stating, this is for his own good. He is still too young. Suddenly, the watchtower echoed with the captive's cries. What are you doing? Why the rope? Ah, that hurts. The barbarian pointed to the watchtower, puzzled. Siegel wouldn't kill the captive, would he? He doesn't seem like that kind of person. The noise quickly subsided, and Siegel emerged, appearing quite relaxed. I have completed my watch. The man will definitely not escape to raise the alarm. I tied a special knot I learned on a ship. If he struggles once, the rope tightens. If he struggles twice, he might choke himself. I demonstrated the knot's function, and he has clearly stated he will not move. Moreover, both my mind and spirit tell me I should confront challenges alongside my companions. Even if you knock me out, I will seek you out upon awakening. They ascended the desolate mountain path, carefully concealing their forms as they advanced for an entire day, finally arriving at their destination. Longsia, a relatively isolated precipice within the entire mountain range, juts out from the main peak like a throne overlooking the valley. There are only two paths leading to it, both of which are steep rocky trails. One of these paths was rendered impassable by a landslide long ago. The other remains accessible, yet its entrance is occupied by a camp. Chapter 34. Dragon Lion Cliff. For near the mountain path, 3 soldiers clad in scale armor sat around a campfire, indulging in their meal. Their pots simmered with sausages and potatoes, generously infused with garlic, the aroma wafting through the air, detectable from quite a distance. Siegel suddenly found himself ravenous, tempted by the thought of savoring that spicy, delectable broth. Yet, he felt a twinge of shame for such a craving and swallowed hard, stifling the gnawing sensation in his stomach. Tonight marked the lunar eclipse, the sky adorned solely with twinkling stars, devoid of any other illumination. The dwarf murmured, I see that the statue by the mountain's summit remains intact, and there are still traces of blood along the climbing path. The enemy has yet to breach the cave's defenses. We must not let them succeed. I observe shadows moving within the camp, added the elf Leah. There are still about 20 of them. We can contend with the spear and bowman, but the spellcaster's abilities remain unknown. I have a plan. The dwarf gestured for attention. Assuming that group is unaware of the connection between the night of no moon and the cave, our primary objective must be to prevent them from seizing the treasure. Agreed, nodded the Highlander and the elf. Leo acknowledged. Indeed, during my last visit, I leaped over both paths. However, Elent, I do not believe you can manage that. 3 of us will remain here, observing the enemy camp. Should they venture out tonight, we shall initiate our assault to disrupt their movements. Leah, once you enter the cave, exercise caution. Our focus should be on undermining their actions, for the treasure is of little concern. We can always return in 3 years' time. By then, I shall come with an army. Perhaps the army is already on its way, Siegel remarked. Indeed, the dwarf nodded. Given the speed of the messenger, he must have reached the lookout tower beneath Mora's Peak and signaled the Gemstone clan. My nephew Okas should be mustering the troops. In just 5 days, they will undoubtedly arrive. I will seize an opportunity to retrieve some treasure. After all, we cannot leave empty-handed. Leah chuckled. Perhaps you will be out there having a grand time when you see me appear with a sack full of goodies. I relish that image. Dio gave a thumbs up. I shall scout the mountain path. You 3 men stay concealed here. Leah secured her weapons and readied herself for the ascent. At last, he spotted the blank flag above the tents, a voice echoing in his mind. Look, over there. Siegel felt a momentary weakness in his body, yet his mind sharpened. Beyond the ordinary light, other lines seemed to float in the air. They danced around the flames, shimmered upon the rocks, and flowed through the moving air. Siegel surmised these were the manifestations of elemental activity, shadows left in the world. Similarly, the fluttering flag revealed a swirling red pattern, slowly rotating and radiating faint crimson lines outward. To Siegel's eyes, these lines pulsed like veins, conveying a mysterious power. The archers, spearmen, and those soldiers cooking garlic broth were all connected to such lines, while others extended into the tents. Above each flag floated a black skull, its toothless mouth greedily inhaling the thick smoke rising from burning corpses. The skull's hollow eye sockets burned with red flames, swirling incessantly. With each few breaths, the skull's mouth would close, then unleash numerous red spears from its eyes, hurling them towards Dragon Lion Cliff. Most of the attacks struck the statue standing at the cave's entrance, while some landed on the climbing path. Elent, Dio, did you see the terrifying skull hovering over the camp? The two shook their heads. To them, everything appeared normal. This is not right. I must find Master Leah. Siegel hurriedly stated. I witnessed an extraordinary sight, a smoky skull shooting red spears around. I sense danger. I must investigate the mountain path. Child, let us go together. The dwarf whispered. Your words make me uneasy. I hope it is not those spellcasters meddling with your mind. Cautiously, they approached the damaged mountain path, the enemy oblivious to their presence. They looked up to see Leah motionless on the trail, her cloak gently swaying in the wind, hidden from the camp's view. The spears shot from the skull's eye sockets traced arcs in the air, occasionally landing on the path, silently absorbed by the mountainside. Not even the solid rock stirred, let alone the dust upon the ground. Yet Siegel believed these crimson rays were no benign phenomenon. They must have harmed Leah. Do not move. I will bring Master down. Siegel commanded. He grasped the Highlander's wrist, urging him to remain calm. I can see the red spears flying, but you cannot. Trust me. Dio silently sought Elent's approval, and upon seeing the dwarf nod, he fell silent, only cautioning, be careful. If danger arises, call for us immediately. Siegel shed his burdens, removing his breastplate to don only his fitted garments. He counted the frequency of the skull's attacks, observing the trajectory of the red spears, using his experience from climbing Mora's Peak to approach the elf swiftly. Damn it, I cannot delay any longer. Siegel thought, I cannot cower like a mouse before a cat, accomplishing nothing. I have matured, I must take this risk. Since it was impossible to monitor both the perilous spears and the steep path simultaneously, he resolved to focus solely on one. Siegel raised his gaze, once more memorizing the route to Leah, imprinting it firmly in his mind. Then, he concentrated entirely on the skull, anticipating the direction of the red rays, commencing his second descent. Allow the body to perform the actions naturally. The elf Leah had taught him. This time, Siegel exhibited a fluidity that only elven warriors could attain, his body moving like a leaf in the wind, adapting and flowing with grace. The red rays brushed against him as he moved without hesitation, knowing that a slight shift of his hips and a 10-centimeter upward motion would allow him to evade the attack flawlessly, without impeding his climbing speed. Do you not find Siegel's movements reminiscent of an elf? The dwarf inquired from below the cliff. Am I imagining things? The Highlander hastily reached for Leah, placing her gently on the ground, while the dwarf produced a potion crafted by the Gemstone clan. The elf remained alive, her heartbeat and breath steady, devoid of any blood. Yet she was entirely immobile, her eyes fluttering as if entrapped in a frozen statue. Siegel pried open Leah's jaw with a dagger, while Elent meticulously administered the potion, careful not to choke her. The potion took effect swiftly, Leah's breathing grew stronger, and her fingers began to tremble. After a few minutes, she gradually regained control over her body, able to blink, nod, and utter faint sounds. Siegel assisted her in massaging her limbs, Dio kept watch, and Elent offered her another vial of potion. As the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, Leah finally regained her composure. I was paralyzed, completely numb, unable to call upon the forces of nature, yet my mind functioned normally. Thank you, Siegel, for risking yourself to save me, Leah recounted to her companions. I did not see where the attack originated, nor did I hear the incantations of the spellcaster. An invisible force is at play. Siegel has witnessed it and discovered something peculiar. The dwarf tugged at his beard and murmured, Child, please describe to us what you have seen. Chapter 35. Dragon Lion Cliff 5. In a hushed tone, Siegel spoke, drawing the earnest attention of the others. The situation had turned dire, and certain developments had surpassed the dwarf's plans. Irant analyzed that the enemy spellcaster, known as Nox's Guild, was attempting to damage the guardian statues. Siegel added that it was evident the statues had yet to retaliate. Whether or not these statues possessed sufficient strength, they would undoubtedly reveal their most vulnerable state this night. The moonless night would strip away the usual defensive capabilities, a fact the spellcasters would surely exploit to invade the cavern, necessitating modifications to the original smuggling plan. The harassment operation transitioned from a conditional engagement to a requisite action, and the task of entering Dragon Lion Cliff's cave was entrusted solely to Siegel. "Only you can perceive those rays, lad," the dwarf remarked. "However, we would gladly welcome you to stay with us for a daring endeavor." "And the moon goddess?" the elf interjected. You're not a dwarf, so, well, good luck, lad," Iron advised. "Remember, once inside, always follow the left path. The more scorch marks on the walls, the safer it is." Siegel reassured everyone before commencing his ascent up the cliff. This time, he armed himself with a limited arsenal comprising a curved dagger, a warhammer, throwing axes, and a long whip. Additionally, a small pouch dangled from his waist, containing a water skin, a healing potion, and a light stick, essential items, though not many. He left the rest of his belongings at the cliff's base. The ominous black skulls relentlessly launched their attacks, but Siegel deftly evaded them. He leaped from one trail to another, his agile form reminiscent of an elf. Concealed on the path leading to Dragon Lion Cliff, Siegel gestured reassuringly downward to his companions, signaling that all was well. By this time, the sun had fully vanished beyond the horizon, and the stars began to twinkle, casting a faint glow. The base of the mountain had plunged into darkness, obscuring his view of his allies, yet he trusted they could see his signal. The moonless night had commenced, signifying that Siegel would now rely solely on himself. On the nearby steps, bloodstains marred the stone, remnants left by mercenaries employed by Nox's guild. They had attacked the guardian statues and were subsequently slain on the platform, their bodies discarded below, leaving visible scars on the steps from the impact. Scattered silver coins lay bent upon the ground, a testament to the immense force with which they had fallen. Siegel struggled to suppress his imagination of the scene. Taking several deep breaths, and with a mix of excitement and anxiety, began his ascent. As he passed over the bloodied steps, Siegel deliberately slowed his pace, glancing upward with each step. In his imagination, a colossal statue would emerge from above, swinging a fist to send him tumbling down. This vivid imagery was far more nerve-wracking than any tangible threat. Fortunately, it remained mere fantasy. Siegel reached the summit of the cliff without witnessing any signs of movement from the statues. Upon traversing these guardian statues, he encountered a bronze door ajar. The last time Iron had visited, he had damaged the left door's hinge, leaving it sagging helplessly to the ground. Beyond the door lay a pitch-black environment. Yet the dwarf had assured him that the cave was wondrous, illuminating the walls upon entry, guiding one's steps. The bronze door appeared human-made, devoid of any sculptural adornments. Aside from the walls on either side, the ceiling and floor were entirely natural rock, worn and weathered, suggesting the passage of countless ages. The cavern was 10 meters wide and 15 meters high, a rare natural formation spacious enough for a dragon to pass through. Siegel kept his hand against the left wall, mindful of the dwarf's admonition to stay left. However, another reason compelled him. Siegel feared that if he removed his hand from the wall, the light would vanish, leaving him utterly lost in the darkness, unable to find his way back. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, broken only by the distant sound of dripping water, accompanied by the rhythm of his own breath and heartbeat. Feeling the weight of solitude, the young man drew his curved dagger, its familiar presence instilling a sense of security. Warming his limbs, he quickened his pace and soon discovered a door fitted with iron rings on the left side. Once again, a sign of human craftsmanship. Siegel exhaled deeply. The door, once locked, had evidently been smashed into a metal disc by a warhammer, now lying rusted and covered in metallic dust. Siegel pulled the door open, revealing a narrow, winding passage descending further. Although the walls bore no scorch marks, Siegel proceeded down the left passage. The dripping sound grew clearer, and various artificially carved chambers lined the passageway, arranged like willow leaves on a branch. Each room was small, its contents long since decayed by the passage of time, rendered valueless. Nevertheless, Siegel could discern the original purposes of these rooms: guard posts, simple resting areas, and several storage spaces, lacking the appearance of treasure. Siegel continued onward without pausing to search for items that would waste his time. The passage stretched far before reaching its end, having surely delved deep into the mountain's core. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air, though Siegel could not quite identify it. Before him stood two stone doors, adorned with intricate reliefs depicting a writhing mass of serpents, their heads raised menacingly, bearing sharp fangs to threaten any who approached. Well, opening this door will be a challenge, Siegel mused, scratching his head, feeling for the first time that he might have taken a wrong turn. If this were the correct path. Wyatt Irant never mentioned the serpent-headed door. To better assess his surroundings, Siegel drew a light stick, striking it against the ground with force. Its tip radiated a brilliant glow, illuminating the area. To his astonishment, the serpents on the wall stirred to life under the light, some adopting threatening stances. Their mouths opening and closing, teeth clacking ominously, while others recoiled, coiling their bodies in fear. Such a sight was unlike anything Siegel had encountered before, and he observed with curiosity, noticing one snake that remained completely still, unaffected by the illumination. He reached out with his dagger, gently tapping it. The blade produced a crisp sound upon striking the stone. Perhaps this was the true doorknob, Siegel surmised. Grasping the relief, he pulled with force. The door resisted momentarily before slowly creaking open, accompanied by a thunderous grinding noise. He hoped no one would hear, though he knew he was alone. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He dodged the undulating serpent heads and squeezed through the gap created by the door. Beyond lay a vast cavern, the illumination stick unable to reach the ceiling, leaving its height a mystery. The stone on either side of the door was marred by scorch marks, disappearing into the darkness, obscuring its width. Water dripped continuously from the cavern's ceiling, creating a rhythmic patter on the ground, where shallow puddles formed, reflecting the light like small mirrors. Through these glimmers, Siegel discerned a hazy gray silhouette in the center of the cavern, possibly stairs or some other structure. Raising the light, he cautiously advanced forward. Chapter 36. Dragon Lion Cliff 6. Beyond the immense wreckage stood a three-tiered cubic structure, entirely crimson, with a surface that appeared to be crafted from crystal, reflecting a dazzling array of colors under the light. Each face of the cube was divided into 9 sections, reminiscent of a Rubik's Cube. An open door graced every side of the building, yet one door bore the charred scars of some searing flame, capable of melting even the crystal walls. Recalling Ellen's caution, Siegel resolved to enter through this particular doorway. The grand entrance revealed a hall adorned with marble flooring, supported by black columns. Beneath these pillars lay a veritable treasure trove of gold and silver riches. Stumbling into the chamber, Siegel gasped in astonishment, covering his mouth to stifle what would surely have been a frenzied scream. The dwarves had merely suggested he could be as wealthy as they, and while Siegel had endeavored to imagine such opulence, it paled in comparison to the spectacle before him. Gold ingots of varying sizes were stacked high, reaching from the corners to the ceiling. Jewels and gemstones were scattered across the floor like autumn leaves blanketing a forest floor. These were likely the hoards of the dragon, treasures plucked from hills and valleys, unrefined and untouched. Furthermore, numerous artworks, ornaments, and exquisite weapons lay in abundance. Perhaps the collection of a sorcerer or the legacy of a dragon-slaying hero. Regardless, these treasures beckoned him to gather them. Kneeling in the center of the hall, Siegel found himself speechless. Overcome with exhilaration, his heart raced wildly, yet his mind felt foggy, struggling to draw in sufficient air. The sheer magnitude of wealth overwhelmed his senses, luring him not toward depravity or malice, but into a labyrinth of confusion. The resplendent glow of gold and silver enveloped him like a heavenly light, captivating and enchanting. A surge of dread erupted from the depths of his soul, tightening around his throat, rendering him breathless. The dark-haired youth dropped his illuminating staff and stumbled toward the exit. Only when he escaped the dazzling treasure's brilliance and immersed himself in the surrounding darkness did he feel the constricting noose loosen slightly. Siegel greedily inhaled the air, rediscovering the simple joy of being alive, only to retch on the ground. Fortunately, having eaten little, he left the surroundings unscathed. After a while, this physiological reaction subsided, and he opened his water pouch, sipping slowly. After a brief respite, laughter bubbled up within him. Initially subdued, it crescendoed into hearty guffaws. This was not a mirth born of newfound wealth, but rather a self-deprecating chuckle at his near loss of self amidst such temptation. Upon re-entering the hall, he had regained control over his emotions. Excitement and joy still coursed through him, yet he was no longer frenzied. Gathering gems from the ground, he let them cascade through his fingers like a waterfall, listening to the delightful sound of their impact against the floor, exclaiming to himself, "This is far superior to any bard's tale of royal treasure." Having ascended light and unburdened, Siegel had left his sack at the base of the mountain, limiting the treasures he could carry. He surveyed the room, seeking unusual riches that were easily transportable. Treading upon gems, he unearthed several concealed weapons according to his preference. Disappointment washed over him as many were mere ceremonial adornments, crafted from rare and costly materials, possessing considerable artistic value, yet lacking practical application. Among them, 2 long swords of excellent quality caught his eye, but their weight was impractical for travel. Only one dagger, entirely black, captivated his attention. This dagger bore no metal, nor was it crystal or gemstone. It was merely a shard of obsidian, unpolished and devoid of a sharpened edge. Yet, when Siegel's fingers glided over its surface, even without touching the sharp points, it still drew blood. What a sharp dagger! Siegel marveled. It came with a soft sheath, the material of which was indiscernible, though it appeared impervious to the dagger's edge. He secured it to his belt and discarded the other items, intent on exploring the second level. The second tier was entirely devoid of furnishings, save for the staircase leading up and down. The walls lacked windows, the ceiling bore no chandeliers, and the floor was polished to a mirror-like sheen, immaculate and unblemished. With nothing of interest to linger over, Siegel ascended to the topmost level. This final floor served as a combined study and bedroom. One wall housed 3 bookshelves, crammed with tomes of various sizes and thicknesses, alongside a comfortable sofa and a writing desk. On the opposite side lay a single bed, its silk coverlet slightly turned back, with a pillow embroidered with golden thread having slipped between the bed and the wardrobe. The space was pristine, as if its occupant had departed only moments prior. Unable to contain himself, Siegel called out, "Is anyone there? All right, stop scaring yourself," he chided, glancing around. He opened several nearby doors, revealing a kitchen, a wardrobe, a storage room, and a restroom. He confirmed the space was entirely unoccupied. The mages of the council had yet to arrive. What could he do? Siegel pondered. Scratching his chin, he first utilized the restroom, then found some bread in the kitchen, which he dipped in honey before consuming. The flavor remained delightful. There must be some enchantment preserving these items from the ravages of time. Siegel did not comprehend the mechanics, but it sufficed for his purposes. Subsequently, he unwrapped the coverlet, binding it with a cord to fashion a makeshift pocket. Inadvertently, he nudged the pillow, causing it to tumble to the floor with a crisp thud. Curious, Siegel picked it up, discovering a metallic key nestled on the ground, strung on a silver chain, likely intended to be worn around the neck. The key felt unnaturally cold in his hand, an unpleasant sensation. It was adorned with runes in dwarven script, suggesting meanings akin to intention and lock. Siegel's Elvish was proficient, but his dwarven was less so. The key bore a rare dialect that eluded his full comprehension. A key implies a lock. Siegel examined his surroundings. Finally grasping the sentiment of seeking a lock without the corresponding key was akin to this moment. He muttered to himself, "Where is the lock?" As if in response, a faint glimmer materialized before the key, a light dimmer than a candle, resembling a keyhole. Curiosity piqued, Siegel inserted the key and twisted it. The light elongated, transforming into a slender beam, expanding outward. Siegel held the key aloft, entranced by the shifting luminescence, until it coalesced into a softly glowing square in midair. Within this frame lay a distinct space, approximately an arm's length deep, containing 2 golden tomes, 2 small pouches, and 2 rings. He retrieved the books, discovering they were identical, both titled Research on Magical Constructs, with the signatures of 2 sorcerers, Lynch and Osos, inscribed on the title pages. Tossing the books aside, he noted that the floating square adjusted its position in tandem with the key, allowing him to freely insert and extract items. Siegel found this contraption delightfully entertaining and carelessly tossed several books into the space. To close this portable realm, he attempted to direct the key toward the center of the square. As anticipated, the space stilled, then contracted into a point of light, departing from the key's tip and vanishing into the air. What a marvelous artifact! Siegel exclaimed, thoroughly satisfied. He hung the key around his neck, alongside his 20-sided die, and, with his silk pocket in tow, descended to the ground floor, filling the portable space to capacity before haphazardly stowing various items into his bag. At that moment, the illumination stick extinguished, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. Even the most resplendent gems could not glimmer in the absence of light. Siegel retrieved the last illumination stick from his bag, poised to activate it when he suddenly perceived flickers of light emerging from the cavern outside the cube. Instantly alert, he surmised that outsiders had entered, perhaps the wizards of the assembly. Siegel had no time to escape from the cube, especially in complete darkness. which would greatly increase the risk of falling and inadvertently revealing his location. After a moment's contemplation, he concealed himself behind a pile of gold, using a large golden cup to shield his head, and then stifled his breath. The lights outside drew nearer, accompanied by exclamations that seemed to marvel at the grandeur of the skeletons. He discerned the footsteps of 3 individuals and the sound of bats flapping their wings. The footsteps halted just outside the cube, followed by a melodic incantation. Bats screeched as they approached. And then there was a thunderous crash and a startled cry from one of the intruders. Siegel resisted his curiosity, remaining motionless, his focus solely on listening. Moments later, an explosion resonated outside, accompanied by the booming of thunder and the howling of wind. A solitary skeleton, empty-handed, slowly entered through the proper entrance. Following closely were 3 robed spellcasters, each wielding a staff, encircled by swirling lights, as they gradually stepped into the treasure-laden hall. The sight of such immense wealth moved some of them to tremble, tears streaming down their faces as they erupted into boisterous laughter. They employed magic to detect any surrounding dangers, yet neglected to sense living beings. Siegel observed them rummaging through the treasures, holding his breath entirely to avoid detection. Above the ocean, one might hold their breath for an extended duration to retrieve a pearl, seek a valuable sea cucumber, or merely exhibit diving skills. With his enhanced physical strength and endurance, Siegel's ability to hold his breath had also considerably lengthened. After a spell of searching, the 3 individuals began to pocket an array of exquisite gems, reveling in their newfound fortune. One of them ventured deeper, rummaging through the treasures as he approached the staircase. He remained fixated on the kaleidoscope of gold and silver ornaments until the staircase collided with his back, jolting him to awareness. The man glanced at the others before silently ascending the stairs. Mere minutes after his departure, the remaining 2 finally sensed something amiss. They shouted, "Traitor! Scoundrel! Betrayer!" and rushed forward, brandishing their staffs. Siegel remained unaware of the events unfolding above, only faintly hearing the sounds of argument and conflict. Flashes of light cascaded down from the gaps in the staircase, accompanied by loud curses, the roar of thunder, and the anguished cries of the wounded. Chapter 37. Dragon Lion Cliff 7. Siegel dared not move. He seized the moment to catch his breath, quietly awaiting the outcome of the battle above. He did not have to wait long before a bloodied mage came rushing down the stairs. His outer robe was torn, one of his shoes was lost. Yet he clutched tightly to a book with a golden cover, the very tome on magical constructs that Siegel had carelessly discarded earlier. The man bore grievous injuries, his nose gone and blood continuously streaming down his face. Despite his condition, he appeared indifferent, intent only on fleeing the scene. As Siegel observed him exit the cube room, he summoned a grayish-white spectral warhorse and vanished into the darkness. After a brief interval, another figure descended, holding 2 long staffs in hand. This individual, with one eye blinded and pallid complexion, staggered at the doorway, futilely gazing into the abyss where nothing resided. He then cried out, "Go appease the Archmage. This fortress belongs to me now." Subsequently, he too stepped outside, the door of the cube closing behind him. Standing outside the squared edifice, he set aside his staff and reached to caress the door, murmuring a spell to decipher magical artifacts. Silver-white, luminous patterns emerged upon the door, gradually crawling over the entire cube like spreading crystals. The mage's brow beaded with sweat, his body trembling as he exerted every ounce of strength to maintain the spell. At last, the incantation's radiance enveloped the entire cube, revealing the means to operate this folding fortress in his mind. Then, the mage recited a secret phrase. The 3-story structure trembled twice, swiftly shrinking into a cube of metal the size of a palm. Within the cube, Siegel remained oblivious to these events, perceiving no changes around him. After a considerable wait, he confirmed the absence of any sounds and emerged from his hiding spot. Cautiously, Siegel ascended to the top floor, discovering that the 3rd mage lay dead, his body torn into 4 pieces. His staff lay nearby, encased in ice, the shaft cracking under the relentless cold. Books from the shelves were strewn across the floor, all furnishings, including sofas and beds, reduced to splintered debris in the corners. Following Sir Bill's teachings, Siegel meticulously searched the deceased's body. He discovered an identification plaque, Frank, novice sorcerer. "Rest in peace, poor soul," Siegel murmured, placing the plaque atop the body before gently closing the lifeless eyes. "Shall I dig a grave for you outside, to lie alongside that enormous skeleton?" Thus, Siegel descended to the ground floor, preparing to depart, only to find the door tightly sealed, utterly unyielding. Despite the building's 4 exterior entrances, internally there existed but a single grand exit. After attempting various methods of pushing, pulling, and banging, Siegel concluded he was trapped within. What am I to do? He scratched his head. Sir Bill had taught him to utilize all available resources in times of adversity. He smacked his forehead, reprimanding himself for his foolishness. The 3rd floor was clearly a living area, abundant with supplies. With this thought, his spirits lifted, and he hummed a tune as he climbed the stairs again. Before his illumination staff extinguished, he located and ignited candles, inspecting provisions and water, stacking items suitable for kindling and cooking. With careful rationing, he could endure for several years. It was unclear what the previous inhabitants intended with such ample supplies. The next moonless night would not arrive for 3 years. He pondered whether he could last until then. To be prudent, he resolved to abstain from further training and meticulously plan his food intake. The more he moved, the greater the consumption, a simple truth Siegel understood well. If those from the Nox Consortium succeeded in vanquishing the statues, they might soon reopen the door. How would they treat me? Surely, they would not be merciful enough to spare my life. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on such possibilities. Siegel would rather perish in confinement than allow the Nox organization to claim victory, for that would imply Aaron and the others had faced defeat and great peril. After contemplating, his gaze swept over the books on the shelves, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Could it be that the answers to opening the door lay within those tomes? He began to transport all the books to the side of the bed frame, leaning against the weathered mattress ravaged by lightning and frost, and commenced perusing each volume. Outside the cave, the disturbances caused by Aaron, Leah, and Dio had been forcefully curtailed. The trio found themselves subdued and unable to approach the camp. Naturally, the Nox Consortium had also paid a hefty price. Under the cover of night, several assailants ambushed the camp. Aaron leveled the pyre, dispelling the magic maintaining the skeletal heads, leaving only one tent intact while the rest were set ablaze by marauders. 15 corpses lay strewn across the site of the conflagration, many pierced through the eye sockets by elven arrows. Yet, the attackers underestimated the spellcaster's resilience. 4 Nox sorcerers survived the assault, standing guard over the remaining tent. With this shelter, they still possessed a swirling banner. With the aid of this magical artifact, the sorcerers could individually transform the fallen bodies into necromantic puppets, a form of undead that straddled the line between zombies and ghouls. The spellcasters were cunning, concealing the puppets among the fallen corpses, turning them into traps for detecting living beings. Dio fell victim to an ambush during the second incursion, attacked by a puppet and losing his left ear. Aaron also sustained injuries. A bolt of lightning struck his knee, resulting in a grave fracture and declaring their harassment plan a total failure. Dio hoisted the dwarf, forcibly dragging the stubborn warrior from the battlefield. The dwarf, furious, declared that even with one leg, he would continue the fight, determined to slay those cowardly spellcasters. Leah, incensed, yanked the dwarf's beard, tauntingly stating that should he dare charge, they would follow suit, perishing together on the battlefield. Leah tended to Aaron's wounds, casting a healing spell afterward. The dwarf's knee ceased bleeding, and the swelling diminished significantly. However, he remained unable to bear weight. You're likely to have a limp now. Aaron and Dio will be left with but one ear for life. The elf regrettably remarked. Unless you can find the high priest, there is little hope for restoration. I am powerless at this moment. In truth, having one ear did not affect hearing. Dio was unfazed, shaking his head. Besides, my woman doesn't care how many ears I have. She wouldn't count them. The dwarf grunted in acknowledgement, humorously supporting the barbarian's jest. Currently, only Leah retained the ability to harass. Her archery posed the greatest threat to the spellcasters within the camp. Yet, the elf had not brought many arrows, and only 20 remained. When they set out, they had not anticipated encountering an entire encampment of foes. Now, the dwarf had largely lost mobility, and the elf needed to continue the harassment. Thus, only the mountain man could leave the battlefield, racing against the depletion of arrows to retrieve all the crossbows and ammunition from the lookout tower. He dared not light a torch, instead navigating the darkness down the mountain, bracing his sturdy body against the impacts and scrapes of the descent. Siegel's safety rests in your hands, Leah, the dwarf urged. Do your utmost to delay them. After a fierce battle, aside from the casualties within the cube and the mage bearing the golden tome, who fled on a phantom steed. The remaining 2 spellcasters, unable to perform such magic, remained trapped in the camp. The blinded mage, utterly exhausted, concealed himself within the tent, striving to heal his wounds and regain his combat readiness. Lamentably, he found himself unwillingly serving as a target, encircled by 6 puppets to shield against stealthy arrows from the shadows. As time steadily elapses, the moonless night is on the verge of passing. The dwarf, filled with anxiety, refrains from allowing the elf to inspect the cave. Lacking extraordinary vision, he is uncertain whether the skull described by Siegel still resides therein, and thus he dares not take the risk. After a moment of contemplation, he calls out loudly, "Those within, heed my words and surrender forthwith. This is the realm of the Gem clan, dwarves atop Morla Peak, and your actions have infringed upon the rights of the dwarven kingdom." "Nonsense," the dwarf retorted. "To enter here, one must traverse the dwarven watchtower, which clearly delineates the boundaries of our territory." The dwarves within the tower did not express such sentiments. "They permitted our passage," the one-eyed sorcerer countered. "Indeed, but—" The dwarf abruptly halted, his teeth clenching audibly, fists tightly balled, his entire being trembling with rage. The intent of these spellcasters was unmistakable. They sought to shift all blame onto the exiled dwarf. They were aware that any exiled dwarf venturing into dwarven territory would face immediate execution, leaving no witnesses to the contrary. When outsiders passed through, a dwarf could easily quell their curiosity, suggesting that they had intentionally sought out this exiled individual, employing some means to compel his allegiance. Eleni was incensed, yet he had to regain his composure. He needed to devise a strategy to drive these individuals away, for only then could he venture into the cave in search of Siegel. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to become entangled in a dispute over the identity of the murderer of the Morla family warriors. Eleni underestimated the obstinacy of these spellcasters, and he would soon pay the price for the failed assault on the encampment, forced to choose between avenging bloodshed and rescuing a life. "Depart from this place, spellcasters, or the dwarven army will come in relentless waves to ensnare you all. In the name of the 3rd spokesperson of the Gem clan, I assure you that you may leave this area in safety, without any further repercussions regarding related matters." Chapter 38. Dragon Lion Cliff 8. Erlant dared not speak further, fearing that too much urging would alert those opposite. This was indeed a case of hesitating to provoke. The dwarf sorrowfully contemplated his predicament. He was immobilized, lying on the ground, gazing up at the myriad twinkling stars that adorned the pitch-black sky, shining brilliantly like the crystalline veins within subterranean caverns. Yet, in but a brief moment, he felt a wave of dizziness. After all, the stars were not gems of the Earth's crust, and they would gradually shift their positions over time, fading from east to west. "O Lord of Guardians, I beseech you, let time slow down," the dwarf fervently prayed in his heart. Similarly, a sense of urgency gripped the elf, Leah. She was eager to uncover what had transpired with the 3 sorcerers who had entered the cave. Why one had fled, drenched in blood, another had lost an eye, and the 3rd was missing altogether. Had they encountered Siegel? She dared not ponder whether the young man had survived. Several times, she glanced towards the cave and the stone steps leading upward. Perhaps this time, I could rush up without collapsing midway. An impulsive voice within her urged her to take the risk, yet a rational voice countered, questioning whether she could leave Erlant with his broken leg alone in this perilous situation. How long would it take for the sorcerers to discover this? Without a looming threat, could the dwarf truly escape unscathed? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Time had never dragged on so slowly, yet the dwarf continued to yearn for it to pass even more slowly. At that moment, the spellcasters of Nox declared loudly, "I cannot believe your current conditions. After all, it was you who ambushed our camp and killed our men. What do you propose? To remain in a standoff until the dwarf guards capture you all?" The one-eyed sorcerer retorted. "This is the new world, the pinnacle of Mora, our dwarven territory. Under the hammer, even steel must melt. Let your archers step into view and clear a path. Do not attempt any threatening moves, or it will be mutually destructive," the one-eyed sorcerer warned. "Death is merely another beginning. Very well, you may leave. Today's events end here." The dwarf acquiesced reluctantly. The 2 sorcerers whispered among themselves, deliberating over the dwarven terms. "I sense something amiss. Dwarves are notoriously stubborn. How could they ever compromise?" One remarked. "I concur, but Carlos, what other options do you have? To fully restore our magical powers will take at least 4 hours, and by then, dawn will have arrived. the one-eyed sorcerer replied. The dwarf watchtower may have already lit the signal fire. Their patrol reinforcements could arrive at any moment, Carlos added. It's all your fault. If only you had gone to the watchtower on time, this rabble wouldn't have succeeded. Those mercenaries are nothing but a hindrance. Enough with your complaints. If it were you, would you have left when we were on the verge of annihilating the guardian golems? Besides, I stayed behind at the camp, allowing the three of you to enter the cave as a trade-off, thus rectifying that mistake. So do not bring it up again. You ought to mention what spoils were gained inside. Nothing. That scoundrel Coruscant took everything. Jamie was slain by him, and I lost an eye. Damn it. I will ensure he suffers for this. The sorcerer cast a dubious glance at his one-eyed companion, trusting him less than 30%. Let us leave this place. I shall have ample opportunity to uncover the truth, he mused. The one-eyed sorcerer realized that prolonged discussion would only complicate matters further, so he shouted to the dwarves. Are you ready? Where's the elf? We cannot see her. At that moment, he suddenly noticed his companion pointing in surprise at his waist, where the concealed, folded fortress lay hidden. Could he have seen it? In an instant, the one-eyed sorcerer prepared an offensive spell, gathering all his life-saving powers to his fingertips. Ready to gamble for wealth. Look, what is wrong with your pouch? What is inside? Suddenly, a brilliant white light burst forth from the corner of the one-eyed sorcerer's vision, and he felt the folded fortress tremble violently, an intense magical energy accumulating. Sensing danger, a primal fear gripped him deep within his soul. He reached for the hidden pouch, intending to throw the folded fortress far away, but before his fingers could touch the pouch, a gray arc of light severed 4 of his fingers without him feeling a hint of pain. The one-eyed sorcerer attempted to rally his last reserves of power for protection, but the recent heat ray had already drained his magical source. An invisible and soundless shockwave erupted from him, sweeping across the camp, obliterating everything in its path. Mountains, tents, supply carts, and sorcerer's puppets, all were sent flying. The unprotected one-eyed sorcerer was shattered into fragments, swept away as if he never existed. Only the wounded sorcerer remained intact, as behind him a force field shield was conjured at the last moment, successfully absorbing the impact after exhausting all protective energies. In the place where the one-eyed sorcerer once stood, Siegel, with his black hair and eyes, appeared inexplicably, holding the key to his spatial equipment. A glimmer of starlight flickered atop the key, slowly extinguishing, reminiscent of a space closing. The effect of the overlapping folded space. Damn it, he actually concealed spatial gear. Carlos seethed, his greedy gaze fixated on the key in Siegel's hand, recognizing it as a high-level magical artifact. He even sensed the surge of magical energy emanating from the key following the explosion. Despite the lingering effects of the shockwave, he concentrated fiercely, barely managing to control the spell's energy to cast a ghostly grasping force field. Siegel had been reading in the cube, adhering to the habit formed in the library of Mora's Pinnacle, skimming through the catalog and the general contents of the books to devise a reading plan. After perusing the shelf, he recalled a few books had been tossed into the key's space when he had just acquired this marvelous equipment for experimentation. Thus, he retrieved the key and whispered the unlocking incantation. The cube began to tremble violently, and everything around him, except for himself, shattered and spun violently. Then, Siegel saw a brilliant circle of light enveloping him, within which appeared countless shining stars, stretching into a vast river of stars. That image lasted but a fleeting moment, yet it indelibly etched itself into Siegel's mind. He then found himself standing at the foot of Dragon Lion Cliff, surrounded by chaos. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed a Nox sorcerer, who seemed to be chanting a spell. Siegel suddenly realized, releasing the key from his grasp and allowing it to dangle naturally in front of his chest. There was no time to draw his curved blade from behind. The fastest weapons at his disposal were the dagger on his belt and the throwing axe hanging at his thigh. However, a massive hand composed of gray mist lunged at him, its 5 fingers spreading over a 2-meter radius. Siegel had no time to resist before being seized, the force propelling him backward. The sorcerer commanded the mercenaries behind him to assist. Siegel noticed their movements were stiff yet swift, each drawing their blades. He feared he would soon be dismembered. To survive, Siegel summoned his brute strength, his heart pounding fiercely, channeling energy to every organ in his body. He exerted himself like a mountain barbarian, pushing his bones and muscles to the limits, striving to pry open the constraining hand. The gray mist shrieked as if alive, tearing apart under the savage strain, eventually bursting like an explosive balloon, dissipating into the air. What incredible strength! Carlos, the sorcerer, was momentarily taken aback. He hastily recited the next incantation, but the pain from his ribs distracted him, causing the spell's power to collapse before it could form, the incantation vanishing into the void. Seizing the moment, Siegel drew his dagger while his other hand reached for the throwing axe, rolling from a prone position to a half-kneeling stance. The nearest wraith puppet lunged at him, its meteor hammer whirling, tracing elliptical patterns in the air. The puppet's gaze was vacant, its expression devoid of emotion, rendering Siegel unable to discern the angle of its impending strike. A feathered arrow soared through the air, piercing the puppet's brow and burrowing deep into its skull. Siegel recognized this as the work of the elven master assisting him from afar. From the corner of his eye, he spotted the dwarf Aerith, using his warhammer for support, hopping toward him on one leg and shouting, "Come, taste the strength of stone." Meanwhile, the sorcerer of the Nox Brotherhood hid behind 3 puppet warriors, cradling his heart with both hands as he gathered the energy for his next spell. A crimson glow emanated from his palms, illuminating his grotesque visage and casting twisted, frenzied shadows. The wraith puppet remained silent, cold as machinery, obediently executing commands. "Cover me. I will take down the enemy chief," Siegel bellowed, springing from the ground and accelerating like a cheetah. He hurled his throwing axe with his left hand, striking the long sword of the nearest puppet, dislodging the obstacle that barred his path. The second wraith puppet raised its sword high, slashing downwards. A white feathered arrow grazed the tips of Siegel's hair, plunging forcefully into the puppet's neck. Its head snapped back, arms falling limply to its sides, the sword clattering to the ground. Yet, before it could hit the earth, Siegel had already vaulted over the second foe. The third wraith puppet sidestepped, completely obstructing Siegel's advance, its dual blades crossing in a swirling meat grinder of steel. A smile crept across Carlos's face. He felt victory within his grasp. However, he noticed that Siegel's gaze remained fixed upon him, as if entirely oblivious to the barrier before him. Siegel certainly saw the dual-blade puppet, but he had faith in his comrades to provide adequate cover. So he did not hesitate to maintain his charge, undeterred by speed or direction. A streak of red light sped past as a blazing warhammer flew in from the side, crashing into the wraith puppet with tremendous force, sending it tumbling 3 meters across the ground. Thus, a clear path emerged. A black dagger plunged silently into the sorcerer's heart, without a sound or hesitation. Terror filled Carlos's eyes as he felt death's grip upon his soul, his spell slipping through his fingertips. A final whimper barely escaped his lips before the dagger withdrew from his chest and stabbed into his throat. Another feathered arrow struck, slaying the first wraith puppet. The dwarf fell to the ground, lifting his head to witness the scene, then joyfully exclaimed, "Well done, lad." Chapter 39, Dragon Lion Cliff 9-0. Do not fret for me, child. It is merely a bit of blood, a common occurrence. The dwarf chuckled, his beard quivering. Seeing you unharmed puts us at ease. What transpired within the cave? He had gone to the lookout tower down the mountain to fetch ammunition, so do not worry. The elf, Leah, approached, retrieving the last roll of bandages from her belt. Leave this to me. You should tend to the battlefield and see what remains. Be cautious of the corpses on the ground. They may yet rise to attack you, so do not forget to give each one a final blow. Following her advice, Siegel strolled across the battlefield. The tents had been destroyed in the explosions, and supplies lay scattered. He discovered a healing potion on Carlos's body, which would serve well to treat the dwarf's wounds. From the center of the explosion, he unearthed a cube identical to the one in the cave, albeit marred with severe cracks and damage. It is a mage's work, not a sorcerer's. The elf shook her head and remarked, "If the dwarf finds himself in dire straits, I shall attempt to use it. However, since it is indeed an artifact from your territory, it is best that you examine it first." "Oh, the treasure." Aelent let out a bitter laugh, just as dawn broke, dispelling the darkness and restoring warmth and light. The once-in-3 years moonless night had come to an end. A cacophony echoed from Dragon Lion Cliff as the stone statues rose, shaking off debris, resuming their positions by the entrance, blissfully unaware that the treasure had already been taken. Only the grand gate held significance for them. Speaking of treasure, there remains a portion yet. Siegel produced the key, praying it would not be damaged. Fortunately, the beam of light that opened the space still shone brightly, forming a square in the air and displaying the bounty within for all to see. The guardian's beard and warhammer. The dwarf gazed in astonishment before bursting into hearty laughter. This joy proved infectious, causing Leah and Siegel to join in a chorus of mirth. The dwarf priest arrived to treat his injuries, but, with a heavy heart, announced that Aelent would need to undergo amputation, otherwise, the shattered bones might enter his bloodstream and pierce his heart. This matter even reached the ears of the clan leader, Tulaman, the giant slayer. He decreed that Aelent was henceforth forbidden from leaving the summit of Mora, tasked solely with managing clan affairs, forging, and educating future generations. Aelent merely raised his cup to wish him health before unceremoniously bidding him farewell. "Do not expect me to showcase my amputated leg," Aelent explained. A few companions stayed at the dwarf's abode until Aelent recovered from his illness. His eldest son, Colin, Diamond, crafted a prosthetic leg of fine steel, enabling him to walk with a limp. With everyone dismissed, only Leah, Dio, and Siegel remained. "Now, let us arrive at the most splendid moment. Let us divide the spoils." The dwarf produced a sheet of parchment, preparing a quill, adjusting his glasses atop his nose, and began to delineate the shares, primarily for Siegel's benefit. The discoverers of the treasure are 4, Leah, Bill, Dio, and I. Thus, we 4 share in the bounty. Since Bill did not partake in this venture, his share shall be less than the others. As for you, Siegel, having joined the party later, you shall not partake in the treasure but receive a share of the task's earnings. What do you all think? Sounds fair enough, Dio nodded. It is akin to how our tribe divides the spoils of the hunt. However, that land and all it contains were bestowed upon Aelent by the Gem clan. You ought to receive more. Leah began, but was interrupted by the dwarf. We have already deliberated this matter, and I stand by my stance. That dragon's lair is mine. That suffices. The treasure must be divided equally among all discoverers. Very well. Leah conceded. Thus, I have roughly calculated that I, Leah, and Dio shall each receive a share of 22%. Bill shall have 18%, and Siegel 14%. The remaining 2% shall cover a few adventuring expenses, taxes for the kingdom, and other miscellaneous costs. If it falls short, I shall handle it. If there is a surplus, consider it an invitation for me to enjoy a drink. How does that sound? The group clapped in agreement. Siegel was surprised at the amount he would receive, yet everyone insisted he deserved the share. Weapons, take what you fancy. Leave a 2-handed sword for Bill. That shall be deducted from the total. There are unrefined ores, gems, and silver that require processing, so those costs will be deducted first. We shall divide only the pure profit. Liquidating the items will take time. I can only provide you with the essentials urgently needed while we gradually raise funds or exchange for what you desire. No fees, but there will be no interest either. Dio grew impatient, often jesting that his wife could not count, yet he too had little patience for such discussions. Observing this, Leah whispered in his ear, "This is merely the dwarf educating Siegel, so do not rush. I have handed over that cube to the rune master to see if it can be opened. I shall cover the cost of hiring the rune master, and then I will be reimbursed from the treasure of the cube. Since the outcome is uncertain, if successful, the reimbursement will be calculated at double the rate. This may take considerable time, so everyone must exercise patience." The dwarf noted this on the parchment. "Over the past few days, I have roughly estimated the treasure within the key space to be worth around 300,000 gold coins. Of course, if sold collectively, it would not fetch that much. I recommend we take our time with it. Now, there are a few more matters to discuss." The dwarf regarded Dio, pausing with the quill before slowly speaking. "Dio, do you still wish to purchase food and supplies?" "Yes, and some building materials to improve the tribe's living conditions. Additionally, I require weapons that are less prone to rust." The Highlander nodded, gesturing dismissively. "This matter is yours to handle. I shall not engage in trade." Aelent nodded and turned to the elf. "What do you suggest?" "Simply give me some of the crafted goods and jewelry. I prefer the style of our elven artisans. If you seek elven craftsmen to process these materials, I know a few," Leah replied. The dwarf nodded, documenting these requests. "Child, do you have anything to add?" Siegel pondered for a moment before softly stating, "If there is news regarding Sir Bill, I shall seek him out. If I cannot wait, I wish to take the money to learn magic." He felt somewhat embarrassed and added, "I have heard from Master Leah that there is a mages guild in Deepwater City for the New World." The dwarf stuck out his tongue, shaking his head. "Spellcasters are unreliable. You shall discover this for yourself." Dio chuckled. In his tribe, the position of wizards, especially dragon wielders, was held in high esteem. Even the chieftain would heed their counsel. He merely inquired, "Why not go to New Forest? There are mages among Leah's kin. Our mages never accept students from other races. Not even half-elves," Leo explained. "Very well, let us simply wish Siegel well. Perhaps at last, Our party will have a spellcaster. This would not be a misfortune. The dwarf clapped his hands, gathering everyone's attention, and announced, in support of the youth, all those books within are yours, along with the key itself. With that, Aelent withdrew the key from his pocket and handed it to Siegel. This key belongs to everyone. It should indeed be counted among our total treasure. Siegel hastily declined. Moreover, the inscriptions upon the key are in dwarven runes. It is undoubtedly your creation. Would it not be better to sell it for coin and divide it among us? Siegel exclaimed, money is more than sufficient, you foolish little one. The dwarf feigned anger and playfully tapped Siegel on the head. If we require this item, we shall certainly inform you. Would you ever refuse to lend it to us? Of course not. Siegel responded. Then that settles it. Do you wish to charge a storage fee? Siegel quickly shook his head. Thus, everything was agreed upon. Each person received 5,000 gold coins, deemed as living expenses atop Mora. After acquiring his share, Siegel insisted on treating everyone, leading to another evening of celebration. Dio attempted to persuade Siegel to visit the brothel, but under Leah's watchful gaze, he hesitated and ultimately ventured there alone. The first to depart from Mora was Dio, eager to escort 10 full carts of goods to the plateau. The freight charges for this journey were substantial, yet he now considered himself a wealthy man. When you arrive at the plateau, inquire about the barbarian bull tribe. You will find me there. I will have my wives prepare delectable blood sausages and milk cakes. Dio bid farewell. Wait, since when do you have wives? The dwarf inquired, seizing him. Oh, did I not mention? We just vanquished the Black Pig tribe, and the Blood-Ear tribe requested an alliance. This time, it is my turn to marry their women, hence I have wed again, Dio explained earnestly. He then turned to Siegel and said, continue to maintain your physical training. If you visit our tribe, many women will take a liking to you. They are tall and graceful. I am certain you will be enamored. Leah urged him to leave, waving her hands insistently. Enough. Hurry along. The caravan is waiting. Siegel, preoccupied with the tales of treasure at the edge of the new continent told by the old captain, bid farewell to Dio, promising, I shall travel to the plateau. I will surely seek you out. At that moment, he received a light tap on the head from both Aelent and Leah. Dio laughed heartily, bare-chested, with his curved blade slung at his waist, as he set off with his cargo caravan down the snowy slopes of Mora. They would traverse the canyon, heading to the western side of the mountains, from where they would enter the plateau. The dwarf busied himself with clan matters, gradually involving his children in the political affairs. He still made time each day to instruct Siegel in martial arts, enlisting his eldest son, Colin, to train alongside Siegel. The dwarf city was rife with commotion, experiencing several conflicts that were swiftly quelled by the city guard patrols. Siegel remained focused on his training, indifferent to these disturbances. He waited 2 full months without any word from Sir Bill. As summer waned, Siegel resolved to leave Mora and embark on his studies of magic in Deepwater City. Before his departure, Aelent summoned him to the study and cautioned, the Nox Consortium is beginning to construct a mage tower in Streamwood Town. I have heard that the Mage Guild in Deepwater City is quite displeased with their actions, and tensions are somewhat strained. Be cautious of those mages. They are exceedingly cunning. Remember, in the southern district of Deepwater City, there is an inn called Foam Barrel. The dwarf proprietor, Marcus Gorin, belongs to the Gem clan and will provide you with various assistance. I understand, Siegel replied. The Nox Consortium has already sent envoys to apologize, but the incident at the outpost is not yet resolved. Remember, if anyone bullies you, retaliate fiercely. Aelent concluded. This continent remains the strongest domain of our dwarfs. Do not worry. Chapter 40. City of Deep Water's sunlight filtered through the crevices of the velvet curtains, mingling with the fragrant air imbued with the scents of flowers and herbs, competing with the incense and ink for dominance of the senses. A rhythmic knocking echoed from outside the door, 3 long and 3 short taps, followed by a sigh, the sound of a tray being placed on the floor, and the retreating footsteps of an individual. Siegel gradually awoke, feeling the aches and pains in his back and waist, having spent the night studying spells and inadvertently dozing off at his desk. Rising to his feet, he stretched languidly. The red tea that had been left beside him had long cooled, yet Siegel paid it no mind and drank it down in one gulp. This was a quaint 3-story building in the northern district of Deep Waters, complete with a garden and a stable, conveniently located next to the tri-peak tower of the Mages Guild, a tranquil haven seldom visited. The original proprietor was a merchant named Deep, who had fallen victim to marauders from the northern wilds, losing his goods and succumbing to despair. which ultimately led to his untimely demise. His widow sought to sell the property to repay debts and ensure her children's continued education. Siegel arrived just in time, facilitated by Marcus Gullen, the proprietor of the Foaming Barrel Tavern, to purchase the place. Upon learning of the widow's plight, he kindly invited her to remain, justifying it by stating his need for someone to manage meals and housekeeping while he devoted himself to the study of magic. Mrs. Linda Deep was immensely grateful and promised to keep to her duties, subsequently moving into the servants' quarters. The Mages Guild in Deep Waters had always been an open and inclusive organization, providing assistance to all mages arriving in the New World. Within its confines lay the most significant teleportation circle on the continent, capable of instantaneously connecting to the High Library of the Old World, the very heart of the Mage Association. Thus, when necessary, the Guild could rely on the formidable support of the Mage Association, deterring any other forces from daring to act against them. With such confidence, the Mages Guild offered study salons, paving the way for aspiring magicians. The cost of education was steep, and the format was rather loose, with weekly sessions hosted by various mages or scholars to guide apprentices in their initial forays into magic. Frequent salon events encouraged apprentices and newly minted mages to share experiences, fostering a collaborative learning environment. Siegel, possessing ample financial means, easily enrolled and procured the requisite books and experimental materials related to the courses. Initially, the learning process proved arduous for Siegel, who had never experienced formal education and thus had much to catch up on. Precise pronunciation, correct writing, basic arithmetic, classification methods, an extensive knowledge of material properties and flora and fauna. For those of noble lineage, such knowledge was gradually acquired during their upbringing. For Siegel, however, rapid mastery within a limited time frame was imperative. Consequently, aside from dedicating an hour daily to rigorous physical training, he devoted every remaining moment to his studies. Drawing upon the resilience cultivated during his time at sea, he spent 2 months fortifying his foundations, enabling him to comprehend introductory courses and swiftly learn the dragon tongue used for incantations. A week ago, during a crucial lesson, the Guild's official mage imparted the spell of spell interpretation. This spell enabled one to form a mental model of the magical instructions inscribed on parchment. All mages were required to master it, as it formed the bedrock of learning and modifying spells. After considerable effort, Siegel mastered this spell and diligently practiced, utilizing spell interpretation to study magical texts late into the night, ultimately achieving full mastery and ascending to the rank of apprentice mage. This advancement meant he could now gradually learn spells by perusing the tomes of others, a significant milestone. Elated by this achievement, he held 2 introductory spell books, relics of the Nox Consortium's sorcerers. He had also discovered a tome detailing spells within a magical cube, yet he was unable to comprehend the spells contained therein, leaving it to slumber within the confines of the key space. Through the 2 introductory spellbooks, Siegel practiced fundamental magic, demonstrating remarkable insight and capacity for learning. He had inadvertently cast spells, both mentally and physically prepared for the challenges ahead. Unbeknownst to others, in less than 4 months since his arrival in Deep Waters and engagement with magic, Siegel had acquired the ability to cast multiple basic spells, a pace unprecedented. Siegel remained oblivious to his record-breaking progress, still enraptured by his magical studies. He and Linda had agreed that she would deliver breakfast daily. However, if he did not answer the door, she was to leave the tray outside without entering. Breakfast consisted of oatmeal, boiled eggs, ham, and oranges, a quintessentially Deep Waters meal. Simple yet wholesome. Siegel swiftly finished his meal and carried the tray downstairs, where the cook was bustling about, washing vegetables and marinating lamb. As today marked the first day of autumn, a cause for celebration. Not a problem, young master, she replied. Today was Wednesday, and Siegel intended to visit the Foaming Barrel Tavern to check for news. Island was to keep him informed. If there were any updates regarding Sir Bill, she would relay them. However, months had passed since Sir Bill had seemingly vanished without a trace. The whereabouts of the prince from the Starry Kingdom also remained uncertain. Rumors in Deep Waters suggested that he was near the Nexus Fortress, while Viscount Kiristat claimed the prince had ventured into the elven territory of New Forest, a statement that was promptly denied by Leah of New Forest. Reports from the summit of Mora indicated that the prince had traveled north, even crossing Deep Waters' northern defenses into areas controlled by the wildlings. Chapter 41. Deep Water City 2. The tavern is nestled in the southern district of the city. also known as the commercial storage area, where goods unloaded from the port and transported from inland converge. Here, merchants can negotiate trade terms and conclude sales on the spot. Numerous taverns, inns, and exchanges abound, offering warm and attentive service to all. The southern district is more than 3 times the size of the northern city, inevitably leading to a certain degree of chaos. Viewed from above, the entire southern city embraces the port area like a protective arm, with a winding P street linking the 3 largest cargo zones. The frothy barrel Inn stands along this thoroughfare. Marcus Gullen is temporarily absent, dealing with an issue regarding the red wine he requested, arguing with the captain at the dock. A diligent server brings Siegel a table and chairs, allowing him to sit by the window and wait. Siegel orders a portion of fried fish and mashed potatoes, accompanied by a mug of ale chilled with well water. He retains a sailor's appetite, favoring hearty, oil-rich meals. Following his usual habit, Siegel reaches for a thick loaf of bread and begins to eat with gusto. Just as he relishes his meal, a commotion erupts at the entrance. Siegel leans out the window to see a scene unfolding at the grocery store across the street. The shopkeeper, flanked by 2 burly assistants, is loudly berating a tattered man. Blood stains the man's arms and knees, and his face and body are smeared with mud, obscuring his features, though his silhouette appears somewhat familiar. "You filthy beggar, you soil my fabric and think you can just walk away?" The shopkeeper bellows. The man seems dazed, repeatedly mumbling, "I didn't hit you. You fell on me. You greenskin dog." One of the assistants, enraged, throws a punch that connects with the man's nose, knocking him to the ground. The beggar, blood streaming from his nose, cries out, "Why are you hitting me? Why are you hitting me? You can't compensate for my fabric, so naturally, you must take a beating." The shopkeeper retorts, rolling up his sleeves, clearly ready to join the fray. Unable to bear the sight, Siegel rushes forward to intervene, shielding the man behind him. Upon closer inspection, he recognizes the beggar as the buck-toothed Janus, though his distinctive teeth are absent, replaced by a conspicuous gap in the center of his mouth. Janus appears disoriented, failing to recognize Siegel, his eyes vacant. Siegel calls out Janus' name several times, and to his relief, he responds. The shopkeeper, realizing the two are acquainted, sees an opportunity to recoup his losses and reaches for Siegel's neck. Siegel deftly evades his grasp, swiftly capturing the shopkeeper's hand with his arm. The 2 assistants, witnessing this, rush to assist, fists clenched, ready to strike. "Don't escalate this. It's merely a piece of coarse cloth. I will purchase it," Siegel shouts. Yet the 2 men persist, their fists still aimed at him. Anger flares within Siegel, and he retaliates. His speed and skill easily surpass those of the untrained men. And within moments, the 2 assistants are writhing in pain, nursing their bent fingers. "What brings you to Deepwater City in such a pitiful state?" Siegel asks, using ale to cleanse Janus' wounds and tearing cloth to bandage him. Despite the pain causing him to tremble, Janus understands Siegel's intentions and remains silent, enduring the discomfort. Siegel notices a scar on the back of Janus' head, likely a result of a blade strike. Additionally, his shoulder and calf bear wounds from arrows. "Who knows what troubles you've encountered, poor soul?" Siegel muses, pulling a chair for Janus to sit at the table. To ensure Janus comprehends his intentions, Siegel slows his speech, pointing to the fried fish and potatoes. "Friend, eat." Janus, appearing ravenous, reaches for the fish and begins to devour it hungrily. Alarmed, Siegel hastily removes the fish bones from his mouth to prevent him from choking. Janus then grabs the mashed potatoes, shoving them all into his mouth. After a couple of chews, he swallows them whole. "What else do you desire to eat? Just say it, and I shall fetch it for you." This statement seems to strike a chord within Janus. And suddenly, tears well up in his eyes, streaming down his face. He sobs, "Captain, I wish to drink fish soup. I long to go to sea." Upon arriving at the villa in the northern district, Siegel assists Janus down from the horse. He calls for the cook to prepare a meal, pouring a glass of wine for Janus and bringing a plate of smoked sausage. Janus appears anxious, glancing around at the surroundings, hesitant to sit on the clean, soft sofa. He gestures at his clothing, inquiring where he might wash. "First, have a drink and eat something. Consider this your home," Siegel encourages, pressing Janus onto the sofa. "It will take some time to heat the water. Wash up first, then rest. I am still your captain, and you shall stay here." Janus nods, tears welling in his eyes. "Wasn't he that a friend of the young master?" inquires Lady Linda. "Indeed, we once sailed together, sharing a bond of camaraderie." "He is also a sailor?" Recently, many large ships have encountered misfortune, and the port area is rife with unease. Several of my late husband's merchant friends have ceased operations to avoid the turmoil, leaving many unemployed. Carl mentioned that the temple has taken in numerous beggars, and the city watch is posting notices to maintain order while expanding their ranks. Do you know what has transpired? Siegel asks, furrowing his brow. He has been preoccupied with studying spells, neglecting the happenings in the city. Upon Lady Linda's mention, he recalls passing through the southern district earlier and noting the emptiness of several cargo depots. It is rumored that pirates are rampant, though I cannot provide further details. Lady Linda replies, however, prices for grain, fabric, and fish have risen. Have the lords taken no action? Siegel senses that this situation may escalate into greater unrest. The lords have remained inactive. Only the Merchant Guild has organized additional caravans to Mora's Peak and New Forest, offering reasonable prices. Beyond that, I have heard little. Siegel nods, then states, if you notice an increase in the number of homeless in the streets, exercise caution. Please take 500 gold coins to Carl for the Moon Temple, stating it is a donation to provide for more of the destitute. Lady Linda bows in gratitude. Such actions will undoubtedly benefit her son. Donations may lead to opportunities for him to participate in refugee resettlement efforts. Should he perform well, he might catch the attention of the priests, allowing him to continue studying profound knowledge in the temple. Thank you, Captain. You have saved me. Janus expresses his heartfelt appreciation. We have all been sailors. We understand that turning a blind eye to suffering invites misfortune, Siegel responds. Our ship escaped an orc pirate attack, as I have previously recounted. Later, we set sail once more, loaded with goods along the northern route, transporting a shipment of fine timber to West Sea Lookout, accompanied by 4 other ships, primarily carrying goods for Mora's Peak. As evening approached, just before we reached the supply point at Circle Island, we were ambushed by no fewer than 20 orc-fast ships. They drew near, raining arrows, throwing grappling hooks, and hurling javelins. I was struck by several arrows, and a grappling hook injured my head. How did you manage to escape? The supply point at Circle Island must have fallen to the orcs, correct? Indeed. The captain, sensing danger, ran the ship aground on Circle Island's beach. The orcs were reluctant to bring their fast ships ashore, which slowed their pursuit. As darkness fell, we disembarked and scattered into the island's woods. I was injured and could not run far, so I hid among the rocks and lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself adrift not far from the shore. After much struggle, I finally managed to crawl onto the land, only to discover that the island resembled a hellish nightmare. They were all dead, their heads mounted on stakes, while the rest lay in ashes. Baga fought hard to keep himself from breaking down. He cast aside his cup and fervently gulped from the bottle. Siegel picked up a glass and said, pour me some. Let us together mourn the deceased. Indeed, you are right. Janus ceased her reckless drinking, poured a glass for Siegel, and together they uttered, may their souls find peace. Chapter 42. Deepwater City 3. The orcs have become exceedingly rampant. Siegel ground his teeth in frustration. This race thrives solely on plunder, constructing their culture through murder and coercion. Why do they even exist? Subsequently, the gap-toothed Janus remained by Siegel's side, assisting him with various tasks. Siegel was particularly concerned about the impact of the orc fleet on maritime trade between the 2 continents, and he enlisted Janus's help to gather information on this matter. Janus, with his remarkable drinking capacity and eloquence, collected a wealth of information for Siegel. Among the information, Siegel was most interested in the status of the ship, Lucky Soth. This vessel had been operating along the southern trade route, maintaining its illustrious name and sailing the seas unscathed. Other ships, however, were not so fortunate. The disruptions in shipping routes were increasingly felt. It had been quite some time since they received textiles and cotton from the old continent, and with winter fast approaching, the common folk were growing anxious. Furthermore, the prices of soybeans, olives, pepper, and tobacco had skyrocketed, causing even some affluent merchants to experience difficulties in their daily lives. They gathered to demand that the lords take action to resolve the pressing issues. Deepwater City had always been prosperous, yet it faced a significant shortcoming: an inadequate number of warships. After declaring itself an autonomous territory, the warships that belonged to the Starry Kingdom had withdrawn, compelling Deepwater City to either recruit pirates or pay a premium for elven ships to defend its port. The lords found themselves at a loss against the orc warships at sea, and thus turned to the Mage Guild for assistance. Siegel had already become an apprentice mage, and his rapid growth had garnered the attention of several mages. They investigated Siegel's background and discovered his title as a peak hero, as well as his favorable connections with the gem family of the Dwarven Kingdom. The guild was a highly rational organization, and they extended an invitation to Siegel to join their ranks, donning the blue robe of an apprentice mage. He would only need to provide simple services to the guild each day in exchange for the privilege of accessing basic magical texts in the library. Without hesitation, Siegel accepted. On the day the lords of Deepwater City visited the Mage Guild, Siegel happened to be present. He had been summoned to provide assistance during this meeting. There was a room on the western side of the Three Peaks Tower designated for meetings, which was usually left vacant. Inside, there was a long peachwood table, several chairs, and 2 fireplaces. The room was sparsely decorated, with only a water clock placed on the long table and heavy wool curtains hanging beside the tall windows, leaving it otherwise bare. Although the room had windows, the towering structure often obstructed sunlight, rendering it cold and desolate. Rarely cleaned, a faint mustiness lingered in the air. Siegel was not fond of this place, as it felt like a long-sealed dungeon. Upon entering the meeting room, he frowned and opened his spellbook, locating the entry for the Universal Servant spell, and began to recite the incantation. The power of magic flowed at his command, and Siegel focused his thoughts on tidying the room. He concentrated, striving to output magical energy steadily, thus maintaining the spell's effect. As a gentle breeze swept through, the musty odor dissipated, the dust on the furniture was cleared away, the chairs and table were arranged neatly, and the water clock was set to the correct time. He then gathered firewood and kindled the fireplace, making the meeting room considerably more inviting. 3 hooded figures approached, all clad in identical golden hoods and gray robes. These individuals were the lords of Deepwater City, allied to jointly govern the city. For safety reasons, the lords always appeared masked, keeping their true identity strictly confidential. The masks were specially crafted to protect against common scrying spells. Siegel opened the door for them, and they took their seats in silence, exchanging no words. At that moment, the water clock chimed, indicating it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the appointed time for the meeting to commence. A flash of light blinked from the chairs opposite the lords, causing everyone to involuntarily blink. 3 mages from the guild materialized in the meeting room, settling into the walnut chairs with poise. The central mage was middle-aged, not particularly tall. Yet his gray hair seemed to float in the air, captivating attention. His face, stern and resolute, was devoid of a smile, exuding an aura of authority, and he was known for his uncompromising demeanor. All apprentice mages held him in fear, secretly nicknaming him Alexander the Lion King Bilson. Siegel gazed in wonder at his floating hair, having never encountered this chief mage before, and curiously observed him. At that moment, one of the lords spoke. "It is an honor to be here at the Mage Guild, to discuss important matters with esteemed mages." Startled, Siegel quickly bowed and stepped back, realizing that this meeting was beyond his purview. However, before he could exit, he was called back. "Stay, young man. You may listen in and take notes on the key points of the meeting," said one mage. The speaker appeared to be over 60, with white hair and beard, his face lined with wrinkles. Beneath bushy brows, silver eyes sparkled like stars, poised to shine at the right moment. He was hunched in his chair, resembling a weary elder on the verge of death. His staff leaned precariously beside him, as if it might slip from his fingertips at any moment. Yet, none dared underestimate him, for he was the guild's most learned scholar, the master of prophecy, Lord Phalanes Christo. Lion King Alexander nodded and said, "Since Lord Phalanes has suggested it, I concur." "Very well. The lords come with requests. Naturally, we shall not complicate matters further." Siegel hastily bowed and pulled a chair to the corner of the meeting room, taking care not to disrupt the atmosphere of discussion. He opted not to use a quill and ink, but instead silently chanted the transcription spell, beginning to record on the special parchment. Deepwater City was facing grave troubles and required the assistance of the Mage Guild. The voices emanating from behind the masks were indistinguishable, making it impossible to determine which lord was speaking. "The orc raiders have besieged our maritime routes, invading us and causing Deepwater City immense suffering. We believe we are now in a state of war with the orcs." The lords unanimously agreed that the Mage Guild's approval was necessary and extended a heartfelt invitation for the guild to become their allies. The Lion King first glanced at Phalanes, who had closed his eyes, seemingly dozing off and evidently unwilling to offer any opinions. He then turned his attention to the other side, observing the traveling mage William the Collector, who wore a brown robe. This master of transformation preferred to wander the mundane world, possessing greater understanding than the other researchers within the Three Peaks Tower. The Lion King respected the words of the Master of Prophecy. For time often proved his counsel to be the most sagacious. Secondly, he sought to gauge the gravity of the situation through the insights of Master William. William's voice was hoarse, yet clearly audible. The orc pirate fleet operates far from the coastline, beyond the territorial waters of Deepwater City. The only time they set foot on land was at the supply dock on Circle Island, which is not claimed by us. Thus, it does not constitute an invasion of Deepwater City. Therefore, according to the multi-party agreement established after the last Great River campaign, the Mage Guild cannot automatically engage in war against the orcs on your behalf. The Great River campaign, that was many years ago, Alexander continued. It was a battle of invincibility that ultimately led to defeat. Future generations should heed its lessons. I fought alongside the knights of Deepwater City on that battlefield. A memory I will never forget. The orcs are our common adversaries, Your Excellency the Archmage, the Lord declared. Chapter 43. Deepwater City. For our objective is not the annihilation of the orcs, but rather to inflict upon them the sting of pain. The three lords exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent accord. The masked figure seated to the left then spoke. We have ascertained the location of the orc harbor on the island. They have constructed 9 shipyards, tirelessly working day and night on warships at Macabda. With the assistance of the Mages Guild, we aspire to obliterate this harbor and eradicate the orc navy. The Lion King turned his gaze towards William Eric, who nodded in affirmation. The traveling mage possessed an extensive understanding of the geography and customs of the new continent. With a gentle wave of his staff, he conjured a shimmering cloud of dust that coalesced into a depiction of the northern landscape. This map indicated mountains, rivers, vegetation, and towns, one of which, situated along the coastline, shimmered with light. This was Macabda. Siegel's eyes sparkled as he endeavored to engrave the entire map into his memory. The name Macabda translates to the end of the Black River, located precisely at the mouth of the Black River Gorge, accessible solely by traversing mountains. Between Deepwater City and Macabda lay for considerable barbarian tribes and 3 orc town-level strongholds, with an estimated 70,000 foes obstructing this route. The totems of the barbarians would disrupt magical efficacy, while the orc shaman were acutely sensitive to fluctuations in surrounding energies, particularly to spells involving teleportation and flight, which could easily alert their forces and invite a swift onslaught. Master William pointed to the map, elucidating their predicament, ultimately concluding, "We must proceed on foot. Is it not possible to approach by sea?" The Lion King inquired, directing his gaze towards the lords for their opinions. "It is exceedingly difficult," the lords replied with heavy tones. "Deepwater City lacks sufficient warships to launch a surprise assault on Macabda. We plan to seek assistance from the Kingdom of Stars. This will exact a considerable toll, yet it is preferable to remaining in a state of despair. The Mages Guild still hopes to maintain the current autonomous status of Deepwater City," Alexander remarked. This was the agreement reached between the lords and the Mages Guild, and it shall be adhered to. Likewise, we request the use of the Guild's teleportation array to swiftly reach the Kingdom of Stars. There, we will rally our allies to swiftly assemble a fleet. The teleportation array stands ready to receive the envoy's arrival. We shall prepare in advance. However, bear in mind that no armed forces may utilize the teleportation array. This is a non-negotiable boundary. The lords nodded in compliance, solidifying this as their mutual agreement. Siegel emphasized the pertinent phrases on the parchment, presenting it to the archmages and lords for their review. Afterward, a brief silence enveloped the room, broken only by the ticking of the water clock and the crackling of the fire in the hearth. Scholar Farani shifted in his chair, stifled a yawn, and finally opened his eyes, which had been shut for an extended period. He furrowed his brow, scanning the faces before him, then addressed the lords. "Do not squander any more time. Proceed to the crux of the matter. Now, we in Deepwater City are allies in mutual support. So let us dispense with the circumlocution. Even with a fleet, an assault on Macabda appears to be an act of desperation. What of the orcs on the northern mainland?" The lords rose, bowing deeply before stating, "Deepwater City shall dispatch an elite contingent from the Guardian Corps, led by the Bloodflame Knight, Count Maxim, to advance from the land towards the end of the Black River, poised to incinerate the entirety of the harbor. We require the Mages Guild to provide guidance and assistance, diverting the attention of the orc forces both at sea and on land to ensure the success of the raid. This is a foolish plan, yet not devoid of hope," the scholar remarked. The true enemy lurks in the shadows, calculating their chips and weighing their odds, already having gained the upper hand. Your plan is riddled with flaws, but it possesses the merit of dulling the enemy's vigilance and inflating their pride. And pride may lead to their downfall. The Bloodflame Knight is skilled in warfare, prudent, resilient, and composed. He is a trustworthy ally. The guild's colleagues and students have long awaited practical experience, and this presents an opportunity for them to witness the front lines. Everything is merely beginning. Thank you for your support, esteemed scholar. The lords bowed once more. If there are mages capable of countering the orcs, our chances of victory will greatly increase. Thus, we request that Deepwater City cover the costs of recruiting mage apprentices as a token of goodwill. Chief Mage Alexander exchanged glances with Pharaones, confirming their consensus through a mental dialogue, and subsequently expressed agreement. However, he turned to the lords and inquired, "What is your timeline?" "Everything is for the sake of Deepwater City," the lords added as a final note. "Then I shall accompany the fleet," the traveling mage William declared. "I find myself in need of a maritime journey, thus saving on transportation. We shall prepare the finest vessel for you," the lords assured. "Paint the sails purple," the traveling mage instructed. "Very well. The lords have matters to attend to, and we shall not squander any more time." The Lion King rose, extending his hands towards the lords, and proclaimed, "We shall commence our efforts based on the agreement reached today. May magic prevail, and may victory accompany us." The lords nodded in reverence before departing the assembly hall. Siegel meticulously recorded the parchment, respectfully placing it upon the table. He felt the weight of scrutiny from the three archmages before him, even without raising his gaze to sense their piercing stares. He retreated from the room, but was halted as he neared the door. "Young man, Siegel," came the voice of Scholar Pharaones. Siegel looked up to find the elder regarding him with an air of ease, his blue eyes shimmering in the glow of the firelight. "Do you take pleasure in learning magic?" he inquired. "You possess considerable talent. I have heard some colleagues speak of you as the fastest to attain the rank of apprentice mage. They mention you mastered simple spells within merely 2 months of studying in the salon. I must inquire as to which instructors delivered such lessons, as their remarkable teaching efficacy could impact the guild's revenue." The Lion King nodded in agreement, echoing, "I, too, believe an increase in tuition fees is warranted." William Eric coughed into his fist, stifling a laugh. He then addressed Siegel in a gentle tone. "You may soon don the blue robe, as it is the suggestion of Lord Pharaones. The guild consistently supports promising students, aiding in their development. However, you must also be aware that while your early advancement to apprentice mage grants you access to a broader range of spells, there are expectations that you must surpass the standards of an apprentice mage within a year, lest you lose the blue robe." At this moment, Pharaones narrowed his eyes, gripping his staff tightly, visibly anxious. He focused intently on Siegel, fixated on his lips, fully attentive to his forthcoming words. "What must I do to swiftly enhance my magical prowess?" Siegel asked. "Very well, apprentice mage, continue your studies. And do not waste your life in the company of us aged ones," the Lion King Alexander advised. As he spoke, the traveling mage William shook his head with evident disapproval. "You may take your leave," the scholar declared. Siegel bowed once more, quietly exiting the chamber and shutting the door behind him. After a brief silence, the three mages exchanged glances. Alexander was the first to speak. "Master Pharaones, are you certain this is the individual? But even in failure, you do not foresee the demise of the guild, do you?" Alexander, ever brimming with confidence, remarked, "Disasters are inconsequential. I believe only through the crucible of adversity can true growth emerge. Regardless of how the waters of the future may flow, one must rely on oneself to swim forth. Do not underestimate the sea folk. They are formidable adversaries. Their malevolent priest was indeed fighting on home ground. It would be wise for you to conjure a pair of gills." "A pair? No problem at all." The adept transmuter, William, sprang from his chair, levitating gracefully in the air. The robe behind him transformed into bat wings, flapping vigorously to grant him the power of flight. Everyone else busied themselves with their own tasks. Scholar Bosch stood up, resting his weight upon his staff. "Let us maintain hope. The rest shall be achieved through our efforts." With that, he vanished using a teleportation spell. The chief mage, Alexander, uttered a farewell before also turning to disappear. Only William soared away from the conference room, leaving many junior mages filled with envy at the sight. Chapter 44, Waterdeep City 5. After leaving the conference room, Siegel stood quietly under the Three Pinnacles Tower, deep in contemplation. The tower was a majestic edifice, a marvel that elicited awe from all who beheld it. Before the establishment of Waterdeep, the mages who arrived at this location showcased their might from the barren lands, their formidable spells causing the three towering structures to rise from the earth. At that time, the very ground trembled, and the natural creatures fled in terror, watching in fear as events unfolded. These three towers symbolize authority, knowledge, and the essence of the self, with the tallest among them, the Tower of Essence, standing in the center. Each time Siegel gazed upon this tower, he recalled the wisdom gleaned from the tomes he had read. To comprehend knowledge and acquire authority was merely a means to better understand one's true self. This ideology of the Mage Guild diverged from that of the mage associations and academic cities of the Old Continent, which had dismissed it as overly akin to that of priests. Nevertheless, many mages and scholars embraced this philosophy, joining the guild and breathing life into the vicinity of the three towers. Siegel questioned himself. What did he truly desire? Having perused numerous biographies about the ascension of great mages in the library, he understood that only through enduring solitude and diligent study could one hope to become a grand mage. Yet, he also recognized a yearning deep within his heart, a thirst for adventure, a desire to explore the vast world beyond. The world was immense, brimming with wonders yet to be witnessed. Why not venture northward? Siegel pondered. From his observations during the conference, he was aware that in a month's time, a multitude of adventurers would embark toward the north, journeying into the territories of the wildlings and orcs. Among them would be mercenaries, knights, and a plethora of opportunists, alongside the regular soldiers arriving shortly thereafter. However, both the wildlings and orcs would be on high alert, making the north bustling and crowded. It would be wiser to set forth sooner rather than later. Strength arises from practice. Siegel recalled the words of the erudite scholar, solidifying his resolve. He proceeded to the Tower of Knowledge, entering a vast hall sculpted from obsidian. There were no windows, yet the ambience was illuminated by gentle magical light sources. Shelves floated in the sky, moving ceaselessly in and out of the gray mist that enveloped the space. The fog obscured the ceiling entirely, creating an atmosphere of mystery. This was a repository for an array of books, where mages of apprentice level and above could borrow and transcribe texts. Siegel had visited this place numerous times before, and on his last visit, a red-robed elder had assisted him in locating the tome titled Fundamentals of Magical Shields and Protective Energies. This time, it was indeed the same elder, seated alone on a massive stone chair, engrossed in a mage's travelogue. "Good day, sir," Siegel greeted. "I wish to borrow some books." The elder looked up, peering through his aged spectacles perched upon his nose, and after a moment of realization, he replied, "Ah, it's you again. What do you need this time?" "I seek the geography of the northern Waterdeep and the compendium of basic magic." Siegel had prepared his request prior to entering. Borrowing here was quite costly. The geography text was relatively inexpensive at 1 gold coin per day, while the compendium commanded 7 gold coins per day, far more than the 4 coins per day for categorized spellbooks, which would not impede his magical studies. The elder looked up at the floating shelves, quickly searching the catalogs. After a moment, he said, "I'm sorry, young one, but the compendium of basic magic is no longer available. However, I do recommend a fine work on Northern Geography, Orcs in the Sea by William Ellick." Siegel had a backup plan. He opted for the geography text and selected books on illusions and elemental spells. The elder regarded him and advised, "Young mage, you would do well to visit the Tower of Authority. The journey north is fraught with peril. You will need magical items for protection. At the very least, you should acquire a wand. If you venture out, you will also require a portable, waterproof, and insect-proof spellbook. I have witnessed mages lament the loss of their spellbooks. Do not make the same mistake." Siegel nodded in agreement. He had intended to do just that. Unlike the library, there were no mages serving as attendants here. For those immersed in the study of spells, being a receptionist in the library allowed ample time for reading without any cost, truly a privilege. However, serving as a sales assistant in the Tower of Authority was merely a waste of time for mages. Thus, the Grand Mages had devised a magical entity known as a lamp spirit to greet visitors year-round. The lamp spirit was a blue, mist-like magical creature capable of transforming into a human visage, possessing considerable intellect and adept communication skills. Moreover, this creation had heightened magical senses, enabling it to detect any ill-intentioned customers attempting to deceive with spells. With robust spell resistance, it could dispel simple magical effects, ensuring that ordinary individuals could not flaunt their prowess before the lamp spirit. thereby safeguarding the magical items within the Tower of Authority. As Siegel entered the Tower of Authority, a swirl of blue mist approached him, attempting to envelop the young mage. This was the lamp spirit's mischievous nature, often playfully teasing newcomers. Siegel understood the lamp spirit's antics. If he were bound to a life of monotonous labor, even the most resilient beings would lose their sanity. The lamp spirits, lacking complete souls, exhibited emotions akin to mechanical responses, thus avoiding the extremes of hysteria. The lamp spirit was merely a manifestation of its creator's hubris, an attempt to ascend to divinity through creation. Though he felt sympathy for these unfortunate magical beings, Siegel had no desire to be ensnared by them. With a gentle wave of his left hand, he summoned a breeze of magical energy to disperse the blue mist. The lamp spirit immediately sensed the spell energy emanating from him. Although he was merely an apprentice mage, he was still a member of the guild. A jest was permissible, but further antics would contravene the essence of the lamp spirit's servitude, potentially causing significant harm. Thus, the blue mist swirled before Siegel, coalescing into a comical visage. In a playful yet articulate tone, it inquired, "How may I assist you?" "A wand, to aid me in casting spells," Siegel replied. "Oh, a new mage requires his wand to unleash frightful spells." The lamp spirit twisted in the air, conjuring a multitude of wands above its head, circling around Siegel. Long, short, straight, and curved, all were functional. Some crackled with lightning, others blazed with fire, some spewed acid, while others shot poison. "Which hand shall you wield your wand with?" Siegel contemplated. His right hand would be occupied with his curved dagger, so he extended his left hand. "Oh, a left-handed gentleman. Your arms and fingers are surprisingly robust, such a rarity. I see calluses from archery and sword practice. Are you certain you are a mage and not a warrior?" Siegel glared at the spirit, deftly moving his fingers to demonstrate the common gestures for spellcasting, swift and precise. This indicated his ability to channel magical energies smoothly to his fingertips, a fundamental requirement for wand usage. "Very well, new mage, what are your specifications for a wand?" The lamp spirit scrutinized Siegel once more and remarked, "It should be able to swiftly emerge from my sleeve, I presume? It seems the trend of ambush dueling mages is on the rise. What a decline in moral standards." As it spoke, it produced a 30-centimeter-long wooden wand from above, declaring, "Bloodwood, bloodwood, the wood of slaughter, perfect for taking lives." Siegel accepted the wand, feeling a surge of intense and tumultuous energy emanating from it. When you cast spells, do so with greater ferocity, swiftness, and precision. The lamp spirit, acting as a diligent salesman, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "And it is remarkably affordable, requiring merely—" "Let's try another. This one does not resonate with me." Siegel returned the wand to him. "TCH, such a fastidious imp." The lamp spirit produced another wand and introduced it, 32 centimeters in length, crafted from the hardest and heaviest ebony. "Should you forget your dagger, this can serve as a fine substitute." Siegel reached out to accept it, feeling no peculiar sensations. He performed the servant spell, and the magical energy flowed seamlessly through the wand, devoid of any stagnation. The wood was exceptionally firm, feeling akin to gripping a sturdy awl. It had a substantial presence when wielded, indeed capable of serving as a dagger, as the lamp spirit had claimed. "No need. I relish the sensation of this wand." Siegel tested a few incantations, acclimating to the wand's capacity to expand and contract in speed and frequency. He inquired, "What is the value of this wand?" "A finely crafted suit of heirloom armor is merely 1,800 gold coins. However, the majority of knights cannot afford such luxuries." Siegel felt a pang of discomfort at this price. The cost of attending magic classes, experimental fees, and housing expenses rapidly depleted his wealth, leaving him with just over 5,000 gold coins. Bargaining with the lamp spirit proved futile. They were impervious to spells' influence, possessing no capacity for price concessions, and merely reiterated the original cost. As a novice mage, he lacked the ability to create magical items, placing him firmly within the consumer class. Siegel could only concede with a resigned acceptance. "I must learn to craft magical items," Siegel resolved. "One cannot solely incur expenses without generating returns. Even the greatest wealth will eventually be exhausted." Chapter 45, Undercity 6. Thus, Siegel refrained from purchasing a wand until the moment he was compelled to journey afar, likely to confront battles. Beyond the wand, he gritted his teeth and expended his coins on a scroll of flight and another of invisibility, depleting his funds by 550 gold pieces. Indeed, as the elven master had asserted, the vocation of a mage is one that demands considerable expenditure. It is no wonder that elves rarely accept foreign mages as apprentices. Most of elven society operates on a need basis, and external mages would swiftly drain their wealth if allowed the same privileges. The lamp genie continued to peddle various wares, which constituted the sole purpose of its existence. Siegel gazed at these delightful items, each one tempting him to make a purchase, yet his purse remained regretfully light. He waved his hand in gratitude for the genie's enthusiasm and jested, "You must have some magical items for free. I could only then consider." He produced a coin. One side gleaming gold with a smile engraved upon it, the other silver marked with a frown. "I have never encountered such a thing." The description reads, "An artifact, usable only by the child of destiny. If you desire it, I shall bestow it upon you, for it costs me nothing." Siegel chuckled in disbelief as he examined the coin closely, finding no discernible clues. Yet it undoubtedly possessed magical properties, emanating a flow of arcane energy from within its golden core, though Siegel could not decipher its function or mechanics. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to forge his own destiny and tread his own path, leaving the role of the fated child to others. He returned the coin and departed from the Mages Guild. There remained a multitude of preparations for his journey northward, and all equipment had to be procured by himself to ensure his safety. Sir Bill had set an exemplary standard in this regard, and Siegel had cultivated this habit as well. He gathered supplies and acquired a fine steed, setting off alongside his trusty pony. Subsequently, he sought out Bucktooth Janus and entrusted him with a task. "Seek out someone proficient in the languages of the northern tribes and orcs. I require a guide," Siegel instructed. "Additionally, find a discreet and reputable merchant. I have a business venture to pursue." Bucktooth acquiesced and hurried off. "Young master, please exercise caution, Mrs. Deep advised as she secured the funds. "Carl has commenced his studies as a novice cleric, beginning to engage in divine rituals. He expressed immense gratitude for the opportunity you have afforded him and vows to serve you well." "That is splendid news. Once he completes his training, a grand feast shall be in order." Siegel responded with genuine delight. "By the way, Lady Linda, please procure some flour, roast it, and pack it into bags for my rations. I read of this method in a travelogue and wish to give it a try." "Very well, young master." The following day, Bucktooth Janus returned with an intermediary named Trinus. Siegel handed him 400 gold coins and briefed him on the upcoming nightly tournament. This information had circulated among merchants, but had never been confirmed. However, Siegel's news regarding military supplies held considerable value, allowing Trinus to facilitate the acquisition of goods and profit from the margin. Absolute discretion is paramount. Should I learn of any leakage of information that jeopardizes our military endeavors, I shall report to the Lord and ensure you face the consequences alongside me. "Rest assured, my lord," Trinus replied, bowing deeply. "My reputation is my life, and secrecy is my creed." With this matter resolved, Siegel turned his attention to Bucktooth regarding the guide. Few dared to venture into the northern wilderness, and even fewer were multilingual. "I inquired extensively and found but one barely suitable candidate, a bard named Yarrell. However, his reputation is rather dubious. He frequently quarrels with his employers, and few choose to rehire him. Those who have employed him remain tight-lipped about their experiences, shrouded in mystery. He is known for his indulgent lifestyle and is heavily in debt, demanding a steep fee." "Is there truly no one else from the north in the Undercity?" Siegel inquired. "So, it appears I have no choice but to seek out this Yarrell?" Siegel sighed, realizing there were no alternatives, and followed Bucktooth to the Lapping Moon Tavern. The Lapping Moon Tavern, located near the docks of the Undercity, bore a rather unsavory reputation, said to be a haven for smugglers, information brokers, and ne'er-do-wells. Both Siegel and Bucktooth donned armor beneath their cloaks and armed themselves with additional weapons to prepare for any eventuality. Naturally, Siegel's wand was cleverly concealed, transformed into a bracer hidden beneath his sleeve. They navigated the muddy streets, avoiding the refuse and puddles, until they finally ascended the stone steps to the tavern's entrance. A beggar, missing a leg, dozed in the muck, his bowl empty before him. Siegel tossed a silver coin into the bowl, the sound of clinking metal failing to rouse the beggar from his stupor. "He must be inebriated," Bucktooth remarked, and Siegel merely shook his head, choosing to ignore him. The tavern's heavy, worn door was splattered with peeling paint and grime, emitting a warm yellow glow through the cracks, yet the interior appeared eerily silent. As they pushed the door open, a foul odor assaulted their senses, revealing 2 rows of burly men sprawled across the floor, clutching their bottles, haphazardly piled atop one another. A few intoxicated souls murmured in their dreams, one even emitting a low chuckle. These individuals were likely dockside drifters or idle laborers, their lives adversely affected by the port's desolation, left with no recourse but to drown their sorrows in drink. Siegel furrowed his brow, but maintained his composure as he walked steadily through the throng. The tavern was suffused with the acrid scent of alcohol and tobacco. Some patrons glanced up at the entrance, scrutinizing the newcomers before quickly averting their gaze, finding no connection. The clientele was a motley mix, each forming their own coterie, whispering secrets in the flickering light of the hearth's blazing fire. In the dim corners of the room, shadowy figures sat quietly, shrouded in darkness. The tavern keeper lurked behind a massive bar, silent and absorbed in his tasks, neglecting to greet the new arrivals. However, Siegel had no intention of partaking in libations. Bucktooth surveyed the establishment, failing to spot the bard, and thus found an empty table for Siegel to sit at before hastily seeking information. Compared to the tavern's disheveled patrons, Siegel's attire was considerably finer, the fabric intricate and exquisite. Several scantily clad women conferred amongst themselves, and the youngest among them approached Siegel. Without waiting for her to speak, he ordered a drink for her and requested her departure. A few patrons watched the exchange with keen interest, speculating on Siegel's identity. A clinking sound of chains caught Siegel's attention, prompting him to turn. He noticed a frail boy with reddish hair, clad in a soiled robe stained with alcohol and grease, busily clearing tables. The boy's face was marred with acne, rendering him unattractive. His emaciated arms bore an unhealthy pallor, marred by scratches, and he was barefoot with chains binding his ankles. Siegler furrowed his brow, recalling the slave ship of orcs he had once rescued. The wretched passengers were bound by rusty iron chains, crammed into the filthy, disordered hold, treated like mere livestock. He could not forget the gaze of those who had been saved, many of whom had been driven to the brink of madness by their torment, destined to exist henceforth as mere shadows of their former selves. Chapter 46. The City of Deep Waters 7. He rose from his chair and approached the young man, calling out to him. Siegel crouched down, carefully examining the shackles. They were identical to those used by the orcs to bind their slaves, and he could see the inscriptions in both common and orcish that read slave labor. Siegel half-squatted to match the boy's height, gazing into his eyes and asking, "What is your name? Why are you bound?" The tavern owner blinked with a sly smile, saying, "Dear guest, would you care for a drink? You may freely pose your inquiries here. No one shall disturb you. Moreover, if you are willing to pay, I could assist you in finding answers. It is against local law to harbor slaves in the City of Deep Waters." Siegel disregarded the owner's words, seeking not information but resolution. Thus, he stated directly, "That young man cannot be forced to work while shackled. You must set him free." "Ah, my good sir, from which corner of the world have you sprung? Have you read too many nightly tales?" The owner snarled while clearing the cups from the table. "I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Siegel could discern genuine malice from mere bluster. The tavern owner belonged to the latter category, his eyes betraying a flicker of uncertainty. Nevertheless, with the owner's words, several shadowy figures emerged from the corner, clad in voluminous cloaks concealing weapons of various lengths. 3 men encircled Siegel, one of whom, tall and scarred, fixed his brooding gaze upon him. He spoke first. "Stranger, the owner has advised you to mind your own business, so do keep your distance. The shimmering moonlight does not welcome troublemakers like you in this peaceful place, so be gone." Siegel's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword as he locked eyes with the tavern owner. Using slaves will inevitably attract the attention of those who enforce the law. This matter shall not remain unaddressed. However, the owner averted his gaze, seeking assistance from the 3 men. "Well, how many years has it been since I've encountered a foolish knight here?" The scarred man, reeking of beer, garlic, and mockery, bellowed while digging in his ear. "Get lost, unless you wish for trouble." Siegel turned to face the trio, calmly inquiring, "It appears you are responsible for maintaining order here? And what of it?" The scarred man shouted, reaching for Siegel. He attempted to seize Siegel's shoulder, but his fingers insidiously slid toward his throat, aiming to choke him. Meanwhile, the man's other hand sought to prevent Siegel from drawing his sword. Unyielding, Siegel shrugged off the man's grasp, pivoting to break free while delivering a sharp kick to the man's heel, causing him to lose balance and topple onto the bar. Siegel unsheathed his sword, striking the dagger aimed at his chest with the hilt, sending it soaring into the ceiling with a resounding thud. All the patrons watched with keen interest. Some raised their cups, hoping for an even more thrilling spectacle. Only the few barmaids screamed hysterically, their piercing cries echoing as they fled through the door. The tavern owner trembled, hastily retreating, only to find himself cornered against the wall, leaving him no escape, shrinking into a ball on the floor. The curved blade gleamed like the moonlight of early autumn, tracing a perfect arc through the air. The tall man lost 4 fingers, blood showering the room, rendering him incapable of wielding the dagger any longer. He screamed, helplessly staring at his severed digits. The scarred man braced himself against the bar, struggling to rise. Drawing a short sword from his waist, he intended to launch a surprise attack from behind. Siegel remained vigilant, drawing a dagger with one hand while simultaneously engaging in combat. The dagger silently clashed against the blade of the short sword, effortlessly slicing it in two, as if cutting through butter. Siegel, not wishing to kill, opted instead to deliver a series of powerful punches to the scarred man's nose. "You! How dare you!" the scarred man yelled. Siegel struck again and again, then a 4th time. The man's nose shattered, blood gushing forth. His eyes crossed, consciousness fading, and he collapsed to the floor without a sound. The stout man nodded, raising his hands high. Siegel wiped the blood from his blade on the man's clothing before sheathing it. "Now we may discuss the matter of slave labor." The short, stout man hastily gestured toward the tavern owner, saying, "It has nothing to do with us, he knows." The owner remained crouched behind the bar, but Siegel pulled him up. He surveyed the tavern's atmosphere. Patrons were engrossed in their drinks and conversations, none willing to intervene. The clientele here were pragmatic individuals, averse to engaging in matters devoid of benefit and quick to avoid trouble. Furthermore, if no one reported the incident, the city guards would remain indifferent. This had become the norm for the tavern. Yet deep down, the owner yearned for salvation, which was precisely why he dared to keep a small slave to work. Obedient and cost-effective, until an overly inquisitive night arrived, starkly contrasting the tavern's usual ambience. "I assure you, good sir, this slave is not mine." The tavern owner hastily shook his head. "A merchant passed through here. Though I cannot be certain he was truly a merchant, he might have been a slaver." "Yes, a slaver stayed for a week, a miserly fellow. He departed without a word, leaving this wretched, foul-smelling slave behind. He owed me 5 silver coins for rent. So I had the slave work to repay the debt. I intended to release him after he finished. I swear." Suddenly, Siegel thrust his hand toward the tavern owner, demanding, "Give me the key to the shackles." The owner instinctively reached for his lower back, then halted. Lifting his gaze to Siegel, he offered an awkward smile. "The key is in an upstairs room, left by the slaver. It is not mine." "Has he completed his work worth 5 silver coins?" "Indeed, he just finished." Siegel took the key and approached the frail boy, crouching down to unlock his shackles. The boy nervously scanned the room. His ankles bore the marks of numerous wounds, layers of scabs thick and alarming. The shackles clattered to the floor, producing a crisp sound. The boy hesitated for a moment before turning to flee. Siegel quickly seized him, saying, "You cannot leave like this." Yes, he is a noble gentleman." The tavern owner quickly chimed in. "What is your name?" Siegel asked. "Will," the boy replied. Siegel stood, still holding the boy's hand. At that moment, he noticed the buck-toothed Janus entering the tavern, accompanied by a handsome youth. The young man sported smooth, curly hair, striking blue eyes, and a scar resembling a tear mark at the corner of his eye, adding a touch of ruggedness to his otherwise handsome visage. He wore a white silk shirt, the top 3 buttons undone, revealing a thick mat of chest hair. His lower garments were a pair of short, ill-fitting trousers, and as he walked, he fumbled with his belt, exuding the unmistakable scent of cheap perfume that clashed with the tavern's foul atmosphere. This must be the bard known as Arel. Chapter 47. Deepwater City 8. Siegel surveyed his surroundings, noting that the ruffians from the tavern had fled, leaving only the tavern owner, who offered an awkward smile in response to his gaze. The remaining patrons sat in their original spots, making this a perfect place for discourse, where many matters could be overlooked. Nevertheless, Siegel suggested that the poet accompany him for a stroll, as the fresh air outside would be far more invigorating. The autumn air in the port district was damp and chilly, with the sea breeze laden with moisture condensing into a clingy white fog as the temperature dropped at night. At this hour, pedestrians were sparse, with only those emboldened by alcohol daring to wander. A few stray dogs sauntered across the street, rummaging through refuse for something edible. In a nearby alley, impatient patrons and women of the night leaned against the wall, emitting shamelessly boisterous sounds. "Jack, put on these shoes. I'll bind them with a strap for you. Be careful not to injure your feet again." Siegel handed the soft leather shoes to the boy, then retrieved a length of rope from his pocket and knelt to secure them. He then removed his coat and draped it over Jack. The boy, small in stature and barely reaching Siegel's chest, appeared to be swimming in the oversized garment. Jack clutched the outer robe tightly, gazing at the gleaming breastplate adorning Siegel-less form, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The wandering poet also noticed the armor, squinting as he appraised it. He recognized it as a custom piece crafted for dwarves, a quality not typically produced by ordinary artisans. This pristine armor was tailored to fit its owner perfectly, making it not only valuable, but also imbued with a deeper significance. After all, Siegel was still a youth, appearing to be under 20, with ample room for growth and physical development. Dwarven master craftsmen created armor designed for individuals whose physiques had already solidified, which made this breastplate for a young man all the more extraordinary. "This time, we should demand a higher fee," mused Arail. "My friend Janice must have informed you that I need to venture north, likely all the way to the borders of orc territory. Thus, I require a guide proficient in the northern tongue. What say you? Where is the Cold Crow tribe?" Siegel inquired. "Excellent. You are a clever man. State your terms." The bard snapped his fingers, his tone lighthearted. 200 golden coins for a round trip of 700 miles. No smoke, no beauty. "As you wish, my lord." However, she had already devised a plan to cultivate some vegetables in the garden beside the stable. "Poor child," was her exclamation upon seeing Jack. "Come with me, child. Wash your hands and face, and I shall prepare some food for you." The following morning, Jack was awakened by the sound of Lady Linda's knocking for breakfast, the enticing aroma of pancakes wafting through the air as he made his way downstairs. He found Jack already washed and dressed in a neat outfit, albeit one that had belonged to Carl. Jack's face had been cleansed of grime. Though still marked by acne, he appeared much improved. Siegel, glancing down at the boy's ankles, noted they were wrapped in herbs and bandaged. "Good morning, Jack. You look much better. Come, let us eat." Breakfast consisted of pancakes and sausage, accompanied by a large cup of goat's milk. For Siegel, it was somewhat insufficient, prompting him to often procure additional provisions of cooked meat during the morning. However, for the slender Jack, this meal brought him great joy. He quickly finished, his wide eyes blinking as he patiently awaited Siegel. "Is something the matter?" Siegel observed this and set down his utensils to inquire. "Mr. Siegel, you are heading to the land of the northern savages? I overheard you and that bard speaking in the tavern." "No, I am not a savage. Although I lack a surname, I hail from the town of Mashinut in the Old Continent's Hill Federation, where my father is a farmer. Perhaps he still remains there." Jack lifted his chin, revealing a glimmer of strength in his gaze. "Mr. Siegel, that bard Arail is dangerous. I witnessed him kill without reason, slaying defenseless debt collectors in the moonlight. I have heard this from Janice. He is the unfortunate fellow without teeth whom you encountered that night. I am mentally prepared and will remain cautious. Besides, I merely require his services as a translator for unforeseen circumstances." Jack bit his lower lip, nodded, and said, "Mr. Siegel, may I seek my father? Is that permissible?" "That is not a problem. I shall have Bucktooth take you to Creekwood. He is a sailor like myself, familiar with seafaring vessels, and can assist you in finding the safest route. However, he cannot accompany you to the Old Continent, as that distance is far too great." "Thank you, but I wish to go to Creekwood alone." Siegel contemplated urging him again, to caution him about the perils of traveling alone, but reconsidered. Such dangers he would inevitably face. Thus, Siegel said, "If your mind is set, then so be it. I shall prepare some funds for your journey. However, exercise caution. Do not display your money freely, and ideally travel with a reputable caravan to avoid unnecessary troubles." "When do you plan to depart?" Jack's eyes reddened as he replied, "I wish to leave immediately." "Very well, I shall see you off." Siegel called for Lady Linda to prepare clothing and provisions, dispatching Janice to scout for any southbound caravans, and the group busied themselves with haste. Siegel retrieved a short sword and its scabbard from his room, along with the chain shirt he had crafted himself. He took a pair of pliers and swiftly adjusted the armor to fit Jack's frame, finishing just as Lady Linda completed the packing. "Put it on. This is a creation I wish to make myself, and it may serve you well." Siegel smiled as he helped Jack don the chain shirt over his tunic, followed by a short-sleeved vest. He produced 2 pouches, one containing 30 gold coins and the other filled with silver and copper coins. He advised Jack to keep them separate. using the gold only for the passage and to minimize its expenditure otherwise. Chapter 48. Deepwater City 9, are we not departing in a couple of days? Siegel inquired. Janus took a deep breath, shaking his head as he responded. Lately, shipments from Deepwater City have been scarce, and with no ships arriving, the caravans are unable to gather. I estimate it will take at least half a month before a decent caravan sets out. However, there are still itinerant merchants, albeit without any security guarantees. I have a request, Jack said, glancing around awkwardly before continuing. Could you provide me with a horse? I can ride. How can you be so ungrateful? Janus's sentence was cut short by Siegel's hand, which gestured for him to stop. All right, no problem. Janus, please bring the horse over. Siegel shook his head slowly as he added, if only I still had the chance to seek out the old captain. Just as this young lad can still reach out to his father, how wonderful that would be. Tears welled in Jack's eyes as he nodded vigorously. Thank you. A horse was led over by the buck-toothed man, one that had been prepared just a few days earlier. This horse was exceptionally calm and gentle, perfectly suited for a long journey. Although Janus was displeased, he merely expressed his frustration through a fierce gaze directed at Jack, before reluctantly handing over the reins to the young boy. All right, let us set forth, Siegel instructed. Follow the canyon road southward. If you can catch up with the caravan, travel with them. It will offer you more safety against wild beasts. You have encountered slave traders. You have survived perilous situations. So I trust you can take care of yourself. He opened the door, slipped through the living room, and spotted Siegel in the backyard, stretching and preparing for some exercise. Jack knocked on the doorframe and approached. You are truly impressive, Siegel remarked, but you should seek out your father rather than accompany me on this northern adventure. I can take care of myself. I won't be a burden to you. Besides, I wish to assist you. I owe you a debt. Jack stepped forward, gently patting Siegel's cheek and squeezing it before exhaling deeply. Siegel, perplexed and feeling the sting, pried Jack's hand away, asking, What are you doing? Just give me a moment to think, Jack replied, appearing somewhat dazed, his eyes filled with hesitation and anxiety. I need to borrow your bathroom. I'm not sure why, but I feel something mysterious is afoot, Siegel mused, scratching his head and spreading his hands. Perhaps it is because he was once sold by slave traders, leaving him perpetually on edge. Poor child. He was once a whole person, yet he has endured such terrifying trials. I have seen slaves sold on the orc slave ships. The sights were akin to hell itself. Siegel still felt a chill at the memory. He recalled a man who had been driven mad by torment. Upon rescue, he leaped overboard, believing everyone around him were slave traders, refusing to listen to reason. They were still at sea, and he bore wounds that would attract sharks. They, as swimmers, could not catch up to him, merely watching helplessly as he met his end at the jaws of a shark. Even in death, he laughed, proclaiming his freedom. How horrifying. Lady Linda sighed, covering her mouth. Alas, I should go check on Jack. A girl with short red hair, dressed in Jack's clothes, bore a striking resemblance to him, save for the two short horns on her head and her dark red pupils that matched her hair. A slender, long tail swayed behind her, seemingly displeased with being restrained by a belt. She reached out, intending to assist Lady Linda, but upon seeing Siegel, her actions froze. Her expression one of fear, like a child caught misbehaving. She was a half-demon, while the specifics of her lineage were unknown. She undeniably bore the blood of a malevolent race. Many believed that half-demons were the offspring of devils tempting mortals. Yet Siegel's knowledge revealed that it was a long-ago demonic king who had infused the essence of the demon race into mortal blood, corrupting and transforming it into half-demons. The king instilled cunning, deceit, and cruelty into this bloodline, intending it to serve as the vanguard for conquering the mortal realm. Mr. Siegel, I assure you, this is not my fault, Jack hurriedly interjected. This is my true form. I usually alter my appearance and gender using my abilities. I understand that Lady Linda was merely startled, and all is well. Siegel helped the lady up, guiding her to a chair. Jack fumbled to fetch a glass of water, anxiously standing in the corner of the room. All right, so you are indeed a half-demon. I have noticed, Siegel said, observing her pitiable state and hastening to offer comfort. Fear not. I am not ignorant. I know the origins of half-demons. As long as you do not engage in wrongdoing, you need not worry about me. However, I cannot guarantee that I can shield you from the disdain and prejudice of those outside. If you have made your decision, you may stay. Siegel, without a moment's hesitation, acquiesced, though I realize this is unfair to you. You must conceal your half-demon traits in public. Do not dwell on it. I am doing the same. Huh. I did not notice any half-demon traits on you. How did you manage that? I am not a half-demon, but I have never encountered anyone with features akin to mine. I possess black hair and black eyes. The brown hair is dyed. Many have inquired about my appearance, and while their curiosity is innocent, it can lead to considerable trouble. Thus, we are both adept at altering our appearances, which balances things out. Very well, I shall comply. I will assume a human guise. Let us not change genders, as that would make me uncomfortable. Hee hee. Janet laughed joyfully. When Lady Linda Deepfellow awoke, she found Siegel and Janet merrily enjoying milk-soaked biscuits, engaged in lively conversation. She felt perplexed, but accepted Siegel's explanation. Jack was actually Janet disguised as a boy, a decision made for the safety of a girl, not out of malice. The earlier shock at seeing Janet in female attire had caused her to stumble and bump her head, resulting in a lump, and she might have experienced hallucinations, necessitating some rest. But I saw a... Lady Linda hesitated, carefully choosing her words. I saw a pink tail. No. There's no need to call Carl. He is far too busy. Lady Linda shook her head, feeling another wave of dizziness. I think I shall return to my bed for a while. Little Cat, or Janet, insisted on accompanying Siegel on his northern journey. Initially, Siegel vehemently opposed, but Janet demonstrated her exceptional disguise skills. Within an hour, Siegel had transformed into a half-orc. His muscular physique and the herbs he used to mask his scent enabling him to deceive most northern orcs. Your skills are truly remarkable, Siegel praised. While spells can achieve similar effects, they are often detectable by orc shamans due to energy fluctuations, which could lead to trouble. This skill of yours is invaluable. But how do you protect yourself? You could teach me. I noticed your impressive skills at the moonlit waves. I would be eager to learn from you. Siegel glanced at her slender arms and legs, shaking his head. I can teach you elven footwork and the use of crossbows. If time permits, I can briefly cover throwing knives and daggers. However, aside from footwork, my knowledge is rather superficial. That is already quite impressive. Janet's large eyes sparkled with envy. Do you know how many people are utterly unskilled with any weapon? After receiving compliments, Siegel was elated and eagerly proclaimed, I can also teach you to wield a whip and a lasso, skills I have honed myself. Consequently, they devoted 2 days to preparing equipment for Jarretny. And upon Jarrell's arrival, they set forth towards the north. Chapter 49. The domain of the Wild Ones. To the north of Deepwater City lies a vast expanse known, rather disparagingly, as the domain of the Wild Ones. This region is characterized by sprawling grasslands interspersed with a few hills, while the majority remains flat. To the east, it borders the sea. To the south, there are undulating hills and extensive forests, and to the west and north, the towering peaks of the city wall mountains loom. The unshielded terrain in the center results in dramatic weather fluctuations and a harsh environment. Furthermore, the nomadic tribes cannot cover the entirety of the grasslands, leaving ample space for wild animals to roam. In spring, the mountains are adorned with a riot of colorful wildflowers, while the awakening predators trample over these blossoms, prowling for prey. In summer, the grasses can reach waist height, yet the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes and the treacherous puddles from rainstorms pose their own challenges. Autumn brings swarms of wolves, hunting the well-fed cattle and sheep, while winter is a relentless assault of biting winds, ice, and snow, heralding a cruel death. Not to mention the ever-present threat of sudden tornadoes and torrential downpours. The nomadic peoples of the grasslands unite in their struggle against the elements, against one another, aspiring to claim lush pastures and lead lives of affluence and leisure. They do not establish nations, nor do they have lords. Rather, they exist as separate tribes led by patriarchs, perpetually migrating across the plains. Their beliefs do not center around deities, but rather the spirits of nature, their ancestors, and the spirit of war. These entities impart the knowledge necessary for survival and procreation, enabling them to endure in this unforgiving land. Deepwater City once aspired to expand into this territory, aiming to establish towns or fortifications. Initially, they achieved some success, as numerous pioneers, driven by substantial incentives, began their northward journey. However, over the years, these settlements gradually fell into disrepair due to environmental changes undermining their foundations or the ravages of marauding orcs decimating their outposts. Ultimately, Deepwater City concluded that allowing the nomadic Wild Ones to inhabit the north, granting them the grasslands to fend off the Orcish advance, was a far more prudent choice. In a desolate ruin, Siegel, Janet, and Ariel sought refuge after encountering an attack by a pack of wolves, during which Janet's horse sustained a leg injury. Thankfully, not severe enough to fracture a bone, yet it now limped painfully. Spotting the ruins, they decided to pause and tend to the horse. Siegel had learned much from his elven mentor, including basic first aid techniques. His knowledge of botany, gleaned from the Mages Guild, though insufficient for potion crafting, allowed him to identify healing herbs effective for recovery. Janet assisted him in bandaging the horse's wound, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. Her equestrian skills were still nascent, and when confronted by the wolves, she had failed to manage her steed's panic, causing it to bolt and subsequently become ensnared by the predators. Fortunately, her companions had intervened in time to save this crucial means of travel. "It's all right. Let us rest for the night. We can continue our journey tomorrow," Siegel reassured her. "Though it cannot run, the horse can still carry you forward." Despite their proximity to the Crow tribe, caution remained paramount. The bard wore a grim expression, his mood decidedly low. He felt burdened by the extra work. Not only was he tasked with teaching Siegel the language of the Crow tribe, consuming a considerable amount of his rest time, but the number of travelers had increased with Janet's presence. What troubled him most was that he had failed to negotiate a higher commission. The memory of being swayed by that young woman perplexed him. Why had he not been more resolute? This assignment had found them a protector in the form of the owner of the Bubble Barrel Tavern, a stubborn yet formidable dwarf, whom Ariel dared not offend. Thus, he refrained from mentioning the commission, maintaining a sullen demeanor and eschewing song. "If we encounter a threat, that horse won't be able to run, and its injury will attract predators," the bard remarked. "Wolves are manageable. At worst, we could abandon the horse to save our lives. Yet, there are far more terrifying and malevolent creatures that can scent blood from afar, relentless in their pursuit, intent on devouring you. Those are the true dangers to heed. Are you referring to that flock of birds approaching?" Janet pointed towards the northern sky. Perhaps the spirits of the land heeded their conversation, for shortly thereafter, a swarm of small dark specks appeared on the horizon, coalescing into a cloud, stark against the azure sky. They advanced against the wind, soon capturing the attention of the trio. Siegel shielded his eyes, squinting in an attempt to discern the nature of the creatures, only able to make out that they were indeed birds. Janet seemed to have keener eyesight. After a moment, she declared, "That is a flock of crows." "Surely not ordinary crows," Siegel replied. "Observe how they circle in the air, diving rapidly only to ascend again, repeating this behavior without deviation." The group watched intently until the crows finally descended to the ground. They waited, but no further birds took flight. The undulating terrain of the grasslands obscured their view of where the crows had landed, forcing them to estimate the distance. "Let us investigate. I am curious about what lies there," Siegel said, readying his gear, strapping on his shield and curved blade, and retrieving a net and canvas from his pack. Janet nodded in agreement, quietly preparing herself as well. She softly spoke to her steed, stroking its mane to soothe the injured animal. The horse lowered its head, allowing her to mount. Strange occurrences often herald danger, urging caution. The bard crossed his arms, his tone laced with irritation. "We are en route to the Crow tribe. Let us not provoke trouble. This grassland is perilous enough. We must see for ourselves. Otherwise, this will haunt us," Siegel countered. "Perhaps it is merely a deep ravine, and the crows have flown from its depths, concealed from our view. Perhaps there lies a deceased bison, and the crows are merely feasting. Or perhaps it is something entirely different. Who can say?" Seeing Siegel's determination, the bard reluctantly mounted his horse and joined him. He fixated on his employer's back, scheming ways to secure a larger sum to compensate for the risks they faced. They peered over the edge of the canyon, and, in the shadows, spotted a concealed corpse. Observing from a distance, it appeared to be the body of a robust human male, imposing even in death. His demise was gruesome. A long spear had been thrust into his mouth, emerging from the back of his skull, pinning him to the earth. Siegel initially intended to depart, but noticed a crow emerge from behind the corpse, where the spear created a hidden space. The bird regarded him with keen eyes before soaring upward, emitting a harsh, raspy, and furious caw. The bard, visibly annoyed, waved his hand dismissively, as if to dispel an imagined stench, urging, "Let us move on. It is merely a corpse, likely the result of a skirmish among wild ones. Such occurrences are common on the grasslands. There is nothing of interest here." After a moment's hesitation, Siegel dismounted, beginning his descent along the gorge. Janet followed silently, wielding a light crossbow. The bard muttered under his breath, "Annoying young master and mistress," but drew his slender sword, maintaining a cautious distance as they proceeded downward. The shrubs flanking the ravine were adorned with purple golden berries, still bearing clusters of small red fruits. Siegel, uncertain of their toxicity, cautiously used his curved blade to clear a path through the underbrush as they descended. Janet mimicked his actions, while Ariel lingered behind, plucking some red berries to nibble on as a snack. They soon arrived beside the corpse, only to discover the extraordinary nature of the body. Despite the blood pooled on the ground having long since congealed and the moisture of the corpse nearly evaporated, there was not a hint of foul odor in the air, nor any flies to be found. This robust man had met his demise from a single strike. His mouth and throat were a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Yet no other wounds marred his front. His upper body was bare, adorned with a blue tattoo resembling the wings of a bird. There were no signs of a struggle surrounding the body, nor any footprints, merely some disturbed earth. Thus, Siegel deduced that this individual had been slain and unceremoniously discarded. He turned the corpse over, eager to ascertain the weapon that had inflicted such a fatal blow, only to be taken aback by the unexpected lightness of the body. Weighing no more than 50 pounds, Siegel misjudged the weight, causing him to inadvertently hurl the body aside. A plume of black smoke suddenly erupted from the corpse's mouth and nostrils, enveloping him. Siegel inhaled a portion, yet fortunately felt no adverse effects. The smoke then ascended skyward, forming a cloud reminiscent of a raven before being scattered by the wind. Looking down at the body, he noticed 3 claw marks etched into its back, as if the chasm had torn the earth asunder, stripping away large swathes of flesh, deep enough to expose bone. The area surrounding the claw marks appeared charred by silver flames, the flesh having melted and curled away. Through the gaping wounds, no internal organs were visible. How perplexing! Could it be the result of some arcane sorcery? Siegel pondered this notion, only to dismiss his own speculation. The cause of this man's death had transcended his understanding. Chapter 50. The domain of the wild man. The tip of the spear that killed him was hewn from stone. Its craftsmanship crude and the signs of polishing remarkably fresh, yet there appeared to be nothing particularly noteworthy about it. It was nothing to behold, merely the fate of an unfortunate soul. Perhaps he perished by spear or fell victim to sorcery. The truth remained elusive. The minstrel descended, standing beside the corpse, his eyes surveying the surroundings. Since we have come down, let us not leave his body to the mercy of the wilderness. Let us dig a grave and inter him, he proposed. Siegel promptly concurred, pulling aside the nearby underbrush to reveal the soft earth beneath, and donned his gloves to begin excavating. The minstrel joined in the labor. Ariel's sudden willingness to assist sparked Janet's suspicion. "I still find that corpse haunting," she remarked. "Who do you think killed him?" "Uncertain. The spear does not trouble me. It is the claw marks on his back and the missing entrails that instill a sense of unease," Siegel whispered. "The crows in the sky, the crows beneath the corpse, and the ones in our pockets. This cannot be mere coincidence. Perhaps the spirits of this plane are guiding us, leading us to this body. But what is their true intent? To reveal the murderer, or merely to warn us of the peril that lurks here? Alas, we possess no conjuring spells to seek answers. Be vigilant," he continued. "Since entering this plane, I have felt an unsettling presence, as if some force is probing my mind, leaving me perpetually on edge. So, dear kitten, do keep watch over my back, and I shall do the same for you." Janet nodded earnestly, affirming her commitment. The grass burned rapidly, producing a dense, acrid smoke. Siegel wielded his curved blade to sever branches from the underbrush, stacking them aside for future fuel. Janet adeptly climbed the fractured walls of the collapsed tower, propping up a canvas against the wind to create a makeshift roof. The minstrel, while roasting provisions over the fire, whistled an unknown tune. Sensing the impending storm, the horses grew restless, tossing their heads and kicking the ground with agitation, emitting tense whinnies. Janet quickly descended to soothe the animals. She possessed an innate affinity for creatures, calming them swiftly, despite their apparent lethargy and reluctance to comply. Eventually, they stood obediently on the windward side of the tower, ceasing their cries. "Is the weather truly that dire?" Siegel inquired, surveying his surroundings. He beheld the torrential rain cascading from the darkened clouds, obscuring the horizon entirely. Amidst the deluge, a colossal shadow loomed, reminiscent of a lizard crawling upon the ground, its tail erect and incessantly struck by lightning. A distant rumble echoed, leaving them uncertain whether it was the voice of thunder or the creature's footsteps. Siegel rubbed his eyes, only to find the lizard had vanished, replaced by the relentless downpour advancing upon the abandoned tower. When the rain finally fell, the group exhaled in relief, the oppressive feeling dissipating. However, New concerns arose as water began to flow like a river, pooling amidst the ruins. Unfortunately, their tower formed a circle, the rainwater accumulating within the walls, only escaping through the broken doorway. The fire extinguished, they stood helplessly on the slightly elevated steps, seeking refuge beneath the canvas as they awaited the storm's conclusion. This location was chosen out of necessity, the minstrel defended. Other ruins offer no respite from the rain above. At least we have warm provisions, do we not? Lightning struck, illuminating the sky with relentless brilliance, the booming thunder nearly continuous. Janet clasped her hands over her ears, trembling as she nestled into Siegel's embrace. "Protect me. This thunder terrifies me," she whispered. Siegel observed Janet's pale complexion, her muscles taut with fear, her teeth chattering. He realized this must be an inherited vulnerability from their bloodline, rendering them acutely sensitive to powerful bursts of energy. The lightning outside was precisely such a phenomenon, leaving Janet defenseless and quaking. He felt a surge of pity for her, akin to a forsaken kitten, and tightened his hold, resting his head against her hair. The thunder began to batter the surrounding ruins, shattering stones that flew in all directions. The cacophony of rain and thunder drowned out the sound of debris crashing, only the impact against the tower's outer wall registering with Siegel. Fortunately, the minstrel had exercised caution. This tower was not the tallest structure nearby, allowing them to evade the worst of the storm for the moment. Leaning against a corner of the wall, Siegel felt the tremors reverberate through his chest and back. Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar, distinct even amidst the thunder's clamor. Accompanying the roar were the crashing sounds of collapsing buildings and the unmistakable cadence of heavy footsteps. Errol, too, caught the sound, his complexion paling as he exchanged glances with Siegel. From Siegel's gaze, Errol discerned a resolve for battle and quickly shook his head, gesturing toward Janet in a silent plea to dissuade him from such notions. Yet, the monstrous sounds drew ever closer. Even the frightened kitten could hear them clearly. She raised her gaze, catching Siegel's look of compassion and concern. "Thank you. I will adapt and be fine," Janet insisted, her voice steadying. After a moment's hesitation, Siegel released her and stood, first drawing his curved blade, then contemplating before discarding the metal weapon and even removing his breastplate. He grasped the long whip in his left hand, ensuring the stone dagger was readily accessible in his right. He signaled for silence, preparing to venture outside. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated through the tower as stones and canvas fell from above. The minstrel, lying close to the wall, was jolted, tumbling awkwardly into the central water pool, yet narrowly avoiding the falling debris. Siegel heard the wind howl and turned to see a colossal creature charging toward him, its claws outstretched, sharp teeth glinting in the lightning's glow. Siegel lashed out with the whip, its cutting sound slicing through the air as it ensnared the creature's arm. He bent low, yanking sideways with great force. The creature was yanked off balance, rolling clumsily on the ground before crashing against the tower's wall. "Ouch, Toma!" the creature bellowed. A bolt of lightning followed closely, striking the entrance of the tower, narrowly missing Siegel and hitting the central pool instead. With a blinding flash and a great cloud of smoke, the pool erupted violently, launching Errol, who had just attempted to rise, into the air with a scream, his body convulsing before losing consciousness. Could there be another? Siegel, jolted by the lightning, felt his entire body tingle, his grip on the whip slackening involuntarily. He fought to regain control, steadied himself, and grasped the dagger, shielding Janet behind him. The creature, now leaning against the wall, turned to face Siegel. It was then he realized it was a towering man draped in the skins of the deceased, standing at nearly 2.5 meters. He was the most robust individual Siegel had ever encountered, even more so than the mountain dweller Dio. His face bore peculiar circular markings, his body adorned with blue stripes, and clad in scales akin to those of a giant pangolin. It was no wonder Siegel had initially mistaken him for a beast. Help!" the man shouted, his speech halting yet clear. His gestures indicated he pointed outside with one finger while his other hand formed a fist and waved emphatically. Siegel nodded, peering through the doorway. Outside, a 10-meter-long, multi-legged green lizard lay coiled, its presence a formidable threat. Its physique is slender, enabling it to glide across the ground like a serpent while also swiftly navigating through the ruins of buildings with its 12 legs. This creature possesses a head reminiscent of a crocodile, adorned with 2 curved, prominent horns. Its immense jaws can open wide like those of a snake, filled with razor-sharp, backward-facing teeth. The monster's entire body is covered in elongated scales, though many areas are marred and fragmented, with a deep wound visible at the back of its neck. Chapter 51. The Domain of the Wild Man 3. This creature is known as the azure-footed serpent, a magical beast capable of summoning lightning to unleash devastating attacks. Siegel had encountered references to such a monster in his readings, yet he found himself momentarily unable to connect the information with the reality before him. Standing at the doorway, he gripped a short dagger tightly, his senses heightened as he meticulously observed the creature's patterns of movement. How despicable, to lay an ambush. The beast spoke in a human tongue, followed by a cacophony of sounds reminiscent of both donkey braying and crow cawing, which pierced through the air and assaulted his ears. The noise was excruciating, sending shivers down his spine as he struggled to maintain his balance, resisting the urge to cover his ears. Damn you all. The azure-footed serpent raised its body, a flash of light erupting from between its twin horns, coalescing into a swirling ball of lightning. Siegel detected the gathering energy in the air, and with urgency, he recited the incantation, Shalak. His wand leapt into his hand, gathering magical energy at its tip, forcing the surrounding rainwater away. However, Siegel could only muster a small arc of electricity, insufficient to match the strength of the lightning bolt, rendering him incapable of counteracting the creature's attack through elemental means. Nevertheless, he could deploy an elemental resistance shield, significantly diminishing the lightning's potency. The residual energy that the shield could not absorb would have to be endured by his body. As the lightning discharged, the shield expanded, and the collision produced a brilliant flash and a resounding thunderclap. The shield failed to completely deflect the lightning, and the dispersing energy sent shards of stone flying, leaving fine wounds across Siegel's flesh. The little cat gasped, quickly crouching down and shielding her eyes with her arm to avoid the chaos. Siegel gritted his teeth against the pain, channeling all his strength into his limbs, forcing himself to surge forward through the downpour, charging at the azure-footed serpent. Thanks to the resistance provided by the dice, he swiftly overcame the paralysis affecting him. His initial steps splashed violently through the water, but soon he regained the finesse of the elven war dance, creating only ripples as he moved. Yet, resisting the magical onslaught drained much of his energy, and he began to feel the gnawing pangs of hunger. The azure-footed serpent, sensing a force impeding its attack as it unleashed lightning, realized its strike had not achieved maximum effectiveness and prepared to continue the fight. As Siegel charged forward, the creature coiled low to the ground, slithering like a serpent in an arc, tilting its head to open its massive jaws and lunging forth like a serrated guillotine. Suddenly, a thunderous shout resonated from above, as a giant man leaped from the crumbling wall of a tower, landing forcefully upon the body of the azure-footed serpent. The creature's body folded in half, gushing forth torrents of blood as its flesh was crushed. Seizing the opportunity, Siegel lunged at the serpent, aiming to sever its most formidable weapon, its razor-toothed maw. The creature's scales proved more resilient than anticipated, slick with mud, yet the dagger found its mark, slicing a substantial gash into the serpent's flesh. Though it could not claim the creature's head, the monster would not yield easily. It extended its neck abruptly, its enormous jaws descending upon Siegel, the fetid stench inducing a wave of dizziness. Capable of swallowing a man whole, few escaped its acid-laden belly. Siegel hastily dodged, evading the lethal bite with the agility of an elven dancer, but still, he was caught by the serpent's massive jaws, which clamped down on his thigh. Rows of sharp teeth pierced his flesh, the immense force nearly severing his leg. Janet screamed, striving to suppress her fear of the lightning. As she released a bolt from her crossbow, the arrow struck the beast, but merely dislodged a scale. The little cat cried out, urging Siegel to flee while desperately reloading her crossbow. The giant, draped in animal skins, rushed to assist, gripping the serpent's jaws with both hands and pulling with all his might. His muscles bulged like steel, emitting a grinding sound akin to a ship's winch under strain. The azure-footed serpent writhed in agony, its 12 legs thrashing against the ground, emitting a cacophony of desperate cries. The serpent's teeth were shaped like razor-sharp hooks, designed to prevent its prey from escaping. Thus extracting them was even more agonizing than insertion. Siegel aimed his wand at the creature's exposed throat, enduring excruciating pain as he cast a spell. A freezing beam struck the most vulnerable part of its gullet, encasing its esophagus in ice. The searing pain was unbearable for the creature, which began thrashing wildly in its death throes. Siegel was thrown aside, tumbling into the rain-soaked earth. Even the giant was hurled backward by the creature's tremendous force, yet he clung to the serpent's jaw, managing to wrench away 3 of its teeth. The azure-footed serpent spat a mixture of blood and ice shards, glaring at Siegel with frenzied eyes as it began to gather lightning energy between its horns once more. This time, the two were too close. Even with elemental resistance, Siegel could scarcely evade the impending attack of the monstrous creature. If he could withstand this strike, the giant would surely follow up with devastating blows. Siegel had but a fleeting moment to react. He needed to decide immediately. Fool, you've been deceived. Siegel had not moved. The earlier apparition was merely an illusion he conjured to mislead the azure-footed serpent. The illusion techniques found in the Mage's Guild were numerous, and Siegel had diligently practiced them, now finding them invaluable. The success of the spell was aided by the tumultuous environment. The torrential rain and thunder masked his sounds, allowing the silent illusion to evade the serpent's suspicion and misguide it into attacking the wrong target. As a novice mage, this was the pinnacle of Siegel's magical prowess. More intricate illusions would require further practice. However, a spell that proved effective was still a good spell, and Siegel survived the serpent's lightning breath, buying enough time for the beastly giant to deliver a fatal strike. Pinning the azure-footed serpent back down, the giant raised his muscular arm, as thick as a palace column, and brought it crashing down like a pile driver upon the serpent's skull. The monster's already shattered head splintered further, crushed under the force of the blow. The creature's body contorted violently, its pointed tail aimed at the giant's back in a final act of vengeance. An arrow from a crossbow struck its tail, reducing its power, leaving merely a red mark on the giant's back. Exhausted, Siegel lay in the mud, allowing the heavy rain to drench his face. Too weary to move, he felt no pain in his leg, only a dullness in his mind, devoid of energy. The giant discarded the serpent's carcass and hurried over to inspect him. Siegel's thigh, bitten by the azure-footed serpent, had begun to turn purple, the poison coursing through his veins. Crack! The giant shouted, releasing Siegel as he realized the severity of the situation. Janet, understanding the northern tongue, rushed over to examine the wound, now turning blackish-purple. However, the half-breed had no remedy for poison. She could neither cure nor heal him, only hold Siegel tightly in her embrace, sobbing silently. In that moment, Janet's mind went blank. Every sensation focused solely on Siegel. The storm and thunder faded from her world, and the grotesque sight of the giant tearing apart the serpent's body became a mere blurry apparition in her periphery. She gazed at Siegel, reaching out to touch his feverish skin, yearning to capture that warmth. She could not articulate the emotion stirring within her. It was perhaps not love, but certainly a sorrow deeper than the loneliness of a child who had lost their home. A shadow eclipsed the surrounding light, yet she remained motionless for in her eyes. Siegel's image remained clear, regardless of the day or night. The half-breed could sense the temperature around her. But then, an arm reached out, blocking Siegel's face, igniting her ire. Janet's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, her sharp canines exposed, while her tail coiled around the dagger concealed in her belt. The demon's gaze sharpened, revealing the bloodied hand of the burly man, who held a green orb nestled between his index and middle fingers, exuding a foul, acrid scent. Hurry and eat. The giant correctly articulated this time. Siegel still felt a pervasive weakness throughout his body, yet he managed to part his lips, extending his tongue to allow the rain to wash over him vigorously. Janet observed him as he comically grimaced, his mouth stained green and emitting an exceedingly peculiar odor, while he incessantly spat. Suddenly, the world around her seemed to spring to life, and she erupted into loud laughter. The burly man joined in, his laughter overpowering the thunder. Chapter 52. The Wild Man's Domain 4. As the azure-footed serpent breathed its last, the torrential rain began to subside. With the aid of a burly man, who, it seemed, single-handedly managed the task, Janet found herself in a cleaner spot along with Siegel and Ariel. The poet had sustained injuries, primarily burns from electric shocks and superficial wounds from impact. Though his appearance was quite grim, he would recover swiftly. Upon regaining consciousness, he lamented his ravaged visage while translating the giant's tongue for the group. Once Siegel's poison was neutralized, his wounds healed rapidly, though this only intensified his hunger. Unconsciously, Siegel's gaze fixated on the azure-footed serpent lying in the muddy water, his eyes gleaming with a green light. The burly man later recounted to his kin that a civilized man from the south, akin to their northern warriors, had torn apart the monster's flesh and devoured it with great fervor. It appeared that after consuming the serpent's gallbladder, Siegel no longer feared the lingering toxins. Rather, he relished the meal even more. Had I not acted swiftly, he would have surely gone hungry. Fortunately, I remembered the crucial detail of not consuming the serpent's heart. In any case, we captured the spoils together and shared them, thus forging a brotherly bond. This incident instilled a newfound trepidation in Ariel toward her employer. However, for Janet, Siegel's hearty consumption appeared quite amusing. She perched on the steps of the tower, cradling her chin in her hands, intently observing the two men, one large, one small, laughing joyously in the rain as they feasted upon the corpse of the azure-footed serpent. Despite their linguistic barriers, the shared experience of shedding blood from a common enemy swiftly united them in friendship, for true friends comprehend one another's sentiments. For a fleeting moment, Janet contemplated joining the feast, yet hesitated, fearing such an act might mar her image of a lady in Siegel's eyes. Ultimately, she sat quietly to the side, lost in cheerful reverie. "I am Siegel," the young mage declared in his limited knowledge of the northern wild tongue. "I am Krichenko, and I have an elder brother. Hence I am also called Little Kri." The giant swung his arm, his fist cracking audibly, and proclaimed with firm resolve, "One day, I shall defeat my brother and prove my prowess to him." The three listeners found it difficult to envision what manner of being Big Kri might be, capable of besting a brother as robust as a frost giant. Perhaps he is a titan? Siegel mused with imaginative curiosity. With the bard's assistance in translation, the group finally grasped Kri's motivation for battling the azure-footed serpent. "I require the serpent's heart and venom glands to present to the wizard of the withered branch nest for divination. As you have all contributed to the capture of this quarry, you may accompany me to seek the wizard. He possesses vast knowledge and can communicate with spirits. His powers are indeed remarkable. Opportunities to meet with wizards are rare," the bard quickly explained. "In the wild men's territory, wizards are powerful necromancers, the spiritual backbone of their tribes, seldom seen in public, and their spirits assist them in evading outsiders. Wizards rarely send wild men on errands. Yet those who do run such errands often have the chance to meet them. It is known that the nomadic tribes of the northern lands support wizards with the collective strength of their clan, thus providing them with precious offerings." "But what will you offer in exchange?" Siegel inquired, shaking his head. "We merely wish to witness this, as it is indeed a rare occurrence, is it not?" The air was particularly fresh following the rain, and after a brief respite, the group set off together. Siegel, due to his leg injury, rode atop his steed, matching the height of the hulking Kri. The horses were apprehensive around Kri, snorting nervously, their heads bobbing as they sought to distance themselves from the giant. Only Siegel's Trekner horse, born of warrior lineage, overcame its fear, obediently trotting beside Kri while disdainfully regarding the other steeds. Kri had learned some southern dialect, though seldom used it, leading to a stuttering speech. Still, he recounted the tale of the revered wizard. The wizard never reveals his name. Yet this does not prevent everyone from simply calling him the wizard. Approximately 20 years ago, he arrived at the cliff's edge, transforming meadows into thorns and shrubs into withered trees. On a moonless night, those twisted trees formed the nest, known now as the withered branch nest. The tribe, curious, sent the chieftain along with some warriors to ascertain if it was the abode of an evil spirit. The wizard assisted him, revealing to the tribe a fertile land, safe from calamities, suitable for cultivating grain. Since then, the wizard has ensured a bountiful harvest. Occasionally, he requests our assistance in capturing monsters in exchange. After traveling westward for half a day, a thick fog enveloped them suddenly. Aside from a few meters around them, everything else was shrouded in a milky haze, rendering visibility impossible. Ariel lifted a torch, the flickering light casting shadows on the fog like a projection upon a wall, utterly unable to penetrate it. Just as despair began to settle in, a wolf's howl echoed from the depths of the mist. "Follow that sound, and we shall reach the withered branch nest," Kri stated. The fog was alive with the sounds of various creatures scurrying about, some on hooves, others on claws, and a few producing slithering noises reminiscent of serpents. Wing beats filled the air, likely from enormous eagles. Yet, amidst all this, the animals refrained from vocalizing, with only the occasional wolf howl guiding Kri's direction through the fog. The eerie environment heightened everyone's anxiety. Several times Siegel instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his dagger, and on one occasion, even partially drew his curved blade. At that moment, The wolf howls grew more frantic and piercing, as though they were suddenly occurring right beside Siegel's neck. He immediately snapped to attention, realizing that spies of the wizard must be observing them. In this fog, visibility was nearly non-existent, making it challenging to perceive the passage of time. Suddenly, the dense mist parted, reminiscent of waters retreating before a tsunami, gathering in the distance to form a towering gray wall that reached for the heavens. Within this gray wall, illuminated by the moonlight and starlight, stood a gnarled tree, devoid of leaves, its outstretched branches forming a crown. Countless desiccated vines intertwined, resembling a mass of serpents huddled together in their den during winter, composing its bark and trunk. At the base of the tree, a hollow served as the wizard's dwelling. A white wolf stood sentinel beside the tree hollow, pacing like a guard. One eye glowed red, the other yellow, fixated intently on Kree and his companions. A low growl emanated from its throat, warning the newcomers against any impulsive movements. Siegel felt a sense of unease wash over him, an odd itch creeping up his neck as though a wet, slimy worm were burrowing through the hairs on his nape. When he wiped his hand across his neck, he found only his own perspiration. Faint laughter, neither human nor entirely animal, echoed around him. Kree led the way, clutching a blood-dripping sack containing the azure-footed serpent's heart, venom glands, and other unknown entrails. He strode forth like a triumphant general, more accurately, like a child eager to boast of his accomplishments before his parents. Upon reaching the white wolf, he bowed respectfully. The wolf's flesh and fur rippled, swelling until it transformed into a human form, a disheveled man draped in a cloak of woven leaves, dirty and unkempt, who tilted his head to regard Kree. He extended his hand, his nails long and dark, resembling the claws of a beast. Kree placed the blood-stained bag into his palm and smiled, saying, "I did quite well, didn't I?" Shapeshifter. Siegel was taken aback. Shapeshifters of the wild were a rarity, said to possess the ability to transform at will, each one endowed with formidable powers. The sorcerer opened the bag, first thrusting his hooked nose inside to take a deep whiff, then widening his eyes to peer within. Siegel momentarily feared that the sorcerer's crooked nose might become stained with crimson, or that his eyes might pop from their sockets. The man smacked his lips, and from his remaining few yellowed teeth emerged a phrase. "Indeed, this is the one." The sorcerer hung the bag from his waist, swaying it outside the fishnet and leaves. Contorting with each movement, he scrutinized Kree, as if coming to a sudden realization. "Ah, you wish to inquire about something. What was it again?" "My brother has gone missing, and I seek to uncover his whereabouts." "You have a brother?" The sorcerer paused for a moment, then replied, "Having a brother is quite unfortunate. He is often beaten and made to bear the blame, and after bearing that blame, he is burdened with further guilt, yet that bothersome brother never shows remorse." Chapter 53. The domain of the wild man 5. Siegel was uncertain whether the sorcerer referred to those who consumed horses or those who devoured humans. Yet he sensed that his steed remained remarkably calm, exhibiting no signs of anxiety. It is said that a warhorse possesses an intuition far more acute than that of humans, often capable of foreseeing impending danger. Treknama was particularly distinguished in this regard. Thus, Siegel dismounted, casually tossed aside the reins, and took Janet's hand, following Kree as they advanced together. The minstrel trailed behind them, glancing around inquisitively. The hollow within the tree was exceedingly confined, with a large, dented cauldron occupying most of the central space. Yellow flames flickered beneath it, yet no visible fuel was present, and astonishingly, no smoke arose. The cauldron was half filled with a viscous, yellow-green concoction, revealing leaves, twigs, animal pelts, and fragments of metal. Under the intense heat, the broth bubbled vigorously. The sorcerer casually tossed in a pouch containing the heart and venom glands of a green-footed snake. The pouch floated momentarily on the surface before being swiftly engulfed by the broth, disappearing within the cauldron. A potent aroma wafted from the pot, prompting the sorcerer to inhale deeply, his stomach rumbling audibly. "Tamara!" Kree suddenly exclaimed, rushing towards the sorcerer with arms outstretched as if to seize him. The onlookers were bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "I'm so hungry. I can never seem to be satiated." The sorcerer surveyed the group, his gaze landing on Siegel. "Kree, is this the offering you have brought me?" A shiver coursed through Siegel, akin to a mouse ensnared by a venomous serpent. His body was awash with a profound sense of peril. He swiftly grasped the hilt of his dagger, raising his wand in defense. Alas, swifter forces were already at play. The walls of the hollow erupted with hundreds of vines, the thinnest as delicate as silk, the thickest as robust as an arm, lunging forward to ensnare the limbs and waists of the group, pinning them against the walls. Siegel barely managed to draw his curved blade halfway, his wand failing to aim at a target. A thick vine constricted his mouth, grinding against his teeth painfully. A mage. A wretched mage. Ha ha ha, what a fortuitous day. The sorcerer raised his hands and began to dance grotesquely around the cauldron. To cook? To eat raw? To drain dry or slice? The indecision is maddening. The group struggled valiantly, yet the vines were remarkably sturdy and resilient. Only Kree's brute strength could loosen the bindings, but it merely served to shake them. Incapable of freeing anyone, the sorcerer approached Siegel, extending his withered, filthy hand towards his neck. Siegel felt the sorcerer's claws, cold and sharp, as if numbing his very flesh. He strained against the pressure, his neck veins visibly throbbing. The sorcerer suddenly noticed the necklace around Siegel's neck, intrigued, and attempted to extract it. The 20-sided die and nearby key were slowly pulled free, mere moments away from being revealed to the sorcerer's gaze. At that moment, the second face of the die glimmered. When the necklace was entirely removed, it was devoid of any embellishment. Mages always carry a noose, ready to hang at any moment. The sorcerer released the chain and reached for Siegel's wand. As the sorcerer chanted Dumark silently, the wand vanished, transformed into a bracelet concealed beneath his sleeve. He then exclaimed loudly, "Oh, unique, unique." The sorcerer's eyes sparkled with a frenzied gleam, and he drooled with excitement, stomping rhythmically within the hollow, clapping loudly. Siegel sensed the vines loosening slightly, suspecting that the sorcerer's control over his magic was waning. With all his might, he tore apart a section of the bindings, his fingers clutching the hilt of his dagger. "Kree!" he shouted, invoking the spirit of winter, then tore free the vines that bound him, surging forward like a mighty bear breaking through the underbrush, charging towards the sorcerer. The sorcerer twisted around, his body swelling and contorting instantaneously. He transformed into a massive black gorilla with 4 arms, towering over Kree. They collided, the gorilla grasping Kree's wrists with 2 hands while the other 2 forcefully pounded his ribs. A layer of frost enveloped Kree's body, the air temperature dropping swiftly, allowing him to exhale visible breath. Frost crystallized upon the gorilla's fur, its eyelids frozen and fluttering incessantly. Kree's brute strength prevailed, pushing the beast back until it toppled into the cauldron. "You, shapeshifter!" The sorcerer rose from the ground, glaring furiously at Kree. "You brute! Why did you overturn my cauldron? You're starving mad." Kree retorted, his fists colliding with a thudding sound. "You nearly bit my friend. Is that so?" The sorcerer shook his head, seemingly regaining clarity. "It appears that way." He waved his hand, liberating the others from their bindings. Siegel drew his weapons, dagger and curved blade ready, vigilantly observing the sorcerer. Janet clung tightly to Siegel's garment, revealing only her wide eyes. Ariel, with wounds from lightning yet unhealed, now tore further, lying on the ground, attempting to stealthily crawl towards the exit unnoticed. Kree positioned himself between the sorcerer and the group, explaining in rudimentary common tongue. The sorcerer, in his shape-shifted form, sometimes succumbed to hunger, acting with animalistic instincts. However, he had never consumed a human, though he had bitten a few. Blood would restore his sanity, and he would heal the wounds to prevent contagion from rabies. Siegel remained apprehensive, feeling utterly defenseless before the formidable shapeshifter and sorcerer. He perceived guilt and sincerity in Kree's eyes, believing his explanation, yet remained cautiously vigilant, concerned that the sorcerer might descend into madness again, especially as he had yet to eat. "You all should depart. I must find sustenance before I faint." The sorcerer gestured towards the hollow's exit, casting a regretful glance at the cauldron. "Another spill. I shall not allow anyone to enter next time." "But you haven't revealed the whereabouts of my brother," Kree implored, somewhat helplessly. "I am nearly starving enough to consume a human. How can I assist you in divination?" The sorcerer bellowed, resuming his frantic gestures. Janet clutched Siegel's clothing tightly, her large eyes observing intently. Siegel remained on high alert, akin to a tautly coiled leopard. Yet this time, the sorcerer did not succumb to madness. He simply stated, "Return tomorrow and bring some grain." With that, he urged the group to leave and sealed the hollow. The shapeshifter scavenged remnants from the cauldron, stuffing them into his mouth, then seated himself on the ground to chew. In his frenzied state, his blood coursed with more animalistic traits, a blend of countless creatures, heightening his senses. Thus, he discerned Janet's magical lineage and also recognized Siegel's distinctiveness. He is one of them, one of the four. There is no mistaking it, the sorcerer muttered to himself, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The spirit of the storm has spoken, it will not deceive me. But what should I do? What should I do? He is not always like this, Cree explained. As long as he is not mad, he is quite amiable and willing to assist us. He may bite a small piece, but he will heal you. So do not fret. He gestured to his arm, revealing 3 bite marks. You cannot even see the scars now, can you? Are all sorcerers this powerful? Siegel inquired, with Ariel translating. Not always. The one residing in our tribe is more akin to a kindly elder. He does not shape-shift. However, he can make crows speak and sends them to observe whether the training children are slacking. He also taught us how to communicate with spirits, locate prey that could be captured, and ensure a hearty meal. I remain uncertain about how to master his ability to shape-shift and control vines. Although Siegel felt a tinge of fear, he was filled with admiration for such wondrous powers. At that moment, he recalled his necklace and hastily retrieved it. The 20-sided die and key hung there, intact, with the number 2 having changed color. Siegel touched the die, item concealment, that must be the second ability. He had anticipated it would be poison resistance, considering he had been afflicted by the venom of the greenfoot snake, enduring immense suffering. Acquiring item concealment was commendable. Yet Siegel grew increasingly perplexed. What was the method to activate these abilities? Wait a moment. The shapeshifter referred to him as a mage. This thought suddenly struck Yarrell. Despite his weakened state, swaying unsteadily on horseback, he straightened his posture and spoke in a flat tone. Indeed, I am currently an apprentice mage of the Mages Guild, adorned in a blue robe. I am still in the process of learning. Siegel candidly admitted. Damn, I mistook you for merely a well-off warrior given your breastplate. I had no idea you were a mage. He cast a sidelong glance at Jeanette, who was squinting at him intently. Nevertheless, the bard mumbled, you should be charging more. A mage, a grand benefactor. He lamented throughout the journey. Chapter 54. The wild man's territory 6. As they departed from the dense fog, fatigue enveloped them, their bodies on the brink of collapse. Yet, with the restoration of their vision, their spirits brightened considerably, and their exhaustion began to wane. After approximately half an hour of travel, they beheld the distant site of Klee's tribe. It was a sprawling encampment composed of conical tents. A vibrant tableau. People utilized reed mats and vines to secure their shelters, creating homes to shield against wind and rain. Smoke wafted from the pointed tops of the tents, while individuals squatted at the entrances, savoring their meals. It resembled a social gathering, where everyone slurped steaming porridge and engaged in spirited conversations, exchanging tales of their daily labors. Several robust men, clad in animal hides, rested their bows at their feet, meticulously skinning rabbits with small knives, chopping the meat into morsels. A pot perched over the fire, water bubbling within, as these hunters tossed in the rabbit meat along with chunks of potatoes and kudzu root. A cluster of children clutched bowls, each holding a small millet cake, eagerly awaiting their turn for meat and broth. Among the tents, one stood apart, taller than the rest. Siegel presumed it might be the dwelling of a leader or elder, only to discover it was Klee's home, large enough to accommodate the giant. A robust woman, heavily pregnant, awaited Klee at the entrance, who lifted her joyously. This is my wife, Klee exclaimed with delight, gesturing proudly to her belly. And this is my son. The woman, undaunted by the presence of outsiders, busily welcomed everyone, bringing cushions to sit on and offering large jars of goat's milk, borrowing cups from neighbors. Janet also lent a hand, quickly becoming friends with the woman, gently caressing her soon-to-be motherly belly. I did not expect your maid to speak the wild tongue, the poet remarked with a hint of reluctance. Janet is not my maid. She is a dear friend, Siegel replied, scratching his head and patting Ariel, who grimaced in pain. Surely such a large tribe must have a herbalist or something similar to tend to your wounds. Indeed, I ought to have a look, Ariel responded. Rising, since your friend can communicate here, I should be able to leave for a while without causing a ruckus. Remember not to wander around the Raven tribe. While they are hospitable, they are unforgiving of any transgressions against their taboos. With that, the poet mounted his horse and rode away. Seizing the moment, Siegel opened his key space, retrieving the stored pastries. Having previously distributed the treasures, and in preparation for their adventure, Siegel had filled it with provisions, spare weapons, and emergency gear. He presented Klee with a cake from Deepwater City and a small jar of sugar as a gift, hoping to bless the safe arrival of his child. The giant embraced Siegel heartily, exclaiming, "My dear friend, this gift is far too precious." Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the camp, accompanied by the sound of galloping hooves. Siegel straightened, noticing 5 horses weaving through the tents, charging towards them with spears in hand, causing startled individuals to flee. He quickly called for Janet, eager to evade the oncoming threat, yet their speed was undeniable, blocking their path just outside the tents. 5 long spears pointed menacingly at Siegel and Janet, encircling them in a semicircle. "This is the second time I've found myself besieged today," Siegel lamented, "and both times in what I believe to be safe havens." Janet appeared agitated, shouting, "Is this how you Northerners treat your guests?" Clee's wife rushed out to clarify, explaining that these individuals were Clee's friends, new arrivals to the tribe. Eager to welcome them. "Captain Gaka, do not harm them," she urged. "There may be some misunderstanding here." "Captain Gaka, I will also apprehend them," Clee's wife asserted, fixing her gaze on the mounted captain. "However, I will not hastily draw conclusions nor judge the truth with preconceived notions. I shall allow them to speak and hear their defense. Only when the spirits of nature have calmed my heart will I pass judgment on this matter." "As you wish. My Sarah, esteemed princess of the Black Wolf, conqueror of giants." Captain Gaka instructed his men to lower their spears, then addressed Siegel in the common tongue, "Come with us. Do not attempt to flee." The two were escorted to a large pavilion at the northern edge of the camp, adorned with numerous slender wooden poles, hanging flags of various colors and designs. Some flags depicted ferocious animals, while others bore abstract representations of clouds and winds, and some resembled chaotic doodles. Beneath the flags stood 9 men, robust and weathered, forming a crescent shape, with a white-haired, bearded figure at the center, his eyes fierce. He donned a bearskin cloak and wielded a spear nearly 2 meters long, crafted from sturdy hardwood with a tip of obsidian. The others stood bare-chested, fists clenched, glaring at Siegel and his companions. The wandering poet Ariel, bound by ropes, stood aside under the watch of 2 warriors, offering Siegel a resigned smile. "What have you gotten us into?" Janet cried. "Why are they arresting us?" "I am sorry, I took an item from the deceased." Not realizing it belonged to an important individual, the poet said, biting his lip, his expression guilty. The man in the bearskin cloak stepped forward, his voice deep and commanding. "I am Clafkinko, son of Shep, chieftain of the Raven tribe, spokesperson for the northern clans, bearer of the frost god's spear, and the undying white raven of the plains. I am Siegel, and this is Janet beside me. The one bound is Ariel. We hail from Deepwater City, here to behold the beauty of the north, and perhaps stir some trouble with the orcs. What has become of my son?" Claf stepped closer, sorrow etched in his features. Yet his tone remained resolute. "You found a belonging of my son on this frivolous man. What has happened to him?" "When we discovered him, he lay pierced by a spear in the ravine. Yet, I believe his demise was more a result of a creature's assault from behind. We buried him." Claf emitted a mournful cry, staggering back, steadied only by his spear. He had previously inquired of Ariel regarding this matter and now, hearing the same account from Siegel, was compelled to accept the grim reality of his son's death. "Nonsense. You cannot be absolved from the prince's death," one man shouted, with 3 or 4 others echoing his sentiment. Siegel shook his head, calmly stating, "No, we deeply regret your loss of the prince, but we are not the murderers. I can reveal to you where his body lies. Perhaps you will find that the wound was not inflicted by us. Moreover, I believe the discovery of the body in the ravine was guided by some mystical force." Thus, Siegel slowly recounted the tale of the miraculous birds in the sky and the smoke that ascended when the corpse was disturbed, expressing his bewilderment over the vanished entrails and the strange burns near the wound. "What punishment awaits should the charges be valid?" Ariel inquired hastily. "You shall be subjected to the torture of dragging." The wandering poet's face turned pale, as if all strength had been drained from his body, collapsing to the ground. Siegel glanced at Janet, who shook her head. She understood the term, but was unaware of the specifics of such a punishment. "It appears that you have acknowledged your transgressions, and the spirits of your ancestors have affirmed this recognition. Thus, proceed with the execution." Chapter 55. The Domain of the Wild Man. 7. 2 horses were brought forth, their tails bound with thick ropes. The 2 riders began to secure the ropes to Yarrow's wrists. Siegel immediately comprehended the nature of the dragging punishment and hastily inquired, "How far will he be dragged?" "From dawn until dusk, or until the horses can run no longer," the chieftain replied. "If he cannot endure, it will prove he is unworthy of salvation. That is too cruel, my lord, Siegel exclaimed. Janet tugged at him, whispering a few words in his ear. Siegel furrowed his brow and said to the kitten, I believe in you, before stepping aside. My lord, this bard has ventured to the northern plains without intention to offend the customs of the tribes. It was merely an unfortunate mistake. Though he is of age, before the spirits of nature, he remains but a mischievous child, deserving of guidance rather than execution. Furthermore, Yarrell was struck by lightning during his battle with the green-footed serpent, leaving him grievously wounded and feeble. Should he perish from this dragging punishment, I would assert that it is not the dignified ancestors who impose such a penalty, but rather the work of a beast. You fought the green-footed serpent? Just the three of you? Those standing beside the chieftain erupted in laughter. Besides us three, there was Klichinko. I suspect he may be your other son. The crowd buzzed with chatter until Klee burst from the tent. A few attempted to restrain him, but were unsuccessful. Child, do not be agitated. I do not believe they are the murderers of your brother. Chief Clov placed a hand on his son's chest, comforting him. Be patient, for our Crow clan avenges grievances, yet we do not wrong the innocent, unlike the foul bears. Many other tribal leaders were to attend the meeting, thus it was imperative to display fairness and authority, which was Klee's intention. The chieftain's expression shifted, and others exchanged glances. Following the death of the chieftain's eldest son, Klee became the favored successor. He was well regarded for his robust physique and generous character. If he also possessed the wisdom to understand the hearts of men, his position would be unassailable. You raise a valid point, so I shall grant him an additional choice. The chieftain declared, Yarrell, either accept the dragging punishment immediately or entrust your fate to the spirit of combat. Let us duel. The victor shall determine the fate of the vanquished. The flags fluttered in the wind as all eyes turned towards the bard. Yet he lay prostrate on the ground, eyes shut, trembling uncontrollably. He could neither hear nor speak, merely resigned to await the outcome of being dragged by the horses. The chieftain furrowed his brow, then unfurled it again. A coward afraid of death, dragged to his demise by horses, was not significant. What mattered was that his son could establish his authority. He then recalled his deceased eldest son, his visage and laughter flashing before his mind, the poise he exhibited while hunting, the elegance displayed during visits to other tribes. Nothing was more despairing for a father than to witness the death of his son, and thus his countenance was filled with compassion and sorrow. He yearned to resolve this matter swiftly, to retreat to a secluded corner where no one could see him unleash his anguish. Therefore, raising his hand, the chieftain proclaimed, Very well, since he cannot choose, let us maintain. Wait. Siegel stepped forward, standing before the chieftain amid the astonished gazes of the crowd. Though it was not I who urged him to steal the possessions of the deceased, nor was I aware of this matter until now. I cannot bear to witness him dragged to death. As Yarrell's employer, I shall speak on his behalf. I choose the trial by combat, and I shall fight for him. Janet understood his intent the moment Siegel began to speak. She hastily reached out to cover his mouth. However, the squid firmly embraced the kitten, preventing her from silencing him. And he continued to speak. The crowd erupted into discussion, creating a momentary chaos. Is this permissible? Someone inquired. Who will fight him? Others plotted. Several cast scornful glances at the poet, deeming him a coward, fearful of both death and battle. Others shook their heads, considering Siegel's actions reckless. Only a few regarded the young man with admiration. As the wind stilled, Klee approached his father, kneeling on one knee, and declared, Father, what they have taken are my brother's possessions. This matter should not be entrusted to outsiders. Therefore, I shall enter the duel. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering loudly. They were well aware of Klee's strength and prowess in combat, leaving no doubt as to who the eventual victor would be. Siegel frowned, having not anticipated this outcome, given that the decision was made in haste. Janet nestled in Siegel's embrace, lifting her head to ask, Is this worth it? Then you must not lose. Janet bit her lower lip, nodding vigorously. Even against that giant, you cannot afford to lose. Siegel nodded and turned to face Klee. The giant towered over Siegel, broad and imposing, possessing an undeniable advantage in both strength and stature. Moreover, Siegel had only engaged in formal martial training for less than a year, while Klee had trained in the tribe since childhood, already a seasoned hunter and warrior. Klee surveyed Siegel and then addressed the onlookers. I am Klichinko, son of Chieftain Klovchenko, the giant of the Crow tribe. Please lend me your ears. Today, my opponent is Siegel, who recently fought alongside me in the tempest to slay the green-footed serpent. For this, he bears the serpent's bite upon his thigh, afflicted with poison. Afterwards, We shared the blood and flesh of the serpent. Thus, in the presence of the spirit of combat, we are brothers in arms. Very well. Well said. The camp erupted in excitement, countless arms raised in unison, chanting, "The giant! The giant shall prevail." The chieftain scanned the elders flanking him, all nodding in agreement, thereby solidifying the arrangement. What could be accomplished in 7 days? Janet pondered. Perhaps a chance to escape? Yet this thought flitted through her mind and vanished. Siegel would not flee with her. Regardless of the circumstances, he would confront the battle head-on. The kitten contemplated administering a harmless poison to Klee, inducing an upset stomach. However, seeing Siegel and Klee sharing a meal, both seemingly unconcerned about their impending confrontation, she reconsidered. Assessing the risks of collateral damage and Klee's exaggerated physical prowess, she abandoned the notion of poisoning him. Klee treated Siegel to a hearty meal, and together they devoured a sheep. Shortly thereafter, the healer arrived, applying the finest salves, ensuring Siegel's wounds would heal within 2 days. The giant then burst into hearty laughter, seizing a large bundle and insisting on taking the squid outside the camp. There lay a patch of sand, barren and flat, devoid of any vegetation, perfectly compressed. It was conveniently situated behind a small hill, shielding it from the prying eyes of the camp. My brother often brought me here to train, chastising me with a spear. Insisting my reliance on mere fists was inept, Klee sighed, crouching to grasp a handful of sand, watching it slip through his fingers. The spear belongs to the chieftain, much like the frost goddess spear wielded by my father. Hence, I have never used a spear, but my brother could never understand. Each time, I could never best him, though he would not harm me. Now that my brother is gone, I too must wield a spear. Siegel, will you practice with me? Having delivered his lengthy monologue, Klee suddenly remembered that Siegel's northern dialect was only at a rudimentary level, and with Janet absent, there was no one to translate. He could not help but chuckle, slapping his forehead in realization, then proceeded to open the bundle. Inside the package lay an array of weapons. Klee picked up a spear and sat down, wrapping the tip with cloth. Siegel glanced inside, and, finding none of his familiar curved blades, chose a warhammer instead. The two engaged in a slow, methodical sparring, each move a dance of confrontation. Klee, tall and robust, wielded the spear with remarkable agility, managing it with one hand despite his novice technique. His physical advantage was undeniably formidable. Siegel, on the other hand, astonished Klee with his martial prowess, proving to be one of the most challenging opponents Klee had ever faced. When it came to weaponry, Siegel employed a myriad of tactics to disrupt, shifting his footing, evading with grace, parrying with his weapon, and even managing to shatter the spear's point with the blunt force of his hammer. Klee would not have been surprised had Siegel achieved this with a blade, but he found it perplexing that a warhammer could accomplish such a feat. Realizing that to defeat Siegel would require overwhelming him with sheer force, an approach that contradicted his intentions, Klee struggled to fight in the manner of his brother. Siegel, sensing the giant's intent, focused on mastering the spear techniques. With the general knowledge imparted by the dwarf, Island, Siegel quickly grasped several key strategies, methodically organizing the spear forms of the Raven clan into his memory. The two practiced from dawn until noon, reserving the afternoon for recuperation and exchanging language lessons to facilitate their conversations. Siegel also found time to delve into a spellbook, hoping to master 1 or 2 critical combat spells. During this time, Janet quietly kept Siegel company, much like Mizera did for Klee. Before the outcome of their contest was determined, the two women spoke little, their only shared topic being the impending arrival of a child. Mizera expressed her belief that the child would surely inherit his father's valor, destined to become a charming young man, the most sought-after lover within hundreds of miles, and a warrior revered throughout the north. Janet listened, enveloped in her friend's joyous reverie, her heart brimming with envy. Meanwhile, Yarrow gradually regained his composure, becoming capable of listening to others. However, the members of the Raven clan confined him to a cage, delivering sustenance daily. Siegel visited him, but the bard merely offered a grim smile, saying nothing. Chapter 56. The domain of the wild man ate. The atmosphere was rife with chaos, as those at the back pressed forward, while those at the front endeavored to maintain the size of the arena. Consequently, those caught in the middle endured great discomfort, sustained only by the thrill of witnessing the combat. Even the chief's voice was drowned out, compelling him to truncate his speech and bellow, "Let the battle commence." 2 duelists squeezed through the throng, with Siegel initially accompanied by Janet, who was soon engulfed by the crowd and took a considerable time to reach the forefront. Siegel donned a breastplate, wielded a shield, and brandished his curved blade, his feet shod in agile boots. His attire elicited gasps from the onlookers. Several elders recognized the exquisite craftsmanship of the dwarven master. Over his armor, Siegel wore a golden belt that shimmered under the midday sun. The inscription "Champion of the Summit" in dwarven runes adorned the belt, though only a select few leaders understood its significance. Kree approached in minimal attire, his torso bare. Carrying a hefty bundle of spears, he stood opposite Siegel, resembling a mound of muscle. Grease glistened on his body, enhancing his imposing presence. Although he wore no clothing on his upper body, metallic bands adorned his wrists, each featuring protruding hemispherical knobs plated with copper. Each spear bore a similar appearance, devoid of any cloth wrappings. The two positioned themselves on either side of the arena, conducting final checks on their equipment. Siegel and Kree converged at the center, exchanged greetings, and embraced briefly. Subsequently, they retreated to their respective sides, awaiting the onset of battle. Siegel raised his shield, bending low to minimize his target area. Acknowledging the impossibility of gaining an advantage in distance and strength, he resolved to make no mistakes. Kree swung his spear horizontally, which was deflected by the shield, and swiftly thrust forward, only to be met with another defensive block. The two engaged in a series of tentative exchanges, their weapons clashing repeatedly. Siegel endeavored to close the distance to maximize the efficacy of his curved blade, yet Kree continuously retreated, employing sudden lateral jumps to maintain his reach. The scene appeared as if the diminutive Siegel pursued the towering Kree, both maneuvering through the arena, cautious not to expose any weaknesses, resulting in a lack of direct confrontation. "Take him down, giant. Smash that turtle shell," shouted an enthusiastic spectator. Yet, neither fighter felt compelled to rush. They had battled over the course of 3 days, possessing a keen understanding of each other's martial prowess. Kree's strength and Siegel's feints were formidable challenges. Moreover, there was a more significant reason. Neither wished to engage in a life-or-death struggle, reluctant to inflict mortal harm. However, circumstances do not always unfold as anticipated. Whispers began to circulate among the observing leaders, and a few young voices complained, "Is this truly the giant? The one who took the Black Wolf Princess? Surely, this must be a farce." That remark cut deep. The curved blade and spear collided once more before parting, each standing 3 steps apart. If this continued, they would tire and go hungry. "At this rate, we'll both end up starving," Siegel remarked. Kree laughed heartily, thrusting his spear into the ground, declaring, "If it comes to it, you won't stand a chance against me." "Don't be so hasty. I've defeated ogres of your size before," Siegel replied, flexing his neck as the blade twirled dazzlingly in the sunlight. He struck the shield with his weapon, assuming a defensive stance, and challenged, "Come on." Kree clenched his fists, muscles tensed, and let out a primal roar, launching himself forward with a powerful leap. The spectators gasped, feeling as though they themselves were charged by the giant rather than Siegel. Instinctively, they sidestepped, sensing the ferocity of his advance. Siegel swiftly sidestepped to the right while retreating. He refrained from slashing with his blade, waiting for a more opportune moment. Kree's fist collided with the shield with a resounding crash, akin to a gong being struck. A dent marred the shield, and Siegel staggered back 2 steps to regain his footing. The crowd gasped collectively, then witnessed the arc of Siegel's blade aimed at Kree's left side. Unperturbed, the giant deflected the blow with his steel bracers, sending sparks flying and producing a sharp clang. Kree reached out to grasp Siegel, but the latter rolled away just in time. The blade narrowly missed being crushed beneath the giant's foot. Kree unleashed a flurry of fierce kicks, yet Siegel displayed remarkable agility, adeptly evading the onslaught while staying close to the giant's side, facing only one limb at a time. Their eyes locked in a fierce battle of wits, each seeking a flaw in the other's defenses that could lead to victory without being fatal. The clashing sounds resonated incessantly, causing discomfort to the spectators' ears. Dust swirled around them as the 2 warriors found themselves at the eye of a storm, exhibiting their extraordinary martial skills. Most onlookers held their breath, transfixed by the duel, fearful of missing the pivotal moment that would determine the victor. Yet, a few seasoned fighters discerned the truth. This was no fight to the death. They furrowed their brows, pondering how this contest might conclude. In a sudden pivot, Kree launched an all-out assault. His focus shifted not to Siegel, but to the glimmering shield that reflected light and swayed enticingly. He even abandoned his defenses, prepared to sacrifice his own safety for the shield. Siegel hesitated, resisting the urge to strike at Kree's exposed flank. That moment of indecision led to the catastrophic shattering of his shield amidst a thunderous impact. Siegel was thrown back. Yet he managed to dissipate much of the force of the blow. Kree took a step forward, only to realize he felt no sensation of having been struck. He paused, gazing at Siegel with a complex expression. "I'm drenched in sweat," Siegel remarked, setting his curved blade aside to remove the remnants of his shattered shield from his arm. He then peeled off his breastplate and handed it to the small cat standing at the edge of the arena. "Why is it so hot today? The weather was quite different just a couple of days ago." "Isn't it supposed to be autumn?" "Indeed, the weather is rather peculiar," Kree replied, standing still while massaging his aching fists. "Once this is over, I'll replace your shield." "No need. I'm not particularly skilled with shields, and it feels cooler without the armor. I've found that whether clad in armor or not, your fists hit just the same," Siegel responded. "Speaking of good things, I have some pepper for grilling meat. Now that has something to look forward to." With that, the two charged at each other once more. It remained a mystery what sort of steel Kree's bracers were forged from, as they withstood multiple strikes from Siegel's blade. Amidst the sparks flying, Siegel noted the emergence of chips on his weapon, realizing it might soon be rendered useless. Unbeknownst to him, he began to wield his weapon more cautiously, gradually placing himself at a disadvantage. Kree landed a solid kick, striking Siegel's wrist, causing him excruciating pain. The giant advanced, reaching for Siegel's weapon, compelling him to relinquish his grip and swiftly roll to evade Kree's attack. The curved blade was seized by Kree, who casually tossed it to the small cat. The audience erupted in cheers, sensing Kree's impending victory. In a contest of unarmed combat, how could the nimble Siegel possibly contend with the giant? Kree seized the opportunity to pursue, using his feet as weapons, delivering heavy stomps. Siegel, however, tumbled and shifted positions, stirring up clouds of dust. He appeared utterly beleaguered, akin to a frantic chicken being chased, yet he managed to hold his ground. Janet's heart raced to her throat. Following this, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Siegel demonstrated a spear technique identical to that of Kree, thrusting, sweeping, and striking with a series of arcs concealing swift flashes of lightning. Kree quickly abandoned his initial disdain, realizing that Siegel's spear skills were rapidly advancing, making it increasingly challenging for him to execute his own techniques. Chapter 57. The Domain of the Savages 9. As the battle unfolded, the giant Kree sustained numerous wounds. Although these injuries were not deep, primarily superficial abrasions, the outcome astonished everyone present, who marveled at the martial prowess of this foreigner. Siegel circled continuously, maintaining his distance with a spear, benefiting from the fact that the spears of the Crow tribe were somewhat longer than the standard issue. Otherwise, gaining this slight advantage would have proven quite challenging. Yet, despite his heightened awareness and mimicry of techniques, the martial skills Kree employed were those he had observed from his brother over the past decade, each move familiar to him. And soon he discerned the flaws in Siegel's approach. With a forceful clap of his hands, the giant seized the true spear amidst the illusory images, crushing it with brute strength before discarding it to the ground. Siegel brought his spear down with ferocity, shattering it against Kree's shoulder, yet this proved futile. The giant quickly grasped Siegel's arms, his claw-like hands restraining him securely, then lifted him off the ground. Siegel crashed heavily onto the earth, feeling as if his innards were shifting, his bones creaking under the strain. The dwarf's golden belt activated, channeling a force from the earth that bolstered Siegel's resilience. Despite the agony coursing through him, he managed to avoid having his bones broken and thus maintained his combat capability. "Your dagger is indeed sharp. My flesh cannot withstand it. Even as I strive to contract," Kree observed, noting that the initial cut was deeper than the subsequent ones. "Have you perhaps restrained yourself? You saved my life with that serpent's gall. I cannot strike you with full force." Siegel replied, "You aided me in slaying the green-footed serpent, and the gall rightfully belongs to you. You even pried open the serpent's jaws, enduring several painful grips in the process." Siegel shrugged and spread his hands. "Very well. Let us not be polite any longer. You must be cautious in the battles ahead. Know that relinquishing my spear will only make me more formidable." Siegel chanted an incantation, the wand springing into his palm. Touching the familiar wooden surface, he felt his breathing and heartbeat stabilize. This was no ordinary wood. It was exceptionally hard, capable of serving as a dagger. Thus he needed to be cautious with both hands. "A mage. He is truly a mage," cried an onlooker. "Sorcery. He intends to cast a curse. Quickly, summon the high priest." Others shouted, "This is dishonorable. This is child's play. How can a mage participate in a duel? Strip him of his magical powers. This is a contest, not a sorceress duel." Someone whispered in Chief Clav's ear, "Otherwise, this will become a farce. No one wishes to see Prince Klee humiliated." The chief raised the ice god spear high, the obsidian gleaming with brilliant light. The crowd swiftly silenced. Knowing the chief had something to declare, Klee glanced at his father, shaking his head gently, his fists colliding with a resolute intent. His message was clear: the duel must continue as it is. Siegel's ability to learn spells while honing his martial skills is a testament to his talent, Klee mused. I shall see if he can truly use sorcery to overthrow me. Chief Clav hesitated, realizing all eyes were upon him, and reluctantly announced, "The duel shall proceed without dissent." Siegel smiled, directing his wand towards himself. The moment Klee initiated his move, Siegel uttered his spell, invoking the Great Stride. With the spell's enhancement, Siegel's speed surged to new heights, allowing him to narrowly evade the giant's fist. A chilling wind emanated from Klee, transforming him into a frost giant emerging from the depths of a frozen abyss, commanding the deathly aura of winter, exuding an air of endless majesty. This was the innate power of the Kink clan of the Cold Evil tribe, said to be inherited from the ancestors of frost giants. Their lineage was known for their towering stature, and Klee was a prime example, displaying an even more pronounced frosty power from birth, and as an adult. He wielded the cold for both offense and defense. Excellent. Finally, a chance to cool down. Siegel, increasingly exhilarated, cheered as he continued to circle the giant, seeking an opening. He knew his dagger was sharp, and he aimed to exploit fleeting opportunities to subdue his opponent. In the fervor of battle, he retained a semblance of clarity, unwilling to take Klee's life, a sentiment Klee shared as well. Consequently, both fighters held back, resulting in a stalemate. After a while, frost accumulated upon Siegel, causing his speed to diminish. Just as Klee aimed to capture him, he noticed 3 additional images of Siegel surrounding him. Illusions? Klee paused momentarily before raising his right hand and sweeping it through the air, a gust of cold wind accompanying his motion. He could sense whether the Siegels before him were real or mere phantoms through the wind. This was the moment Siegel had been waiting for. Concealed to Klee's right. He launched forward as Klee raised his arm, swiftly closing the distance. He gripped the dagger with his right hand, poised to strike a decisive blow and conclude the battle. Klee suddenly grasped Siegel's intent, but evasion was no longer an option. Instinct honed from prolonged combat led him to transition from a parry to a strike, driving his right elbow downwards. Siegel's dagger pressed against Klee's chest as Klee's elbow collided with the crown of Siegel's head. The two quickly separated, Klee feeling the non-existent injury on his chest with a deep exhale. Siegel scratched his head vigorously, where his hair had frozen solid. They exchanged knowing smiles, both giving each other a thumbs up. The crowd, once solely cheering for Klee, now shouted, "Warriors! Both are commendable." At that moment, a woman waded through the throng, pushing her way to the leaders, an unusual act that captured everyone's attention. The guards recognized her as Klee's maid, a member of the Black Wolf tribe who had accompanied the princess. She appeared somewhat flustered, her voice scarcely above a whisper, yet audible to many. "She is about to give birth." Both combatants heard her proclamation. Siegel noticed Klee's brow furrow slightly, his gaze still fixed on him, yet concern flickered in his eyes. Siegel sheathed both his dagger and wand, rising to his feet and declaring, "This cannot continue. I cannot stand in the way of a husband attending to his wife in labor." Turning to the chief, he bowed and said, "Chief, if we persist in this battle, it would be an unfair victory." Chief Clav, equally eager to learn of his daughter-in-law and grandchild's well-being, feigned a discussion with the elders surrounding him, then announced, "The sacred nature of the duel must be upheld. This contest embodies honor and justice. To maintain such honor and justice, we shall temporarily suspend the trial and resume it tomorrow. The rights of the living supersede those of the deceased, ensuring the cycle of life continues." Chief Clav fixed his gaze on the bear, Mohant. "Furthermore, I believe my grandson deserves the privilege of witnessing his father's valor in battle." The crowd expressed their agreement, showering blessings upon the family. The bear merely scoffed, unimpressed. Janet, one hand clutching a breastplate and curved dagger, dashed over to check on Siegel, casting several fierce glances at Klee. However, the giant remained oblivious to her expression, his thoughts solely on his wife in labor. Amidst the crowd's adulation, Klee strode purposefully away from the arena, heading towards his tent. Siegel exhaled deeply, whispering to Janet, "I am utterly exhausted. I am on the verge of collapsing. Lend me your support. You have done your utmost. Janet steadied Siegel, feeling the warmth radiating from him. A profound aura enveloped him, emanating continuously from the point of contact between the two. The kitten could sense the trembling of the octopus's muscles and even hear the sounds of fatigue. Let that minstrel endure his punishment. After all, his injuries have healed over the past 3 days, Janet remarked, keenly observing Siegel's expression. Perhaps you could discreetly employ that swift spell of yours on him? Siegel chuckled, replying, let us not dwell on that for now. Quickly, lead me to some sustenance. I am positively famished. Chapter 58. The domain of the wild men. Outside the towering tent of Cree, a multitude of onlookers gathered, all eagerly awaiting the birth of a child. Cree's brother had left behind 2 daughters, and should Cree's son arrive safely, he would undoubtedly ascend as the next chieftain of the Crow tribe through his progeny. The air was thick with unfamiliar voices, their clamor echoing until the tribe's shaman arrived, conjuring a swarm of flying insects to disperse the crowd, restoring tranquility. Make way, make way. I wish to witness the birth. The shaman, stooped and frail, yet possessing a booming voice, commanded attention. Accompanied by his apprentice, he was among the few permitted entry into the tent, aside from Misala's maid. A fire pit was dug outside, where a large cauldron simmered with boiling water, sheltered by a crude canopy woven from animal hides to shield against the unpredictable winds and rains of the plains. Downwind, an open fire crackled, where several individuals tended to chunks of roasting meat, the savory aroma making Siegel's mouth water. Supported by Jeanette, he approached, whereupon a generous portion of hind leg meat was offered to him by a burly stranger. Here you go, warrior, indulge yourself. He was soon presented with 2 large jars, one filled with light beer and the other with sheep's milk. Siegel settled by the fire, food piling high before him, bread, cheese, curds, roasted mushrooms, and river fish. His valor in battle had won him the favor of the tribe, and they showcased their hospitality through abundant offerings. As Siegel joyfully devoured the feast alongside Jeanette, he beckoned Cree over. The giant appeared far more anxious than during the battle, his apprehension affecting his appetite. He gnawed on a previously devoured hind leg bone, even the dogs scurrying away, abandoning their anticipation for the bone. The labor persisted for an extended duration, the tent echoing with Misala's cries. The maids bustled in and out, frequently replacing towels and basins. The mother faced complications, heightening the tension among the group, particularly for Cree, who was restless. He was a sizable man, having caused considerable distress to his mother at birth, leaving her frail, and she had succumbed to a minor illness 2 years later. The giant harbored a deep-seated fear that his own child might also be a hefty burden, potentially endangering the life of the Black Wolf Princess. From afternoon until midnight, the strain of the ordeal weighed heavily on everyone. Siegel's jar of sugar proved invaluable, replenishing the mother's strength. It was a full moon night, the stars obscured by the brilliance of the moonlight, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. A cool breeze swept in from the east, causing the flames in the fire pit to flicker. Jeanette had fallen into a deep slumber by the fire, wrapped in a blanket. Cree and Siegel squatted nearby, anxiously awaiting Misala's next wail of pain, while the shaman shouted encouragement, "Push. You're almost there." This marked the 5th time this evening. What a trial this is. Cree's pallor had faded multiple times. This was undoubtedly a test for him. May the spirits of nature bless us, and the spirits of our ancestors protect us. Siegel, at a loss for how to console him, found his thoughts wandering elsewhere. The birth of a life was fraught with such difficulty, inflicting suffering on both the child and the mother. So why would any mother abandon her offspring? He had seldom pondered this question, but the current circumstances stirred doubts in the depths of his heart. Captain Marlin had clearly stated that when Siegel was discovered, he was no more than a few days old, and during that voyage, there had been no female passengers, particularly not any expectant ones. Thus, Siegel could only be the offspring of a deity, without a mother. Though he had always dismissed this notion, he found himself unable to counter the old captain's assertions. At times, he even wished fervently to be the captain's illegitimate child, a fabricated tale to explain his upbringing aboard the ship. However, his peculiar appearance bore no resemblance to the captain's, extinguishing that final hope. If I had a mother, I would wish that my birth had not caused her such pain. This might be the only thing I could do for her, Siegel mused. As the moonlight flickered, Siegel curiously glanced upward, finding nothing amiss. A few clouds drifted from the east, gradually veiling the moon's radiance. Perhaps it's merely a small cloud. He thought he might have misjudged. But at that moment, a sudden flash of light erupted in the darkened sky, illuminating the distant plains ablaze. Shadows leaping amidst the fiery chaos. Then, a horn sounded, a sharp, urgent call, signaling alarm. The sound was brief, yet resonated clearly within the encampment. Something has happened. It's the Black Sheep tribe. Kree quickly summoned soldiers, instructing them to alert the chieftains. We must hurry to assist them. First, think of our own safety. Siegel's keen eyes detected a shift. The distant flames still blazed fiercely, yet above, a small flame rapidly approached their location. The camp's call to arms rang out thrice. This was the highest alert, indicating an ambush, necessitating that all warriors prepare for battle to the death. However, with so many tribes gathered, the meaning of the signals soon devolved into chaos. Stand ready. Prepare the horses. Kree commanded his right-wing giant contingent. Issuing orders. Take the women and children to the pits. All men, prepare yourselves. Those without weapons, fetch water from the well. Hurry. Yet, time was scant. The flames swiftly encroached upon the Crow tribe. From the shadows, a pair of colossal crimson wings burst forth, blotting out the moonlight and casting half the sky into darkness. A long tail trailed behind, gracefully arching through the air. Atop a sinuous neck rested a massive head, golden eyes gleaming with a terrifying brilliance. Flames billowed from its maw, hissing between razor-sharp teeth. Its nostrils exhaled black smoke, claws dripped with blood, and its tightly woven scales glimmered in the firelight. Siegel was certain it was a red dragon. A profound sense of dread enveloped the tribe, silence falling upon the ground, as if even the wind and fire had been stilled. Then came a deafening roar. A tempest of searing flames engulfing all. The cries and screams of the people resonated, soon met with the chaos of burning flesh. The red dragon swept over the camp, leaving a trail of fire in its wake, cleaving the encampment in two, a deed that seemed to satisfy it immensely. Though it possessed dark vision, it could not see far in the gloom. It required ample flames to illuminate the scene. Watching humans writhe in agony amidst the inferno was its favored spectacle, a delight it had not savored in ages. The dragon's flames raged on, circling the camp in a sweeping arc, preparing for another pass through the chaos. Some fortunate souls on the periphery narrowly escaped the inferno, frantically sprinting across the plains in an attempt to distance themselves from the chaos. The crimson dragon flapped its wings, pursuing them relentlessly. Prince, that flame cannot be extinguished. Dousing it with water proves utterly futile. A soot-streaked warrior rushed in, his arms and chest blackened. The smoke from the fire is toxic. Many have already succumbed to unconsciousness. We must extinguish it underfoot, or we shall all perish in the blaze. Clero shouted, his voice resonating with the same fervor as Mazera's. Siegel seized his arm firmly, urging him with haste, do not act rashly. The flames cannot be quelled by mere footfalls. Do you not have tunnels? Quickly excavate underground to evade the surface. Indeed. First, we must safeguard the women and children. The giant nodded, gradually regaining his composure. All but the archers and spear throwers shall maintain the safety and order of the tunnels. Gather digging tools and send them down. They must expedite their own rescue. But the cellar cannot accommodate so many. What shall we do? Then it falls to us. We must prevent the fire circle from transforming into an infernal sea. Go now, and act swiftly. Chapter 59. The domain of the wild man. The warrior responded affirmatively and hurriedly ran out to convey the orders. Numerous soldiers gathered, armed with longbows, javelins, and other ranged weapons, their expressions resolute, prepared for sacrifice. Meanwhile, the red dragon continued its gleeful pursuit of fleeing individuals, explosions lighting up the camp's perimeter. It believed that those trapped within the fiery circle were as good as caught, and it would return to reap the spoils shortly. Siegel called upon Jeanette to assist him in donning his armor and arming himself. He instructed her to take care of Kree's wife and child, to find a chance to hide, and to avoid death. He patted the little cat's hand, urging caution. Kree gazed longingly at the tent, aware that his child had yet to be born and that he hadn't seen the Black Wolf Princess in ages. The giant understood that this was not the time for sentimental longing, thus he refrained from entering, instead adorning himself in full armor. Carrying a staggering 12 javelins on his back, which resembled massive bolts for a siege crossbow, making him appear akin to a lionfish. The two prepared to confront the dragon. Siegel noticed a knight atop the dragon's back, suspecting the beast had a purpose, intent on annihilating the tribe, and would not simply unleash its fury and depart. Now at the brink of life and death, Everyone was ready to fight with all their might. "Can you make me fly?" Kree inquired. "Alas, I have yet to master such complex spells," Siegel replied, shaking his head, feeling a pang of inadequacy. He waved his wand, causing the elements of air to envelop both of them, granting them swiftness, albeit for a limited duration. "That will suffice. Let us determine the outcome in this battle. Whoever slays the dragon shall emerge victorious." A layer of frost enveloped Kree's flesh and clung to his javelins. "I wonder if dragon meat is tastier than snake meat?" Siegel remarked calmly. "Did you hear that? Do not let me lose face before my brother," Kree bellowed, raising his fist and addressing his men. "Do you remember the hospitality of our Cold Crow tribe?" The soldiers exchanged glances, murmuring until one tentatively asked, "Plenty to eat? Slay the dragon, and we shall feast." Kree roared, "Slay the dragon." The Death Knight, devoid of any semblance of intellect, had long forgotten the sensation of hunger. He incessantly issued commands to kill, kill, kill. "We cannot slay this dragon. Prince, you must depart. Take the Black Wolf Princess and flee." A soldier urged, only to be kicked aside by Kree. Yet he continued to plead, "As long as you remain, the Cold Crow tribe endures. If we leave, the Cold Crow shall perish tonight." The giant grinned at his men. "Find a way to lure that dragon over. Delay it and give others a chance to escape. I will attempt a spell that can sharpen your weapons, perhaps enabling them to penetrate the dragon's scales." Siegel instructed Kree to remove his javelin, then took out his wand, reciting the incantation slowly. This spell was unfamiliar to him, requiring utmost caution in controlling the magical energy. Fortunately, the incantation succeeded, and a pale blue glow enveloped the javelin, enhancing its strength, sharpness, and penetrative power. "What manner of spell is this?" the giant inquired curiously, though he quickly shook his head, realizing it was beyond his expertise. "Quickly, look where that dragon has gone." They turned to the left and beheld the red dragon wreaking havoc at the opposite end of the camp, amidst smoke and flames. It would swoop low, using its claws to topple tents ablaze like torches, then mockingly laugh at the weapons that bounced off its scales. At that moment, an array of brilliant flashes erupted to their right, revealing a mass of frost cascading from the heavens, striking the fiery perimeter of the camp. The frigid snow met the searing fire, producing a thick cloud of steam that enveloped the area in a dense mist. A gust of wind swept outward, dispersing the water vapor and shrouding a vast expanse of wilderness. "Blessed be the spirits of our ancestors. That is the power of the ice spear. My father must be there," Kree shouted excitedly, bouncing with enthusiasm. He observed figures on horseback escaping through the breach in the fiery circle, vanishing into the vast wilderness concealed by mist. This scene did not escape the dragon's notice. It emitted an enraged roar, its eyes glowing crimson, twisting in midair and diving like an arrow. Fire rained down, exploding upon the ground, yet a swirling mass of ice shielded the breach, allowing others to flee. "Be cautious." The group hurriedly ran in that direction. The dragon landed forcefully, sweeping aside a multitude of tents with its wings and tail, scattering flesh and blood and creating a gruesome clearing. It then folded its wings, walking on all fours, its tail held high like a proud lion surveying its territory. The surrounding flames dimmed in the dragon's presence, reluctant to compete with its brilliance, burning more ferociously yet subdued. "Oh, a magical weapon and the insufferable power of frost. Do you think this will be enough to conquer me?" The red dragon's voice was cruel and thunderous, accompanied by the crackling of air igniting. "Fire, perhaps you can overcome. But what of my claws? My fangs? My immense and unparalleled strength?" Clav held his spear aloft, its tip radiating a brilliant light. He silently recited prayers, beseeching the aid of the three spirits. To protect his people, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life. "Alas, I cannot see my grandson," was his sole regret. "Come forth, vile dragon. Taste the power of the Cold Crow tribe's artifact." Clav's roar echoed throughout the camp like thunder. "Come, let me witness the extent of your might." The red dragon displayed a cunning smile, its eyes narrowing, then looked down from its lofty height. "Oh, how could you comprehend my strength when you perceive nothing?" A shroud of magical darkness emanated from the red dragon, extinguishing all light. Even the dragon fire burned without illumination. Only a powerful illumination spell could penetrate this darkness. Even dwarves with dark vision would find themselves blind in such an abyss. The dragon, however, was unaffected, gathering all necessary information for attack and defense through its acute sense of smell and the ability to detect vibrations from afar. Moments passed, and the darkness lifted, revealing Claff's absence, save for the ice spear embedded in the ground, ice crystals cascading from it and shattering upon impact. Kree and Siegel had arrived nearby and witnessed this scene. The giant, consumed by rage, hurled his javelin. The fusion of his bloodline strength, muscular power, and Siegel's magical energy propelled the javelin like lightning across the battlefield, striking the dragon's body before it could react. Even a city wall would crumble under such siege weaponry, let alone the dragon's scales. The javelin pierced through the base of the dragon's front leg and embedded itself in its chest. The malevolent dragon let out a deafening roar, unfurling its wings and sending everything around it tumbling, even giants like Kree rolling backward several meters. The dragon's movements grew clumsy as blood dripped from its legs, pooling on the grass, igniting upon contact. It sniffed the air, and sparks began to emanate from its nostrils. "I can smell you, insects. Do not think to hide." The red dragon scanned its surroundings, exuding an aura of terror. Such a peculiar scent. There is more than one? It lifted its head and beheld a towering tent standing conspicuously, from which wafted a fresh, sanguine aroma. "Oh, is that of your kind, insect?" The red dragon narrowed its eyes, pivoting and racing forth, causing the earth to tremble incessantly, as everything around was reduced to rubble beneath the force of its tail. "Come and witness the flames roasting the little insects." It uttered words that plunged Kree into despair. The colossal dragon inhaled deeply, then unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, engulfing Kree's tent in an instant blaze. Kree abandoned his weapon, frantically rushing inside, only to be consumed by the flames. Siegel, witnessing this scene, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, trembling uncontrollably. His curved dagger and wand clattered to the ground, as he found himself utterly devoid of resistance, completely dominated by anguish. The shadow of the dragon loomed over the sky, the monstrous beast advancing slowly yet menacingly towards him, its cavernous maw agape, with Siegel positioned directly in line with the fiery inferno of its throat. Chapter 60. The domain of the wild man 12 bug, the great dragon uttered, before turning away. It is often said that death harbors great terror and immense wisdom, yet Siegel found himself devoid of the luxury of contemplation. After enduring torment, his sole desire was vengeance. Even if he were to perish in pursuit of revenge, it would be preferable to facing the inferno of the burning tents. A figure drifted beside Siegel, clad in garments woven from fishing nets and leaves, with darkened nails and unkempt hair. Tilting his head, his lips remained still, yet a voice resonated clearly in Siegel's mind. "Come with me. Leave this place. Your fate ought not to conclude here." Siegel glanced at the shapeshifter, observing his outstretched palm, flat before him. An epiphany dawned upon him. Placing his hand upon it would grant him safe passage away from the blaze to a place of refuge. At the shapeshifter's feet, the ice spear lay dull and lifeless, soaked in ashes and bloodied soil. "How about we eliminate that beast together? Or shall we perish together on the battlefield?" Siegel inquired. "I cannot contend with both the dragon and the Death Knight simultaneously." "What fuels your confidence and courage?" The shapeshifter chuckled softly. "To be frank," Siegel replied, hefting his spear to acclimate to its weight and find its balance, "I am frightened by death." He recited an incantation, casting a newly learned spell for the trial of combat upon himself, known as Unerring Strike. Though this spell's duration was fleeting, it allowed the wielder a momentary glimpse into the future of the battle, swiftly predicting the enemy's movements and revealing the optimal path for attack. The dragon flew past Siegel, surveying its fiery dominion like a sovereign. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, Siegel hurled the ice spear. A silver flash tore through the night sky, emanating a brilliance surpassing that of the dragoness flames. The spear penetrated a wound previously inflicted by Kree upon the dragon, further tearing its flesh, shattering scales, and sending blood and sinew flying. One of the dragon's wings twisted grotesquely, losing its ability to fly, crashing to the ground in a frenzied display. Its claws flailing and tail whipping like a lash, sending nearby tents and corpses soaring into the air. The pungent scent of blood wafted from the dragon's wounds, igniting Siegel's fighting spirit. However, his focus was on the Death Knight, whom he noticed had been thrown from the dragon's back, landing near a nearby pyre. With that, he charged forth, his form rapidly expanding amidst a haze of shadow, transforming into another dragon, a green dragon wielding venom and acid. Though its size paled in comparison to the red dragon, it ferociously clamped down on the red dragon's wing, preventing its ascent and forcing it to battle on the ground. The dragon was a master of aerial combat. The shapeshifter understood that only through ground combat could he hope to prevail. The clash of the two dragons sent tremors through the earth, clouds of smoke rising violently. In that moment, the ice spear was swept back towards Siegel by the green dragon's tail, landing beside him. This maneuver provided the red dragon an opening, sinking its teeth deep into the green dragon's shoulder, tearing away a significant chunk of flesh. Now armed once more, Siegel twirled the spear in a flourish, employing the techniques taught by the dwarf, Elent, to swiftly locate the weapon's center of balance. He locked eyes with the Death Knight, declaring, "Come forth. Let me bring your end." Foolishness, the Death Knight's voice resonated with a chilling cold. Siegel lunged with his spear, yet the Death Knight disregarded the attack. Swinging his curved blade in a horizontal arc, Siegel hesitated, realizing the Death Knight intended to trade injury for life. Flesh and blood could not withstand the resilience of the undead. Quickly, he adjusted his tactics, employing the elven grace to evade and, as the Death Knight's blade was still recovering, he thrust his spear once more. The Death Knight spun, striking the spear's tip with a gauntlet fist, deflecting its trajectory. The spear, enveloped in icy energy, grazed the knight's armor with a piercing metallic screech, ice crystals spreading from the scratch, yet failing to penetrate. The Death Knight's body remained unscathed beneath his armor. The Death Knight advanced a step, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. His colossal blade arced towards Siegel's head, which he narrowly dodged, leaving Siegel's spear attack fruitless. After a series of probing exchanges, Siegel accelerated his movements, dancing in circles, thrusting, parrying, and anticipating the trajectory of the Death Knight's blade, swiftly evading counterattacks. The Death Knight, a combat savant, rendered Siegel's feint ineffective, compelling him to rely on genuine strength and resilience in battle. Fortunately, Siegel's agility granted him an advantage in speed. While he continued to chant incantations to maintain and enhance the spell's effects, recognizing that undead creatures lacked vital organs, Siegel redirected his assault toward the Death Knight's head, aiming to pierce the narrow gap of his helmet. Many undead possess their soul fire where their brains should be, potentially the Death Knight's sole vulnerability. This threat garnered the Death Knight's attention, prompting him to adopt a more defensive stance, wary of sacrificing his head to save his life. "You shall meet your end here," Siegel proclaimed, both for the Death Knight's ears and his own morale. "Foolishness," the Death Knight countered, brushing aside the spear and retaliating. The surviving members of the camp bore witness to the fierce battles. The Red Dragon versus the Green Dragon, the Death Knight versus Siegel. They saw Siegel evade strike after strike, continuously pressing forward to force his adversary back. Though the Death Knight boasted greater height and reach, the ice spear's length surpassed that of the Great Blade by 2 feet, granting Siegel an advantage of approximately 1.5 feet. That margin was the difference between life and death. Siegel maintained his composure within this confined space, meticulously calculating each step. The Death Knight, noticing this, attempted to sever the spear during Siegel's thrusts, aiming to shorten its reach. Yet the ice spear proved remarkably resilient, showing no signs of damage thus far. With one arm shielding his helmet, the Death Knight wielded his great blade like a windmill, striking with the intent to injure in exchange for injury. Siegel's evasion skills were pushed to their limits. The elven grace was insufficient to dodge every blow, prompting him to employ dwarven techniques. He used the armored sections of his body to absorb the strikes, angling and deflecting the force of the attacks. His armor bore the marks of battle, the craftsmanship of the dwarves tested to its limits, but thus far, it continued to shield its master. Siegel's spear repeatedly lunged toward the Death Knight's torso, waist, and knees. Now, nearly every thrust found its mark, piercing through armor. Yet as long as he failed to harm the soul fire, these efforts were futile against the Death Knight. "Death constitutes me. How then can you hope to kill me?" The Death Knight taunted mid-attack. "You are but a powerless whelp." Without a word, Siegel evaded a strike aimed at his wrist, stepping back before lunging forward with renewed vigor. A whelp, indeed, he thought as the spear found its way into the Death Knight's armpit, rendering his shoulder armor cumbersome. "I may lack strength," Siegel mused as he maneuvered to the knight's side, his chest armor receiving a gash from the blade, blood seeping from the wound. "But I possess the ice spear, which counters your weapon." With a graceful leap, he channeled his entire weight into the thrust. The spear struck the Death Knight behind the knee, piercing through its movable parts and binding them together. "Thus, I shall bring your end," Siegel declared with a mighty roar. The armor on the Death Knight's knee became ensnared, rendering it immobile and clumsy in movement. This granted Siegel a significant advantage in speed. He swiftly withdrew his lance to evade a sweeping strike from the massive blade. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" "Such delusions, little marksman," the Death Knight sneered, grasping the damaged knee armor and crushing it entirely before discarding the remnants onto the ground. The armor of his thighs and shins had already come apart, revealing a void filled with a swirling, gray-green mist. Beneath the Death Knight's armor lay neither flesh nor bone, only this ethereal vapor. "Your martial prowess is but a jest, and your magic utterly insignificant. Your own strength is negligible, merely that of a child wielding an adult's weapon." Suddenly, the Death Knight surged forward with alarming speed, launching a frontal assault even in the face of the lance. His massive blade moved with unprecedented swiftness and power, deflecting the lance's tip with ease. Before his iron palm pressed against Siegel's breastplate, the violent impact produced a deafening explosion, causing Siegel to stagger backward, blood spilling from his mouth and splattering onto the surrounding grass. A deep imprint of 5 fingers marred his chest plate, the fingertips riddled with holes, revealing the bloodied skin beneath. As the Death Knight closed in on the attack range, his massive blade transformed into a blur, executing a series of swift and efficient strikes. Siegel found himself in a desperate retreat, using the lance as a prop to make a series of erratic turns, yet he could not find a safe distance, resulting in further injuries. At the most perilous moment, the Death Knight's blade hovered mere inches from his neck, almost achieving a decisive victory. The warriors of the Raven tribe, inspired by Siegel's struggle, began to gather around, attempting to join the fray. However, Siegel knew that their weapons would inflict no harm upon the Death Knight, shattering uselessly against his armor. Their armaments could not pierce even the dragon's hide. They were powerless in the face of such a conflict. Moreover, the increasing number of onlookers diminished Siegel's avenues for maneuvering, and he feared that soon he would falter, leaving himself vulnerable to the enemy's grasp. Thus, he shouted urgently, "Stay back. Quickly assist the villagers. While the fire circle has yet to close, flee as far as you can. Enough of this game. It is time to end it." The Death Knight suddenly retreated, wielding his blade with one hand, while raising the other, his index finger pointed menacingly at his opponent. "Die," he intoned. In the next moment, a gray-green beam struck Siegel. The Death Knight observed as the light faded from Siegel's eyes. His breath ceased, his heart stilled, and blood no longer coursed through his veins, leaving his body rigid and devoid of life. Satisfied with the efficacy of his spell, the Death Knight turned away, preparing to aid his steed, set fire, and relish the destruction. Chapter 61. The Domain of the Wild Man 13. However, the Death Knight's intentions did not come to fruition. Suddenly, he heard a violent gasp behind him, followed by the sound of his heart resuming its rhythm. How could this be? He pondered. Immediately, a fierce impact struck his back, piercing his armor. A chilling aura erupted from within, severely injuring the source of his power, the soul fire. Enraged, the Death Knight unleashed a piercing scream, causing blood to pour from the ears of all who heard it, Siegel included. Dizziness overwhelmed him as the surroundings spun, making it difficult to maintain his balance. In his peripheral vision, he noticed a cleaver hurtling towards him, threatening to sever him in two if he failed to react. Consequently, Siegel released his spear and executed an iron plank maneuver, narrowly evading the cleaver's arc of devastation. Once again disarmed, Siegel remained undaunted. He had faced death itself, and nothing could crush him further. In a flash, he concentrated all his magical energy into his wand and cast an energy burst sphere. The purple orb struck the Death Knight's eye slit with precision. Following a thunderous explosion, the knight staggered back several steps, but remained largely unscathed, as the spell was suppressed by the Death Knight's soul fire, failing to inflict substantive harm. "Do you truly believe yourself a formidable mage capable of injuring me?" The Death Knight, impaled by the icy divine spear, maintained a chilling demeanor. "Your feeble abilities are merely a tickle to me." "You are excessively verbose," Siegel retorted, his bloodlust and fighting spirit undiminished. Seizing the moment while the knight spoke, he exerted all his strength to hurl a dagger. The energy burst had previously shattered the neck of an ogre. How could it possibly lack effect now? While it did not harm the Death Knight, it did create a fissure in the visor, allowing the dagger to penetrate. The obsidian dagger plunged into the darkness of the helmet, striking the core of the soul fire with deadly accuracy. The helmet shattered with a resounding crash, unleashing a spray of gray-green venom. The venom, along with the helmet's fragments, ignited in midair, emitting a thick black smoke and a sizzle reminiscent of frying. Subsequently, the Death Knight's entire armor clattered to the ground as he knelt, his arms falling from his shoulders, followed by the chest plate, still embedded with the icy spear, rolling away. A final plume of black smoke rose from the now hollow armor, dissipating into the night sky. Siegel swayed unsteadily, on the verge of collapse. He had escaped the clutches of death through the magical resistance of 20 dice, yet it had drained all his energy. He felt like a hapless soul who had gone 3 days and nights without sustenance or sleep, nearing the brink of unconsciousness. With great effort, he fumbled a bottle of dwarven healing potion from his pouch and drank it hastily, infusing his withering body with vitality. The dwarven golden belt also contributed, extending Siegel's time of survival despite his injuries, thus granting him a chance for recovery. Giant. Siegel blinked in astonishment, squeezing his eyes to hasten the flow of tears, and then clarity returned. He beheld Kree, entirely encased in ice crystals, tearing through the tent, flames raging above his head and shoulders, emitting acrid smoke. Kree grimaced in pain but endured, for beneath his arm were 3 protectees, the hunchbacked wizard, the kitten Janet, and the black wolf princess, Mysera. Upon closer inspection, he also spotted a small arm and leg of an infant nestled in Mysera's embrace. Beyond that, his vision blurred as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. The battle between the dragons had reached a conclusion, with the red dragon, initially wounded, quickly succumbing to the shapeshifter's assaults. Its neck was snapped, its skull pierced, and its lifeless body was pinned beneath the green dragon, which had ceased to breathe. The green dragon approached Siegel, its wings, shoulders, and abdomen dripping with blood from the red dragon's claws and tail. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Siegel. Had he followed the shapeshifter away from the camp, Kree would have emerged to be engulfed by flames, perishing at the jaws of the red dragon. Only by fighting to the end had he secured this slender thread of survival. The green dragon halted before Siegel, lowering its head and conveying through telepathy, "Remember, you owe me one. Let us call it half a favor, considering you nearly devoured me a few days ago," Siegel replied, finally able to afford a jest as the tension of battle eased. "You owe me one," the shapeshifter reiterated solemnly. Siegel nodded, and the green dragon took to the skies. The inferno raged throughout the night, black smoke ascending towards the heavens, obscuring even the sun's rays. Fortunately, a downpour soon descended upon the plains, extinguishing the wrath of the great dragons. As the last ember flickered out, the rain ceased abruptly, the clouds parted, and a rainbow arched across the sky. In truth, their losses had been so great that they could scarcely afford any more food. Beside the corpse of the red dragon lay the remnants of the Death Knight's armor, now scattered and askew upon the ground. The surrounding grass, tainted by lingering necromantic energies, had withered and decayed, crumbling into grayish dust. The icy divine spear stood nearby, emitting a relentless chill, deterring any approach. Siegel lay not far off, nestled against Janet's legs, deep in slumber. His body bore numerous superficial wounds, and a palm-shaped dent marred his chest plate. Yet, such discomfort did not disturb his rest. He had reached the limits of exhaustion, barely moving and breathing with soft, gentle breaths. The kitten propped up a portion of the tent, shielding him from the rain. Reflecting on the harrowing ordeal, Janet remained shaken. The cries of despair mingled with the crackling of flames, yet none could compare to Mysera's piercing screams. Her child had chosen this chaotic moment to enter the world, plunging the scene into utter disarray. The wizard employed potions and incantations to assist the mother in labor, while Janet clutched a blanket, poised to receive the infant. "Hold on, Mysera," Janet urged. "You will be a wonderful mother, and this will be a splendid child." Then, flames engulfed the entire tent, but the wizard reacted swiftly, conjuring a magical barrier to shield them from the initial wave of dragon fire. Yet, how could the red dragon's flames be so easily resisted? They were trapped within the tent, the barrier wavering, with the threat of searing heat and suffocation looming ever closer. At that moment, Kree burst in. The blood of the frost giant surged within him, igniting under the intensity of his emotions, bestowing a freezing power that fortified the magical shield, granting them a moment to breathe. Kree finally caught sight of Mysera, and the Black Wolf Princess beheld the giant. Then, amid a wail, the culmination of their love was born. Janet was the first to cradle the newborn, as the wizard took the child, severing the umbilical cord, inspecting the ears and limbs meticulously. All was well, it was a fine lad. The wizard handed the child back to its mother and turned to Cree, saying, "I require your blood to help everyone break free." The giant extended his arm, his gaze fixed on the mother and child, for that was his sole focus. Blood flowed from his wrist, caught by the wizard, who flung it skyward, transforming it into a whirlwind of ice and snow. However, events did not unfold as the wizard had anticipated. The flames continued to descend, even using the magical barrier as fuel, intent on turning those inside to ash. Thus, Cree took a desperate gamble, using his own body as a shield to protect the others as they emerged from the flames. His scalp and shoulders ignited, his flesh sizzling under the heat. He succeeded in safeguarding everyone, but his head and arms bore burns and required the wizard's healing. Mysera attempted to extinguish the flames with her hands, only to sear her own arms in the process, obediently complying with her husband's plight. The infant, oblivious to the surrounding chaos, slept peacefully between them. The warriors have been dispatched to scour the battlefield, striving to identify the deceased. However, the flames have reduced many to charred remains, and their belongings have melted and distorted, rendering identification nearly impossible. No one knows the whereabouts of Chief Craft, and thus all eyes turn to the giant, Klee, for according to the laws and traditions of this land, he is destined to be the next chieftain. A leader is imperative in this moment of need. The Messiah speaks to her husband. In the aftermath of calamity, the people require a steadfast figure, one capable of bearing their suffering and instilling hope within their hearts. This person must be you, my chieftain. Klee nods in acknowledgement, approaches the frost spear, and draws it forth, raising it high. The spear immediately falls silent, submitting to his command, no longer unleashing its frigid aura recklessly. The crowd chants in unison, "Chieftain Klee, King of Giants," repeating the phrase thrice. Chapter 62. The territory of the wild men. 14. Siegel tilted his head, attempting to turn over, but failing. Janet, ever considerate, assisted him in adjusting his position. "Let the big guy be king. I just want to keep a watchful eye on Siegel," she declared. The little cat lowered her head, pride swelling as she gazed at the wounds adorning the octopus. "Those injuries were sustained for me, in pursuit of vengeance, truly heroic." She felt a profound satisfaction with Siegel's actions, believing he embodied the essence of a man who takes responsibility. Behind him, she found solace, evading danger and resting peacefully, no longer fearful of the blades lurking in the shadows. "I am Janet now, no longer that little spy cat." She wished for time to freeze at this moment. Despite having witnessed the grandeur and pride of the royal court, its opulence and extravagance, she was always burdened with endless tasks: disguise, surveillance, espionage, and poisoning. Each individual lived behind a mask, many of them with multiple layers. She had never encountered true friends or family. The atmosphere reeked solely of raw interests and exploitation. Apart from striving to maintain the necessary skills for her missions, she found nothing that granted her a sense of security. She felt utterly unprotected. Upon learning that the advisor Master Leal of the Learning City had prophesied for His Highness the Prince's expedition, she sold this information for a handsome price. Subsequently, she was dispatched to the New World to continue serving the organization. The compensation from her superiors was satisfactory. Thus, she pilfered the secret will of the Stott family at the Hub Fortress. There, she masqueraded as a young boy, deceiving Siegel into trusting her. At that time, he was merely a fledgling adventurer, easily duped, one of Janet's proudest achievements. Yet, she resolved never to reveal her true identity, content to remain his rescued little slave. As for uncovering the true identities of the lords of Deepwater City, that task could go to hell. "I am content now," Janet mustered her courage, comforting herself with the desire for a mundane life. What was happening outside? Siegel opened his eyes, locking onto Janet's gentle gaze. Cree had become the new chief, brandishing the frost god's spear as he spoke, orchestrating relief efforts. The little cat placed her hands on Siegel's shoulders, gently pressing him back against her lap. "Do not move. The wizard said you are far too fatigued and must rest quietly." She wove a kind-hearted lie, revealing no hints of her deception. Several groups had already approached, referring to him as the Dragon Slayer, the ender of Death Knights, and the like. Had he not been resting, they would have roused him long ago. Let Cree handle his tribe's affairs. This was a time for leaders, and warriors must recuperate. "Janet, I find you different," Siegel remarked, his gaze fixed upon Janet's striking visage. A pang of alarm surged within her, yet she masked it adeptly. "Did I say too much earlier? Have I relaxed too much? Forgetting to play the role of a slave? Am I too eager?" speaking philosophical truths before completing my charade of learning? Such thoughts raced in her mind. But her face bore a smile as she replied, "How so different? Are you preparing to utter sweet nothings while resting on my lap? Janet, you are a fool." The little cat scolded herself inwardly. Why didn't you let him speak? "Janet, I apologize for putting you in danger." Siegel shifted slightly before continuing. "When the tent was set ablaze, I was terrified, yet I lacked the power to extinguish the flames of the red dragon. Later, I fought the Death Knight, barely overcoming him with the power of the frost god's spear. Had it not been for the prior enchantments, I would not have even been worthy to engage him." "You vanquished him, escaping his spell," Janet interjected. "I heard them say you were the only warrior capable of withstanding the death curse, which is why you survived to achieve victory. Was it very arduous?" What she truly wished to inquire was, "Will I seldom see you?" "Oh, I was curious why you ventured north," Janet mused. "You seek both territory and treasure. I have an idea. Have you heard of the Mad King's treasury?" "Those treasures are hard to locate," Siegel replied. "If it were simple, they would have been found 300 years ago." "Indeed, I share that sentiment." Janet pondered, seeking a suitable excuse to divulge the information she possessed. Who would believe a slave could know such secrets? Even the Nox Consortium expended considerable effort sifting through ancient texts, ballads, and travelogues before pinpointing potential treasure sites in the New World: dwarves, elves, wild men, and the subterranean caverns of Deepwater City. Janet cared not for their motives. Her only desire was for Siegel to fulfill his wishes. "Perhaps fortune smiles upon us," Janet said with a smile. "Besides the Mad King, there are the Fat King, the Foolish King, and the Flatulent King. All share a common trait. They raid the South, seizing vast amounts of provisions, weapons, and treasures. They consume the provisions, wielding broken weapons, leaving behind heaps of unspent treasure before they perish. If we find one, we shall prosper." Indeed, Siegel was enchanted by Janet's laughter, a gentle smile gracing his lips in return. "Let us venture north, observing the situation, crafting our plans to earn the title of Pioneer Knight. Simultaneously, we shall search for treasure. I have a feeling we shall uncover riches." Janet nodded, thinking, after all, there are several potential locations. Searching them gradually will surely yield success. At that moment, a horn sounded, long and short, indicating the approach of outsiders, their intentions unknown. The surrounding individuals stirred. Having just endured a harrowing tragedy, still immersed in grief, physically and mentally exhausted, unfit for battle. The prairie fell silent. All eyes turned towards the giant Cree. "Prepare for battle," commanded the giant, his voice resonating clearly in every ear. "Yesterday was not our end, nor shall today be." Chapter 63. The Domain of the Wild Men. 15. Siegel allowed Janet to assist him in rising, and together they beheld a cavalry on the horizon. 100 steeds, bearing 100 robust riders, wielding 100 curved sabers, traced an arc in the distance before charging directly towards the camp. Cree ventured forth with the tribe's warriors, comprising 70 infantry and over 30 cavalrymen. Their equine losses were grievous, and most of their equipment had been consumed by the raging flames. Even their customary throwing spears could not be spared for each warrior. Standing at the forefront, Cree steadied the frost spear, hoping the weapon's renown would intimidate the approaching foes. Yet he fervently wished that they were not adversaries. The nature of their intent would be discerned within the last 200 meters. Should they not halt and instead advance, the Crow tribe would need to dispatch cavalry from the flank, preparing the warriors to meet the cavalry's charge with flesh and blood. The cavalry drew nearer, then began to decelerate, halting just over 200 meters away. It was then that they unfurled a flag, a square banner depicting the plains and the sun. This belonged to the Red Sun tribe, distinct from the Crow tribe, having lived entirely as nomads, raiding other tribes in times of scarcity and seeking entertainment through similar means. They had sent only the tribe chief's younger son to partake in the Crow tribe's harvest celebration, yet the following day arrived with a fully armed contingent. Cree felt an overwhelming anxiety, pondering how his father would have responded and how his brother might act. He felt utterly unprepared to assume the role of chief. Lacking any formal training, he had always considered himself merely a warrior, a pure warrior. As the Red Sun tribe's cavalry came to a halt, two riders detached from the formation, advancing slowly. One was older, the other younger. Both were diminutive yet sat upright and steady upon their mounts. Their sun-kissed skin bore the signs of age, with the elder's beard braided into 7 strands, while the younger's comprised only 6. According to their tribe's tradition, Only warriors who had slain enemies could braid their beards, increasing the count with each new victory, while only chiefs could possess 7 strands, and generals 6. Yet the younger appeared no more than 20, certainly too young to be a general, leading Kree to speculate that he was a prince, akin to himself. The two halted not far from Kree, just beyond the reach of the giant's outstretched arms combined with the length of the frost spear. Kree was not yet attuned to the battlefield's nuances, but Siegel, having undergone dwarf combat training, accurately gauged the distance and understood its significance. The two were undoubtedly seasoned warriors, possessing keen combat instincts, perhaps still harboring hostile intentions. Thus, Siegel grasped his staff in one hand while receiving rations from Janet's grasp, hastily consuming a few bites to regain his strength and vigor. The giant, towering and robust, could meet the chieftain on horseback at eye level, placing the two from the Red Sun tribe in an awkward position. According to the etiquette of the Northern Plains, when equals met, one standing on the ground meant the other should not salute from horseback, lest it be perceived as an affront. However, dismounting would mean they could only look up at the giant, and the Red Sun chieftain, not wishing to appear diminished, feigned ignorance, remaining mounted. Indeed, the giant was formidable, resembling a great bear. The Red Sun chieftain, Sana, bellowed with laughter, exclaiming, "Kree, the giant, new chieftain of the Crow tribe. I saw the flames on the horizon last night and came to investigate, only to find such a damned thing in your camp." Pointing at the carcass of the red dragon, the Red Sun chieftain proposed, "Let us strike a deal. You hand over that dragon's corpse, and my cavalry will hunt down your enemies and bring them to you for slaughter. What say you?" Kree met his gaze with a measured response. "I welcome your proposal. However, the distinction between foe and innocent shall be determined by us." "Blast it. Shall we then become mercenaries, mere errand boys for you?" Sana retorted, throwing his whip to the ground and spitting, cursing vehemently. "You callow brat. What good is your towering stature? You are no camel. This prairie needs wolves that feast on flesh and blood. Those that graze or scavenge must submit." Kree stepped forward, enveloping all within his range of attack. He thrust the spear, piercing Sana's horse's skull and pinning it to the ground. The two riders recoiled in shock, swiftly retreating, drawing their curved blades with a flash of steel. Tension enveloped the soldiers on both sides as they gripped their weapons, eyes fixed on the trio at the center. The giant advanced, tearing the flesh from the horse's neck, and blood gushed forth, forming a stream. "Come, Sana, flag-bearer of the Red Sun tribe. Thank you for delivering blood and flesh. I just fought and was wounded. My appetite is quite keen." With that, he bent low and drank deeply. His throat quivered as blood trickled from the corners of his mouth and down his neck. The two from the Red Sun tribe, armed and poised just a step away, noticed the vulnerable expanse of his neck. While it was not entirely unprotected, for there lay a layer of charred flesh beneath which was encased in icy armor, they were momentarily taken aback. At that instant, Kree lifted his head, his mouth stained crimson, chewing a piece of raw horse flesh before swallowing, cradling the horse's neck. His blue eyes met those of the Red Sun chieftain. "Would you care to join me in consuming the flesh?" Sana erupted in hearty laughter, brandishing his curved blade as he approached. He slashed open the horse's belly, reaching within to extract the heart, presenting it to Kree. "This is the gift I offer you, chieftain of the Crow tribe, mighty Kree. You are so grand and strong. You ought to indulge in something truly substantial." Kree swallowed the heart in a few bites, and the two embraced fiercely. Thus, from that day forth, the Red Sun tribe remained steadfast followers of the Crow tribe, later solidifying their bond through marriage. At tribal gatherings, when jesters mocked Sana's height or questioned his valor, he would declare, "Blast it. If you think yourself tall, go measure against Kree. We have shared the ground in feasting on horse meat together. Blast it was my own horse." Finally, the tribes could focus on the arduous task of rebuilding from the ruins, and Kree staggered to Siegel's resting area. The giant had long arranged for a warrior to assist in caring for his brother, having already prepared a fire and was cooking meat cut from a deceased horse in a pot, while roasting several potatoes over the flames. Chris dismissed the warrior and took it upon himself to serve. Janet sensed that Chris had something to express, so she excused herself to gather some wild vegetables for soup. When the surroundings were devoid of others, Siegel noticed Chris's pallid complexion and trembling form. "I thought today was the end. I was terrified," Chris confessed. "When I saw my father swallowed by darkness, I feared I would share his fate. Death seemed imminent. And when I witnessed the tent ignited, with Mizera still inside, despair consumed me. My only thought was to retrieve her body and perish together in the flames. You were the only one still fighting outside. So I thank you for saving me and the entire tribe. You saved Janet as well, did you not? Siegel replied with a smile. We are all survivors. So let us refrain from such trivial discourse. Survivors, what a weighty term. Chris lowered his gaze to the fire, shaking his head. My father taught me that the living surpass the dead. I once believed it referred to the right to survive above all else. Now I comprehend that it signifies the greater responsibilities and burdens borne by the living, akin to a mountain, hence their elevation above the deceased. Not long ago, I thought I would perish under the cavalry charge of the Red Sun tribe, with nothing to do but kill as many enemies as possible. Did you see the disparity between our weapons and theirs? I spotted short bows beside their steeds. They could deplete us simply with their archery. In fact, the Red Sun tribe is not our most pressing concern. Tribes like the Wild Bears, the Bone Breakers, and the Rushing Waters, whom we had once suppressed, may now seek to exploit this opportunity to trouble us. You still have allies, Siegel noted. I see many from other tribes have survived this calamity. They were friends of your father and remain your friends now. Indeed, a few chieftains who attended the harvest festival survived, though most were consumed by flames. This matter requires an explanation to their tribes. However, we must not appear overly weak, lest we attract the wolves' covetous eyes. Siegel, you are a clever man. Devise a plan for me. Chapter 64. The domain of the savages. A plan was readily available. Siegel gestured towards the center of the encampment and proposed that each messenger carry a piece of dragon hide, encasing a letter that elucidated the circumstances. For tribes whose allegiance might waver, gifting them a dragon tooth would be even more advantageous. Excellent idea. The giant pounded his fist into his palm, the gloom on his face lifting considerably. He then inquired, what does it feel like to become a dragon-slaying hero? Fortune? It is more than mere luck, replied Kree. The ice spear is not something just anyone can wield. Thus far, only our Kinka family has been able to utilize it. Your ability to grasp that spear surely signifies the blessing of our ancestral spirits, shielding you from its backlash. To be frank, I envy you. The ancestral spirits have chosen you to save the tribe rather than me. You have been tasked with safeguarding our future. One future belongs to your child, and another to your shaman. Siegel comforted him, saying, without them, the Crow tribe would have faced annihilation at the hands of other tribes. At that moment, only you had the courage to rush into the flames and rescue those in peril. I lacked that capability, did I not? Regarding this matter, Siegel could only speculate. Analyzing the behavior of the red dragon suggested a motive of total eradication, which contradicted the dragon's usual nature. Hence, it was evident that someone had instigated such actions. At the encampment, besides the Crow tribe, numerous other tribal leaders had come to celebrate. Perhaps one among them was the true target? Siegel deduced that if there were only a singular target, there would be no need to deploy the red dragon. A few assassins or mercenaries would suffice. Thus, the question evolved into, who seeks to exterminate the savages of the plains? I require a list of visitors to uncover the clues, but do not harbor high hopes. For many have been reduced to ash by the flames, rendering identification impossible. We cannot discern who perished and who escaped. Perhaps another dragon will arrive. Perhaps in a different form, yet one certainty remains. As long as you are alive, you will continually face assaults. My warriors will protect me, and I shall safeguard myself and my family. They shall not take my life. Once I rest for a day, I shall meticulously examine the armor of that death knight, hoping to uncover some leads. Very well, I await your news, Kree replied. As I promised you, whoever slays the dragon shall claim victory in the duel. You have prevailed. So I, as the chieftain of the Crow tribe, declare Yarl exempt from punishment. I had forgotten about that fellow. What of the poet? All shall be well. Siegel contemplated, seeking to uplift morale, and said to Kree, what do you think of the idea of carving up the dragon and distributing its flesh among the tribe? You wouldn't intend to use the ice spear to slice the dragon, would you? I fear the three spirits would be enraged. A black dagger was tossed in front of the giant. As Siegel remarked, use this instead. They referred to him as Siegel the Dragon Slayer. However, Siegel deemed this title overly grandiose, preferring instead the moniker of the Crow tribe's eternal friend. The dragon was swiftly dismembered, and an unrecognizable heap of viscera was buried in a pit, rendering the area barren for over a decade. Portions suitable for weaponry and armor were piled into small mountains, while the edible parts were set aside in another heap. The people of the Crow tribe later discovered that the flesh of the red dragon showed remarkable resistance to decay. Thus they preserved it as a food reserve for several years. Siegel savored the meat stew, chewing the morsels vigorously, observing the giant Kree at work. Others found dragon meat unpalatable, dry, tough, and lacking flavor, only manageable with the aid of dipping sauce. Yet Siegel relished it, unable to pause for a moment. Janet held a dragon tooth, meticulously slicing meat for him, placing the cooked pieces into his bowl. It feels akin to feeding a pet, the little cat mused. Though he would never voice such thoughts. Kree was entirely stained with crimson, the toxic blood of the red dragon relentlessly attempting to sear his flesh. Yet, the giant's awakened frost giant lineage countered this heat, enabling him to navigate in and out of the dragon's colossal carcass. On this occasion, he emerged bearing 3 sizable chunks of meat. The heart, Kree displayed them to Siegel. There are 3. Me? You must be mistaken. This dragon is your prey, and I could never sell it. I shall reiterate once more, Siegel declared, weary of maintaining the title of Dragon Slayer. The dragon was slain by the shaman of the withered branch, and that shaman belongs to you, not me. Therefore, this dragon is the property of the Crow tribe. Very well, very well. Why must you be so meticulous? We are brothers now, the giant scoffed. This meat would be delightful. Why sell it to the mages of Waterdeep? Establishing good relations with them would benefit the Crow tribe. Siegel pondered, deciding against directly revealing the expedition of Waterdeep to the north. Instead, he subtly cautioned Kree. I hail from the Mage Consortium of Waterdeep. Their motto is knowledge thrives through inquiry, and magic is but an exchange. Thus, they are capable of collaborating with the northern tribes. Moreover, the consortium possesses wealth and resources, particularly in the capacity to allocate vast amounts of food and building materials. Their prowess in generating profit is considerable, and their coffers are plentiful. Of this I can personally attest. All right, I shall heed your counsel. Tomorrow, I will send someone to negotiate a trade. Kree resolved. Once I inspect the Death Knight's armor, we will present it to the consortium together. After that, I intend to journey northward to explore the Barrier Mountains. Have you lost your mind? Kree exclaimed. Beyond the mountains lies the domain of the orcs, who are vicious and brutal, viewing humans as mere sustenance. What purpose would you have in venturing there? Even on this side of the mountains, tribes have been corrupted by the orcs, showing no respect for the spirits of nature or the ancestors, living lives of utter depravity. Should they encounter you, they would not hesitate to slay you. My destination is Black Blood Castle, which remains under the dominion of civilized humans. Siegel's mind conjured the map of the traveling mage, William, for he had long since resolved to visit Black Blood Castle. Black Blood Castle? We all wish to avoid dealings with them. They are madmen with unsound minds. Kree shook his head. Once, I accompanied my father to the 3-headed serpent tribe near Black Blood Castle and encountered a patrol from the castle. They barely acknowledged that we were not spies for the orcs, yet they insisted we duel before permitting our departure. I lost, but fortunately, my father's guards achieved sufficient victories for us to escape. I do not recommend you go there. Black Blood Castle is the closest to the orc territory, and it offers views of the magnificent lava glaciers, Siegel remarked. Very well, I cannot persuade you, Kree said, gazing towards the northern horizon, where the silhouette of the Wall Mountains stood distinctly. The range was aptly named to deter the orcs from the north, as a series of fortresses had been jointly constructed by humans and dwarves. The defensive line extended from the summit of Mora to the north and east, encompassing numerous fortifications such as Cedar Fortress, Skull Fortress, Chimney Fortress, and Fox Fortress. At the easternmost point of this defensive line lay Blackblood Fortress. Originally, fortifications had been established from Blackblood Fortress all the way to the edge of the sea. For ages, those residing south of the Wall Mountains had aspired to complete this defensive line, fully confining the orcs to the north. However, the orcs' might should not be underestimated. They had repeatedly breached the eastern defenses and seized several fortresses. For 3 centuries, a tug-of-war had persisted across the Wall Mountains, with many fortresses lost and regained in the process. Subsequently, Deepwater City was established, altering its strategy by utilizing the wild men of the steppes as a strategic depth behind the walls of the mountains, ultimately consolidating its forces to secure the remaining castles along the western defense line. Previously, the leader of that region was known as Blafer, a viscount or something of the sort. All along, we paid them no heed, nor did they acknowledge us. It was only during the incursions of the orcs that we would dispatch messengers to exchange information, and that was the extent of our interaction. What tribes can we find refuge with along the way? Siegel inquired of Kree. You've come to the right person, the giant replied with a squint and a smile. explaining to the octopus, 5 years ago, feeling quite accomplished in my martial prowess, I rode northward alone, visiting nearly all the tribes. I can recount each of them for you. It is worth noting that during that time, I bested many, yet I too was bested by others. I endured the most severe beating at the hands of the Black Wolf tribe, rendering me bedridden for half a month. However, when I departed from there, I had already acquired Mizera as a trophy. With that, he burst into hearty laughter, brimming with pride. Just then, Janet happened to walk by and abruptly inquired, "Why is Sister Mizera referred to as the Giant Conqueror?" Chapter 65. The Wall Mountain Range 1. A catfish breached the surface of the water, its whiskered head swaying side to side as it struggled to escape the fishing line ensnaring its mouth. Nearly a meter in length, it was a robust creature, thrashing its black tail with great force, sending splashes cascading across the river. Janet stood barefoot in the knee-deep water, pulling on the line. With autumn's arrival, the northern waters had begun to chill. Yet, Janet's cheeks flushed, her determination unwavering as she battled the mighty fish. The catfish fought fiercely, its dark back and white belly alternating in view. "Be careful, little one. Don't get hurt by the line," Siegel called out, abandoning his pile of firewood to navigate the slippery river stones. "Watch your step," he reiterated. "Hurry and help me. I've caught a big one." Janet was pulled this way and that, at times making it difficult to discern who was catching whom. What a magnificent fish! By the gods, we shall feast. The catfish, sensing the shadow approaching upstream, recognized this as its last chance for escape. It dove into the depths, hugging the riverbed, carving a swift arc downstream. Its tail stirred up mud, clouding the water and causing the fishing line to hiss as it began to smoke against Janet's leather gloves. "Help me hold it. Quickly," Janet urged. "Siegel, where are your dragon skin gloves? Aren't they ready yet?" "No, this isn't the time for that. The line must be eased and tightened. Don't just yank it." Understood. But I fear it might snap. This line is dragon skin, exceptionally resilient. It won't break. This is a gnome's fine line." Siegel bent low, steadying Janet's arm, and together they strained against the fish. The catfish surged upward, attempting to gauge its adversary. At that moment, Siegel shouted, "Pull." They worked in unison, reeling in the line. The white splashes sparkled in the sunlight, drenching their faces with icy, tingling droplets. The catfish broke free from the water, and Janet swiftly kicked it in the belly, sending it flopping onto the riverbank. The fish continued to thrash, scattering pebbles in all directions. Janet gleefully bounded over, picking up a stone to strike the fish's head. "How about some smoked catfish? Too bad we lack a pot. Otherwise, a fish stew would be even more delightful," she said, her face radiant with a bright smile. In the wild, smoked and salted meats typically had a long shelf life, serving as a staple for adventurers. In areas abundant with game, adventurers would diligently prepare such provisions for emergencies. Even though Siegel possessed a key space where items would not spoil, he and Janet maintained this prudent habit as part of their discipline as adventurers. Thus, they agreed that Siegel should seize every opportunity to learn and practice magic while on the road. Along their journey, they left numerous traces of magical experiments: frost, flames, acid, and sonic explosions. Fortunately, the northern plains possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, and by the following spring, all would be restored to its original state. They traveled slowly along a winding yet friendly path northward, avoiding the fierce and combative Bighorn tribes and the marauding Iron Coin tribe. When encountering unidentified mounted patrols, Siegel's keen observational skills enabled him to detect them from afar, allowing for timely evasions or concealment. Their cautious approach meant progress was slow, and each day they gazed at the Wall Mountain Range, struggling to discern the subtle changes that marked the passage of time, making it difficult to gauge distance and travel. Initially, Siegel had felt a sense of urgency about reaching the northern fortress, but now he found a newfound calm. After witnessing dragons and death knights, he had tempered his pride, focusing instead on enhancing his spellcasting abilities, becoming more prudent in his aspirations. The smoke from their fish roasting wafted upward, rising no more than 2 meters above the ground. Siegel manipulated the air currents with magic, creating a dispersing fan that scattered the smoke, ensuring they remained undetected by distant foes. In the wilderness, one could never be too careful. After enjoying their meal, they would bury the fire pit and dispose of the remnants. The plains were home to many hunters, and neither wished to become prey. Fortunately, luck accompanied them on their journey, transforming their northern expedition into a delightful spring outing. Janet was perpetually cheerful, her laughter echoing through the air. Even when Siegel sat quietly reading, she would occasionally burst into giggles. Thanks to her mirth, they discovered various small creatures along the way, such as clumsy rabbits, lost goats, and plump field mice. Janet had acquired culinary skills from somewhere, and despite a scarcity of spices, each meal was remarkably delicious. Siegel, proficient only in seafood, was at a loss with land animals, allowing him to relish the meals, savor their leisure, and enjoy their time on the plains. Only the nights proved somewhat tormenting. It was not the plummeting temperatures or the nocturnal predators disturbing his sleep. These could be mitigated by magic. Rather, it was the essence of Janet that affected Siegel's slumber. Even through the sleeping bag, he could perceive her scent, a heady blend of fragrant grass, earth, and the fresh air of freedom, imbued with youthful vitality. Beneath it lingered another undertone, a faint aroma of sulfur, roses, and blood. Siegel understood this to be the essence of Janet's mixed heritage. With closed eyes, he could vividly envision her form. Despite realizing these were mere illusions conjured by his wandering imagination, he could not help but dwell on such thoughts. Even under the silvery moonlight, with the world hushed and the vast, mysterious starry sky stretching out before him, the gentle night wind and the soothing flow of water beneath him could not obscure her visage from Siegel's mind. Many who behold beauty may perceive it as an alluring temptation, but Siegel's thoughts were straightforward. This was not a passive attraction, but a yearning. I desire her, he told himself, as one wishes for sumptuous food to fill the belly or magic to course through the veins, hoping she would enter his soul and never depart. For several nights, he found it difficult to sleep, needing to count the lashes of Janet's eyelashes by the firelight before he could close his eyes. Janet blinked awake, noticing Siegel's fingers resting on her face, and she smiled softly. I want to be with you forever. Siegel resolved to speak candidly. Let me think, Janet replied, closing her eyes once more. Years of a spy's life had made her cautious, reluctant to trust easily. Yet it had also granted her an uncanny ability to discern the sincerity of others' words. Siegel was genuine, as he had always been. But could that ensure the safety and reliability of his embrace? Janet felt a twinge of hesitation. She had always dreamed of a secure, warm, and peaceful environment. A place where she could unmask herself and live simply. Do I not like Siegel? Is he not a good man? Wouldn't being with him fulfill my dream? The impulsive thought filled her with excitement. After some contemplation, she concluded that she could not bear to rush. He is the best choice, but I must not act hastily. Passion, though beautiful, is often fleeting. Only by ensuring he cherishes me can I attain what I truly need. He must be able and willing to protect me forever to be a worthy match. Thus, she resolutely declared to Siegel, I wish to be with you for eternity, but only after you become the Lord and take me as your wife. I do not wish for you to look down upon me. Siegel pondered for a moment, emerging from his sleeping bag to kneel before Janet, and with utmost seriousness proclaimed, I promise to bestow upon you a grand wedding, as soon as I ascend to lordship. Janet smiled, replying, that is splendid. Beneath the starry sky of the northern plains, illuminated by the flickering glow of the campfire, the two lay facing each other, enveloped in warmth and gentle whispers, with naught else to disturb their tranquility. Chapter 66. The Wall Mountains. The relationship between the two individuals progressed smoothly. They spent their days in each other's company, finding joy even in the simplest exchange of glances. At times, they would hold hands, silently gazing at one another, content in their shared happiness as time flowed by. Thus, they journeyed northward, traversing two mighty rivers, leaving the vast grasslands behind as the terrain grew increasingly rugged. The ground was littered with stones and crisscrossed by shallow ditches, rendering horseback travel impossible. The pair was compelled to lead their horses on foot toward the base of the Wall Mountains. Their quest to find a path into the mountains proved to be a formidable challenge. The Wall Mountains, notoriously difficult to scale, were interconnected by roads winding up and down the slopes, forming the entire castle defense line. At the foot of the mountains lay villages, where inhabitants cultivated their own sustenance. However, in this northern region, food was perpetually scarce, prompting villagers to work as miners, extracting valuable ores from the Wall Mountains to be transported and sold to the tribes on the grasslands in exchange for livestock and provisions. The dwarves Mora Peak occupied the most coveted part of the Wall Mountains, yet many treasures remained concealed in other areas of the range. Acquiring these earthly gifts was no simple task. It required prolonged and arduous exploration and excavation. For humans, their lifespan was far too brief to endure such waiting. Thus, Some hired dwarves roamed the unclaimed areas between the castles, marking minerals and searching for caves that delved deep underground. They meticulously recorded their findings in the library management of Mora Peak, concealing the information about the treasures accessible only to dwarves. They disclosed only a fraction of the mineral wealth, primarily those common ores of little value to the dwarves, to their human employers. Consequently, the lords in this region were significantly less affluent compared to their southern counterparts, the noblemen of the Starry Kingdom. To maintain their rule and security, they had little choice but to either continue exploiting the common folk in the villages or resort to pillaging like the tribes on the grasslands. Thus, on the pathways of the Wall Mountains, the majority of bandits were disguised as castle guards, who would plunder the caravans traversing the trails, depending on the fluctuations in living standards. This led to a vicious cycle in the region's economy, with rising prices and dwindling food supplies. Only those castles blessed with mineral resources managed to survive, barely scraping by through mining. Siegel and Jeanette passed through such a village, devoid of even a proper name, merely referred to as the village at the foot of the mountain. The streams ran dry, the houses were dilapidated, and the fields were barely populated with stunted tobacco plants. An elderly woman struggled to crank a well, the creaking sound grating on the ears. Children toiled in newly tilled soil, picking stones from the earth and casting them aside, digging small holes to plant wheat seeds, praying that winter's snow would shield them and spring's sun would coax them to sprout. As Siegel surveyed his surroundings, he noted the absence of men, save for the small boys too young to wield swords and the elderly, frilier than shields. The village women gazed vacantly at Siegel and Jeanette, their robust steeds, sturdy attire, fine equipment, and well-fed figures starkly contrasting with the villagers, who seemed to dwell in a state of impoverished despair. Yet what troubled Siegel most was the lack of hope in their eyes, devoid of desire or even jealousy, leaving only an overwhelming sense of numbness. If it weren't for the threat of orcs, this place might have thrived, with more arable land and merchants. Rather than the current state, Jeanette whispered, "Let us inquire with the local knight and ascertain the situation. We must at least determine our exact location," Siegel proposed. They halted their horses, but no one emerged from the village, compelling them to take matters into their own hands. Piled nearby were logs for firewood, and a chipped axe was embedded in a stump, its handle darkened by smoke. A large bundle of hay lay scattered on the ground, and upon inspection, Siegel found no thorny branches among it. The two pushed open the door to the inn, finding it empty save for an elderly woman serving as the cook, stationed behind the counter. The tables and chairs were crafted from black wood, blending with the color of the walls and the surroundings. In the center of the room, a small fire pit burned with gray coals, its smoke staining everything in sight. A tin pot simmered over the flames, the aroma of mushroom and meat stew wafting through the air. On a nearby table, several broken plates held a simple meal of black bread, onions, and eggs, seemingly sufficient to feed three. With only the cook present, Siegel sought a sturdy chair, wiped it clean for Jeanette to sit, and placed a silver coin on the table. "Madam, what food or drink is available?" "I am no noble lord and seek only a meal and a drink," he said, smiling kindly. "If you could inform me whose horses are outside and where they have gone, I would be most grateful." "I cannot say, my lord," the cook replied, eyeing the silver coin and swallowing hard. "I have only some dog meat, dried and good for soup, alongside black bread and onions. There is also half a bottle of apple cider, slightly sour but refreshing." "There is little to eat here. Let us make do," Jeanette advised. "Very well. I shall forego the dog meat. I will take some bread and onions instead. If there are carrots or cabbage, please bring them as well," Siegel instructed, tossing the coin to the cook and patiently awaiting their meal. Before long, raucous noises and boisterous laughter erupted from outside, accompanied by the sounds of dragging sacks and cries for mercy. Siegel felt a pang of worry and was about to rise to investigate when Jeanette pressed his hand down, saying, "They will surely come in." Indeed, the inn's door was kicked open, and three men strode inside. One was clad in scale armor, a shield emblazoned with a black sun on his back. This man stood around 5 feet tall, bearing a comical white lump on one side of his nose. The other two appeared to be his lackeys, dressed in simple leather armor. One was rotund and tall, his heavy footsteps thundering on the ground, while the other was of average height and build, looking rather unremarkable, holding a chain to which a disheveled woman was bound. The woman was pleading for mercy as she stumbled along, dragged behind him. "Fools, thinking we're all simpletons? There's an egg, but no hen." The burly man boomed as he tossed a dead chicken, its neck twisted, to the cook. Hurry up and pluck it. Let us stew it. I'm tired of mushroom and dog meat. Why not eat a live chicken before the dead one? The ordinary-looking man grinned, shaking the chain in his hand. The knight with the white lump barked, "Silence, you two idiots." He smoothed his disheveled hair, attempting to hide his bloated face. What a surprise to encounter noble lords here. From where do you hail? I am no noble lord, Siegel retorted, unable to contain himself, while Jeanette tried in vain to intervene. I wish to inquire the way to Black Blood Castle, and what you are doing here, he continued. Not a noble lord? The knight scrutinized Siegel, assessing his armor and age, speculating about his origins. When his gaze fell upon Jeanette, an unsettling expression crossed his face. Curious about our business, are you? Are you a spy? Where did you acquire that armor? It appears ill-fitting. Did you steal it or take it by force? Siegel rose to his full height, towering over the brutish figure, possessing a strength far greater. His hand rested at his side, fingers lightly tapping against the hilt of his blade. Janet concealed herself behind Siegel, the dragon-toothed dagger poised for immediate action. So, do you wish to confront the three of us? But we shall not engage in combat with you. The brute shook his head, waggling his short, thick fingers, and declared, This is the domain of Castle Black Blood. All are under the control of the Viscount. Now, come with me. First, surrender your weapons. The brute shrugged nonchalantly. This is your choice. I am a knight, and do you dare to draw your sword before me? You, a mere commoner, should lower your head when speaking to me. Offending a noble, unlawfully possessing arms, and resisting arrest, these are but a few of the charges you face. And espionage, interjected the seemingly nondescript attendant. He has been inquiring about the stationed troops. He must be a spy, bought by the orcs. Siegel understood that they were merely awaiting him to draw his weapon first, thus solidifying their accusations, providing ample justification to pursue him, perhaps even deploying patrols. It was possible they had already set their sights on the horses tethered outside before even entering. These men, cloaked in the guise of knights, were essentially bandits at heart. Siegel now realized that his honest assertion of not being a lord had precipitated this predicament, ensnaring him in a tight spot. He had faced arrest before. On the cloaked dwarf avenue and the northern plains of the nomads, he had complied on both occasions. Yet this time, Janet was by his side, and the prevailing circumstances offered no semblance of justice. Therefore, Siegel shrugged, exhaled deeply, and resolutely unsheathed his curved blade. Chapter 67. The Wall Mountains 3. The cook, terrified, quickly crouched behind the table, gradually inching toward the back door. I knew you would act foolishly, commoner. Drawing weapons against the guards, you are undoubtedly a spy. The three men unsheathed their long swords, surrounding him in a formation. Justice only exists within the protection of weapons. Siegel stepped back, using the tables on either side for cover, and his wand slipped from his left sleeve, resting firmly in his grasp. Authority lies within the range of magic, he declared. Up, quickly, you two fools. The stout knight shouted loudly. Everything happened simultaneously. The portly servant seized a wine cup from the table and hurled it at Siegel, who tilted his head to evade. The liquid splashed against the wall, and the cup shattered into pieces. The rotund knight charged from the opposite side, crashing into the table without slowing down, reducing the space Siegel occupied. With a swift motion, the stout knight's arm sent a blurred silver shadow hurtling towards Siegel's thigh. The wand emitted a bright light, and a small bolt of lightning struck the silver projectile, deflecting it to the ground. It was a dagger intended to incapacitate Siegel, now merely quivering as it embedded itself in the floor. Siegel leaped toward the side of the portly servant, using his foot to hook a chair and kick it towards the stout knight, forcing him to cleave it with his longsword. A brilliant flash burst forth, dazzling the portly servant's eyes. Although Siegel had yet to master the blinding spell, the dazzling effect was easily produced. Not everyone learns to remain composed in the face of blindness, let alone defend or attack. The dagger was thrown carelessly, lacking precision. While the servant's longsword was waved about chaotically, Siegel swept down with his curved blade, gliding past the sword's hilt, which startled the swordsman into retreat. Janet, hiding in the corner, hurled a stool into the fray, striking the stout servant. However, her strength was insufficient, merely inciting an angry outburst from him. When he attempted to rush over to seize Janet, the stout knight reprimanded him. Damn it, focus. The long sword lunged towards Siegel, only to be deflected by his curved blade, producing a sharp sound, followed by the wand's glow. Thanks to the dark room, the light conjured by magic appeared particularly bright and blinding. Siegel narrowed his eyes in anticipation. while his adversaries were left to endure the searing glare. They instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, exposing themselves to vulnerability. Siegel slashed at the servant's arm with his curved blade, creating a wound from shoulder to elbow, blood rapidly staining the tattered sleeve, causing the long sword to clatter to the ground. Seeing the servant temporarily incapacitated, Siegel darted beneath the stout servant's arm, charging at the last opponent. The stout knight, sensing the impending danger, hurriedly retreated. He passed the fireplace in the center of the room, seizing the mushroom soup pot and tossing it at Siegel. Siegel swiftly dodged but was still drenched, mushrooms and meat chunks cascading down him, leaving him in a wretched state. Seizing the opportunity, the stout knight followed up with a flaming log. Siegel swung his curved blade to cleave the wood, sparks flying in every direction, yet he pressed on with measured determination. "Stop him!" the stout knight bellowed. The portly servant lunged forward, eyes filled with a fierce, frenzied look. Siegel hesitated briefly, his curved blade deflecting off the servant's neck, leaving a gaping, bleeding wound on his chest. Far from grateful, the stout servant wrapped his arms around Siegel, squeezing tightly. Blood gushed from various wounds. But the portly servant cared not, his mind solely focused on mutual destruction. Another adversary, gripping a dagger with a thumb, swiftly aimed it at Siegel's eye socket. Siegel cursed himself for showing leniency to his foe, pondering the folly of mercy in such a life-and-death struggle. This was no friendly sparring with the giant Kree. Any hesitation could lead to dire consequences. He resolved to hold nothing back, delivering a brutal kick to the captor's knee, shattering the bone beneath the steel heel. The stout servant, despite his vigor, could only howl in agony as he collapsed. Taking advantage of the released grip, Siegel pushed his curved blade outward, bending low to escape the stout servant's embrace. The incoming dagger attempted to follow Siegel's movement, but found itself lodged in the bloodied servant's massive arm. The wand, sharp and sturdy, pierced the portly servant's skull from below, creating a new opening in his jaw, blood and saliva bubbling forth. Janet, from behind, drove a dragonfang dagger into the back of the stout servant's head, delivering a fatal blow. As the two corpses thudded to the ground, the stout knight made a hasty escape, the inn's door slamming shut behind him. "Quick, pursue him. He will summon the patrol," Siegel shouted, leaping from the ground and rushing out of the inn. Just as he crossed the threshold, a silver flash lunged toward his abdomen. The stout knight lurked at the doorway, holding his breath, waiting for someone to emerge. In that moment, the bright sunlight outside would impair the vision of anyone stepping out from the dark interior, rendering them momentarily blind to their surroundings. The long sword pierced the edge of Siegel's breastplate, advancing toward his kidneys and intestines, promising a slow and agonizing demise. Siegel was caught unprepared, only realizing the danger when he felt the impact against his dwarven gold belt, narrowly escaping death. The longsword slipped away, and while Siegel felt a sharp pain at his waist, he recognized it was merely a bruise from the impact, not a fatal wound. The curved blade arced through the air, slicing through the stout knight's throat, followed by another cut that cleaved through his sword arm, decisively ending the confrontation. As Siegel watched his opponent fall, he still felt a lingering dread, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. He then glanced at his waist. A deep purple bruise was swelling along his side, and a large gash marred his gold belt, though it remained functional. It would undoubtedly diminish the efficacy of this magical item. "At least I survived. Fool," he berated himself, vowing to remember this lesson, never again. At that moment, he heard muffled sounds from the stables, as if someone were speaking, though the words were indistinct. Siegel remained on high alert, cautiously advancing in that direction. Turning the corner, he beheld a figure bound and gagged, gazing at him with astonishment. Both Siegel and the captive froze for a moment, realizing they recognized each other. The bound man was Jeff, the goldsmith, a follower of Sir Bill recruited at Hub Fortress. "What are you doing here? Where's the knight?" Siegel inquired, drawing his dagger to cut through the ropes and remove the cloth from Jeff's mouth. "Thank goodness, Siegel. It must be divine intervention that brought you here," Jeff replied, rubbing his bruised cheeks, evidence of recent beatings. Apart from this, several teeth were missing, one eye nearly swollen shut, and his tattered clothing revealed whip marks on his exposed skin. Nevertheless, Jeff's spirit remained intact, his robust physique from blacksmithing sustaining him. "The knight is unharmed, he's all right," Jeff said. "I mean, he's safe, but not exactly well. I came out to assist him, but I swore not to disclose information. Only to you, Siegel. Can I reveal a little? I haven't received news from the knight in quite some time." "Where is he now?" Siegel pressed urgently. Only a 5-day journey from here. In the company of many. You need not worry about safety. Jeff stood, forcing a smile. Young master, could you procure me some wine and a bite to eat first? Upon the entrance of Siegel, Janet hastily exclaimed, I noticed he intends to flee through the back door to send word. Jeff glanced at Janet before addressing Siegel, inquiring, and who might this be? Your purchased maid? The young girl interjected, allow me to handle this matter. With a smile, Jeff retorted, killing her would serve no purpose. Merely an old woman. Let me converse with her. It is neither I nor we, my lord, the old woman quickly interjected. The villagers are impoverished, yet none are informants. We hope you will bring forth more trade to sustain us, the widows and orphans. We would never betray you. Then why did the men under Sherlint follow me and know precisely which house I was hiding in? My lord, upon their arrival, they ordered food. And I prepared mushroom soup and black bread as per their request. I know not what they discovered. They left when I served the onions. Shortly thereafter, you two gentlemen arrived and began to fight. I implore you, I have revealed nothing. Now that the men of Viscount Sherlint lie dead here, you and I are on the same boat. By the Mother Earth, I swear I speak the truth. Truth will not save your life. Only deceit will, Jeff asserted, placing gold coins upon the table for her to observe clearly. What of these 3 men? They were merely victims of bandits. Before the old woman could finish, Jeff slid the coins away from her grasp. The cook promptly altered her statement. What 3 men? Ah, indeed. 3 knights descended from the mountains today, but they lingered not within the town, taking my bread and jerky before riding off to the plains. Jeff pushed the gold coins towards her, saying, Excellent, take it. Ensure the bodies are buried and the horses disposed of, so no one suspects a thing. Suspect what? Understood. No one shall notice anything. The old woman bit into a coin, grinning with delight, then hurriedly pocketed the gold. Do not forget the provisions I instructed you to prepare. Exchanged with the plainsmen, all paid in genuine gold and silver, Jeff reminded her. Do not let me discover any discrepancies or inferior quality. This village at the foot of the mountain is not the only one willing to engage in smuggling. Chapter 68. The wall mountains for the village was suddenly bustling with activity, as dozens of hands swiftly cleared away all traces. More rapidly than the vultures and crows of the prairie. Clothing, armor, and weapons could not be left behind, yet they could be sold to the nomads of the grasslands. The shields bore the emblem of the Black Sun, thus they were to be melted down into iron pots, which could fetch a handsome sum. The corpses were stripped bare, their faces mutilated, and then discarded into a deep ravine, ensuring that no one would ever find them. Although the horses were valuable, they too could not remain. They were slaughtered for their meat. Hence, when the cook brought forth a dish of horse meat stew with peas, Jeff was not at all surprised. The peas are overcooked. Your skills are still lacking. You managed to ruin a perfectly good meal each time, Jeff remarked, though he still scooped a generous portion onto his black bread. Well, at least it's warm, which is far better than up in the mountains. He took several hearty gulps of the rough apple cider, which had a distinctly sour taste. Jeanette took a sip and promptly abandoned it. However, Jeff remained unfazed and said to Siegel, Continue with the tale of the night. We found His Highness the Prince and warned him about a potential attack. The prince took it seriously and kept the knight close, allowing him to demonstrate his capabilities in service to the crown. The knight was diligent, devotedly safeguarding the prince's safety every day. Thankfully, this prevented the ogre from succeeding. Was the knight unharmed? Siegel inquired. No, he is quite well. However, he later expressed that it was fortunate the ogre's primary targets were the prince and his dawnguard, which allowed him to escape with his life. The prince's swordsmanship was astonishing, truly surprising everyone. Despite being injured, he persevered until help arrived. Alas, they ultimately failed to capture the ogre leader, who mysteriously vanished in a cloud of smoke amidst the heavy encirclement of the Dawn Knights. That was the power of magic. Why was there no spellcaster to assist the prince? Siegel asked, perplexed. I do not know. There were supposed to be some mages, but they departed before that day, seemingly to carry out the prince's orders. It was quite unfortunate. Jeff stuffed more food into his mouth and continued, after that. We journeyed north and reunited with Count Todd near Deepwater City, where the prince's injury had nearly healed. Sir Bill had thought the matter would conclude with a chance to reach the summit of Mora, but Count Todd insisted that Sir Bill become his vassal, although merely a free knight's vassal. The promise included a tract of land in the East Lake region of the Star Country. The knight gladly accepted, swore fealty, and then brought me along to the north. I once received a letter from the knight. It must have been around that time, correct? He mentioned he could not join us at the summit of Mora. Indeed. I sent the letter through a messenger. I am pleased you received it. Sir Bill has always been concerned about you all, especially you. He often speaks of you. However, the Prince and Count Todd have instructed us to keep our mission confidential and refrain from external communication. Hence, I was unable to write to you thereafter. Currently, everyone remains in the mountains. I have been dispatched to procure provisions, but I can take you up there. Only Sir Bill can provide you with the detailed circumstances. This place is so impoverished, and you rely on them to trade with the prairie people for food? What is the Baron of Blackblood doing? Is he not a sworn knight? He is indeed a knight, yet he lacks both the acumen for governance and the ability to win the loyalty of the people. Moreover, he is not a knight of the Star Country. The Bravitslint family has long served the Sauce Dynasty, and there have always been border frictions between the Sauce Dynasty and the Star Country. Although Blackblood Fortress does not overtly undermine him, he dares not bring such trouble upon his lord, yet he still creates obstacles. For instance, he removes all the able-bodied men, hoards the grain within the castle, and sends cavalry to intercept trade routes. Such a twisted situation. I wonder what the prince intends to do here, Siegel mused. Do not ask me. I have no idea. Jeff replied while eating. Even if I knew, I could not say. After all, a vow is a vow. However, I assure you I will lead you to the knight. Young master. Young master? I am no such thing. Siegel shook his head, his furrowed brow laden with confusion. I do not know who my parents are. Why do you say that? Sir Bill has acquired his own fief, yet he has neither a wife nor children, and you are his apprentice. Thus you are the young master. Jeff smirked, his mouth crooked in a smile. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. You too should eat more. For us common folk, conditions in the mountains are far from favorable. Moreover, in my experience, we should hasten our pace to avoid worsening weather. They quickly finished preparing their gear, loading the provisions onto the horses, and set off along the mountain path without delay. However, the inclement weather arrived sooner than expected. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, and icy rain lashed against Siegel's face, driven by a fierce wind. He gripped the reins tightly with one hand while the other steadied the sack on the horse's back, which contained cured meat, hard cheese, and sweet potato chips. Siegel shielded the food with canvas, attempting to minimize the rain's impact. Beside him, Jeanette tugged at her hood, wrapping her cloak more tightly around herself. Were it not for Jeff's presence, she would have wished to shrink into a smaller child, thus reducing her exposure to the rain. She grasped Siegel's outer robe. Stepping cautiously on the slippery mud as they advanced slowly along the rocky mountain path. A gust of wind would send her stumbling, and at such times, Siegel would reach out to grasp her wrist, helping her regain her balance. You need to eat more, Jeanette. You are too thin, Siegel teased in her ear. The warmth of his breath providing the only comfort she felt since ascending the mountain, causing her to feel a prickling sensation all over. Jeff Gold walked ahead, leading another horse that carried 2 sacks, one filled with carrots and the other with onions. The rain made the path even more treacherous as water flowed down the slope, making it feel as though they were traversing a stream, with a towering cliff on one side and a deep chasm on the other, where a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. The terrain had grown perilous, given the choice. Jeff would certainly prefer to be sitting in a sturdy house with a solid roof, leaning against a warm, bright hearth, inhaling the aroma of dinner while sipping hot mulled wine. After a satisfying meal, he would remove his shoes, warming his feet by the fire, and indulge in another cup of fragrant ale. That would be a good life. Not like this, Jeff told himself. I am not a knight. Why must I endure such suffering? His woolen clothes were soaked, clinging to his skin, while rainwater streamed down his collar, soaking him completely. Both his undergarments and boots were drenched. Not long ago, he had been violently accosted by the Knight of Bumps and his entourage, who nearly robbed him of his gold and his life. And it was only through Siegel's miraculous arrival that he had been saved. Though Sir Bill is a good man, this life is unbearable. If this task concludes successfully, I shall request to go to the Count's domain at East Lake, reopen my blacksmith shop, and never leave my hearth again. I have had enough of this cursed cold rain. They walked the entire day, eventually spotting a black fortress on the cliff ahead. From a distance, the castle resembled a claw emerging from the mountain, with 3 prominent watchtowers serving as its talons. From there, one could overlook the valley below. As long as a few soldiers took turns on guard duty, no army could slip past this location. However, 3 individuals and 2 horses could manage it. They kept close to the rock face, quickly diverting onto a steeper path, one meant for hunters and herbalists, guiding them toward the mountain basin. Jeff introduced. The outpost lies within the basin, a realm no longer under the dominion of Black Blood Castle. Thus, once we arrive there, the forces of Viscount Sherland shall cease to trouble us. However, I believe that in such inclement weather, their men are unlikely to emerge. As Jeff had anticipated, no knights masquerading as bandits roamed the area. Only a few wild bobcats prowled in the darkness. Siegel swiftly dispatched 2 of them, while the remaining ones fled in terror. These mountain felines were quite common, moving with the stealth of thieves. When confronted, they transformed into marauders. Typically, the villagers from the foothills would carry sacks for me, driving away these creatures. Yet, it appeared that the sword proved far more effective. Throughout their journey, Siegel listened intently as Jeff recounted tales of the mountains, and at last, he beheld the reality with his own eyes. Amidst the towering peaks resided a considerable number of half-orcs, straddling the chasm between savagery and civilization. Humans scorned them, while orcs looked down upon them, rendering it difficult for these beings to find solace in either realm. The children born of various circumstances, most of which were tied to war and hatred, endured discrimination and bullying, retreating into the mountainous strongholds, claiming dominion over their rugged habitats. They delineated territories like beasts, hunted for prey, and competed for water sources. They were drawn to fire yet terrified of the sword. Thus, whenever Siegel brandished his weapon, they scattered in panic. Observing their desperate flight, Siegel was reminded of the goblins that fled into the night, similar silhouettes, identical terror. For the first time, Siegel contemplated that perhaps it was not bloodline that dictated fate, but rather civilization. They traversed 9 desolate villages, all once inhabited by half-orcs, who had long since fled. The villages were devoid of any provisions, for food and drink had been seized by the half-orcs and taken to their hiding places within the caves. However, they did encounter a few half-orcs who were unable to escape. Their legs injured, they lay cowering by the roadside, extending their hands in supplication. Siegel, moved by their plight, shared some hard cheese and bread with them. The half-orcs expressed their gratitude, shifting aside to allow the company to proceed. The half-orcs on this side of the mountain evoked pity. They were too weak, unwanted by both humans and orcs. Jeff remarked. Yet the half-orcs on the other side of the mountain are to be despised. They joined the ranks of the orc armies, becoming pirates or brigands. Chapter 69. The Wall Mountain Range 5. They crossed the outpost, where only 2 mercenary knights stood guard, idly huddled in a sheltered spot, roasting by the fire. The flag of the Royal House of Stars was crookedly planted atop a mound of rubble. Upon seeing Jeff, they swiftly gathered around, enthusiastically inquiring, "Old coin, what provisions have you brought?" The 2 expressed their gratitude profusely before allowing the party to pass. "Is the situation within the mountains truly that dire?" Siegel asked. "Isn't the prince also in the mountains? Surely he must be lacking provisions as well." "You're mistaken," Jeff replied with a dismissive curl of his lip. "The prince and the nobles do not partake in such fare. They possess a wondrous magical basket that conjures ample food and drink daily. However, that sustenance is reserved for the lords and knights of nobility. Mercenaries and their attendants, like us, receive none of the bounty from the magical basket. Sir Bill often brings out his share of food, mingling it with our communal pot. I have cautioned him numerous times. He is a lord now and cannot continue living as a mercenary. Otherwise, it will be difficult to attract free knights or retainers, though you, Siegel, are an exception." Then, Jeff animatedly recounted his aspirations: grand castles adorned with banners, bustling blacksmiths, and knights queuing for armor. "I wish to find a wife with ample childbearing potential," he concluded. "But she must not resemble a woodcutter's wench like Janet." "Janet is quite fine. She merely needs to eat more to flourish," Siegel remarked. "Her previous life was too harsh. I wager the Lord would not favor her. A knight requires a woman of equal stature to perpetuate lineage and heirs," Jeff insisted. "I do not even know who my parents are, let alone my lineage. What does it matter what woman I seek?" Siegel chuckled. "I am but a young pup, blissfully free of such pressures. Perhaps this is the sole advantage of being parentless. I hope you can persuade the Lord, but I sense it is not so simple." Janet listened intently, pressing her lips together, saying nothing. "I only desire Siegel," she thought. "No one can take him from me." She closely followed Siegel, seeking shortcuts between rocks and puddles, traversing the grove of pines, oaks, and ironwood trees. She felt fortunate that wood still existed here, providing them with a canopy from the rain. After crossing a lightning-struck, charred juniper, they finally reached the camp. He had never envisioned a magnificent castle nestled within the mountains. So he had imagined a scene of tents enclosed by a palisade amidst the thicket. To his surprise, the reality surpassed his expectations. There had certainly been more than just a castle here. Even the surrounding villages were constructed to fortress standards, composed entirely of stone. Numerous remnants of stone carvings still bore the runes and marks of dwarves. Scattered around were many crumbling circular walls, a multitude of varying columns, and shattered stairways leading to the cliffs. However, a landslide had devastated this place, burying much of the fortress and town beneath the rubble, leaving only the entrance to the mountain caves intact. The camp was established beside this cave entrance, fashioned from stone, timber, branches, and canvas to create makeshift shelters, which included a kitchen, dormitory, and latrine. The camp was encircled by an earthen berm, with drainage ditches dug along its length to divert rainwater and waste. A simple gate was fashioned on one side of the berm, with a barricade placed, yet no one stood guard. Most of the inhabitants stood mired in the mud, shoveling to create a second drainage ditch. Continuous rainfall over the past 4 days was unusual for the autumn mountains, and the camp was nearly inundated. To find a place to dry their feet, everyone had to labor diligently. Counting briefly, there were now over 20 individuals in the camp, most clad in rudimentary leather or chainmail, wielding a variety of weapons including axes, short swords, flails, and even morning stars. These individuals bore no family or noble insignia. They were mercenaries, or, to put it more elegantly, free knights. Upon seeing Jeff arrive with his horse, they laid down their shovels, greeting him warmly and assisting in unloading the cargo from his mount. "Leave this to me. Go find Sir Bill. He is usually in the shelter beside the cave," one of them said. "Janet, come with me," Siegel instructed as he tossed the reins to the nearest person and led the young girl by the hand forward. Despite the muddy ground, their grip remained tight and steady. The entrance to the shelter was covered with sheepskin draped over wooden planks. Siegel pushed open the door, ducking under the lintel. Inside, more than 10 people stood around a central table, engaged in heated debate. One shouted, "We can't wait any longer. We must send more men in." Another retorted with a sinister tone, "Who will we send to their death? Your men or mine?" A fire pit on one side blazed with crimson flames, illuminating the weary, mud-streaked faces. Rainwater trickled in through the smoke hole in the roof, cascading down the stone walls, continuously washing away the soot and mud-stained boot prints on the floor. The air was thick with damp tobacco, the sour scent of red wine, and the pungent odor of sweat. Noticing someone entering, all heads turned in unison towards the door. Each individual wore armor adorned with their family crests, an eagle grasping a sword, a maiden on horseback, a fish leaping from the water, and many more. One man, whose belt bore a tiger's head, had remained beside the fire pit in silence for a long while. However, upon Siegel's entrance, he was the first to rise and stride forward. Siegel recognized that face. It belonged to Sir Bill. "Young pup, it's been a while. How did you find your way here?" Sir Bill grasped Siegel's shoulders, turning him around and dragging him outside, with Janet trailing closely behind like a shadow. "I happened upon the north and encountered Jeff, old coin, who brought me along," Siegel explained, sniffing the air and catching the scent of alcohol wafting from the night. Compared to when they parted, the knight seemed somewhat older, with gray streaks at his temples. His beard was unkempt, clearly unkempt, and his once black armor was now replaced with a slightly worn silver scale mail. Nevertheless, the knight's physique remained robust, his grip on Siegel's shoulders still strong. "It has been over 6 months since I last saw you, young pup," Sir Bill remarked. "To be honest, I haven't missed you at all. Is it pleasant traveling with the elf, Leah? Have you seen Eleanor and Dio?" They found refuge from the rain in a corner of the camp, beneath a piece of discarded stone slab. Siegel recounted the events that transpired since their separation at Hub Fortress, with some details being new even to Janet. As they conversed, Jeff approached with a charcoal pot, bringing onions and carrots, heating the skillet with fat as he began to prepare dinner. Deepwater City intends to confer knighthoods upon some frontier knights, rewarding them with the title of Lord over the borders. "I believe this is a splendid opportunity, which is why I ventured north," Siegel concluded, introducing Janet. "This is Janet, my companion. I wish for her to be my woman." "You impish child. Why not learn something better? Why not first learn to find a woman?" Sir Bill chuckled before adopting a serious expression. "What right does Deepwater City have to confer knighthoods? They are merely opportunistic merchants, too cowardly to reveal their true selves. They are not lords. How can they possess the authority to knight subjects? Only their jousting tournament holds any merit. Knights who emerge from it gain recognition. You should participate in that competition. But at that time, I lacked a sponsor. And I have since become a mage. Thus I was unable to enter the nightly tournament. Siegel scratched his head. Being a mage is not too bad, after all. It is your own hard-earned money, and you can spend it as you wish. Sir Bill surveyed Siegel from head to toe, noting that his physique and muscles remained robust, understanding that he had not abandoned his warrior training. However, the path of a mage is time-consuming and largely dependent on innate talent. Many acquire extensive knowledge but are unable to cast spells. I still hope you will continue to diligently train in martial skills. You are one of the most suitable individuals for martial arts that I have encountered. Siegel possesses considerable magical talent, my lord. Sir, Janet finally managed to interject, saying, he is also a kind gentleman. Thank you for your guidance. Sir Bill nodded, then turned to Janet and asked, where are you from? Are your parents still alive? The little cat shook her head and replied, I was born in Balance City. My parents were farmers and have passed away, leaving me all alone. I see. You are also an ordinary commoner. Do you wish to find a young nobleman and become a lady of the manor? The knight fixed his gaze upon her, deliberately adopting a stern expression to intimidate her. Chapter 70. The Wall Mountains. 6 Siegel followed into the rain and then entered the large house, seeking a corner to stand in. The room was filled with many people, mercenaries and nobles alike gathered here. The food and drink that had once adorned the central table had been removed, and now a mercenary lay sprawled across it, the onlookers pointing and murmuring. Though the mercenary's limbs still trembled, a damp, chilling aura emanated from him, reminiscent of death. Siegel observed that his lips had turned purple, his eyes were a pale gray, and his nails were black. This condition seemed familiar to him, something he had read in books, closely related to necromantic powers. Everyone was searching for the cause of this man's demise, yet no visible wounds could be found on his body. Some had already stripped him of his armor, searching him inch by inch. After a considerable time, they discovered a pinprick on his heel, the sole injury he bore. This wound neither bled nor swelled, making it difficult to detect. We must wait for the prince. Who else will claim the remaining gold? A slender figure by the hearth suddenly exclaimed, continuing to warm his hands by the fire. It was evident he was ill, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his nose dripping, and his body swaying incessantly. Damn it, can't you, you rat, just go eat something? Everyone has a ration of food. How much can you hoard? Starving to skin and bones all day is futile. A hawk-nosed man retorted, if the prince doesn't emerge, are we to wait here for eternity? Better to leave the gold to buy overpriced grain on the plains than to share it and head south for some revelry. This damn rain shows no sign of stopping. However, his words did not resonate. The knights bearing sigils regarded him with wary and distant glances. To abandon one's lord and flee with the coin was a crime worthy of execution. Only the untrustworthy mercenaries would act in such a manner, and even among mercenaries, such behavior would be scorned. Yet he continued unabated. The prince seeks ancient treasures. Fine, we serve him, but we owe him no life debt. In this barren place, there is nothing but increasingly unpalatable food. A woman would be a welcome sight. It stinks to high heaven. Enough, Mance, shut your foul mouth. Sword of Wrath, Swordwood. A knight of exceptional skill, rose and pounded his fist on the table. You, a mercenary who crawls into the coffers without honor, dare to speak? If you leave, once this matter is settled, I will personally drag you from the muck and hang you from the walls. Bah, if you have the guts, take a rope now. My neck is right here. Mance scoffed, pulling his collar aside to reveal his damp throat. He then slammed his palm on the table, causing the corpse atop it to shake violently. I speak the truth. I cannot wait here until winter descends. There will be no grain for sale on the plains then. If we do not leave, we shall either freeze or starve. You nobles have your magical larders. We do not. When hunger strikes, it will come down to whose sword is sharper, not whose title is grander. We still have ample provisions, Sir Bill interjected, stepping between Mance and Swordwood. I am both a mercenary and a baron, yet these titles hold no weight. I know that a man who cannot uphold his own promises will not be trusted, and no one will follow him. He pushed the two men back, first addressing Swordwood. We serve his highness, concerned for his safety. However, the situation in the cave is unknown. Entering it is akin to courting death. From now on, no one shall be sent in to scout unless they volunteer. These mercenaries are all paid. Swordwood's eyebrows shot up, glaring at Mance. You still swear allegiance to his highness. They are driven solely by gold. Is the duty of gold greater than that of a vow? Sir Bill restrained Swordwood's arm. Only those who volunteer may enter the cave again, for the right price. There will always be volunteers, Swordwood countered, though he ceased to press the issue. Sir Bill then turned to Mance, saying, "On our journey here, you witnessed the cavalry retreating under the royal banner. That is how we arrived. How many men can you lead out? Without the prince and the earl, you wouldn't even reach the Brightwater Keep, let alone Blackblood Castle. I could fight my way out." Mance shot back defiantly. "And who will guard your back after nightfall? Can you trust those who accompany you? If they can break a contract once, will you not worry they will do so again? Now that we are here, our only path is to leave together," Sir Bill said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I could speak 1,000 words, and you would have myriad excuses. But deep down, you understand that withdrawing now would mean abandoning all our previous efforts. Your gains can only diminish, not improve." He then turned to the assembly, declaring, "We must hold on to hope and faith. His Highness and the noble Earl are under the protection of the Dawn Guardians, with court mages at their side, their power surpassing that of all present combined. They possess another boundless larder and ample weaponry." Before Sir Bill could finish his sentence, the naked man lying on the table suddenly sat up, his eyes wide, tongue lolling from his mouth, emitting a gurgling sound from his throat. The crowd recoiled in shock, hastily retreating. The corpse raised its hand and rolled onto the floor, crawling toward Mance. The burly man with the hawk nose screamed, only to back into a companion, forgetting to draw his weapon. Useless. Swordwood unsheathed his sword, charging forward first, but the corpse slipped beneath the tablecloth, evading the sword and the eyes of the others. The corpse's movements grew increasingly agile, surpassing the crawling speed of an ordinary person. Sir Bill leaped onto the table, holding his sword aloft. Awaiting the moment the corpse emerged from beneath. "Is this a zombie or something?" someone shouted. "Quick, bring my crossbow. And holy water." "It's a ghoul," Siegel spoke up, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. While its movements suggested a ghoul, the transformation was alarmingly swift. As he spoke, Siegel retrieved a burning log from the hearth. He recited an incantation, channeling magical energy to intensify the flames, igniting the log with brightness and heat. He then hurled the fiery projectile toward the area beneath the table. "Focus on the direction under the table. The fire will force it out." The flames indeed startled the ghoul, which screeched as it crawled from the other side of the table, its limbs flailing like a sheep pursued by a cheetah. Despite its rapid speed, the crowd was ready. In an instant, several weapons found their mark in the creature's body, pinning it to the ground, and in a flurry of strikes, they reduced it to a pulpy mass. Afterward, they exhaled a collective sigh of relief. In such a dire situation, it was impossible to raise morale. Mance's earlier behavior had also made it difficult to rally the mercenaries to leave together. Thus, the group dispersed unhappily. The mercenaries resumed digging ditches, while the nobles retreated indoors to discuss fruitless strategies. However, as everyone departed, they cast lingering glances at Siegel, taking note of the man who could wield magic. Each regarded him with newfound friendliness, smiles adorning their faces. The mercenaries, being pragmatic, nearly embraced him as a brother. With a heavy sigh, a nobleman began recounting the entire saga to Siegel. There were several objects that even emperors coveted, such as power and eternal life. And His Highness was convinced that both could be found within this cave. After the ambush on Cloak Road, His Highness had reunited with the court mages and journeyed to Deepwater City before leading the charge straight to this location. As a vassal of Count Todd, I am tasked with overseeing the minutiae of our affairs, particularly those concerning mercenaries. The knight paused, stroking his beard, hesitating for a moment before addressing Siegel. I too have overheard the dialogue between His Highness and the Count, and I am familiar with the local legends. Thus, I surmise that perhaps the prince believes this to be the site of the dragon's horn and the fountain of youth. Such tales are mere folklore, are they not? Siegel cautiously selected his words. Is it not true that throughout history, there have been numerous accounts suggesting that the horn of dragons and the waters of eternal youth are mere illusions? Chapter 71. The Wall Mountain Range 7, perhaps this time will be different, Sir Bill remarked. His Highness sustained grave injuries in the ogre's assault, teetering on the brink of death. I have witnessed the severity of his wounds. His trachea was exposed, and his heart and lungs were visible. Even with a priest at his side, there was little that could be done but wait for the inevitable. Then, a lamp spirit arrived, bearing a small vial of an unknown elixir, claiming it could heal the wounds. We were initially skeptical of its knowledge, yet with life hanging by a thread, we had no choice but to gamble on this desperate hope. After a night of application, His Highness astonishingly regained his vigor, even able to continue commanding the troops. The Earl has never divulged what else the lamp spirit said, but indeed, the contingent altered its course that night, heading northward. A lamp spirit? How unfathomable. What happened next? Siegel inquired. So, everyone is trapped here due to the princess' actions? Siegel scratched his head, feeling helpless in the current predicament. He is a prince, not merely an ordinary adventurer, here to seek treasures? No, Sir Bill replied. His Highness carries a mission, one I learned from the Earl, to grant amnesty to the half-orcs, allowing them to attain the status of free citizens. The Kingdom of Stars requires laborers and strong soldiers. This decree of pardon would bring immense benefits. Yet, I see that the half-orcs still cower in fear of steel, forced to hide in the depths of the mountains to barely survive. The Orcish horde has gathered, rampaging across the seas. Deepwater City exploits the nomads of the plains, even referring to them as savages. The next racial war in the New World hangs by a thread. And the prince is here treasure hunting? You are correct, Sir Bill said, holding his head high yet closing his eyes. But lad, do you remember the knight's code? Obedience is paramount. Do you think I should counsel him, or even attempt to stop him? Sir Bill sighed. I have tried, but often. Matters do not unfold as one wishes. You cannot expect your lord to be flawless. He cannot manage everything simultaneously. Priorities must be established. Siegel, do you pity the half-orcs? Siegel nodded, candidly stating, if we do not aid them soon, offering them hope for a better life, I fear the half-orcs will soon descend to the level of goblins. They are terrified, terrorized by civilization, and are on the brink of reverting to a primitive state. Siegel, you are still young, and your experiences are limited. The half-orcs are not as feeble as you perceive. Consider the vastness of the world and the multitude of souls in need of rescue. Even goblins and orcs, despite their malevolence, do they not deserve assistance? You must realize that some must muster the courage to rescue themselves. Not far from the outpost lies a half-orc village. When I dispatched the free mercenaries for protection, I instructed them to welcome any half-orc seeking aid, promising them food and a chance to start anew as laborers, free from prejudice. Yet, for half a month, not a single half-orc approached us. Later, I visited that village, where I encountered 2 disabled half-orcs. I brought them provisions and asked them to relay my willingness to assist their kind in obtaining civilian status, allowing them to emerge from the mountains to farm or work. Yet still, no response was forthcoming. I too passed by that village, distributing food, but they merely expressed gratitude. Siegel recalled of those half-orcs. To me, whether I first save the half-orcs or seek treasures is of little distinction. Both are my duties. Though His Highness has a kingdom to learn to govern, with countless subjects awaiting his leadership here. He hesitated, then continued, we cannot shape this world according to our desires. We are but mortals, not deities. We are bound by flesh and blood. What then can we do? Siegel asked. Must we simply await the arrival of a king? Sir Bill gazed into Siegel's eyes, recognizing the confusion and doubt therein. Contemplation of fate and the future is a necessary passage for a boy to transition into manhood. It is through this process that one learns to discern not merely what others expect of him, but to understand his own desires and responsibilities. Siegel stood at the threshold of this realization, awaiting the knight's response. Thus, Tige, Sir Bill stated, do you know why I must become a Lord Knight? Only by attaining lordship can I improve the lives of my people according to my vision. I cannot wield force to alter the world, nor do I wish to. I aspire to be a paragon of knighthood, for I believe in the transformative power of exemplary conduct. I lost one chance, but as long as His Highness and the Earl remain safe, I shall regain the opportunity to fulfill my dream and govern my domain in the Kingdom of Stars. I will assist you, my lord, as I always have, Siegel affirmed, his dark eyes fixed upon the cave entrance. An expedition, he mused. Merely a quest to rescue His Highness. What could be more significant? He caressed the 20-sided die at his chest, his mind swirling with incantations. The dreary rain finally ceased. Yet the mountain air grew ever chillier, with frost already forming at higher elevations. Autumn was drawing to a close. Everyone remained ensnared here. With no news of the prince or the Dawn Guard, only whispers from the plains. Deepwater City had completed its nightly tournament, with Ebenstatten from the Weakwater River crowned dual champion in swordplay and horsemanship, granted the title of knight. He was currently rallying with the city's guard to traverse the plains, preparing to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the orcs. A force of 40,000, bolstered by wizards, moved forth. The winds across the plains carried this news, ensuring every savage was informed. Many nomadic tribes yielded the path, opting to observe the unfolding events. Nevertheless, a significant portion of the tribes joined Deepwater City's expeditionary forces, aware of the threat posed by the orcs. While the merchants of Deepwater City eagerly offered remuneration in food, textiles, iron goods, and salt. As the news reached the Wall Mountain Range, all castles along the defense line went into lockdown, for it was clear that treacherous spies had relayed information to the orcs, who could strike at any moment. Spears and arrows were retrieved from the cellars and sharpened anew. Shields were reinforced, and swords polished to a gleaming shine. An abundance of timber and boulders was transported to the battlements, while provisions from a 100-mile radius were meticulously gathered and stored within the castle's granaries. The common folk at the mountain's base were driven from their homes, urged southward by the crack of whips. Heading south would allow them to evade the front line, where Deepwater City, the fabled land of abundance and safety, awaited. Thus, two long lines emerged upon the plains. One, emboldened, marched northward, while the other stumbled southward in retreat. I have no opposition to slaying orcs. However, those who die under my command must be supported, was the prevailing sentiment among the lords of the Wall Mountain Range. The drums of war drew ever closer, yet Siegel remained undistracted. This young apprentice mage was intently observing the cave's situation, employing his limited knowledge to analyze the surroundings. It was evident that this site once harbored a dwarven fortress. Despite the remnants of crumbled walls, numerous clues remained to be scrutinized. The runes adorning the walls were inscribed in the ancient dwarven tongue, known as Moradin, the original script of the dwarves. This language, with its scarcity of words and concise meanings, gradually fell out of favor, replaced by the more accessible dwarven vernacular. Only the erudite dwarven runesmiths and the dwarven clerics of guardians ever employed it. Even the dwarven kings and lords possessed only a rudimentary understanding of this language. To discover an abundance of Moradin runes here was truly beyond Siegel's expectations. I have studied this script in the library atop Mora, yet I have not fully grasped it. I can only decipher its general meaning. Siegel explained to Jeanette that they are always inseparable. It appears to refer to the land that captures the sky, though I find its meaning elusive. Dwarven fortresses seldom expose themselves to the outdoors, as it contradicts their very nature. Dwarves prefer to dwell within the mountains, where the stone above provides them a sense of security. This city, however, is quite the opposite, with ample open spaces. This may relate to their interpretation of capturing the sky, though I have yet to comprehend its precise implication. Perhaps this is the reason for the fortress's destruction? Jeanette remarked. If it were nestled within the mountain, it would not succumb to a landslide, would it? Siegel nodded, and the two continued their journey hand in hand. Jeanette was also attentive to her surroundings, though she was in search of the marks of the Nox coalition. In the basin near the Black Blood Castle, there exists a potential ancient relic, as noted in the records she had perused regarding the coalition. Similar to this account, there are numerous remnants scattered throughout the Wall Mountains, mostly concealed by treacherous terrain and the passage of time. Jeanette was uncertain whether this cave was one of those relics. Her only concern was that the Nox coalition might have already arrived, perhaps even setting traps in advance. However, from her reconnaissance, it appeared that only one group was present, namely the entourage of His Highness the Prince. Chapter 72. The Wall Mountain Range 8. Siegel perused numerous miscellaneous texts, yet all were mere superficial explorations, lacking depth, rendering it exceedingly challenging for him to synthesize all the clues. He aspired to utilize his knowledge of architecture and dungeons to discern the design philosophy of this place, to unearth the secrets of the dwarven cities from historical records, and to infer the operational principles of the caverns through runic language. He was beset by a multitude of ideas, yet his knowledge remained insufficiently amassed. This anxiety plagued him, causing him greater distress than his peers. Fortunately, Janet remained by his side, providing solace, which allowed him to retain a measure of patience. Dreaming is inferior to action, he reminded himself, believing that any lead would be more fruitful than idly staring at a pile of old papers. I have seen this topographical map before, Siegel remarked to Janet. I once read a travelogue by Jackin, which contained a description strikingly similar to this location. It did not occur to me initially, but just the other day, amidst the oppressive clouds, a thought struck me. What if a landslide had never occurred here? Siegel produced the terrain map, sketching new lines across several cliffs, then elucidated. Do you recall my explorations with you over the past few days? Those were all areas devastated by landslides. If we were to restore these locations, You would observe that this entrance is precisely the deepest and narrowest point amidst the surrounding mountains. The cliff where Blackblood Castle is situated aligns perfectly with the mouth of the gorge, leading through a series of winding, tumultuous passages right to the campsite's location. Do you remember the remnants of the staircase upon the cliff? That was the route leading to the high vantage points where past denizens could concentrate their firepower, creating a web-like assault from all directions. Assaulting what? This is already a city. If enemies reached here, it implies that the defenses have fallen, Janet queried, perplexed. Dragons. This place was designed to combat dragons, Siegel exclaimed with fervor. The dwarves arrived at the Wall Mountain range, yet the dragons had long since established their dominion. To conquer the mountains, to construct the pinnacle of Mora, numerous battles must have transpired here. Aside from the dwarves, no records from that era exist. But I firmly believe this was one of the battlefields. Siegel grasped Janet's hand, leading her outside, pointing at the remaining structures. The circular roofs are exceedingly rare in dwarven architecture, yet they are remarkably effective for evading dragon fire. The varying heights of the columns are not mere adornments but obstructions to deter low-flying dragons. Although I remain uncertain how they lured the dragons in, or prevented them from escaping, it is unequivocally a fortress designed for slaying colossal beasts. Very well, it is a dragon-slaying trap, but what purpose does that serve? Janet inquired. The travelogue mentions that the tome was stolen, thus I have no access to it presently. However, I have retained most of its contents in memory. It speaks of a treasure trove in the dragon capturing grounds, containing golden vials filled with dragon blood essence. The book's owner yearned for that artifact. Yet several magical barriers thwarted him. By the time he pondered how to break them, his lifespan had run its course. If this is indeed the location referenced in the travelogue, I possess a means to discover the entrance and locate the prince, regardless of whether he still lives. I trust you, Siegel. Janet rose on her tiptoes and bestowed a gentle kiss upon his cheek. What must we do now? I need to prepare a magical ritual. The travelogue details several incantations, including the bloodline key and the unlocking spell. I memorized these spells long ago, but I have yet to possess the capability to execute them fully. Even after undergoing magical training, I could only manage with great difficulty. Some materials required for the ritual are unobtainable in the vicinity. Thus, I have been compelled to diminish the potency and range of the spells, substituting certain components with my own blood. Utilizing blood is not an act of sorcery, for every mage's magic ultimately courses through their veins, making blood the finest conduit of energy. However, few mages possess the robustness that I do, let alone the corresponding recuperative abilities. Siegel spent 2 days inscribing the magic circle, adorning the area surrounding the cave entrance with vibrant hues. Curiosity drew the crowd to observe the peculiar creation wrought by Sir Bill's retinue, gathering around to speculate. The mercenaries were familiar with the Mage's Guild of Deepwater City, yet the majority had never witnessed magic firsthand. The noble lords were somewhat more knowledgeable. They understood the distinction between academies, mage associations, and guilds, recognizing the efficacy and limitations of magic, with some esteemed families even employing consulting mages. Nevertheless, magic remained a rarity to them. Baron, is your retainer a mage? He hardly appears to be, a knight inquired of Sir Bill, gesturing towards Siegel. Are you certain this is not the sorcery of demons? What with the blood and peculiar herbs? He is an apprentice of the Mage's Guild. I believe that answers your question, Sir Bill replied gravely, dismissing the accusations of witchcraft. My retainer claims he can locate His Highness the Prince. I trust his words. Let us allow him to attempt it. If he truly succeeds, we shall be liberated from this place. I have truly had enough of it. You know, the battle with the orcs is about to commence. Trapped here, my sword is on the verge of rusting. The Viscount Guises from Red River Valley patted his sword sheath, emblazoned with the image of a mounted maiden, a family of romantic, or perhaps licentious, tendencies, prolific in offspring and alliances. However, their performance on the battlefield had always been rather mediocre. We are all aware of your valor, Viscount. We are all aware, Sir Bill responded without elaboration, striding directly to Siegel's side and bending down to inquire, how confident are you? A fraction over half, my lord. Siegel quickly rose to his feet, stating, if all my conjectures are accurate, then my magic circle should unveil the true entrance here. However, my magical prowess is insufficient to permit many individuals to pass through. Only those with magical affinity and whose blood is integrated into the magic circle will experience its effects, allowing them to traverse the illusionary barrier surrounding this place. An illusionary barrier? The Lord questioned. Are you implying that the cave we see is a fabrication? Indeed, a portion of it is false, Siegel affirmed. Specifically, the path leading to the treasure trove is obscured by runic illusions. Without magical assistance, it remains invisible, even if one were to stumble upon it. The traps within could pose dire threats. The magic I am preparing will temporarily grant me the ability to see through illusions, provided I remain within 5 miles of this magic circle. This will afford me 3 days to search for His Highness. Only as my abilities continue to strengthen shall I be able to cast this spell at will, without reliance on the circle. I cannot assist you with magic. Is there anything else that requires preparation? The Lord inquired. Janet, how does the magic circle affect you? Siegel queried, somewhat perplexed. The spell requires 2 conditions to activate, a magical affinity and blood entering the circle. Janet, being a metamorphic tiefling, possessed a magical constitution, which was not surprising. Thus, Siegel inquired, how did your blood become part of the magic circle? The little cat's cheeks flushed crimson as she leaned into Siegel's ear, whispering softly, I apologize, but I have my monthly cycle. Chapter 73. The Wall Mountain Range 9. Originally, Siegel had no intention of allowing Janet to take risks. Yet he was concerned she might stealthily follow him. Thus he had no choice but to enter the cave together. The wizard's staff radiated a steady glow as he led the way. Janet, armed with a dragon's tooth dagger, treaded softly behind him. The exterior of the cave had been thoroughly scouted multiple times. It was merely a simple stone hall in the dwarven style, rugged, sturdy, and imposing. The air was laden with damp chill, mingled with the scents of earth, decaying leaves, and refuse, only slightly better than the encampment outside. However, with the aid of magic, the two beheld a different scene, a layer of black stone tiles adorned with arcane dwarven runes, which, despite the ravages of time, remained unscathed, glimmering faintly in their magical vision. Nestled between 2 conical pillars was a grand metal door embellished with a dragon's head. The door's rings were rusted, yet the door itself had evaded the erosive touch of time. Siegel approached, grasping the ring, and with a gentle pull, it quivered slightly, emitting a low, mournful sound from the dragon's head, revealing a gap wide enough for passage. 2 corpses lay quietly against the stone wall of the passage, their faces tinged with a bluish hue, the blood that had flowed from their eyes, noses, and ears long dried, yet still visible. Coupled with their contorted fingers and gaping mouths, Siegel surmised they had succumbed to the bone-cutting plague, a pestilence transmitted through wounds. He extracted a rope from his backpack, binding it to the feet of the 2 corpses, taking care to avoid direct contact. He then tossed the other end of the rope out and inscribed a note to explain the situation. Upon entering the great door, Siegel discovered that they were affected by the runic magical array, which rendered them invisible and soundless, as if they were in another realm. Those outside could neither see the metal door nor hear Siegel and Janet, yet they could perceive the rope and locate the note. By pulling on the rope, the 2 corpses would be drawn out, to be properly attended to outside as indicated in the note. Why not let them come in via the rope? Janet inquired, grasping Siegel's arm. Strength in numbers. Deceptive spells do not only linger at the entrance, they are present within the passage as well. Once inside, we would be as blind as bats. We cannot look after them. It would only invite unnecessary trouble. The 2 ventured forth, meticulously observing their surroundings. The passage was semicircular, towering over 3 meters high, and even a jump could not reach the ceiling. The ground was pristine, leaving Siegel unable to track any footprints. The walls on either side were adorned with long, thick bones. Upon closer inspection, they surmised these to be dragon bones, reminiscent of the red dragon skeleton from the crow-raven tribe. These are merely smaller, Janet remarked. It would be best not to disturb them. Siegel grasped Janet's hand firmly. I recall from the travelogue of Jackin that whenever one encounters skulls on the wall, one must tap between the eyes. Otherwise, one risks being struck by poisonous needles and slashing blades. Cautiously, they proceeded, each vigilant of one side of the wall. They traversed at least 200 meters, eventually discovering a large heap of corpses. These were dismembered and bisected, comprising 7 mercenary knights and 1 dawn guard. Their bodies had become desiccated, and even with their innards strewn upon the ground, no foul odor emanated. Siegel speculated this might relate to the peculiar aridity of the place, or perhaps a special effect of the runic spells. Proceed quickly, once the thudding ceases. The mechanisms here will restore, and only by striking the skulls again may we pass, Siegel urged as he pulled Janet's hand, hastening their exit from the danger zone. Just now, There were 7 mercenary knights, along with the 2 at the entrance. We are only 1 short of the missing mercenaries. 1 dawn guard perished. Yet His Highness should have passed through here and continued onward. Indeed, we must be cautious in tapping the skulls, Siegel continued. The thudding indicates safe passage. It is the sound of a heartbeat, representing life. Should we hear a mournful sound, it denotes breath, indicative of danger, and if there is a roaring sound, that signifies a dragon. Drop quickly to avoid its breath. Remember these, stay close to me. They continued onward, observing the endless array of bones flanking them, identifying various monster skulls, tapping them before cautiously navigating the traps. The journey felt monotonous and tedious. This passage seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Siegel held his staff aloft, its light illuminating merely 10 meters ahead and behind, beyond which lay darkness. In such a stifling environment, the 2 young adventurers found no desire for conversation. They clung tightly to one another, drawing strength from their shared presence. How did the dwarves slay so many dragons? Janet mused, caressing the skulls upon the wall, before turning to Siegel. Suddenly, Siegel halted, pulling Janet to a stop with a grip that was almost painful. She gazed at him, her expression fraught with fear and tension. Her heart racing as she asked, "What is it? What has happened? How far have we walked?" Siegel lowered his voice, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead, and repeated, "How far have we walked? I am unsure, but it should be quite a distance. We should have long since exited the influence of the magical array." Siegel gestured to his eyes, then around them. "Are you certain what you see is real?" They exchanged glances, drawing their weapons and positioning themselves back to back. "What do we do now? Can you still cast a spell to dispel the illusion?" Janet queried. "I cannot. I lack sufficient materials to recast that spell. If we wish to avoid retreating, we must press onward regardless. Come, let us bind the rope around our waists," Siegel instructed. Fortunately, the passage did not extend infinitely, and soon they beheld its end. A circular metal door gradually emerged in the light, adorned with a dragon's head cleaved by an axe. A ruby, the size of a fist, was set in the sky of the design, symbolizing the sun's position. The axe had been hurled from the sun, slaying the great dragon. In the lower portion of the design, silvery blood flowed from the shattered skull of the dragon, pooling at the keyhole beneath the circular door. It was a palm-sized receptacle, inscribed in Dwarven with the words, "Blood of the contributor, true blood of the ruler." The dwarves were a society deeply attuned to lineage, believing that their strength lay within their blood, passed down through generations. The saying "born to be a blacksmith" was tailored for the dwarves, who held the belief that true royal lineage must be a bloodline of inheritance, Siegel explained. "And how do we enter this door?" Janet inquired. "Where would we find the blood of a dwarven royal?" "It has been mentioned in Jackin's travelogue. He devised a bloodline key to pass through this door. However, I possess a superior method." Siegel retrieved a small vial from his backpack, approximately the length of a finger, containing a dark red semi-solid substance. "This is the blood of the red dragon. I collected several vials, intending to reserve them for spellcasting materials. Since this place requires the blood of a contributor, it is the perfect opportunity to test it." "Will we not require dragon blood?" Janet questioned. "Let us both partake. I believe the amount is sufficient." The potion, once ingested, felt akin to a rasping sensation scraping the throat, causing both to curl in discomfort. After a brief interval, the potion began to take effect. The first sensation was the complete absence of one another's body odor, their breath no longer carrying any scent. After a while, Siegel could no longer detect any trace of Janet's mixed blood lineage. "Very well, I surmise this is the result of the spell's efficacy. Let us proceed with the trial." Siegel placed his palm upon the tray beneath the metal door, a sharp sting coursing through his fingertips. After a considerable amount of time had passed, the grand gate remained utterly immovable, showing no intention of opening. Was the spell ineffective? Janet approached the gate and gently pushed against it. The seemingly impossibly heavy metallic door quivered like rippling water, and her hand passed directly through it. Was this an illusion or the correct passageway? Siegel was equally perplexed. Just as he was about to step forward to examine the gate, he noticed Janet staring in terror at the direction from which they had come. She pressed closely against Siegel, their bodies trembling violently with cold. They had faced the might of a dragon, a perilous sensation of fear, yet this shadow was different. Within the shadow resided only the pure essence of death. Death can bear many titles: sacred, grand, humble, forgotten. However, from that shadow, Siegel felt only an overwhelming sense of inexorable demise. Flesh and blood must meet their end. We cannot contend with it. Siegel shattered the vial of dragon's blood on the tray, oblivious to the piercing pain in his palm. Grasping Janet's arm, he shouted with urgency, "Run." Chapter 74. The Wall Mountains 10. A dark figure approached slowly, its form gradually transforming. A grayish shadow extended from its hand, morphing into a rusted longsword. As the sword-wielding hand became clearer, details emerged: a wrist guard on the arm, followed by shoulder plates, a breastplate, an outer robe, and a helmet. From the helmet's crevices, a pair of merciless eyes glared out, while beneath the armor lay a gray corpse, its desiccated hand gripping the blood-corroded sword. This form manifested for mere moments before reverting to a shadow that continued to advance. Siegel and Jeanette fled desperately, the metal door emitting a thunderous roar. They hurriedly dropped to the ground, as a searing flame swept through the air, enveloping a radius of 100 meters. This fire brought warmth, rekindling the strength in their numbed limbs. They crawled forward beneath the flames, using hands and feet. The shadow ignited in the fire, twisting and collapsing, rolling on the ground like boiling water. Siegel felt a significant alleviation of pressure in his chest. He drew his wand and cast a spell for energy missiles. A violet orb shot towards the shadow, piercing through it and exploding upon impact with the ground. The resulting gust of wind caused the shadow to writhe, yet it sustained no substantial harm. Undead, phantoms, troublesome adversaries. Siegel gritted his teeth, dragging Jeanette onward, with flames raging overhead for over 100 meters. The two could only press onward, heads down. Just as Siegel thought he was escaping the inferno, the surroundings transformed in the blink of an eye. The stony ground morphed into a wooden deck, constantly tilting and swaying. The dry, fiery air turned salty and humid, imbued with the scent of the sea. Siegel lifted his gaze, realizing he knelt on the deck of the Lucky Sauce, devoid of armor, clad only in tattered rags. In his hand was not a wand, but a filthy rag. The ship sped across the sea, its sails billowing, the sky clear and bright. "What are you waiting for, Squid? Hurry up and clean the deck." The captain's voice rang clear and bright, eliciting 2 streams of tears from Siegel. "Once you're done, head to the lookout tower, no slacking off." Siegel crouched down, scrubbing furiously at a dark stain on the deck, but it would not budge. Anxiety and unease surged within him, driving him to scrub harder. The lookout tower. The lookout tower. I must go to the lookout tower, he repeated frantically, sweat dripping from his hair, soaking the rag. The black stain gradually faded with his efforts, revealing a silhouette increasingly reminiscent of Sir Bill. Startled, Siegel shot upright. By now, darkness had enveloped the sky, and towering waves rocked the ship violently. Beside the Lucky Sauce, a fearsome vessel drew near, its rail adorned with skewered heads, while dozens of orcs brandished serrated blades, roaring as they prepared to board. "Why didn't you head to the lookout tower?" The first mate, an arrow protruding from his eye socket, blood streaming forth, grasped Siegel by the collar, lamenting. "Why didn't you see this coming?" Another arrow shot forth, embedding itself in the first mate's temple, killing him instantly. The orcs hurled grappling hooks, binding the 2 ships together, then leaped aboard the Lucky Sauce, brandishing weapons and slaughtering indiscriminately. Siegel fled in terror, desperately searching for a weapon to defend himself. Yet, each time he reached for a sword, or even a stick, it would shatter or rot in his grasp. He stumbled across the deck until tripping over a corpse. The old captain lay with an axe embedded in his chest and a cut across his neck. With his last breath, blood frothing at his lips, he gasped, "I am so disappointed, so disappointed." Siegel brushed his palm over the captain's face, closing his eyes. Wiping away his tears, he rose from beside the captain's body. Orc pirates charged at him, their serrated blades slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Yet, at that moment, Siegel felt no fear. A wand appeared in one hand, a curved blade in the other. In the glow of his magic, the orcish figures dissipated, only to be overshadowed by a more colossal darkness. Siegel looked up to see the red dragon, slain in the Cold Crow tribe's camp, descending slowly before him, its wings unfurling. The pungent stench of sulfur assaulted his senses, and within the dragon's eyes burned a furious flame. "Once again, we meet, human." The dragon's voice resonated powerfully, shaking Siegel's very soul. "This time, it is just you and me." Siegel laughed heartily, addressing the dragon. "Is this what they send to intimidate me, a dragon? If you are real, I admit I am no match for you. Yet I still killed your master and feasted upon his flesh." "Master? Is this what you refer to?" The dragon conjured an armor from the void, resembling both a death knight and the shadow that pursued Siegel. It exhaled flames, melting the armor into molten iron. Shaking its head, it roared, "Dragons have no masters." Siegel furrowed his brow, sensing the illusion was almost too real. It engaged all his senses, sight, sound, smell, and touch, immersed in authenticity. Curiously, despite knowing he was ensnared in an illusion, he attempted various methods and incantations to escape, yet none succeeded. The dragon loomed over Siegel, mocking, "Oh, little sorcerer, who will save you this time? And who will save them?" A tent materialized beneath the dragon's feet, tall and pointed. Inside, the cries of Mizera giving birth echoed, followed by the wails of a newborn. "It's here, it's finally here." Jeanette's joyous exclamation resonated from within. Flames erupted from the dragon's maw, engulfing the tent and transforming it into a pyre. Its massive claws pressed down, reducing the inferno to a cloud of dust and ashes. The soot, black and still warm, settled upon Siegel's face. "Little sorcerer, what can you do to me?" The dragon lowered its head, looming close to Siegel. Smoke billowed from its nostrils, flames flickering between its teeth. "What can you do?" "I am the great dragon Kagarathes, sovereign of the Sitoli volcano, shadow of the Red Rock Valley. I can torment you eternally. Even if you are a sharp sword, I will shatter you, crush you, erode you, turning you into mere mud, utterly useless." Siegel removed a charred fragment from his face, inhaling its scent, then rubbed his fingers together, transforming it into ash. He sighed and stepped forward, standing before the dragon's head. He had learned the art of calmness, mastering his emotions to strike a balance between reason and sentiment. Siegel smiled at the dragon and said, "Dragon, sovereign, and shadow. Such grand titles. You can be reborn in this illusion, so vivid and powerful. Do you know why?" The dragon remained silent, its gaze fixated, clearly intrigued by the question. Siegel discovered he was still in the dwarven cave, but now in a circular chamber, with a fiery passage just outside. In the center of the room stood a platform, rising to his chest, upon which lay a complete dragon skull. Surrounding the platform were 4 corpses, clad in the garb of the Dawn's wardens. They all assumed the same posture, sprawled on the ground, left hands pointing at the dragon skull, their wrists slashed, blood long since drained. Additionally, Jeanette lay on the ground, convulsing as if seized by epilepsy. He rushed to her side, cradling her gently, whispering incantations in her ear. Jeanette's tremors eased slightly, allowing Siegel to lift her eyelids. Her eyes rolled erratically, bloodshot and filled with veins. The effects of the illusion persisted. Siegel gently kissed her forehead, then grasped Janet's hand, bringing it to his lips in a tender gesture of support. He prayed to the god of storms, to the mother of life, and, much like a band of pirates, to every deity he could conjure in his mind. Janet's appearance continuously morphed. She transformed into a young and beautiful maiden, a graceful matron, a handsome youth, and a rotund figure of joviality. Then, a face emerged before Siegel, reminiscent of a figure known as Littlefinger. Eventually, Janet reverted to her demonic form, curling her tail and settling into Siegel's embrace, succumbing to a deep slumber. In that moment, she appeared serene and unguarded, akin to a newborn babe. Her long, crimson lashes fluttered gently as she murmured softly. Siegel leaned closer, pressing his ear to her lips, and at last deciphered her words. "Siegel, little squid." She repeated this with a smile, evoking a sense of pity. Siegel recognized that Janet had stabilized. The effects of the spell were beginning to wane, though she still required time to regain her strength. Through the roll of 20-sided dice, Siegel possessed magical resistance, yet not all were as fortunate as he. He delicately laid Janet upon the ground, kissing her forehead once more. "Sleep peacefully, little kitten," Siegel whispered. "I shall bear all burdens, including your past,